start. Presented by State Farm.
We have lots
From
of
the HP Fieldhouse here on the campus of Disney's
perfect
Wide World of Sports.
So make time for loved ones. You know
Two teams looking for their first win here in Orlando. The Memphis Grizzlies trailing.
Familiar can bring
Zion
comfort,
Williams and
but also
Brandon
bring
Ingram.
healing. Just know that Hulu has whatever you're feeling.
Jumped alongside Doris Burke. Zion Williamson played in a little bit longer burst than we're used to seeing so far here. And was productive.
Again, he is so efficient with his ability to get to where he wants to be. You see the help comes over, but not in time. And then this one we just have to show you because his explosion is too good.
As we take a look at our first half stats brought to you by Lowe. Williamson with 11 points, a very efficient 5 of 11 from the field. Brandon Ingram with a dozen. Grayson Allen, the big story for the Memphis Grizzlies off the bench with 17 points on the heels of a 15-point game against San Antonio in their last run. So he continues to be a key piece off the bench. Grizzlies with possession to start the third quarter for it. Eric Jackson Jr. on the side of the back. Williamson starts the third quarter for the Grizzlies. Crossover drive.
여기도 뛰었습니다.
He was tired. He came out to shoot. At least he didn't go through it like he did back in college at Duke.
여긴 얼마야 지금? 잘 싸졌네. 8,000으로 다시 내려왔네. 그치? 아 위험하긴 했어. 없긴 하지. 당장 누웠어.
Every time he launches, kind of hold your breath. In a good way. I believe now. Down shoes. One against Favors. Good defense. Out of bounds. It'll be Pelicans ball. This is Derek Favors in a nutshell right there. Outstanding post defense, disciplined. Stays vertical on the challenge. Doesn't commit foul. Drives the three ball with Matt Brendan. September 2nd game is going to be up to this switch. He has those 5 3-pointers. Taking that many sense. Valanciunas trying the three ball. Coming up short with the board. What did Jenkins say at halftime to the Grizzlies?
He essentially said, guys, we are right there. We are still in this. We need to stay focused and have a better next play mentality is what he said. We can't stay focused on what just happened and still be thinking about it. We need to continue to move forward. And he said even though Sean Murray had a little hitch in his step as he was walking down, that's on him walking down the hallway. He said it's perfectly fine and he's going to play through it.
Yeah, he's going to need to shoot it better. You can tell that the strategy is give a little bit of cushion. He's going to have to be from the perimeter. Sean Murray just 3 for 12, 0 for 7.
Downtown, Dylan Brooks on the drive. Finishing nicely with the left hand. Dylan Brooks with his second field goal of all game, 6 points. It's back to 9 for Josh. Finishing 3 seconds against the Grizzlies. They don't get the ball. That misses everything on the 3.
In the first half, it's a catch and shoot situation. He got himself after that made 3 up to 40%, believe it or not, on catch and shoot threes. This was bad.
Rams up the screen. Jared Jackson Jr. South Carolina against South Carolina. A couple of AU teammates. Grant with resistance at the rim. Couldn't finish.
감단님 후원 2,000원 상원은 영어로 좋습니다. 원숭이 오늘 하루도 화이팅.
아이 고맙습니다.
You know, we're in the second half of the here tonight. The Los Angeles Lakers and LeBron James trying to bounce back from that loss against the Raptors. They'll take on Donovan Mitchell, Rudy Gobert, and the Utah Jazz. Zion inside. And Marshall Barnes. Mark Rivers with the ball. One lead timeout by Taylor Jenkins. Grizzlies have to talk it over. Back after this.
아니 왜 또 싸우는 거예요? 맨날 싸워. 사냥해. 오늘은 이제 랩업 영상을 찍어야 되기 때문에 경험치가 몇 억 남은 거지? 40 32 플러스 35 60 70억 되는 거. 자, 일단 사냥을 좀 하다가 랩업을 하면 돼. 돌릴 게 없네.
Safety seriously, like in a Hyundai Tucson. They can help protect the ones you love and the ones they love.
잘 익었다. 소리는 괜찮습니까? 소리 괜찮나요?
It's better than a Hyundai Tucson.
동만치 1위 가세요.
고맙습니다. 아니 진짜 잘 들리냐고 물어보는 겁니다.
Wednesday on ESPN, we have two games for you from here in Orlando. 6:30, it's Oklahoma City taking on LeBron and the Lakers. The second game, that's Brooklyn taking on Boston. Both games on ESPN, as well as the ESPN app. We'll see the Lakers coming up next after this one here tonight against the Utah Jazz. And what was the takeaway from that Laker Raptor? We call that.
아 이거 땡기는 거 있지 않나? 혹시 이거 의자 써보신 분 있습니까? 이거 땡기는 거 있는데.
They switch teams, they buy in. There's trust with themselves, trust with their head coach. Raptors will be a tough out.
Under the timeout, Memphis at 11. Jackson Jr. with a great spin and left-handed finish. And it's here.
Well, that's a big-time move right there. At that size, have to be on balance after a spin. The body's around you.
Towards the ball game. Couple of assists for him. Zion on the move. And up top by Jaren Jackson Jr. Foul call. And when Zion gathers, you get ready for something special to happen. That's going to be the third foul against Jackson Jr.
And that's incredible feed that they get him moving to his left. You see the attempt by the Grizzlies to beat him. He's going to get fouled. Think about how many angle-ups this guy's going to have in his career because
예. 의자 앞으로 당길 수 있는 방법 있지 않나요?
the shoulders are massive.
65% free throw. Size, weight, focus on bait and projection. Dylan Brooks. Something behind that three, and he finally makes one. His first one of the night. He's got 9. Back to a 7-point contest. Great ball fake. On the turnover, Kyle Anderson. Up to Brooks. Now by Anderson. So good hustle by the Grizzlies. They cut it to 5 in the Blake Grizzlies. This year, they put up some leads. It was a well-elected shooting. Grizzlies can make it a 3-point game. Transaction shooting without the familiar spin move this time. He missed on it.
너 적응 어때? 적응.
Ready to come into the ball. He was very productive. First half from it. Ingram with the ball. He's looking for the foul, but he's still not getting technical.
사람 많은 거.
Nick Fuker disagreeing with physicality and lack of quality. The offensive end for him. So anyways, do you think with the lack of real fans, not the virtual, real ones, additions to your
5시, 10시, 20시.
turn the other way,
하나 4개당 6시간, 4-10시간. 35시간이고.
In the WNBA game, Candace Parker, she was actually talking to Square. She was talking to her. Still got it. When the offensive sense falter, if they not, it does.
WNBA Candace Parker, hey, Tuesday from the IMG bubble in Bradenton. Just across the way, here from Florida, across the peninsula. 2 more WNBA games for you on ESPN2 in the app. Ricky Kleiner, DT, Desmond Tarasi.
키보드가 잘 안
Atlantic
나와요.
Premium 7 Eastern 4 Pacific. Then the Sun led by the league's top scorer, DeWanna Bonner. Score off against Seabrook, Rivers Stewart. And the Seattle School. I think that the Super is my favorite point guard of all time. Yes, double-digit lead just a few moments ago, now down to 4. I'm going to come back to Orlando. New barbecue rib. It's just $5 when you buy 2.
얼마나
The Subway app. It's hard seltzer. The only hard seltzer.
1314. 아, 왼쪽에서 오른쪽에 80억 정도 나오는
Fresh and splash of fruit flavors. It's airborne stuff. It's airborne strippers. Because there's much like about it. It's another way to fight cooking.
키가 잘 안 보여. 점프를 잘 안 해. 점프가 쓰면.
We have more talent, more engineers, and more coverage than ever before. And now you can get awesome everywhere at an amazing price. Get 4 lines unlimited for just $25 a line with 5G access included. That's right, unlimited and nationwide 5G for just $25 per line.
40, 45.
Spray, skip, step, swipe, left, spin, dry, snap, and still fresh. Move, 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 and still fresh. The great ultimate freshness activated. We are in it for change. In it because we're relentless. We love this game. WNBA, we're in it for good. Saturday at 2 on ESPN2 and 3 on ABC.
키보드도 나도 하나 사야 되나? 아 유튜브 영상 각 나왔지요. 자 유튜브 영상 하나 만들고.
Original Gorilla Glue, of course, works indoor, works outdoor. It's weatherproof, it's waterproof, it's versatile, and incredibly strong for the toughest jobs on planet Earth.
음악을 좀 끄고.
Do you consider yourself a hero?
아 좋아요와 구독 부탁드리면 이번에 해볼 것은 이번에 해볼 것은
Welcome back everyone. The NBA restarted.
이번에 해볼
Body
것은
language sometimes speaks
이번에
volumes.
해볼 것은 아 그렇지요 그렇죠 254를 찍을 차례이지요.
Negative vibes or disappointing vibes right there too. The Pelicans right now are looking up at a couple of teams, San Antonio and Portland, in the standings to finish in that 8th or even 9th playoff.
이제 0.27% 남았는데요. 실질적으로는 그렇게 오래 안 걸릴 것 같습니다. 아닙니다. 잘하면 오래 걸릴 수도 있을 것 같습니다. 5분 안에 끝날 거라고 생각했는데 잘하면은 좀 더 걸리겠네요.
Expectations. You're not going to get the initial move. You're going to have to do something.
전통 측정하는 옵션 창이 있어요. 아니면 반칙 기회도 반갑습니다. 오늘도 좋은 하루 되시고. 지금은 1위와의 격차가 점점 벌어지고 있어가지고 3천억 정도 차이 났었던 것 같은데 이제 4천억대로 벌어진 것 같은데 원래 3천억 정도였거든요. 4천억으로 벌어졌어. 더 벌어졌어. 최초부터.
I love that the team was just reacting to the hustle. They feel different off this last break, so look at them fly over that back line. But I love his teammates' reaction. You're going to have to manufacture your own energy here. We're seeing that from the bench time and time again.
Manufacturers of offense. Baseline holiday. Right at the end of the shot. Gets backed up by
There's going to be great urgency in the remainder of this game. You've got 17 minutes. You're the Pelicans. This win is what Malik was talking about from Alvin Gentry.
이거 한 10분 걸리겠다. 5분도 안 걸릴 줄 알았어. 10분 걸리겠어.
Exactly right. You've got
또
to
길어지네.
put it behind you. It's always got to be next play, particularly now, Mark. You know, your postseason lines are on.
오늘 책상하고 의자를 바꿨더니 샀거든요. 그래서 이제 선 정리하고 이것저것 하느라고 키보드 닦고 막 그랬거든요. 물이 들어갔네. 그래가지고 잘 안 돼.
Who's first to the basketball? Every loose ball right now. It's going in Memphis' favor.
With a tough lefty reverse. Valanciunas kept it alive. The Grizzlies squared it.
It's not scored it. I do believe this team gets energy.
이제 0.13% 남았네요. 정확히 경험치는 12억 정도 남았습니다. 맞나요? 12.
And the bench is enjoying it. They can enjoy John
아, 아닌
Ryan
것 같습니다.
jumping over
15억
that
정도.
baseline advertisement board, or whatever you want to call it.
13-2 Memphis Bronx.
아, 현재, 나는 예전에 아직 몸에 배겨 있어서 그런지 그게 좀 더 편한 거 같아. 시간 조금 지나보면 알게 되겠지.
누구요? 태영호님 후원 1000원 사모는 영어로. 좋습니다. 좋습니다.
아, 1000원 후원 고맙습니다. 감사합니다. 감사합니다. 자, 1위와의 격차에 이제 레벨은 맞춰서 경험치 차이가 나기 시작하는 것이죠.
And just up out of the last break, there was more energy. Watch shot go over the top. And then watch the fun he has coming back. His teammates are having a good time. And he's like, look how graceful I am. Be a ballerina.
One of those girls is that team was working with back in their home in Memphis, done that year. With the floater inside out the
자, 이제 0.08% 남았는데요.
case was wide open. They couldn't find it. Anderson again working coming to the game.
이제 레버업 한번 해보도록 하겠습니다.
That's the big double team. Good help. Down to three. Josh Hart from the
Well, they needed that. They needed that. Because right now it feels like one team is giving great effort to eventually against the Memphis Grizzlies. There was yet another late top shot by New Orleans.
키가 안 올려. 지나가면서 떨어지네.
In that position, just nice and soft for their teammates to go finish with it.
against Josh Hart.
Grizzlies working hard, but New Orleans able to come up with a couple of buckets in a row. Josh finally sees
아,
the
이제
shot clock
0.01%
and let this thing fly.
남았는데요.
And belly. Dylan Brooks gets backdoored by Drew Holiday.
지금 타이밍이 오면 안 되는데.
Grizzlies ball slid out of bounds with 2:22 to go. Holiday going to take a rebound. Early minutes in the fourth quarter is played as well. Grayson Allen
아, 이것으로 254 레벨업을 해보았습니다. 아직 안 했나요?
Jackson's going to be running
254 레벨
forward to the rim, and Jaren Jackson Jr.
이 되었습니다. 마지막으로 뭐 더 궁금하신 사항이 있으십니까?
We've seen some high wire, high act finishes by Jackson Hayes. This might have been one of them, if not for Jaren Jackson.
This guy's got big time athleticism. Jackson Hayes. It's taken him a while to sort of adjust to the speed of the game, but there's
이거
a
필요
lot to
없잖아.
like about this young man at the free throw line.
레벨업하면 좋은 거네.
Played at Texas.
누구요? 태영호님 후원 5000원 사모는 영어로. 좋습니다. 좋습니다. 네버 축하드려요.
아, 5,000원 후원 고맙습니다.
우와.
아, 또 5,000원 후원 고맙습니다. 감사합니다. 아, 더 궁금하신 점이 없다면은, 자석펫은 사야죠. 자석펫 사야죠. 나오는 가격이고요. 그때 생각해보면 될 것
김영욱님
같습니다.
별풍선 1개 사모는 영어로. 좋습니다. 좋습니다.
한 개 팽가이 고맙습니다. 35개 팽가이 고맙습니다. 궁금하신 사항 없으면 영상 이걸로 맞춰도 괜찮겠습니까? 말레군 275까지입니다.
35개 사모는 영어로. 좋습니다. 좋습니다.
아직 예정된 게 없습니다. 수령은 1,500만으로 나와있는데요. 버프가까지는 1,000만원 되는 것이고, 후원 2,800원 고맙습니다. 254의 경험치 1억 3,600 1억 3,067억 뭐라는 거야? 1초 67억이요. 아니지 1억 1조 3,671억. 아 그렇죠 그렇죠. 처음을 1조로 읽어야 됐는데 1억으로 읽으니까 나도 이상하게 생각하니까 꼬이네. 드랍 220에 R 100이면은 네네 부주 있습니다. 더 궁금하신 점이 이제 없으시다면은 영상을 종료해도 괜찮겠습니까? 네네 24시간 구조와 함께하고 있습니다. 그렇다면은 이것으로 영상을 종료해 보도록 하겠습니다. 마지막 인트로 한번 보고 가자고요. 알겠습니다.
It's not easy on a coach. It's not easy on a coach. Let's check out remarkably
마이크 안 들렸습니까? 여태까지 잠시만 기다려 보십시오.
Teammates around the league. That deceleration.
he started in third and finished in second. I think you just see the two steps able because of some strength to absorb the contact from Josh Farms and frustrated by Pickens overall.
Brooks brought them back with some hot shooting. These teams looking for their first win here in Orlando.
chicken and grits. You want something super spicy or now chicken sandwich, crispy or spicy. Let's be real. You gotta get those 20 spicy nuggets. Only every Head and shoulders stop the plates for 72 hours. That's enough time for log roll, for cheese, and the sea praise for your log roll and nuggets. Log workout plates. Stay plate free for 72. What you do is up to you. Measure shot. Give us high eating. Sunday Night Baseball on ESPN. Need to recap the game? Just tell Siri, FaceTime Dad.
जहर की गोली को मीठा करती है। अब दुख अब लोगों ने खोल निकाले। कर्म यात्रा पर चले मर गए हैं।
We've got a great fourth quarter brand. Light on his feet.
मर गए हैं लोग कहते हैं प्रभु के प्यारे हो गए। प्रभु का कभी उन्होंने नाम नहीं लिया। प्रभु को उन्होंने कभी प्रेम नहीं किया। और अब मर गए हैं तो प्रभु के प्यारे हो गए।
To the Sunday Showcase on a beautiful April Sunday afternoon in New York City. A sellout crowd on Easter Sunday at Madison Square Garden. And a huge game for both the Knicks and the Bulls. Chicago trying to stay atop
오늘 하루 종일 싸움 주제는 그건가 보다.
Miami down the stretch of the regular season. The Knicks, meanwhile, fighting for their playoff lives in one of the final spots in the Eastern Conference. With 2.5 weeks to go in the regular season. And what a wonderful sight for the Bulls and their fans. Derrick Rose is back. After missing the past 12 games with the strained groin, in uniform, in the starting lineup for Tom Thibodeau and the Chicago Bulls. Good afternoon, everyone. With Jeff Van Gundy, Mike Green on hand, Doris Burke with us as well. It is a great sight to see the reigning MVP back. And it's amazing what the Chicago Bulls have been able to accomplish without him. He's missed 22 games this year. Luol Deng, their all-star, he's missed 9. Rip Hamilton's missed over 30. Yet they have the best record in the NBA. How's it done?
Well, it starts with discipline, defense, and depth. The Bulls have all of those to add into that. They're the best rebounding team in the NBA. And even though you missed Rose, you were able to hold the fort without him. They need him back, though, to make a deep playoff run.
Off for the Knicks. Their season has really been a roller coaster ride. One thing that's remained constant, slowly but surely, is the
갈게요.
Arguably, in these last 13 games, they've become the best defensive team in the NBA. Statistically, it says it, and you watch them on the floor. They're working together. They're all being orchestrated in the back line by Tyson Chandler, who is doing a tremendous job in changing the culture of this team into a defensive-oriented.
Chandler has taken that championship defense from Dallas to his first year in New York, and what a difference he has made. As we look at our starting lineups for this afternoon, brought to you by Taco Bell. And this starting five, the expected starting five, it's only the 11th time this season they've started games together. So many injuries for the Chicago Bulls, yet still the great record. And for the Knicks, they've had certainly their share of injuries as well. Amari Stoudemire, Jeremy Lin still out. So Carmelo Anthony plays the power forward. Landry Fields the 3. The rookie Iman Shumpert the 2. And the veteran Baron Davis now running the show. Head coach Mike Woodson, who is 10-3.
늦었잖아.
As head coach.
경고사입니다.
Spanish language version of today's game presented by ESPN Deportes. Use the SAP button on your television. Knicks have won 7 straight here at Madison Square Garden, or a game over 500.
아닙니다. 제가 있군요.
It's just nice to see this guy back in the court, Derrick Rose. I don't think it kills anybody more to sit on the bench than Derrick Rose, Jeff.
No, I mean, he loves the games.
여기가 경포라고. 오케이.
They were good
그렇죠,
without him,
그렇죠.
but the
제가
only
있지,
chance they have to
경포
beat
제가 있지.
कितना शान,
Hamilton, Dang,
कितना प्रसादपूर्ण, पसीने का हो भी क्यों नहीं?
April and May.
अभी फैमिली इंग्लैंड होके
A rough start to the season. Earlier this year here at the Garden. the last 6 games, averaging almost 28 a game, 8 rebounds a game. He's playing some of his best all-around basketball.
Well, I think a couple things have been lost in the analyzation of Anthony. When he was playing as the starting three early in the year, they were playing without a point guard or a true point guard. And now he's moved to the 4. They've gotten better point guard play. And they're able to spread the floor more as he knocks in a three.
아 고맙습니다 100개 후원.
They're always cross-matched because he guards a big, but the Bulls want Dang on him. So in transition, there's a lot of confusion with this sort of thing, and that's how he's able to get open for those type of transition threes.
Have been shooting under 40% for a good portion of the year. So low for him. Not recent. Knicks forced the turnover. They're number 1 in the NBA in forcing turnovers. Shumpert, pretty good. And how about this start for New York? They're up 7-0.
Tremendous ball pressure by the Knicks in the first couple minutes of this game.
Needless to say, Tom Thibodeau not quite pleased with his team's start as this line of defense continues to start this one.
Well, you look here, forcing the ball to the baseline, switch by Anthony, forces the turnover, ignites the transition break, Shumpert avoids the contact, and finishes.
Knicks with a quick 7-0 start. This is Mike Woodson on.
Hey, look, nobody comes in the ground for us the way it is. Nobody. Come on down, let's go.
Rudy action here. Nobody comes into our house. Very proud of the Jets since he's taken over. Of course, had 6 years in Atlanta. Every year they got better. The last couple of years they lost in the second round. He didn't like that he was let go there. Didn't finish the job, he said, as the Knicks come up forcing another turnover. Nice pass, Shumpert. Davis layup won't go. And Boozer the rebound.
Usually the Bulls are a low turnover team, but the Knicks play with such great intensity right now. Quickness that they really force them to do a lot of mistakes.
아 저 내일 예비군 가요. 그래서 오늘은 밤까지만 할 것 같고 그다음에 부모님한테 패스하고 부모님한테 패스하고 또 부모님한테 패스하고 하지 않을까 생각 중이긴 합니다.
Listen, as a wing defender,
상황을 봐야 될 것
Shumpert needs to
같습니다.
take a back seat to no one right now in this league.
Luol Deng throws up an air ball, had to shoot it with the shot clock expiring, and it does. So a 24-second violation. Excellent Knick defense to start. And just what you
아
said at the
예비군
top of the
6년차라서
telecast,
이번만 가면 끝인지 아니면 다음 번도 있는지 잘 모르겠는데 이번 아니면 다음 번.
And again, they're playing with more quickness on the floor. Stoudemire, who's an outstanding offensive player.
아 제가 나이는
and
이래
Henry's a very
보여도
good offensive player.
아 뭐라는 거예요?
Their
겉으로는 이래
strength, not
보여도 마음은
defense, as Anthony
20살이고
hits another pull-up.
그래서 예비군
And
갔다
they've
와야지.
been replaced in the lineup by more speed, quickness, and tenacity.
but you also feel the defense, it wasn't just the last couple of weeks. They've been improving defensively all season long.
No question.
As Hamilton fouled, count it, and one.
What happens when there's change is that everyone wants to denigrate the coach that comes before. And Mike D'Antoni did a very good job. Mike Woodson's a different coach. He's going to coach to his personality just like Mike D'Antoni successfully coached to his. So they were making strides defensively. To me, they're much better now offensively.
아 이거 의자가 있으면 막상 편할 줄 알았는데 은근히 불편하네
And
이거.
Anthony every night has an advantage because he's playing at the floor.
Mike Woodson has said as they lob it into
아이고 안쪽으로 안 오지.
Beautiful pass from Davis. And
그러니까
Tyson
의자와
Chandler, who
의자
leads the
간격이
NBA in field goal percentage because those are a lot of his shots. Able to slam it home.
And look at Shumpert's effort on the ball against Rose. Just tremendous. And Davis is strong enough to guard two guys.
Hamilton misses. Chandler the rebound. Quick outlet. Dangerous pass. And Rose able to deflect it. Dang spots up for three. Hamilton the
의자
rebound.
30만 원.
Back out to Luol Deng. Stripped and stolen by Carmelo Anthony.
아 저 CDD 의자거든요. 이거
Anthony
혹시
to the trailer.
앉아 있는 데
Fields
있잖아요.
lays it in. And the Knicks with a
쿠션 그거
terrific
앞으로 못
start, up by
당기나요?
10. And a
좀 앞으로 더 갔으면 좋겠네요.
already called by Tom Thibodeau. What a a start for the Knicks. 6 of 7 from the field and some excellent defense at the other end.
Again, another tremendous defensive play that led to a transition opportunity. Carmelo Anthony finds the cutting Landry Fields, and off the
그렇습니다.
pick and
척척
roll,
고정은 어떻게 하나요?
great lob,
나
great
불편한데.
rotation by the Bulls. Knicks rolling by 10.
척척 고정 어떻게 합니까? 나 불편한데 이게
Carmelo
요즘.
Anthony in the best stretch he's had in his brief time with the Knicks, including last year in terms of playing both
We've
ends of
learned
the
to
floor,
savor the
rebounding,
moments
defending.
that were
Now
always
he's
there.
playing the 4, and that has some benefits for the Knicks, Jeff.
This video is brought to you by...
We've all been brought up with the fact that good timing equals playing in time, and in time is easily measurable with the click of a metronome. And we gotta keep our playing to the grid of the old unforgiving metronome. It's the device that brings our playing and rhythm to perfection. Or is it? Recently I was listening to some good old Jimi Hendrix when I noticed something peculiar in the song Bold as Love. Let's have a listen.
Anger, he smiles, towering, shiny metallic purple armor, green.
So here on screen we see the waveform of the song. It's a beautiful song. It's 2 steps up because of the obvious reasons, but it sounds beautiful. One thing I couldn't help but notice was that it was speeding up and slowing down just a bit. It didn't bother me at all by any means, but I wondered what happened if we put a metronome to this track. So with this app I can just tap the tempo and we should be good.
Anger, he smiles, towering, shiny metallic purple armor, green jealousy, anything waits behind him. Her fiery green gown sneers at the grassy ground. Blue are the life-giving waters taken for granted. They quietly understand.
It clearly didn't work. The tempo of the song is going all over the place. But what we can do is actually make it visible and see how much the tempo is actually fluctuating by automating the metronome to accommodate the tempo change. So I made sure every first beat of the song landed exactly on the beat. So this is bar 1, bar 2, bar 3, and just made sure each beat was on that spot. We can do so by dragging up or down the tempo. So it starts at 127 BPM, as we can see over here. Let's enable the metronome.
Anger, he smiles, towering.
You see, and so far so good, it's still 127. But now, you see that the BPM is going up from 127 to 130.
Shiny metallic purple armor.
That way, this note falls on beat 1 of bar 4 in this case.
Shiny metallic purple armor, green jealousy, anything waits
Then it's slowly decreasing again.
fiery green gown sneers at the grassy ground. Blue are the life-giving water.
But there, all of a sudden, when the band comes in, it jumps from, well, 129 to 137. That's almost 10 BPM faster.
The ground. Blue are the life-giving waters taken for granted. They quietly understand. What's happened to turquoise armies lay opposite
Now.
ready, but wonder why the fight is on. But there are.
So the breakdown just before the chorus is super slow. It starts at 132 instead of 146. So that bar with the triplets, da 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 ka, that's way too slow. It's played way too slow. Now we clearly see Jimmy speeds up and he slows down a little bit again. I've been told to practice with a metronome all the time. Also, I was rushing when I was studying guitar, and it took me years to develop a steady groove. Wait, but now I'm confused. I've never heard anyone say anything bad about Jimi Hendrix, so why did nobody ever said he had bad timing? Well, because he didn't. I dare to bet that no one ever said about the song Bold as Love, yeah, it's a good tune, but too bad Hendrix the intro. So, what's happening then? Back in the days, and I mean before computers, when music was recorded, people just started playing. They had their own rhythms and not a computer telling them how fast everything should be. And that resulted into fluctuations in tempo, speeding up, slowing down, all because it feels more natural to the player that way. Usually when listening to all their songs, let's say Led Zeppelin, AC/DC for example, the verses would be in a certain tempo and the choruses would speed up a little. So here's the song Highway to Hell for example. It started out pretty moderately at 113, and it stays around 115, 114 pretty much all the time till we go to the chorus. It's just very natural to us. When it gets more exciting, like choruses usually are, we just increase the tempo a little bit. In the song Ball is Love, it becomes louder in the chorus, for example, but also when the band comes in, it becomes a little bit faster, just hitting you in the face. Another example of this is the song Little Wayne. Do you see all the fluctuations in tempo? Let's see. See, it's a sort of saw wave. It goes up, it goes down. The intro, there's a huge spike. And it's all about groove, playing in the pocket. Timing is not being able to play everything exactly on the beats. It's about feeling the beats and playing to it and not on it per se. This question on Reddit hits the nail on the head, if you ask me, where someone asks, how does Hendrix playing sound so relaxed and in the groove or in the pocket? And the answer that's given is, I think part of it is that Jimmy wasn't always playing perfectly in the pocket. However, he was always perfectly in his pocket. He will subtly stretch or compress time and even ride the back side of the beat, which gives it a very relaxed feel. And that's exactly what we saw with Ball is Love, with Little. And I bet you can do the same with every song he ever recorded. Drummers that groove the most aren't the ones that perfectly divide a bar into 8 exactly the same notes when you're playing 8 notes. Here's a clip of Questlove talking about the most liberating moment he ever had.
Oh, so all this pleasing my father, being perfect, I can now
Do you hear how the accents are totally off to the click? If you would, you probably could get it spot on, but it doesn't always sound better. Often it's too sterile, and it's no different for guitarists, and that's exactly what Hendrix was doing. And that makes me wonder, is that what's lacking in so many music nowadays? And why is that? Some say the music is ruined by the grid, recording with a click and one time. The grid came to life and music was recorded on computers instead of on tape. This allowed for a more mathematical approach to recording music. If everyone in the band played to the grid, which basically is a metronome beeping in the musician's ears, all the recorded parts would align automatically, perfectly. No need to play together, making recording much easier. First you do the drums, then the bass, then the guitars, then the vocals, and there you have it. Your full band's performance, all perfectly aligned to the metronome. And now it makes a total sense to me why I practiced with a metronome all these years. Exactly for this reason. When you're going to a studio, you're going to totally mess up if you've never played with a click, and it's pretty difficult when you play it for the first time. Luckily, punching in to fix an error in your track could be easily achieved. Just track 2 bars again, where you made a little mistake, and well, there you have it. You know what, why not copy the 3rd chorus to the 4th chorus? It's all the same, it doesn't matter. Look, here's a little mistake. This note doesn't fall on the grid precisely, so you know what, let's just slide it. Wow, so now it falls perfectly on the beat. Okay, that's nice. You know what, why not just select the entire thing and just quantize the shit out of everything. Now we got the perfect recording. It's perfect in a visual way, but not in a musical way. Perfection will be that you feel the musician coming through the notes that they're playing. It's an interpretation, it's their way of communicating what they have to say, and timing and rhythm is an expression a musician can use to get the desired effect they want. When you take out these elements, you just killed something in a recording, and please let nobody ever tell you that you have to play perfectly in order to make it sound good. Where do we find that kind of playing nowadays? The gritty, rough character of Page, of Young, of Mabe, of Hendrix. Is it really something that got lost forever? Is everything too sterile and too perfect? Is the life squeezed out of the recording by just quantizing everything? So here's a modern day take on this. So this is the song Stronger Now in Broken Places by Joe Bonamassa, and we can see the entire song is played in 63 BPM, and it falls exactly on the grid every time. It doesn't matter where I play. So if you don't like the intro, move it everywhere. And mix it on this to here.
A lot of it is the defense of Shumpert. The quick hands, the strength, the tenacity. Here he works his way to the free throw line. But when your matchup is Shumpert,
Why not play this song without a click? To me, it makes no sense playing a song just guitar and vocals to a metronome. Well, I feel like we've been listening so much to perfection in the modern era of music that if something sounds a bit off in a recording, it would stand out so much that it would never make the record. And even if it does, it would never make the radio. Even live performances get fixed and polished into absurdity. Watching Hendrix on Woodstock, all the rough edges made you feel the necessity of the music. The delivery was a big part of the message shown on stage. Today we are used to singing competitions with auto-tune. Doesn't that say it all? So is the metronome a useless tool then? Well, absolutely not. I would still advise anyone wanting to improve their timing to practice with a metronome. And I feel like we gotta make a distinction between the grid and a metronome. You can play natural with a metronome, sure. The same thing you can play natural with a drummer, because he can be your metronome. If you're new to this, it may feel a little bit restrained by it at the beginning, but that's easily fixed by just doing it a lot. Hendrix sped up and slowed down, but if he would be playing to a metronome, he would still add these artistic expressions to his playing. The rhythms, the feels, making it still sound like Jimi Hendrix. But what's dangerous is the over-perfectionizing or the quantizing of music. It takes the human element out of it, and it's the lazy approach, to be honest. It's fake and it's not authentic or genuine. So please, producers of modern-day pop songs, future guitar heroes, listen to some Hendrix, Zeppelin and AC/DC before writing or recording your next hit, and accept that these imperfections or human performances just exist and leave them be. For the next generation of music that accepts musicians for who they are, humans, and not robots. So anyway, this video will probably be claimed for playing some parts of Hendrix songs, meaning that I will make nothing with this video. And that's why I like to thank my patrons over at patreon.com/PaulDavids for making this video possible. It's because of them I don't have to worry about these things anymore. So, thank you so much, and please consider joining. Links below. Have a lovely day. Gently hit that like button if you learn anything, or if you feel inspired by this video. I hope you do. Leave your thoughts below, and have a wonderful day.
get surgery, sit out. They would have been without Dang and Rose and in a whole heap of trouble.
사야지. 실질적으로는 내가 뽑는 게 낫지 않나? 캐시가 없단 말이지.
Yo, this is one of my favorite videos I've made in a while. Maybe you'll think it's not as cool as I do, but maybe you'll think it's really cool. Who knows? Let's find out. Today my mission is simple, to reverse engineer a reverse delay guitar solo. Now I think the most famous reverse delay guitar solo is Castles Made of Sand by Jimi Hendrix. You may disagree. If you do, that's okay. Leave a comment down below. I'd love to check out more reverse guitar delay solos, reverse delay guitar solos, because honestly I can't think of that many off the top of my head, so please leave your recommendations. Now I made a video on reverse delay already, kind of detailing the effects, so if you want to watch that, please go do so. This is going to be essentially trying to discover if you actually can copy note for note, rhythm for rhythm, a reverse delay guitar solo. Jimi Hendrix didn't use a guitar pedal, he literally played a guitar solo and then reversed that tape in order to achieve the reverse guitar effect. When people cover Jimi Hendrix solos that are in reverse, they just play the reverse melody, but they're obviously not playing in reverse. This is getting confusing. Let me show you my screen and show you what I'm going to do, and I'm going to try a couple different methods to recreate this solo as closely as I can. The first little mountain I had to climb was the fact that this song is not only down tuned a half step, but it's also slightly out of tune from there due to its tape recording. So here is the sound of a section. So that's harping on an F sharp. Let me show you, it's slightly out. See, I'm like bending a micro bend to reach that. So that means that this recording, in order for me to kind of go note for note and match the solo, I'd like it to be in tune with my guitar, so I'm going to use a pitch correction tool, and this recording just needs to come down a little flatter. You saw the amount I bent it, so we're gonna move cent by cent until we get on pitch with each other. That sounds about right, and we're only looking at the bass. The guitar is going to be a little wonky with this tool, but I was checking the bass. That way when we reverse it, we'll be closer to the original as far as the pitch goes. So now that that's done, we are actually going to reverse this reverse guitar solo, because as we know, Jimmy reversed his forward guitar solo in order to achieve this sound. So if logic works, we should be able to just reverse this audio clip and we should hear what Jimmy actually played in real life in reverse. Now we should hear, among other things, what Jimmy was playing in the studio. I should also mention it's going to start from the end of the solo, so this is interesting. The guitar solo that you hear on Castles Made of Sand, he's playing the end of the solo first. So I don't know if he realized that when he was recording this, but he's going to start this guitar solo like this. What was that note? Something like that, even though that's what ends up ending the solo. So, now that we have that context. That is so interesting. I can totally hear the Jimi Hendrixisms with that. He was just using that pentatonic. He's doing that. You heard that little piece in there. You never would have realized that's the lick that he was playing. But it totally checks out, and I feel like I'm hearing a little piece of Jimi Hendrix's guitar playing that nobody's ever heard before. It feels kind of creepy and cool. So now that we understand what we have to do, I'm going to go phrase by phrase and try and work out this solo. The other difficult thing is I don't think they're playing to a metronome, so I got the tempo as close as I could. I've already recorded my own backing track for this song when we eventually record the solo that I come up with, but it's going to be difficult because I have to like memorize this already really weird and sporadic solo and then put it into musical context with a click. So I'm going to do my best, but this is already really fun. Alright, so it sounds like he's going. That sounds like Jimmy. All right, let's keep going. I'm learning a new Jimi Hendrix solo. This is crazy. Okay, that. This is so hard to figure out the timing on these phrases. The phrases themselves are pretty straightforward, but the timing has always been the hardest part about learning any Jimi Hendrix solo. Is he has such unique melodic rhythm, and where he places certain phrases as like kind of opposite where I might emphasize a certain note. Alright, I got all the phrases down. Now it's just a matter of playing them perfectly in time. Otherwise, the guitar solo is just not going to sound correct. Alright, so I think I have it memorized. I really don't know if he was playing over anything because there doesn't seem to be any indication of a downbeat in this solo. It's just super random. I almost think he was sitting in the studio with just his guitar and the amp and he was like, roll the tape. Alright, let's reverse that. And that's all there was to it. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm not going to really play this to a metronome. I'm just going to play it, I think, as close as I can get it with the tempo in my head. We'll see if it matches up. Okay, let's reverse it and see what it sounds like on its own. Whoa, that sounds pretty similar to the intro. Oh, this is cool. Oh man, that, I'm like crying. I don't know why this is so cool to me. Okay, let me just put it over. I don't know if it's gonna sync up. Yeah, I think it might be too long, it might be right on, I don't know. I'm just gonna throw it into the track that I created and we'll see where it fits in. I think I understand where a couple of the nuances are, so let me try and record the solo one more time and then reverse it and kind of accentuate a couple parts that I think will maybe push it even closer towards the real thing. So the main couple parts that I changed were really getting this part. I think that's really an important phrase to keep tight, and then this ending part, because this is actually the intro where it's like does that kind of thing where it's like it's so cool how this, it's like, you know, that intro of this solo is so iconic and so badass. Alright, I'm gonna throw this solo on over top of a backing track that I play, and we'll see what we come up with.
Well, this was a fun experiment, to say the least. Maybe you don't think it's as cool as I do. I am a total Hendrix nerd, so this was like listening to new Hendrix for me, weirdly. I hope this gives you a little inspiration to experiment in your free time. Always be pioneering and trying to do something new. That's what Hendrix is all about. That's why he's my favorite guitar player, because he's always pushing the envelope and moving things forward. So maybe the next Jimi Hendrix is out there somewhere. Who
frankly,
Maybe.
Howard's actions
It's you. Until I meet you.
and play.
Keep
나
shredding.
아이템이 없어요. 나 진짜 원킬 못 내. 시간 없어. 지금 원킬 안 날 확률 100%. 이걸 뭔 소리야 못 보더라지. 원킬 안 날 확률 100%지. 원킬 안 날 확률 100%. 아이템을 사야 되는데 아이템
Should
생각이
he tell
없어.
the truth or not? That's going to be debated. I mean,
그럼
really,
1000만 원
is that
올려야 될 것 같아.
where we're at with sports journalism, then why even
1000만
ask
원을
these
뭔
guys
소리로
the
올리냐.
question? And also,
1000만 원 올려야 될 것 같아. 1000만 원 올려야 될 것 같은데. 저는 22cm 게다가 비싸다고 생각합니다.
the whole point
일단은 생각 중이에요. 아이템으로 따지고 보면 보조 무기야.
Jimi Hendrix's habits are among the best habits to integrate into your guitar playing. Probably the habits that I have adapted most out of any guitar player. I've taken the most influence probably from Jimi Hendrix. And that probably goes without saying for a lot of guitar players. He was the best ever, after all. So in this lesson, I'm going to break down exactly what makes Hendrix so monumentally influential to so many of us. He kind of broke new ground in a lot of different ways, both on the lead guitar and rhythm guitar side of things. So I'm going to go deep in depth on both of those aspects of guitar playing. But I just want to remind you, in case this is your first time seeing one of these habits videos, I'm not going after the exact licks that Jimi Hendrix would play, or I'm not chasing his tone. Nobody can sound like these guitar legends except themselves. But with that said, in this specific lesson, I did actually try and get a pretty close tone to what Hendrix would use, just because I love Jimi Hendrix. He might be my favorite guitar player of all time. I have a picture of him hanging right there, and I think a lot of people really like his tone and can build from it. So if you're interested in what I am using right now, I've got this Universal Audio Hollow Twin, and I'm running these Marshall JMP Plexi, which Jimi Hendrix used a lot, at least live, so I'm going to have that aspect of his tone going on. I also have a little pedal board here with a tuner, a Crybaby wah. I actually think he used a Vox wah, but hey, I need a wah if I'm playing Hendrix stuff. And also a La Machine, which is kind of like a fuzz face, but a little more modern sounding. Again, I'm not going after his tone exactly, but it's a little bit easier to tease out some of the habits of these guitar players when I'm close enough to their tone. So let's start with some of the rhythm stuff that Hendrix would do. As you heard there in that little intro, I kind of blended Little Wing and Wind Cries Mary. These things that Jimi Hendrix does, it kind of emulates a piano. He has these flourishes. Hendrix would take a normal chord progression like this.
섀도우 입술, 팬텀 아케인,
Change it to something like
앰프
this.
아케인. 템 맞출도 다 있어. 템 맞출도 다 있어. 템이 없어. 나는 솔직히 말해서 비싸봐야 한 170억 정도 생각했거든.
So as you can hear, a lot more going on there.
220억이 이렇게
It's
팔리더라고.
fuller, it is
나는 170억
flourishing, it's just more interesting. And he was singing over the top of that, so you can imagine the type of effect that had when he was the first one to really do this kind of thing in a pop rock in the 60s. That's what it was, really. Context. So, this is the complete breakdown of what Jimi Hendrix was doing. Some of you have been following me for a while know exactly what I'm about to say. Jimi Hendrix relied completely, whether he knew it or not, on triads. This is a triad. This is a triad. This is a triad. These are triads. So all the stuff he was doing was based on triads. Major or minor was his preference, and he would use his thumb. This is another element of his guitar playing that a lot of guitar players have adapted, using his thumb as a bass note. So he had this claw approach, really popular with guitar players with big hands. The thumb kind of just tends to roll over there, and he was like, hey, well, I might as well use it for the bass. And that would also be conducive for these little flourishes. If you're noticing, my hand is hardly even moving at all. I'm doing all this stuff. still got that bass note with my thumb. So this was his kind of position that he would ride up and down the neck, and it was all the action in primarily the ring and pinky finger. So triads are extremely important. You can learn all about triads, all different inversions and positions on all the string sets in my course, Guitar Super System, which is linked down in the description below. And triads are definitely the most foundational, fundamental part of all music, and I go in depth in that course, so check it out if you're interested. And I'm going to show you basically a snippet of one of Hendrix's songs. We'll stick to When Cries Mary, and I'll show you exactly what he was doing with these triads and where they impact his playing. So here's a regular F bar chord. You can also play it like this if you want to, but Hendrix would do it this way. Certainly a thumb habit. So we have root, major third, fifth. That is a major triad root position. And then we've got a third, fifth, root. So the third on top, that means it's the first inversion triad. So this whole riff here is built off of two triads. In between those triads, Hendrix is drawing from the F major scale. So we have this triad, and we have this triad, and you can see where the riff comes from. From the F major scale, otherwise it's a triad. So these two little fills. So it's really right down that scale. So that's what's called a double stop, and there's two notes kind of barred and ringing at the same time. This is all able to happen from this claw grip and the triad approach, because all these notes ringing together will usually sound good. You can try to steal items in Legends of Olympus, which is obviously cheating. Able to move, say I move up here to the C. That seems like an obvious statement. It's the same concept. Of course, that was kind of a minor element. Actually get items for free from shops. But it's the same exact concept, just this bar shape. So you can take it to major. It's the same thing. And this approach would extend into his lead stuff as well. So we have here an F, and then we have that same riff. So it's the same ideas happening, but in a lead context. Pretty awesome. It's almost like if his rhythm guitar playing was lead guitar playing. So triad arpeggios are also really helpful for understanding the kind of roadmap for integrating this type of approach into your rhythm and lead guitar playing. That's not something we're saying. So if you want to play rhythm guitar like Hendrix, you definitely need to learn your triad shapes, and that stuff is all available in my course, Guitar Super System, linked in the description. So, moving on from this rhythm stuff into a little bit more crazy blues stuff that Hendrix is known for, I'll kick on a little bit of this Octavia style fuzz. You know that really satisfying bend from D to E on the 15th fret that we all love to play? Hendrix pretty much invented that. Obviously, I'm being a little dramatic. He didn't invent a note, but he might as well have. I think of Hendrix every time I hit that screaming bend. So I think that the key to Hendrix's lead stuff, we'll get into a little bit of the theory side of stuff, but really the attitude that he has. I've read a lot of interviews and people's accounts of meeting Jimi Hendrix where they said he was like timid and shy, but when he got on stage, he transformed into this like mutant guitar god, and it really shows in his guitar playing. So perfect bending technique with angry, erratic vibrato, I think was definitely a trait of his, a habit, and he obviously had his thumb over the neck, again, when he would do his bend. So So Hendrix's bending technique was heavily reliant on this claw grip again, and he would use this thumb here. If you can see, I will zoom it in for you. This is the kind of anchor for the ring finger, which is typically his bending finger. So he would get the pitch up there, and then start the vibrato. And then kick on that fuzz. That's where the attitude comes in. So if you notice, there was a little technique in there. Let's take the E minor pentatonic scale. That was one of Jimmy's favorite positions and keys. Or E flat, depending if he was down a half step. But he would take, let's say we're in this E minor tonality, and we take the D flat, which is the 14th fret of the B string, and bend it up a half step, again using this claw grip. And at the same time, we are catching with our ring finger the G string on the 14th fret and bringing it down at the top of the pitch, so it's something like this. So here's another look. Focus on the G and D string of the 14th fret. You can do this anywhere. Say you're in the B pentatonic. How about F sharp? And of course the exclamation on that phrase that I kind of intuitively did just because it's so ingrained in me. That's a very Hendrixy little move. So we will move on to the Hendrix chord. I have to mention that, right? This is just a sharp 9 chord that Hendrix apparently invented. I don't actually know the story behind this. Maybe you guys can enlighten me in the comments. But I guess he was the first one to prominently use it. We have a root, major 3rd, flat 7, and then here's the sharp 9. Obviously you'll recognize this from Purple Haze. Whoa, getting a little carried away there. So the Hendrix chord, gotta know that one. I'll end this video in that vein with the wah techniques that Hendrix would use. Of course, he was one of the pioneers of the wah effect. So of course, you know this sound, right? So using just rhythm. Rhythm was really the defining habit that Jimi Hendrix would hone. He was an amazing rhythm guitar player. You have to be if you're a front man like that. Some guys who come to mind, obviously Stevie Ray Vaughan is the guy after Hendrix that I consider the best rhythm guitar player of all time, but Hendrix certainly paved the way for him, and John Mayer afterwards is also an excellent rhythm guitar player. Those three guys kind of fit together. I've done Habits video now on all three of them if you're interested in checking out the others. But the rhythmic elements of Hendrix's guitar playing are really accentuated by effects, notably the wah pedal. So while we have that type of voodoo child style, we also have the machine gun style. That sound is so Hendrixy, so we've got this bend. and he pulls the mouth back at this very precise moment, like he really is talking through his guitar. So really, that's kind of an innate thing. It's an innate habit of his to really be vocal with his melodies, so it's something that you have to be conscious of. I talked about in my Habits of John Frusciante lesson that it's really difficult to convey and teach melody. The best advice I can give you is just to listen to a lot of, whichever guitar player you're trying to tease out the habits of, and get a sense for what type of melodies they tend to go after. For Hendrix, of course, it was really pentatonic heavy, but it was the accentuations in his effects and his bends that would really give him that defined voice. So guys, those are the habits of Hendrix. I am sure there are more, but those are the ones that I think you can get started with. Understanding triads and really integrating them into your rhythm guitar playing will totally expand the landscape of what you're playing underneath, whether it's vocals or a lead guitar melody. Again, you can learn all about root position, first inversion, second inversion, triads, major, minor, augmented, and diminished, in their arpeggio shapes, and a host of other awesome guitar stuff in my course, Guitar Super System, linked down in the description. We also went over Hendrix's bending habits, his kind of Hendrixy voice that he tends to let out in certain lead situations, and we also went over the effects that he liked to use, wah pedal, fuzz in particular, which would really contribute to his Hendrixy attitude that influenced all of us, whether we know it or not. So I hope you guys enjoyed this video. I had a lot of fun making it. Thanks a lot for watching, and until next time, keep shredding.
Good defense, good rebound by Boozer with an outlet, simple advance pass without the ball touching the floor, and then Dang, where he's at his best. Started off very slowly, picked up his offensive game by making effort plays offensive, energy plays offensive, second shot driving to the net.
How about this? It's back to 8. Knicks lead 27 to 6. Anthony goes right at Boozer. Count it and a foul.
So this
21 first half points for Quan-Bao Anthony. And efficient points as well. He's 8 for 13.
Like Hendrix.
And again, that's a smart play. Attack Carlos Boozer in the pick and roll here. Good screen by Chandler.
Hendrix, right? That sort of
Boozer
style.
giving ground.
Everything.
Doesn't have the same shot blocking ability that Ashik, Noah, and Gibson.
It's a really
Boozer picks up his
awesome tool to work on rhythm guitar playing, right? Rhythm guitar playing gets the gig, but it gets you better at the twofer because it gets you better at
gets that one. It's all sides of the rim before going in. Chandler will rest there.
Really will help in
about a
lead process.
3.5 second difference
rhythm
between
fun
shot
for
clock
us to
and
you
game
guys
clock.
out.
Knicks do
So
not
there's
have a foul
also
to give
something
you.
to do with lead down below. It is a video that is not on YouTube. It's how to play
Shumpert's
over
right in front of him. He's one of those sick individuals who loves to defend. Ball's knocked away. Rose gets it back. Puts it in. Out of
Check
foul.
that out as well. Again,
That's one of the characteristics of Derrick Rose. He never gives up on a play.
My favorite style of it. So I'm going to break down a couple of things that
Attacking, did a good job crossing over Shumpert. Great deflection and just
all right,
bounced
so if
right
you really want to
Rose.
open a purple porthole
one.
to Astroplane Virginia Live, you got to do down a half step. That's like, that's but for the sake of not having to everybody reach in your card, but again, try it. 12, 22 total. And then a lot of this rhythm stuff, this Hendrixy style rhythm stuff, played on the neck, pick up more the position in between
all you want.
or whatever. Now you don't have to have strap, obviously, but any sort of configuration
young
pickup
player
like
like
this,
Shumpert.
or less polished. Try the neck pickup. It really makes it sound
He
good.
really had no chance to go any rhythm
All right.
this year
So,
because of all the various.
here we go. Our trusty A major chord here. Or E.
Shot clock turned off.
It's all of them, just because it's but anyways,
Anthony fakes
so
a
we're
three,
in
now
this
puts it up
E-shaped version
off the mark,
right?
and that will end the first half.
Down.
And the Chicago Bulls
couple
have to be
things that
very
you
pleased
go
with going
up
in the locker room down by 8.
A and
Their
T
returning
string.
star struggled.
Step up.
They trailed by as many as 21.
Now that's
Yet it's only an 8-point game. Meanwhile, for the Knicks, Carmelo Anthony was sensational in that first half. 22 points. And Anthony is with Doris Burke.
Carmelo, in the absence of Amari, you get extended minutes on both ends of the forward
Now,
spot. How does that
knowing
change
that,
your view?
You know, it causes mismatches out there. You know, we get the spread, I get a big out there on the perimeter with me. Downhill the defensive end, I got to guard some of the power forwards, but you know, as long as we work, as long as we communicate on D, I'm not worried
what
about
we
that.
would do
Chicago
is
creeped a lot closer in that second period. How'd they do it?
slide
They did good. We fouled
on
them a
the
lot in that second
seventh
period. We
or
got to keep them
ninth
off the free throw line, stop fouling, and come out in the third quarter the same way we came out for
And
the
then
game.
what I would do is once I got to the A
Yeah, they did take 18 free throws in that first half,
I'm gonna
Doris.
hammer on 'em full
Well,
off.
after the break, Michael
7,
Wilbon,
9,
John
7.
Barry, Chris Broussard, and Larry Johnson with the BlackBerry halftime report.
And then I'm going to come back and I'm going
Afternoon
to go
affair here at Madison Square
7 to
Garden. A
9
sellout
on the
crowd. The Knicks trying to fight for that final playoff spot. Brilliant offensive first half from Carmelo Anthony. But the Bulls only down
Now you
8.
can do the same
Halftime
thing
in New
on
York.
the 2 strings below that. And one of the reasons this really sounds good is you end up hitting the root and the fifth all the time, which are those key chord tones.
NBA Tech Week,
When we're
brought to
playing,
you by
that really
the Cisco
highlight
Intelligent Network.
the notes of the chord, but really cool notes.
Let's take a look at our Tech Week replay. Brought to you by Cisco. First half in New York. Derrick Rose's first came back. Had some problems early
That's
on.
what's really going to
A
help.
lot of it due to the defense of Iman Shumpert.
For that matter.
Strained groin kept them out
But
of the
since
past
it's a
dozen
rhythm
games.
lesson, we
but
can
he
do,
helped.
remember, single string.
The Bulls come back from 21 down to cut it to 8 as
That
we
would
get
be
set to start the third quarter. Aaron Davis
Sliding on
giving it his
7 to
all.
9.
As we welcome you back to a sold-out
Sliding back
Madison
and
Square
forth.
Garden. Knicks
Right
leading
on
the Chicago
7 to 9.
Bulls
Hey.
53-45. That man was spectacular in the first half. And
Do the
all the
same
one
thing on
with
the
Jeff
D,
Van Gundy, Mike
sliding
Green on hand.
7
We'll
to
check in
9.
with Doris Burke in
And
just a
then maybe
minute.
add
So
some
should the Knicks be
more.
excited that they're up 8 against the Bulls, or they should be distraught of the fact that it's only an 8-point game after they led 27-6?
No, they should be
7,
excited.
9,
I thought they
7.
played an outstanding first half and give the Bulls credit for working their way back into the game.
Meanwhile, the start, Carmelo Anthony could not have played any better to begin the game offensively.
Well, he's an offensive force, and when you put him out
Yeah,
of power
so
forward,
now you can also
the
double
floor
stop
is spread
versions of
more.
that
He
where you
has
double
more
them up
room
two strings
to
at
work.
once.
And here, in his elbow isolation, he creates the space and then shows the
이렇게
shot.
생각하면은 별거
That's
아닌
just
거죠.
hard to deal with if you're Deng. And then, again,
제가
shows the
둘째
shot.
날에
Gets him
18시간
leaning up,
사냥
drives it to the rim. They have the floor spread with more shooting, and then late in the half on the pick and roll, attacks the body of Boozer, contorts his body, focused on the backboard. Beautiful finish. 22 points, 4 rebounds, 2 assists, only 1 turnover.
점점 멀어지고
And the Bulls showing their
이게
resiliency. They come back. Derrick Rose very rusty to start. We started to see a little bit of the signs of the MVP late in the second quarter.
Exactly. You can't expect a guy who sat out as much as he has to come back and play well, particularly against one of the best perimeter defenders in basketball in Shumpert. So he missed an open 3 here. He gets by Shumpert, but Shumpert strips him. Now he's expecting Korver to run the lane for a layup. Instead, Korver flattens out and causes a turnover. Here he expects Korver to curl. Instead, Korver just runs to the 3-point line. Another turnover. This is to be expected if you're Derrick Rose right now.
Rose will start the second half. His team only down by 8 as we check in with Doris.
Mike, I spoke to Derrick Rose. He said the groin feels 100% fine. It's just that he's struggling to find his rhythm. He said, I've got to be positive and play through it until I can start to get going. He did take a shot to the mouth in that first half. He said, I actually felt like I lost my tooth. It was that hard, but he said it's fine, ready to go, guys.
It's just great to see him back out on the court.
Novak, that noted thug of the NBA.
But when it starts to do
원치에서
Davis makes his move, gets in the paint, pass Boozer, underneath, tries the reverse, won't go. Chandler's tip misses, gets it back again. Anthony little fake, the pull-up, puts it in. Nice extra pass. Extra dribble play.
And when he's knocking in his three-point
That
shot,
right there would be
you
single
have to
strings again.
close out, but then he's so good with the shot making.
And all I'm doing is a hammer on and pulling off
Three
of
corners, Rip Hamilton's jumper gets that to go.
and then I'm just going up to the
This is only Hamilton's third game back in the Eastern. He's been in and out of the last various injuries, the most recent 14 games with that right shoulder.
And I'm going to do the same
I
thing.
really thought Hamilton in the second half of the Boston game, which was their last looked much better than he's looked at
Now, right here, I have my finger right here already on the balance, but I want to get a suspended sound, but I'm going to keep that there.
Extra step. This is ball for the trouble. What a difference he
So I can
can
get that.
in this team last year in the playoffs. Struggled to find that second score. The guy was got so many playoff games under his belt. 120 playoff games in his career with Detroit, including that championship in 04, one of which Mike Woodson was the assistant coach.
All right, now work the back and forth. Always hit full strength. Right, go base, treble, base, treble.
I actually like this matchup in Chicago.
No one can do it, right?
I like it in size and foot speed,
Right, now work the
and they're not going to be cross-matched.
Right, working hard to draw the foul on Hamilton, and he did. Hamilton not available on the call. He picks up his second.
Hammer on and pulling up, just like we're
Officials
doing
have
up
allowed
here,
a lot
but
of
now on the
people
higher
today to
strings.
drop their shoulder and create space. I thought
Doing
on
the
that
same
one,
kind of
Shumpert,
thing where I'm
even
hitting
though he's fouled by
the
Hamilton,
hammer on the ball on the lower of the strings.
Fields, nice crossover, goes to Noah, flips up a wild shot. There's Noah's defense there. Hamilton the other way, Chandler in pursuit. Boozer misses the layup, but Dang right there. There's Luau Dang not giving up on the play. And it's a 6-point game.
There is the
It's led by 21 in the first quarter, and the Bulls have slowly chipped away.
커피 한 잔에 이어 에스프레소 그리고 쌀땡 풋설
Davis with that hamstring injury.
에스프레소 크림 풋설
Right, gets a really cool sound forward like that. But then
Chandler stepped out of bounds. He's fouled. He was bumped
back
back.
to a higher octave. So I went 4
Chandler.
5B, and then I
에스프레소
pull off.
풋설 에스프레소 설탕 라떼
I remember back when I was coaching, he came into the league. Rick Brunson was an assistant with the Chicago Bulls staff. Once Rose Johnson
아, 제
was
풋좀 가서
telling me what a great guy he is, and he stayed the same.
샘플을 많이
From the time
보긴
he came to the NBA to now. But I think that little anger that he had, while you hope it doesn't rear its head and cause them negative things to happen, like him getting ejected, it's one of the reasons why he's a premier rebounder and defender in this league.
It's absolutely part of his game. Fields, the bass player, looked like he got hit. Hamilton pushing the other way. Hamilton to Boozer. Boozer lost it, goes out to Rose. Rose finds Dang for three. Misses. And Boozer, another offensive rebound.
That's the major stuff. Chicago
ball.
over
Tied this game. The Bulls have thought they got themselves back in.
10개 상어는 영어로
Boozer's got to finish though. That's the second straight time
와
in the
진짜
past
대단하시네요 지금
All
elevate
right,
up and
so
dunk the ball.
the way I think about it, the minus is I just literally play first
Crossover, the
position
hesitation.
tonic.
Stripped again, gets it back. Finds Noah inside.
So
That's
this
long, knocked
is
out of
whatever
bounds.
minor forward.
Good hands from the defense.
Anytime
Bulls with 11 to shoot.
what I just showed you, that's what I use over any major shape, no matter where it is in the progression.
Anxious right now. They've seen this unbelievable start where
Same
the Knicks
thing
could not
with
have looked
this
any better. The Bulls not any
I think
worse.
first position.
Slowly dwindle down the
아우
floor.
오늘 하루 종일 멋지네
Step.
Utilize the exact same.
1위와의 격차는 얼마나 많아요 먼지 1위는 왜 빠른 건가요 먼지 더 먼지 오늘의 방송은 40분 동안 똑같은 주제로 구간만 반복하고
I gotta make room on my James Harden bandwagon for that Shumpert bandwagon. These two guys,
아 혼자 얘기 있습니까? 저 마이크 안 들렸나?
Literally exactly what I did.
I don't think you can get to the James Harden level with your eyes down.
He's inching up quick.
58-54. Taylor's leading by 4. We played 4 minutes here in the third.
Right, that riff
Playing
right
again
there.
Tuesday in Chicago, these two teams in a game on ESPN. Fields an off-balance shot. Open the rebound.
And then I would pull out of the
Chandler
penetration.
comes out with it.
5 to 8.
Shumpert to Fields. Back out Davis. Davis spots up. Off the mark. Chandler another offensive rebound. Chandler with 8 boards in the game. Shumpert too strong. Stripped again by Chandler. Dives on it and a foul on Hamilton. As the players jump on each other. That little nasty streak from Chandler you spoke about. And that gets the crowd fired up. Then they get on their feet, give them a standing ovation.
Okay, so that's the E shapes.
In his first
Let's
year
get
here,
into
he's
what
turned into one of the
A's
great
and
effort players the Knicks have had for some time. And
okay, so now
you know, there are two Knicks players here sitting in the front row, Larry Johnson and John Starks, for that same play here. And you need the type of guys who will sacrifice their bodies for the good of the team. Chandler
same
is
things
one
apply
of those
here.
guys.
What I'm feeling is
short.
same
Shumpert comes
thing.
flying and throws it down. And then they call a technical foul for hanging on the rim. Or taunting perhaps after he threw it down.
But if you notice, I picked this one right here.
Let's take a look. Did he hang on it or was it the taunt?
So I don't know if you noticed that, but now instead of
He said something to Hamilton. I don't know what he said.
position
After that play,
right underneath.
whatever he said is fine.
No, you don't really
Playing
mean that.
major chords.
I do.
Major pentatonic is right
What
up that
could he
full
have
step I
said?
was talking about up in the chord. That's the notes.
Yeah, that's basketball right there.
Right out of that chord. So I can.
Impressive rookie. Improvement from the start of the season. Playing for a comfortable position. Boozer guarded by Anthony. Wants to post him up.
Right there on this.
J.R. Smith knocked it away on the help
and actually
defense.
skipping a
Rose
screen.
tries a three. That's good. Terry Rose now coming alive. Rose now has 8 of his 14 in the first 5 minutes of the third quarter. And it's a 2-point game.
11 to 12, and then I'm changing the shape.
Anthony gets past Boozer.
On the G.
Wild pass to Smith. J.R. Smith connects on a three. Knicks have not been hitting from downtown this afternoon except for Anthony. That puts them back up by 5.
It's a very difficult
Now,
three-point shot to catch it with the
We
ball
can use
over
those
your
same
head.
riffs like we did down
Still
here.
balance up and make it score.
Nowhere to Dang.
But they're just in a
Back out
different
Hamilton.
spot.
Hamilton for 3. That's short. Chandler battling. Dang, able to come up with it. Lost the ball, deflected several times. And
Now,
Rose says,
how I
let's hold
said
it up.
this is position 1, right? So
Great
keep in
effort
mind,
by Chicago on the
A
offensive
chord.
board.
So there.
Rose tries another 3. That's
but
won't go. And Shumpert
The
another
first
rebound.
position, major pentatonic.
It's
is
past
right
the midway point
chord.
and what's turning into a
Second
very
position
entertaining
would
game.
be
Shumpert finds Chandler cutting.
where we get all
Can't
those
connect, but he'll shoot 2. Another good look from the
But I'm
rookie.
just sticking from the A string.
Chandler, the team leader. And we'll have a timeout.
If we're just strictly
Derrick
talking
Rose, after a rough start in his first game back from the injury, starting to find the groove. 8 of his 14 points have come here in the third quarter. Knicks trying to hold off this Bulls charge. It's a 5-point game.
The New York Knicks reflect
Okay,
New
now,
York City because
the
they are
minor
built
chord
on
will take
pride and
E minor.
passion. So it's only right for us to get back to the community. Regarding the dreams is about
Right.
really giving
What I'm
back.
gonna
These kids need role models nowadays in order to be successful. I've been in their shoes before.
do right there is where when we were up
And
here,
sometimes you
it
need help.
was
They look
position
for us to be that positive light for them. So it's a great opportunity for us to really provide hope and stability.
minor pentatonic below our fingers. When we're down here on the
5-point
A-string.
lead with 5:49 remaining in the third as we check in with Doris.
Well, guys, prior to the game, Amari Stoudemire doing incrementally more over the last couple of games than he has. 2 games ago, pre-game, he was just shooting free throws. Last game, doing a bit more, and this was today pre-game. Obviously, a bit more activity as he tries to make his way back from
I
the
got
injury.
sidetracked. I went temporarily ADD.
Not quite the explosive Amari, but when I asked him, has the time
All right, so
return, he just smiled at me and said,
right there, I would just stick with those ones, right?
He wasn't fighting.
Well, 2 to 4 weeks was the initial timetable. This Wednesday is 2 weeks.
So I would take position 4, minor pentatonic. A lot of times I won't take this finger off. I'll keep that minor shape, but I'll use my pinky to come up a whole step.
I think Mike Woodson's going to have a heck of a decision when he does work his way back. Do you put him back in the starting lineup, moving Anthony back to the 3, and then who you taking out?
Ball turned over. And who would have thought that you'd be saying that
Coming into the court,
about
sometimes I'll
Stoudemire
go
and the way the team has played? Jeremy
7,
still
10,
probably not going to make it
9.
unless the Knicks make the second round of playoffs.
And that's no knock on Amari Stoudemire. Ray Allen in Boston has now accepted a bench role because Avery Bradley and Ray Drew is playing so well, and to get more offense off the bench and get
So that's
a
what I
better
would do in a
flow
minor
offensively, where there was the right number
Now,
of
don't be
offensive
afraid to
weapons
go
on the floor.
outside of the chords, right?
I think it would be best for him to come off the bench when he comes back.
And really mess around. Now, if we put all those chords together, right? Say we're doing
No question. I always felt when we got into a tough stretch to have a minor injury to clarify roles and rotation wasn't a bad thing. Now, obviously, you can't have too many guys out. They have two
상심 우리가 안 돼.
players, obviously. Stoudemire out, but if they come back, or let's say they are able to make it back, the Lynn one is easy surgery. Comes in with Baron Davis. Tony Douglas probably moves out of the rotation, maybe Baron Davis. But it's the Stoudemire one because when you put Stoudemire and Chandler, you're not the same defense anymore. And there's not enough space and shooting on the floor for Anthony to be an impactful offensively.
Stoudemire has been great about it on the offensive end. He really doesn't care who scores 25. Last year he was the offense. This year he doesn't care.
Yeah, he does.
No, he's been a team first guy.
I didn't say he's not a team first guy. I'm saying every great scorer in this league cares about scoring, or they wouldn't be a great scorer.
All right, here's a better way to put it. It's J.R. Smith signing Smith's terrible shots in the middle of the block.
And that's kind of what you would get if you did all those
in the game and they win.
He's a happy guy. Ideas, right? Make your own
or he's learned to fake it. And faking it is important too.
You're very cynical.
No, it's not cynical.
Yeah.
Listen,
Really
the greatest
work
scorer I
at
ever
this
coached is
because
Patrick
this
Ewing. Was he
style
happy after a game when he scored 8 points and didn't get, as he would call it, touches? No. Could he fake it? Yes.
I mean, he wasn't being truthful to me.
No. But that's what separates guys. That doesn't make him selfish. That makes him prideful. And if you go from prideful to selfish, that's the problem. So yeah, you have to learn to how you're going to act when it doesn't go your way. And give Stoudemire credit, taking a lesser role.
Thank you guys a lot. I really appreciate
The
it.
coming of Carmelo Anthony, I give him a lot of credit because a lot of guys would have made it known how unhappy they were with their new role.
Carmelo Anthony unhappy with the no call on that play. Rose drives down, blocked from behind by Chandler. Noah has it and banks it in. It's a one-point game.
All of you, to me, could be.
A slow but effective turnaround for the Chicago Bulls, who trailed by 21 in the first period.
Noah's been great at both ends.
Shumpert chipped out by Chandler.
37,000.
Dang's defense on Anthony here.
가수 지명생이었습니다.
That'll be interesting. Jeffries and Chandler on the floor together, not as much spacing or shooting on the floor.
So that is all I ask.
Just like there, I'm trapping
amazing.
Shot clock at 5. J.R. Smith on the drive. Layup is good. Smith has been struggling shooting the ball from the perimeter, which has really been the strength of his career. More effective when he takes it to the goal.
아니 지망은 다 할 수 있다면서요. 여러분하고 계약 지원할 때 지망이 지원하지 않았습니까? 지망생이었습니다. 현재는 내 본인이 지망생입니다. 여러분 어디에 지망생이십니까?
So, they just demonstrated. We've been doing this Hendricks
Did I say nuggets, by the way?
kind of style.
No, because someone just stole my M&M's over here. Some guy courtside.
Can you concentrate on the game?
I am, but my M&M's are in court.
Rose puts it up and puts it in and ties the game. Eric Rose here in the third quarter, 14 points. And top 10 of those Bulls have come back from 21 down.
That was a disjointed play that turned right because of the reigning MVP.
Davis on the pull-up. Answers back. You know, watching Rose at halftime, he looked so sad at the way the first half went. You just had a feeling he was going to start doing some wonderful things. Not so wonderful if you're a Knicks fan right now.
이제 조명 켤 수 있습니다.
MVP starting to look like his old self here in the third. Gibson.
Check that out down below.
A ball out of control, and Jared Jeffries pumps his fist after some good defense.
There's so many of you out there already. I think combined,
J.R. Smith
the numbers
did a good job making Rose double clutch. Let's strengthen athleticism. And again, the ball pressure by the bigs of New York is really impacting.
Work together, don't mind helping me out.
Misses again. Hamilton releases. J.R. Smith now 3 for 12 from the field. He has really struggled shooting the ball since he's come to New York. He's had a couple of good games recently, but overall his shooting is very sporadic.
There's where Hamilton's going to help Chicago. The speed in transition to get out and get the
extra help, try to pull it in. But no, anyway, so say we're doing the normal
his second field goal.
It's not really
Here in the third quarter. He erupted in that first half. If you're just tuning in, he had 22 points at halftime. Inside, blocked by Jeffries for the goaltender. He's picking up a little bit here. With 1:40 left in the third.
So let's just say, and I'm going to do this on the fly.
보세요. 김인수님 후원 2,000원 사모는 영어로 좋습니다. 이번 5펫에 대한 개인적인 생각을 듣고 싶습니다.
Right, so let's just take C.
네네, 뭐라고 하셨나요? 다시 한번 부탁드립니다. 못 들었습니다.
That's his shot. He's just made it before.
Okay, so that
to me, they don't have a lot of weapons on the floor offensively. Who's going to give you offense other than Anthony and J.R. Smith? You got Jeffries out there. That's a heck of a shot. I'd rather have Carmelo Anthony shooting with 3 guys on him than Jared Jeffries shooting open. Now, the play before was the same thing, and he hit the pull-up.
Yeah, but he's got 2 guys on him there. 2 guys who are 6'9".
Show the previous play. I didn't hear you complaining when he knocked that one.
He's not going to play. You're just pointing it out.
No, you're kidding.
That's what the head coach is saying.
No, I know, but what I'm saying is we're judging the shots after we're seeing the results. The previous one, we're considering fine because it went in.
I'm going with the coach on this. I delight in calling you this, not the media member. Jennings lifts it up. Rebound forward. Chandler comes away. Tied at 71. Final minute, third quarter. What's turned into a very entertaining game. Davis to Jeffries. And Jeffries is fouled. Go to the free throw line.
All right, here we go. 2 shots in a row. Oh, that one wasn't contested. Oh, it's still contested. Okay, and this one, let's see if this one's contested. Yeah.
You don't think there's a difference in those two?
Come on, slight, but not like one's a good shot, one's a bad shot. There's all kinds of different shots. He made one, and you're up cheering with your Nick pom-poms, and when he misses, you're blaming my boy Mo.
Where's Mark when I need him?
Right, and then do it.
That's a good shot. Plus, he gets the shot off.
이게 드라마나 이런 거 보는데 불안하긴 하다.
So we're taking the same exact board
But I'm saying with the unit they had out there, that's the play they ran. They ran an isolation play.
We can hit the C just like
26 for the game on 10 of 19
slide up into our head.
Majority of them have done it.
드라마 안 본지 엄청 오래된 것 같아.
Watson to Brewer an open look, and the Bulls have their first lead of the afternoon. They climb back from 21 down to go up by 1. Novak in the game now. Could see some other offense.
아이템 값이 싸지고 템 값이 싸진다고 좋은 게
I
아니야.
like this trapping him, but this unit
매수가 많이 나온다. 많이 먹었으니까 이런 걸로 발생할 수 있는 문제점이 뭐냐면은 여러분이 계속 한다면 여러분의 그거 똑같이 받는 거니까요. 무슨 말인지 알겠지? 근데 계속 안 한다면 개인이지. 잠깐 하고 빠진다고 해야 되겠지. 하지만 여러분이 템을 다 맞추고 이제 사냥으로 매수를 번다고 치면은 여러분한테 똑같이 돌아오는 거고 잠깐 하고 빠지는 사람한테는 괜찮지. 무슨 말인지 이해하셨죠?
Another Super Hendrix thing, right? You take
They've
this
had
part of the
like
board.
1 or 2 games they maybe haven't shown up or they didn't
Slide
play
up, so that would be the second fret.
throughout the game. But this is a team that keeps grinding. To me, they typify their city. They are just
다시 나올 거라고 예상은 했었지.
great player knows, but they are grinding.
나는 스킬로 나올 줄 알았는데 패스로 나올 줄 몰랐어. 그것도 이렇게 빡세게.
I couldn't be more impressed with their team, right?
Jeffries gets the pass, blocked by a shoot. As the third quarter comes to an end, and what a third quarter for Chicago.
골드애플 같은 거
Rose sensational in the
나오지
third
않고
and
그런
46
생각이
points.
했어.
Now it's 21 for the game as the Bulls outscored the Knicks 30 to 19.
Shape here and just basically
Nice
walk
duel
out.
between some all-stars. Carmelo Anthony 26, Rose
And that would
21.
get us to
But
where
it's the
we could
Bulls
get to
by
the
3.
A
As this
or
presentation of
the
NBA
F.
Sunday Showcase on
Both
ABC
back down.
continues after this message and a word from our ABC stations.
And use that sort of F or use the F.
Welcome back to New York with Mike Woodson. What's the
Now, you
difference
don't
between when you
always
had a
have
21-point advantage to now?
Well, our defense was really tight, and we've lost a little of that. We got to give them some credit because they picked their defense up in the third quarter. But we got one big quarter to go over. Let's see if we can get back in there.
Derrick Rose should loosen that third period. How do you get him under control?
Well, I mean, he's going to continue to run the pick and rolls. That's where he's tough at. We got to just continue to do what we do from a defensive standpoint, which I thought we handled it very well in the first quarter. We got to get back to thinking like the first
So
quarter.
anyways,
All right, Doris, 30 to 19. That's where the Bulls outscored the Knicks to take the lead. DJ
okay,
Watson
here we go.
lost it.
So we can also
Sheep saying no. Now they're going to change it. Zach Zarbo will check.
That went off of
난이도가 좀 너무 어려워서
lower
저는 그래도 한 30억 정도까지 쓸 생각이 있었는데 26만 원이 평균이라고 치면 너무 빡빡하게 나와요.
Okay, so we can go to that.
that's one easy. So it started at 12 minutes. So
And then we'd have to find the shot. Or we could go to the shoot A minor right here.
27 to 6.
아 이번에 무용도장 갈 생각하시는 분들 있습니다. 캐릭터가 아예 삭제되고 30층 아니면 무슨 명의 그거를 하는
Right, so that would be
아니면 비즈를 1등이라든지
Watson, who's been the starting point guard without Derrick Rose. And John Lucas has done a terrific job filling in for the MVP.
set that
Jeffrey
on.
spinning, fake, layup, no good but a foul.
So thus far we've got
CJ Watson a
아
lot of
저는
credit,
안
not
하죠.
only here as the clock was
30층을 언제
he
가냐?
was hurting
난 이거 해야
much
돼.
of Rose's absence. But because
글쎄
of the
나는 한번 해봤을 것 같긴 한데 이거 안 하고 있었어.
as his
앞이 시스템으로 하자고. 그건 좀. 그건 좀.
It's kind of like a shape, right?
With his inspired play and shot making, I could not be
That same
impressed
shape,
more
we're
with
just
how the
repeating that
Bulls, as a group, overcame the loss of Derrick Rose.
Well, both of those guys, what they've had to do to get to the NBA. Watson wasn't drafted, was cut in camp, played in Italy, Greece, and the D-League. Lucas, the same kind of story. He wasn't drafted. He had to go to the D-League in Italy as well. There's guys that had to just go all over the place just to get their dream of playing in the NBA. They've got 100 about them as the sheet gets it blocked from behind by Jeffries, and Novak comes up with it. They play with that hunger every night they take the floor.
And that's where Sheik's just got to get better. He's got to be able to make those layups.
Aaron Davis, Sheik came out to contest the shot. Nick's really struggling right now as the Bulls have
So get that shot.
It's
It's really fun. I use it all the time. That's just a couple of
Dang
things.
double.
Just really take the lesson.
Watson
prior
left
to
open.
this. Learn all
Right
those
back to
lessons
Dang. He'll
prior
try
to
a three.
this.
Jared Jeffries
All right, so
all
the
over
first
the
part
place.
was
Grabs the rebound.
Now we can do the same thing. Not necessarily blues jack, but let's just say like hard rock, hard jumper. Okay, say we did that. Now what we could do is we could add those little riffs to the back side of those shots. Doesn't necessarily have to sound like
or Kobe Lucas.
아니 내가 팔받침을 하려면 소리를 내려.
Triple team.
Okay, so what I did
쿠션 같은 거
was
신발
I just went to
감아.
the
Job of neutralizing Steve
나 부서져.
So you're taking a seat.
The sheet came over.
You're just sliding
Carmelo Anthony will shoot a couple more free throws.
And then we're grabbing the back
Well, this
side.
is good individual defense by Dang. Great help by
이불 터는
Sheik.
데다 좀
But the adjustment.
작은 베개 같은 거 베개 똑같은 거니까 그거나 괜찮아. 일자로 좋은 아이디어. 런치만 생각할 수 있는 아이디어였어. 아, 그거 맞습니다.
And then come up on the A. 25 to 7 first down. Back.
He's done a much better job. We've seen a lot more tries. Defense as well.
That would be sliding. 9, 7.
Crowd was raucous early.
10.
Knicks come down to that 27-6 lead. We're quiet right now. Knicks trail. On the drive, Shumpert again. Shumpert gets the pass. It's a little fancy back to Smith for three. Won't go. Smith can't
Now,
find
also,
basket right
when
now.
I
3 for 13.
And that's where he was always so dangerous, the transition three. I think Shumpert sometimes allows people to go by him just so he can strip the ball from him as they raise it up. They do a better job protecting
So I
it,
slid
like
up
in football.
Oh,
7
Chandler with a beautiful recovery block.
8.
Smith the other way now.
Come back.
Shumpert
7 to
sets for
5.
three. Puts it in. Rebound. Shumpert, a huge game this afternoon.
Because
And the
that
Knicks
right there
back
is
within one.
even though we're not
Timeout, Chicago. 15 points, 8 rebounds, 5 assists, and 3 steals for the rookie from Georgia Tech.
Well, it's just a terrific recovery by Chandler to ignite the fast break. Good play by Smith to pitch it back to Shumpert for the post transition three. Knicks cut
Celtics and the Heat from Miami, followed by a rematch of this afternoon's game. Knicks and Bulls from Chicago is in today. NBA 10 Week brought to you by the Cisco Intelligent Network. How about Tyson Chandler? His whole house of
The best in the NBA is when you see premier athletes work so hard for the group goal. Here, getting on the floor with the loose ball, and then pursuing the second shot, giving it up unselfishly, and again, continuing to play. Pursuing the ball, hitting the floor a third time. I'll take him anytime. And then the block shot to ignite the break.
He's one of the best leaders this league has. His Luol Deng shot won't go. Gibson trying to keep it alive. By the way, when we went to break, it's
1위 부분은 10위까지 방송하는 사람이 한국에 모여서 재밌을 것 같아요. 제가 말한 것처럼 1위부터 10위까지 치열하게 공방전을 벌인다는 거. 다 방송하면 좋을 것 같아요. 그런 생각해봤어요.
Gibson on Anthony now. And the good size on Gibson. He's got good, quick feet. Handles him well. Anthony just jacks off a shot ball deflected. And a foul on Chandler. That's going to be his fourth. Only the first team foul for the Knicks.
And that's awesome. That's done in a modern context. That's cool. But it's also very cool to take those skills and put them into something else. So you're letting them influence.
Rose sitting right now for Chicago.
All right, so work with that.
Boozer, that's good. Carlos Boozer now 11 points, 12 rebounds.
And that's a Jerry Sloan
컴퓨터 몰래 끄고 저만 가.
Thibodeau stole. Boozer, a little curl into a cross screen, a little pocket jumper.
Jumper did a good job on Watson gets knocked out with 17 foul against the Bulls, 7 on Watson. Rest is complete. Back 1 points, a couple of assists. His team up by 3. We'll take a break with 7
Yeah, welcome to a video on how to try to sound like Hendrix in 15 minutes or less. Yes, it's pretty much impossible, but this trick will help.
New York City and Madison Square Garden.
So we're going to practice rhythm style, right? So Hendrix, one of his awesomest attributes is his rhythm playing. I mean, think about it. Died at 27, I think. Just great songs, lyrics, solo like a madman, and his rhythm style was insane. So how do you get all that in 15 minutes? Well, you can't. But we can give you tricks on middle wing, bold as love, wind cries, sound. How do you do that? Well, it's knowing what to play over the major chords that he uses and the minor chords. And there's a couple tricks, and if you use those tricks, you'll be shocked how easy it is to get yourself on the path. Okay, so let's take the chords where the root note is on the E string. So take this shape, and on the E, A, and D strings, right? So say this is the 7th fret, right? If you use 7 and 9 on the E, A, and D strings, right? And this works for any major chord, D string version. You can use
rebounds for Boozer. Knicks from downtown, 5 for 24.
Okay, so you can use these notes notes to start creating a melody. Right, so a simple example would be to slide 7 to 9 on
and it's a 5-point game.
do a hammer on 7 to 9 on the A, and then you're hitting your root note on the D. Now you can do the same thing, you know, hit the notes a different way. So on that one, I just went and then rolled over and then did the exact same thing two strings lower. Sorry, slurring like I'm hammered. Okay, so we got that in itself, awesome. Now when you do double stops, right, so you have these groups of 2 notes stacked right on top of each other. So you can take the A string and the D string, 7th fret, hammer on A string at 9th fret. It's called a double stop. So when you combine the double stops with the single notes,
What a second half for Rose as Shumpert hit him for his 3rd personal.
The previous possession, Thibodeau wanted Taj Gibson to second pick and roll, trying to get Novak involved. This time they did it. Shumpert went.
Now it's also how you attack the notes, right? So if you notice, I'm hitting some of the strings harder. Dynamics is what it's called.
What a turnaround. A 30-point turnaround in this game. Knicks led by 21 in the first quarter.
That helps a lot too. Okay, so that's the lower string. What about the higher string? Well, if you look at this chord shape, you can slide up a whole step. Okay, so on the B and E strings, let's slide from 5 to 7 back to 5. That also gives me these cool things. Okay, so I can do that. I can do that same trick with the double stop. And so I'm taking the 5th fret, hammering on to the 7th fret of the B while letting 5th fret of the E go. I can also hammer into the 3rd, so this is the 3rd of our chord. I can take the note, 5th fret on the B, and hammer into that 3rd. So it'd be the 5th fret here, so think of it like a D chord shape, right? And hammer into that 3rd. So if you put those tricks together, sometimes you can make it 2 notes, 1, 2, or a quick hammer, right, where you're not really hearing the first note so much, it's more the second. Or, so you got, okay, so that's another way. So when you combine that together with the A chord, remember it's the E string version of the A chord, with the root notes on the E strings. You have, here's our root note, the A note. Right, so really work with the major chord. Get that down. That's going to work on almost every example when there's a major chord. If you notice in the progression I did, it was A, B minor, C sharp minor, and then D. And when I got to the D, I did the same trick as I did on the A, the major chords. So in between that, there was minor chords in the beginning. It went from A major to B minor. What do you do in the B minor chord? Well, in this one, think of when you're playing, you know, pentatonic. If you find the root note on the E string, that's also where your position 1 pentatonic. Minor pentatonic. So the easiest thing is just to play out of that shape.
Chicago leads by 10 with 3:40 to play.
I'm doing the same thing, so. And it works up until the B string. Sometimes the notes on the E string don't quite fit with the scale, but you're safe if you go down to the B string. Okay. So you can do the same trick, single notes. Or the double stop. Okay, so that's basically position 1 minor pentatonic anytime you have a minor chord from the E string down, where your root note is on the E string. So E minor. Back to our A. Major. Definitely pass sounding like Hendrix. And those are the E string versions, right? So when I combined all that together, if I think of the major tricks, the major chord tricks, and the minor chord tricks, you can totally come up with
Anthony spins. For the goaltend. And that looked like the right call. Fabulous spin from Anthony. Great effort on the play. But the ball apparently on its way down.
Okay, so what if we got a major chord on the A string down? Let me pick a different chord because the A chord is going So say we're taking a D major chord. Okay. On the A string, it's the exact same thing, and it's a major shape, right? So the root note is on the A string, we're making that chord, right? It's the exact same thing we did on the E string. We have...
근데 얘가 왜 좋다던 예전으로
Exact same thing. Okay. Now, if it's a minor shape and you're familiar with position 4, so let's take D minor, stay in the same spot. If you think of position 4 being underneath your fingers,
경험치량이 많아.
you get right, you can. So you have notes like that. So say our progression will do from D to E minor, the same kind of thing we did up here.
For Chicago.
Exact same tricks, right? You just have to know basically what pentatonic shape is underneath your fingers, whether it's a major or a minor chord. And as a general rule, that's gonna work. Okay, so 9 times out of 10, you'll be safe. If it's a major chord progression and you use the major chord and you use the major trick, it'll work. If it's a minor
갑자기
chord,
리메인
it'll
평가는
work. No
어떤가요?
matter what the chord progression is,
리메인
it'll
평가
work.
어떻습니까?
And you want to get in deeper, I've done more videos on this, but I relate it all to the pentatonic scale. And when you see how it fits underneath the major chords and the minor chords using the pentatonic scale, then you can chain them all together and it's like, oh, I think that's the right call. That's it. Right? So, let's go over one more time. So, we'll go back to our A. Quick little trick on the thumb thing. I get this a lot. My hands aren't big.
리메인 사다리 맵이지. 거기서 패치 자석되면 정말 좋을 것 같다고 생각해.
The trick to the thumb is a lot of people go
그 맵이
flat
생각나.
with it and then try to do it, and that automatically puts your hand in kind of an interesting shape. If you shift more to the side of your thumb, remember you only have to get one note. So if you shift a little bit more over on the side, look what it does to your hand. It gives you more access, right?
일단은 나밖에
versus trying to keep it flat.
키포인트 아니죠. 키포인트죠. 나밖에 없어.
So remember, try doing it on the side of your
그렇지.
Okay, so we got
일단 리벤을 가면 나밖에 없다. 근데 버닝이 10단계 아닐 수도 있고 나밖에 없다. 근데 문제는 뭐다? 그게 아니라 너가 어떡하냐. 이걸 몬스터로 메고 있어. 문제는 뭐다? 그게 아니라
Alright, thank you so much for watching. If you like what you see, by all means share the videos with your friends. Always check down in the description box below. Oftentimes there's videos that are not on YouTube down there. There's the website if you want to go deep with my kind of teaching style. There's the website, all that stuff. Oftentimes there's scale diagrams.
나는 그냥 메시가
So
손해보고
always
사야
check
되나?
down in the
어떻게 해야 될까요?
description spot below.
나 너무 손해보는 것 같아. 아니 누가 봐도 메시가 손해볼
You
것
got any
같은데.
comments? Feel free. Leave them down below.
안 써더니 사냥이 안 되고 확인해야 되는데.
Criticism too. And keep it real, people. Be nice to each other. Please. Big musical hugs, even if you disagree. Use that fight in your guitar. Take it out. If you hate the video, like, that fucking sucked. I hate that video. Just take it out on your guitar and make something awesome. Constructively use your angst, and I swear it'll pay off. You guys are amazing.
You already let 10 seconds go off the clock. You don't want to foul in that situation.
차라리 아액을 하나 줄여가지고 몰장돌이 같은 거 해가지고 잠깐 메꾼 다음에
Hi, what's up everyone? In this video I will explore some options you've got playing over the following chord pattern. Which is very basic. It's D, A, B minor, G. Last few of my videos have been about pretty complicated, challenging stuff. So I think it's about time to throw in some essentials, more basic stuff that's suited for everything. It drastically changed my playing when I learned about this, and tried to keep it at a basic level initially. Try. I promise I try. This will be about transforming every chord progression or rhythm part into dynamic, tasty. It can sound really out there or be really subtle, but it's always a great way to play. So this is something you really want to know. So let me explain. Double stops are just two notes linked together at the same time. It thickens up the sound when you play melodies, or spices up your chords when you play rhythm. The trick to make them sound great is to choose the right two notes and play them with the right technique. Let me show you. So let's play the D chord first. The root on the 5th string. 5, 7, 7. Don't play the first string. Now let's move up the pentatonic major scale, because we play a major chord. which is like this. 5 on the A string, 7 and 9. On the D string, 7, 9. On the G string, 7, 9. On the B string, 7, 10. And on the E string, 7, 10 as well. So quickly. So now back to double stops. Let's play the first two notes, 5 and 7. And then bar our first finger on the fret 7 on the A and D string. Double stop. That is double stop. But let's now do a hammer on with the ring finger on the A string from fret 7 to 9. Don't choke the D string. That is very important. So make sure to keep your thumb down a little bit so your ring finger can go around the D string without touching it. So 7, the ring is shook as well. To repeat this phrase.
Not only did that happen, but then when they had a chance to foul Brewer, they let too much time run off the clock. Here,
This is the
great
most
play
essential
by
part
Anthony
of playing like this.
to find Novak.
So you can move the same shape one string upward. So we go to fret 7 and 7, on the D and the G string. We do a hammer on from fret 7 to 9. Now we have two notes ringing together. Now we can do a pull off as well. Do the same again on the A and the D string. D note again. Brilliant. We can even move one string down on the G and the D string. Those are double stops. So you can make a whole bunch of variations with just those notes. Just notes from the D major pentatonic. Two notes played together. I'm just mentioning again, the last few months I've been working on my guitar course almost non-stop, and it's close to being finished, and I'm super proud of it. So if you're interested in that, make sure to follow the link in the description, and you'll be the first one to know about it. Now we move on to the next chord, A major. This one may look a little more tricky, but don't worry, we'll get you there. From the root on the 6th string, fret 5, and a 5, 7, 7, 6, 5, 5, A major. The pentatonic shape that lies around this chord is 5, 7, 4, 7, 4, 7, 5, 7, 5, 7.
Incredible shot.
So Derek Rose underneath the basket there.
Major, pentatonic, because it's an A major chord. Now, for this chord goes, most embellishments, most double stops are played on the top 3 strings, thinnest. So let me explain that. For example, what we can do, we can put our ring finger on fret 5 and 5 on the B and the E string. This is a double stop that suits perfectly on the A major chord. But we can also slide this one up to fret 7. Because those are two notes in the A major pentatonic scale as well. So this will sound good on the A major chord. And then back down. The next lick will be fret 4 and 5 on the G and the B string. Those are also notes from the A major pentatonic. And you can also slide these up 2 frets. Fret 6 and 7 on the G and the B A great way is to use your thumb for this. So just slide it up over the edge, play the root note with your thumb. Now we can use the fingers for all the embellishments. Using hammer-ons and pull-offs is also great for this sport. For example, bar with index finger on fret 5 and 5 on the B and G string, and then your ring finger does a hammer-on and pull-off on the B string.
이렇게
5,
따져보면
7,
사람이 좀 이해도가 있어가지고 원래 여기서 하던 사람이
This is also a shape we see a lot.
자리가 없는 것도
Now we can go up to the G and the B string, or I should say down, I think. 4 and 5.
방금 약간 고민했어요.
And the ring finger does a hammer-on.
여기서 잠깐 고민을 했던 거 같아, 그치? 내가 여기 있었잖아. 여기 서서
Remember,
잠깐
all the notes
고민했던
you're playing
에러가
right now are from the A major pentatonic scale.
잠깐 고민했던 그였어.
Just misses. And then the play to Novak. Again, a second defender commits to him, and Taj Gibson.
아 자리가 없었다.
Novak shooting
뭐하세요? 저 들어가.
and misses. So what happens after Rose's missed free throws? He
하지만
takes
자리가
it upon
없었다.
himself.
The next chord was a B minor chord, so we move to the B minor chord over here. That's 7 on the 6th string, root on the 6th string. So it's 7, 9, 7, 7, 7. So the B minor pentatonic scale is played like this: 7, 10, 7, 9, 7, 9, 7, 9, 7, 10, 7, 10. Alright, so this shares a great resemblance with the D major scale, D major pentatonic. So they share the same notes. The same goes for the pentatonic scale. The D major pentatonic is the same scale as B minor pentatonic. So we can use all the same licks we used for D major. But we preferably end on a B note to give the listener the reference of playing the B minor chord. So you start on B, for example. Again, you can use the thumb over the neck.
But this is what gives them a chance in any playoff series. They consistently
So what I did,
win the rebounding battle.
barring my index finger on fret 7 and 7 on the G and the B string. Hammer on the ring finger from 7 to 9.
They have a chance, even though they don't have a lot of individually great offensive
So the key is to keep your ring finger nice and round so you don't touch the B string.
우리 방에서는 그렇게 얘기해 주시면 좋을 것
So you get this
같습니다.
nice dissonant and groovy sound. Do the same, one string up. So great. Play like this. Now we go to the last chord, the G major.
일단은 랩
Luckily for us, the G major, we can do exactly the same as on the A major.
근데 신전이 더 좋으면 어떡하냐?
But now we do G major pentatonic.
원키를 맞췄다는 기준하에 신전이 좋은 거지.
2, 5, 2, 5.
리뷰에서 몬스터가 별로 없는 것 같아.
3, 5, and 3, 5 again.
페널티 먹는 신전 보너스가 경험치가 신전보다 더 좋은 것 같아.
So, for instance, on the 3s, we slide to the 5s on the top 2 strings. And back down. And now we do fret 2 and 3 on the G and the B string. We slide it up to fret 4 and 5. And again, we can also use the hammer-on buttons.
아니 내 위에 한 명밖에 없는데 나한테 사냥도
On
치는
this shape, playing on the lowest grade is a little more difficult, so you don't see that too often. Like this. You often see on a major shape to play it on the top 3 strings. And this one. So now I've shown you 4 different chords: D major, A major, B minor, and G major.
This guy's got the ultimate green light. I guess so.
But of course you can use it on any chord you like. So let's say we have progression in E minor. This is the E minor chord, 7, 7. And the pentatonic shape is like this, 7-10 on the A string, 7-9, 8-10, 7-10. So a lot of beautiful shapes lie in this shape as well. Remember from Little Wing. So for instance, this is a lick from Little Wing. E minor chord. You just bars the index finger on fret 7 and 7 on the A and the D string, and then on fret 7 on the D and the G string, and he plays the E minor scale. The trick is playing a little sloppy, so don't be too precise, but be sure to stay in the key. This is the point where I'm going to stop, because if you're a real beginner, just enough. Doing this on all these chords can be challenging, so take it slowly, see how all these beautiful patterns lie over, under, between, side of all these chords. There are so many ways to do this, but giving you some handles to get into this, easy to this is a really good start. Have a wonderful day. Cheers.
기본적으로 주는 거 있잖아. 에디셔널 키 뭐 기본적으로 안 주나 원래?
Hi guys, welcome to this lesson, which is the BGM Piano Theory course. It's over 2 hours long and it's basically 40 lessons combined into one video. This lesson is going to be entirely free, so if you want to learn everything here, just keep on watching. Now I just quickly want to tell you what I'm going to teach you in this lesson. It's piano theory and music theory in general, and I know it may sound a little bit boring, but it's actually really important. The stuff I teach you in this single video has helped me to play songs 2 or 3 times as quickly as what I used to be able to do. Having said that, I completely understand if you'd rather just learn a song you like, or if you want to start playing right away. We're not going to be playing immediately in this video. I'm going to teach you some of the groundwork. It takes you 2 hours to watch, but it's going to be really fun. Okay, so now that we've got all of that out of the way, let's start with the obvious. This is a piano. Now, I'm not showing the entire piano. This is the last note you can see on the right, and this is the last note you can see on the left. But there's actually 4 more notes on either side. Okay, so just so you know that. Now, I quickly want to talk to you about some of the obvious stuff you can see right away, but it also has some implications. So first of all, this piano is a regular piano with 88 keys. There's also other models out there with around 60 or around 40 keys, which are basically smaller, okay? It doesn't really matter how big your piano is at this moment, but if you don't have a piano yet, I would always advise you to buy an 88 key one, because you can simply, you have a bigger register, you can simply play more on it. But if you have a smaller one, using the transpose function, you can shift notes and you'll be able to play a lot. So having said that, this is a piano. You've probably seen one before in your life, and the main thing you can notice is that there's white keys and there's black keys. Okay? This is actually really important because the white keys and the black keys, the combination of them allows you to narrate. As you can see, there's a little gap right here, and there's a little bit of a bigger gap right here as well. And that means that instead of having black keys all over right here, you can actually navigate and look for these gaps. So therefore you have 2 keys and then 3 keys, 2, 3, 2, 3. Okay? And this makes it rather easy to figure out where to play. Maybe not right now, but it will be later. If we have a look at the white keys, you'll notice that there's actually no gaps in between. It's like a millimeter or something like that. Actually, basically right here, the black keys have gaps, so you can actually put your fingers in the middle right there when you're playing. This allows for a certain grip.
뭐라
So
그러는데?
let's say you're playing something like this. You can place your finger against that key, so you know exactly where to play it. Whereas if you're in the wide keys, you can stick it in between right there. Play something like this. So this also allows for some grip. And basically allows you to navigate even if you're not looking at it. Okay. When you're playing on the black notes, you don't have any grip to navigate like in the middle right here. But the keys kind of stick out, so it's a lot easier to feel them anyway. If you play the wide keys right here, so you're not having your fingers up in there, but you play the bottom, then it's going to be a little bit harder to navigate because you don't have any black keys to touch. However, because the distance between all of these keys is exactly the same, it's quite easy to simply go through it and keep the same grip like that. Okay, so that's the difference between white and black keys. Also with the white keys, you have to pay attention that you're playing exactly on that key, because if you kind of lose your grip, you might play an extra note right there. So let's say I want to play with G, then I need to make sure that I'm not accidentally also playing that G. Whereas on the black keys, there's like no way that's going to happen because they're sticking out, they're quite thin, so you're quite safe. That's an important difference as well. Apart from that, the distance between the black keys is a little bit different than with the white keys. The white keys right here in an octave have a certain distance. When I play it on the black keys, it's just about a little bit shorter. So that's also an important difference. Therefore, it might be easier for me to play octaves on the black keys than on the white. And also, when I'm playing an octave right here, let me get my fingers out of the way, I have to pay attention that I'm not accidentally also hitting that note and also hitting that note. I have to stay clear of these corners right here, which is also one thing you don't have to worry about on the black keys, because there's no way you're going to hit that otherwise. So these are the main differences between the white keys and the black keys when it comes to piano. Now I want to talk to you a little bit about how to navigate on the piano, because you can basically divide the piano into sections. If you have a look right here, you can see a section right here, 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 and here. And it's basically all the same. It starts with the white note, black, white, black, white, and then it's white, black, white, black, white. Okay, so basically 3 whites and 2 blacks, and 4 whites and 3 blacks. And we have the same right here. 3, 4, 3, 4. Okay? 3, 4, and here.
At some point, you shouldn't try to get Dang.
So what that leaves us with is a section right here of 12 notes, 7 white notes, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 5 black notes, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And you can basically divide the entire piano into these segments of 12 notes. So have a little go, see if you can figure out these little boxes of 7 white keys and 5 black keys, and try that out. It should be easy for you to recognize them after a little while. So that's all I wanted to tell you about the visual appearance of the piano and about the way it kind of feels with your fingers in between. Have a little go at that as well, see if you can find these boxes by simply feeling where they are. And now in the next couple of lessons, obviously, we're going to focus way less on the appearance and on the way it feels, and we're going to start with the sounds, because eventually that's what it's all about. So thank you so much for watching to this first lesson. I know it's very basic, very introductory, and most of the stuff is quite obvious, but it's good to think about it a little while, to see how the piano is actually laid out and why it's laid out. Hi guys, welcome to this second lesson of this piano music theory course. Right now we're going to be talking about the name. So one thing that's very important to realize is, as I've shown you in the previous lessons, that we have these boxes on the piano right here. It's 12 notes in total, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 white notes, and 5 black notes. And we're going to focus on the white notes today. So, we have the box right here. Now, you might think that we're going to start right here with the A, but that's not the case. So, the A is actually located here.
Carmelo, you were 10 down with 3.5 to play in regulation. regulation.
right
You
here
trailed again in
is
overtime.
the
What is
C,
different
and
about
it's
this
also
team that
the
allows you
middle
to fight
C.
through that?
Why is that? Because it's basically in the middle of the piano. We have a couple of C's because we have multiple boxes right here, and all of these notes are reoccurring. So let me quickly point out the C's. This one right here, which you cannot see because it's off the camera as I hear.
I make those passes any day. I make them all day, every day. Them guys are open. I made the right play.
And then the very last note on my piano is a C as well, but that's
When
also
this team plays defense
okay.
and wins
So in
this
total
kind
I
of
have 1,
game,
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 C's in there. Why do we call this the middle C? We call it the middle C because it's basically located in the middle of the piano, and it's a C. And this is one of the most referred to reference points on the piano. A lot of people will say, if you reach the middle C, blah 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 blah. There we go. Okay? So, C. Let's focus on this box for now. And from the C up, remember to the right is up. It's actually quite easy. Just follow the alphabet. So C, D, E, F,
And they play
G.
2 more times.
Now remember, there's no H, no J, no K, no I. So this one's going to be A again, and then B. Okay, so C, D, E, F, G, A, B, and then we would sort in the next box, C. Okay, so sorting from here makes a bit more sense. A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Same here. A, B, C, D, E, F, G. A, B. Okay, so what's important to understand is that all of these notes are located on the piano multiple times. Okay, we have a C, as I said, right here, there, there. But we also have an A right here, there, there, and there. There's another over there, this one over there. Okay, so all of these notes are occurring multiple times on the piano. So what we're going to do right now, I'm going to walk through it one more time right here, and then I'm going to give you a little test. So, C, D, E, F, G, A, B. I'm also going to remove the red square right now because I want you to get familiar with the natural look of the piano. Usually there's no red squares on there. And let me quickly show you all of the notes on the piano right now. Okay, so this is how they're laid out. Now a lot of people have stickers on the keys in order to learn that. I say please don't do it. It will only take you 1, maybe 2 days tops to learn all of these notes off by heart, and then you're done for the rest of your life. And that's not just the white ones, that's including the black ones as well. However, if you keep stickers on there, you will never be able to learn it because you will always need the stickers. So let's get rid of all of these and start the test. I will start right here and then we'll make it a bit more interesting. I'm gonna play a note and you have to call out which note it is. Okay? Let's start with an easy one. Yes, indeed, it's this. Okay, let's do another one. This is also a C. Maybe this one right here. It's a D. E. G. A. B. Now let's make it a little bit more tricky. Okay, this is an A. A D.
아 근데 21성이라 가지고 22성을 사고 싶긴 한데
A C.
마이크 맨날 수리하시는데 마이크 수리 중에 뭐 하시는 거예요?
사냥하잖아요 마이크 수리 중에.
G.
아이템이 전체적으로 좀 괜찮다.
E. Okay, I'm still starting to get the hang of it. So what you can actually do is play some random notes, just close your eyes and drop your fingers somewhere and then try and figure out which note that is. Now we're going to do it in reverse. I'm going to call out the note and I'm going to pull up this red box again because we're just going to keep it into this section right here. I'm going to call out a note and I want you to play that note. So please start off with an easy one, which is the C. If you play that one, you're right. How about the G? D. A. Can you show me an F? Okay, just like that. So I think you're starting to get the hang of it. Let me do a couple more over the piano, like 5 more, and then we'll get into the next lesson. So what is this note? It's an A. E. G. D. Ooh, what about that one? It's black, so you probably don't know which note this is yet because I haven't told you yet. But I am going to tell you that in the next lesson. In the next lesson, we're going to cover all of the black notes and I will teach you all of the names of the black notes. So make sure to watch that. Hi guys, welcome to the third lesson in this piano music theory course. Now, lesson 1 is not required in order to watch this lesson, but lesson 2 is. So if you haven't seen lesson 2, make sure to go back, watch that first, practice all of the white notes, and basically it would be really helpful if you actually know all of the names of the white notes already before we're getting into the black note names. So having said that, right now we're going to be going into the black note names. I'm going to be showing you this box right here. I'm not putting it up in red again because I want you to start being familiar with this. Okay, so C, D, E, F, G, A, and B. These notes right here, we're going to be talking about the black notes in this little box. So the first thing you need to know about black notes is that black notes don't carry their own name. They're always being referred to as being next to a note. Okay? And therefore, a black note can be next to 2 notes all of the time. It can be, for instance, if we're talking about this note right here, it's next to the C, but it's also next to the D. Okay, makes sense, right? Because it's in the middle. Same for this note. It can be next to the D, but it's also next to the E. This note right here is in between the F and G. This one is between G and A, and this one is between A and B. Okay? So again, it doesn't carry its own name. It's being referred to as either on the right of blah 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 blah, or on the left of blah 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 blah. So let's have a look at this note right here. So I have to refer to this note as being on the right of the C or on the left of the D. Okay? And it's basically carrying 2 notes. Right of C, left of D. Makes sense? Now obviously that is a long name, so instead of saying this note is located on the right side of the C, we simply say sharp. So when you say sharp, it means that note is on the right side of that note. So this is C, and this is C sharp. Makes sense, right? C, C sharp, D, D sharp, F, F sharp, G, G sharp, A sharp. Okay? You can also navigate from the note itself, so C. If you move to the right from C, you get sharp, so C sharp, D sharp, F sharp, G sharp, and A sharp. Okay? So C sharp, D sharp, F sharp, G sharp, and A sharp. You'll probably notice that there's no E sharp and no B sharp because there's not a black note on the right. At least there's no black note with that name, as we'll see in the next lesson. You can also, as I said, refer to the note which is on the right of the note, but then you're basically going down. Remember, up the piano is to the right, down the piano is to the left. So if we go up from C to C sharp, it's called a sharp because we're going up, we're going to the right. If we're going down, we call it a flat. So C, well, there's no black note right here, so let's start on the D. D flat to the left will be this note. E flat to the left will be this note. G flat to the left will be this note. A flat, second to the left, this note right here, and B flat. Okay? So D flat, E flat, G flat, A flat, B flat. Why? Because the black note doesn't carry its own name. It's always being referred to. It's on the right of the C, it's on the left of the D. Cool? So we have sharps and flats, and it's all the same notes. C sharp, D sharp, F sharp, G sharp, A sharp, or D flat, E flat, G flat, A flat, B flat. So, this note is being called C sharp or D flat, D sharp or E flat, F sharp or G flat, G sharp or A flat, A sharp or B flat. So let's start with the sharps first. I'm going to play the black notes and I want you to call out the sharp name. Okay, so let's start with an easy one right here. Yes, it's C sharp. Now this one, it's also C sharp. Ooh, this might be a tricky one. A sharp. F sharp. D sharp. F sharp. Remember, if you're wondering about the name and it's called a sharp, have a look at the left, see what note is right there, and basically steal that name. So this one, look to the left, F right here, so this is the F sharp. G sharp, D sharp, C sharp, A sharp. Now, to confuse you a little bit, let's go into the flats, okay? I know it's annoying to switch back and forth, and it might take you some time to get all of this, but eventually you will. So, D flat, E flat, B flat. Remember, if you want to figure out the flat name of the chord, have a look to the right. So there's a B, therefore this is B flat. Okay? E flat, A flat, D flat, G flat, again G flat, B flat, D flat, E flat. Okay? So right now I want you to focus again on this little section right here. We're just going to have these 5 notes, but now I'm going to be calling out sharps and flats at the same time, okay, in order to get you used to this. So try and get as many as you can. I'm going to call them out and then I'm going to show them. And I'm going to start with an F sharp. Please play the F sharp in this second right here. Is that right? Okay, could you play me a D flat? G sharp, E flat, G flat, A sharp,
And Rachel, we know that injuries have been a big part of this San Antonio
C sharp,
season.
D flat. Oh, it's the same one. Okay. Let's do an E flat, F sharp, B flat, D flat, and a G sharp. Okay, so now you basically know the 7 names of the white keys, C, D, E, F, G, A, B, and the 10 names of the black keys, even though there's just 1. C sharp or D flat, D sharp or E flat, F sharp or G flat, G sharp or A flat, and A sharp or B flat. Okay, you might be wondering, hey, how do I know whether it's a sharp or a flat? Actually, that's not that difficult. In most pop songs, you will either just have flats in the song or just have sharps. Okay, in the classical music, you could have flats and sharps in the same song, but usually in a pop song, let's say there's a D flat and a G flat and a B flat, then all of them are flats, and we never call any of them a sharp. You could also have a situation where you have a lot of sharps, and then there wouldn't be any flats. So I'm not going to go into that too much because I don't want to tell you anything you're not ready to know yet. But yeah, we're either going to have a song with regular notes and flats, or a song with regular notes and sharps most of the time. So thank you so much for watching. If you've been paying attention, you know that there's 7 notes: C, D, E, F, G, A, B, and then you also know that we only have 5 names with flat or sharp. So for instance, a B sharp, because there's no black note right here, we haven't been talking about that, or an F flat, for instance. However, these notes do exist, and we're going to be talking about them in the next lesson. So make sure to watch that. Hi guys, welcome to lesson 4 in this piano music theory course. In the first lesson we've been doing an overview of the piano, what does it look like, white keys, black keys, etc. In the second lesson I've been teaching you the name of the white keys, and in the third lesson I've been teaching you the names of the black keys. So it's really important that you've watched lesson 2 and 3 so that you now know all of your white key names and most of the black key names. I understand that if the black keys sometimes are a little bit difficult, but I want you to at least know all of the names for the white keys before you start into this lesson. If you don't know them yet, let me quickly go over them again. C, D, E, F, G, A, and B. Okay? In this lesson, I'm going to be teaching you 4 new names that you don't know yet, because in total there's 21 names for all of the notes. Yes? We have 7 white keys, so we have C, D, E, F, G, A, and B. That's 7 names. Then we have the black keys, which have double names, remember? So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 black keys times 2 is 10. So that's a total of 17 names already. And now there's 4 names left for stuff we don't know. So remember, for the black keys, their name is a reference to the note adjacent to it. Okay, so this one is C sharp or D flat because it's in the middle of C and D. And all flat means is we're going to the left, and all sharp means is we're going to the right. So that brings us to these 4 keys. These 4 keys right here, who are white keys, but yet they can also be a sharp or a flat. Basically, all sharp or flat means is one to the left, one to the right. And because there's no black key in the middle right here, the closest note to the left from this F, for instance, is this E right here. And the closest note to the right from this B is this C right here. Okay, so let's start on that B. This is a C, as you know, but if I want to give it another name, closest note to the right, as here, C sharp, is a sharp. So if we go to the right, it's a sharp, remember from the previous lesson. So a B sharp would be this note right here. Okay, usually and in almost any song we call this a C, but sometimes this is not a C, but it's a B sharp. Okay, because from the B we go to the right, closest note is a sharp. Same goes for the E. From the E, closest note to the right is this one right here. Usually we call this note an F. Sometimes, very rarely, we call this note an E sharp. Okay, so B sharp, E sharp. What about the flats? Well, if you were on a C, and the closest note to the left, which is the rule for the flats, would be this note right here, which we usually call a B. But we can also call it a C flat. Okay, so this is either a B or in rare cases a C flat. Now a C flat is a little bit more common than all of the other ones. You see it relatively often. So yeah, it's a good one to remember. C, C flat. And then also F, and one to the left will be F flat. Okay, so now we know 21 notes in total. There's a lot of them who carry double names, and there's only a few of them, these 3 right here, who carry single names. Okay, so let's start from the beginning just to rehash. C, D, E, F, G, A, B, C sharp, D sharp, F sharp, G sharp, A sharp, and D flat, E flat, G flat, A flat, B flat. And now let's run through them all. So all of these sharps. B sharp, remember, this is the B, B sharp, C sharp, D sharp, E sharp, F sharp, G sharp, A sharp. So I hope that makes more sense like this. Okay? We could also start here. C sharp, D sharp, E sharp, F sharp, G sharp, A sharp, B sharp. For the flats, same story. D flat, E flat, F flat, G flat,
내가 엠버
A
구조가
flat,
좋은 게
B
있는데.
flat, C flat. Okay, so now you can see that there's actually 3 sets of 7 notes of C, D, E, F, G, A, B, and then we have C flat, D flat, E flat, F flat, G flat, A flat, B flat, and C sharp, D sharp, E sharp, F sharp, G sharp, A sharp, B sharp. 21 names in total for only 12 notes. Now in the next couple of lessons we're going to be talking about whole tones and half tones, and this is where it starts to get really important, so make sure that you've got this stuff down before moving on to the next lesson. Hi guys, welcome to lesson 5 in this PGM piano theory course. By now you should have seen lesson 1 up until 4. Anyway, in this lesson we're going to be talking about half tones, and then in the next one we'll be talking about whole tones. Before I'm going to tell you about the half tones, let me just quickly remind you to visit pgmpiano.com. All of the lessons of this entire course will be up there, as well as over 300 other lessons for a specific song. If you want to learn how to play a specific song, visit pgmpiano.com. For now I want to talk to you about half tones. So what does it mean, a half tone or a whole tone? What it basically means is the difference between two notes. Okay? So if we have the middle C right here, let's say this is the starting point, then we could go half a tone higher or half a tone lower. Okay? So it basically measures the distance between notes. Half a tone higher from C would be C sharp right here, or half a tone lower from C would be the B. Okay? It's basically the closest note you can find on the piano, and that's why it's quite easy to do so. So if I'm here, half a tone higher, there, half a tone higher, there, half a tone higher, half a tone higher, half a tone higher, etc. I can just keep on going up, and then I could also go down on the piano, so half a note lower. Remember, down is to the left, up is to the right. So let's go down half a note to B flat, A flat, G, G flat, F, E flat, D, D flat, and C. Okay, so half tones basically means just the closest gap you can possibly get. There's not a note to be found between C and C sharp, so half a tone is right there. So in the next lesson I will also talk to you about why there's only half a tone between E and F, where that might seem weird to you. So that's going to be in lesson 6. For now all you have to remember is the closest distance between all of the notes, it's called half a tone. It's really easy, nothing weird about it. So let's get on with lesson 6. In the meantime, don't forget to give the video a thumbs up if you liked it. Make sure to subscribe to the channel, and I hope to see you very soon. Bye bye. Hi guys, welcome to lesson 6 of this PGM piano theory course. In this lesson I want to talk to you about whole tones. In the previous lesson, as you remember, a half tone means the closest distance on the piano, so C to C sharp or C to B. That's a half tone. A whole tone is basically 2 half tones. So in this case, if we start on C, go up once, and another note is a D. Okay, so C and D, there's a whole tone difference. Between D and E, there's a whole tone difference. Why? Because we go up half a tone and a whole tone right here. Okay? So C to D is a whole tone. D to E is a whole tone. E to F, oh wait, there's not a black key in the middle. Okay, so this is where it might get a little bit confusing. C to D is white to white, whole tone. D to E, white to white, whole tone. Now, if I want to do another whole tone, I have to jump here, F sharp. Okay, why? Because if I'm on an E, if I go half a tone up to F, and then half a tone up to F sharp, that's a whole tone. Okay, then from here, half a tone, up to G sharp for a whole tone. So F sharp to G sharp is a whole tone. G sharp to A sharp is a whole tone. And now A sharp not to C sharp because there's 2 in the middle, no. A sharp, half a tone up to the C is a whole tone. Okay? So, these are the whole tones. Now it doesn't sound like a regular scale like that. And that is because in a scale sometimes you go half a tone up and sometimes you go a whole tone. Makes sense, right? So to recap, half a tone, you just go to the nearest piano key. On the right if you want to go up, or on the left if you want to go down. If you go whole tones, you have to skip a key every single time. Okay, so whole tone up, whole tone up, whole tone up, whole tone up, whole tone up. Okay, you could also start on C sharp, go whole tone up, so skip the D, go to D sharp. Go whole tone up, so skip the E, go to F. Go whole tone up, so skip the F sharp, go to G. Skip the G sharp, go to A. Skip the A sharp, go to B. And skip C up to C sharp. Okay? So basically all that I'm doing here is pointing out what is the distance between 2 keys. In this case it's a whole tone because there's one in the middle. In this case it's a whole tone because there's also a key in the middle. In this case it's a half tone because there's no key in the middle. Cool? So another way to remember it, if there's no key in the middle, it's a half tone. If there's one key in the middle, it's a whole tone. So now hopefully you know all of the names of the white keys, all of the names of the black keys, you know what whole tones are and what half tones are. And now in the next couple of lessons, I'll be talking about scales. So that's where we're really gonna take a big step from the real basic stuff into the more advanced.
Hi guys, welcome to lesson 7 of the BGM Piano Theory course. In this lesson I'm going to be teaching you about key signatures, and I'm presupposing you already know the name of the white keys, the name of the black keys, and what a whole tone and a half tone is. And if you don't know that yet, go back to the previous lessons, lessons 2, 3 and 4 for the name of the keys, and lesson 5 and 6 for the name of the tones. For now, let's talk about key signatures. So, as you can imagine, with all of these different keys right here, if you play everything at the same time, or a lot of them at the same time, sometimes it sounds good. Okay, and sometimes it sounds bad. Right here, for instance, right? So you always want to have a key signature, basically a tempo, for which notes you're going to play. And it's not just which notes you are going to play, it's also which notes you're not going to play. And every song is basically using a key signature. Most of the songs are being played in a certain keys. I could play this, for instance. Right? And let's see which kind of notes I'm actually using. Let's focus on that. I started here, so we have B, D, and G, and then I went to B, E, G, so we have B, E, E, and G, and then I played C, E, G, so we have these notes, and then I played A, D, and F sharp, so we're playing all of these notes right here, right? This is what the song is consisting of. And I'm not playing any of the other notes. So if I would play any of the other notes in there, it would sound kind of weird. Now this also doesn't sound that brilliant, but if I put it on the G, all of a sudden it makes sense. Okay, so while that sounds good, we'll figure that out when I talk about the G major scale. But for now, I'm playing these notes right here, and as long as I'm playing these notes, it sounds good. However, I'm going to play a note that's not in there, like for instance, these, it sounds really weird all of a sudden. Okay? So as long as I'm playing notes that are in the key signature, I can do quite a lot of stuff, and it will still sound good. Okay? Okay, why is that? Because I'm playing the notes that are in the key signature. If I do it the same way, but I play something else.
굳이 않긴 한데
And now it messes it up because I'm using it instead of another key signature. So basically, a key signature is a template that says you can play these notes, but you cannot play these notes. It will mess things up. Now, every song has at least one key signature. If you have multiple, correct forward from one to the other. But yeah, it's really important that you realize which key signature is being played. You don't necessarily have to know the name, but you have to understand which notes you can and can't change, especially for intervals. So in the next lesson, I'm going to be teaching you about major scales. A scale is basically the same as a key. It's a way to explain which notes are in the key. Right? The key is the whole name for the whole thing, and a scale will tell you exactly which notes are in it. So in the next lesson, I'll be talking to you about major scales and the C major scale, and then after that, we'll be doing the F major scale and also the G major scale in the lesson. For now, have a good day, and I'll see you tomorrow with the C major scale. Hi guys, welcome to lesson 8 of the PGM Piano Theory course. In the previous lesson I talked to you about key signatures in general. Today I want to talk about the major scale and also the C major scale specifically. So as you probably remember from yesterday, a key signature is just a template showing you which notes you can and which notes you can't play. And we played these notes right here. Okay, and that's a major scale, but it's not the major scale we're going to be talking about today. We'll do that in 2 days' time. For now, I want to focus on the most known major scale, which is the C major scale. Probably sounds a little bit familiar to you. We have all of the white keys in there and none of the blacks. As you can clearly see. However, there's a lot of other major scales, like the one we did yesterday, or this one. Okay, this one right here. So how is it possible to remember all of the major scales? Well, there's actually a little trick. Look with the piano right now, you see WWH, WWWH. And what that means is, remember the whole tones and the half tones? If we start on the name of the scale, so if we do C, you have to start on a C. Right? If you do F, you would have to start on an F. If you do G sharp, you have to start on G sharp. It's that simple. So if you start on a C, what you're going to do is a W, which stands for whole. So a whole tone, remember? That's the whole tone. Then another W, so another whole tone. Now an H, which means a half tone, right? So go from this half tone up to the F. Now another W, so a whole tone, W, whole tone, W, whole tone, and then an H, so another half tone. Okay, so starting here we do a whole tone, a whole tone, a half tone, a whole tone, a whole tone, a whole tone, a half tone. Okay, and as you remember, because there's a half tone right here and a half tone right here, that actually fits, and therefore we're not going to any of the black notes. Cool? So the C major scale, C, D, E, F, G, A, B, C. Whole tone, half tone, whole tone, whole tone, whole tone. We can also do that somewhere else. So if we start here, we do a whole tone, a whole tone, a half tone, a whole tone, a whole tone, a whole tone, and a half tone. Okay?
무기는 제가
We can start here. Do a whole tone, a whole tone, a half tone, a whole tone, a whole tone, a whole tone, and a half tone. Okay, so like that. You can pick any note you want, doesn't matter where you start, and then apply this principle and always get the major scale with that note. Okay, so you
하이덱이 전체적으로 21선 말고는 다 괜찮긴 하고
you do whole tone, whole tone, half tone, whole tone, whole tone, whole tone, and half tone. It's that simple. So for now, please remember to give this video a thumbs up if you like it. Remember WWH, WWWH, and you will always find every major scale in there. And for now, we'll be moving on to the F major scale. Hi guys, welcome to the 9th lesson already in the PGM Piano Theory course. In lesson 7 we talked about key signatures, and in lesson 8 we talked about the major scales, specifically the C major scale. And today I want to teach you the F major scale. Now I've already taught you the little trick in order to figure it out, which is WWH, WWWH. If you don't know what that means, go back to the previous lessons. It's really important for you to understand that rule, but I'm just going to apply it to the F major scale right now, so you can have a few more examples. So, what do we have to do in order to find a scale? We have to look at the note. So if we want to learn the F major scale, we have to start on an F, right there, and now we're going to apply the WWH rule. So W, so whole tone, W, another whole tone. Now H, so half tone.
네, 이 사람이 원할 만한 아이템 들고 있지.
Okay, so starting here, F, G, A, B flat,
딱
C,
100% 들고 있는데.
D, E,
129.
F.
망토.
That's the F major scale.
모자 129.
Okay,
망토
so
모자.
that's really easy.
망토
If you want
모자.
to practice these skills, you may want to start like maybe here, and just walk your way up.
망토 모자. 망토 모자.
Okay, so you can use like 3 octaves or 4 octaves of the piano and just go through the entire skill in order to practice it. You can also practice it with the left hand walking down. That's always good exercises to do. For now though, I want to thank you for watching. I know it's a short lesson, but it's so easy to find these skills with the WWH tool that we don't need to spend a lot of time. I will see you tomorrow to teach you the G major scale. Hi guys, welcome to lesson 10 already of the PGM Piano Theory course. In lesson 7 I talked to you about key signatures, in lesson 8 I talked to you about the major scales, and C major scale. And in the previous lesson I taught you the So I want to ask you to watch these lessons first if you haven't done so already. And today we're going to be talking about the G major scale. Now the reason I walked through the C, the F and also today the G, even though you might be able to find them yourselves, is I want to make sure that you understand the system correctly, and then I'll leave it alone. So in the next lesson we'll do the next thing, which is going to be minor scales. But I want to make sure that you have the system of WWH in your book. So again, in order to find the scale, we have to start on the name, on the key with the name of the scale. So for G major, you have to start on G. Now we have to go up a whole tone, another whole tone, now a half tone, a whole tone, a whole tone, a whole tone, and a half tone. Okay, so right here. So G, A, B, C, D, E, F sharp, G.
아, 아이템 괜찮아요.
So what I want you to do is practice.
AD 1.5줄이 문제지만 이게 문제 삼을 뻔한 아이템 21성이라는 아쉬움 과감히 살 수 없는 아쉬움이 좀 있어가지고 그런 거 말고는 참 괜찮은 것 같아요.
A good way to do that is for playing thumb, pointer finger, middle finger, go under and play the thumb again, pointer, middle,
내가
ring,
원하는
then if you want to add
수업이
it, play your
맞았던
pinky,
거죠. 에디도
and
딱
you can go back up,
쌍레전들이
so
하는 에픽이랑 괜찮은 것 같아요. 그거 말고 요새 아이템 가격이 너무 비싸가지고 부담돼서 못 사겠어.
thumb, pointer, middle, ring, and now you slide the thumb under again,
이제 아이템 가격이 좀 비싼 거
and do the same thing. That's so weird, okay? Whoops! Hit that C sharp right there. So apparently I need to practice a little bit as well. So practice this. Practice the C. Practice the F. And practice the G. Okay, so as a little bit of homework, I want you to practice the 3 major scales we covered. C, F, and G. Okay, practice these before moving on to the next lesson. Hi guys, welcome to lesson 11 already of the PGM Piano Theory course. If you're still watching, I want to congratulate you. I know it might be interesting and also challenging to watch through all of these lessons because there's a lot of stuff to learn and it's not the most exciting stuff of course. However, this is really important to learn. Right now I'm going to teach you the little secret for minor scales. Remember the WWH, WWH for the major scales? Now for the minor scale we also have a little secret like that. However, this one is WH, WWH, WWH. So let's start on the A and do a whole note, half note, whole note, whole note, half note, whole note, and whole note. Okay, so like this. This is the natural minor scale. You also have harmonic and mode minor scales. But we're not going to be talking about that in this course because it's a little bit too advanced. However, as you can hear, the minor scale sounds a little bit different than the major scale. Okay, well with this little secret you can figure out any minor scale you want. If you have C minor, do a whole note, half note, whole note, whole note, half note, whole note. Okay? Like that. So you may have noticed that the C major scale carries the same notes as the A minor. Okay, it's the same notes. However, it's a different scale. So I'm gonna talk to you a little bit about that in the next lesson, lesson 12. Hi guys, welcome to lesson 12 of the PGM Piano Theory course right here on YouTube. Today we're gonna be finishing up the part about scales by going from a major to a minor scale, or from a minor to a major scale. I'm gonna teach you how to do that. Now it goes without saying that you should have watched lesson 1 through 11 before watching this one, but if you haven't, some of the stuff is quite introduction units. If you know the name of the white keys, the name of the black keys, you know what half tones are and full tones are, and if you also know the C major scale, the F major scale, the G major scale, how to find major scales and how to find minor scales, then you're up to speed and you can just start with this lesson. If you don't know any of these things, make sure to watch the previous lessons to get your knowledge up to par. For now we're going to focus on the C major scale and the A minor scale. Okay, why is that? Because the A minor scale and the C major scale have exactly the same notes. Look, C major, all of the white notes, A minor, all of the white notes as well. That means that these two are connected. The C major scale is exactly the same as the A minor scale, even though obviously you start on a different note. The type of notes in there are exactly the same. So it would be helpful if there was a formula to go from a major scale into a minor scale. So we know that the C major has the same notes as the A minor. Let's say for instance the F major scale. Okay, would that also share the same notes with the minor scale? So for the F major, remember, we have all of these notes and then also one black one, so the B flat. Now if you have a look at the D minor scale, you will notice that it has the same notes as the F major. Look, all white notes except for the B flat. That's exactly the same as F major. So D minor and F major also belong to each other, right? So now let's see if there's a pattern. From C to A, there's 1, 2, 3 half notes in between. And from F to D, there's also 1, 2, 3 half notes in between. Now it turns out that for all of these scales, this rule is applicable. So if you ever have a major scale, like let's say the G major scale, and you want to find the corresponding minor scale, all you have to do is drop back 3 half notes. 1, 2, 3, you end up on the E, and you end up on the E minor scale. So remember, when they correspond, all of the notes in both scales will be the same. Look, C, all white notes. A minor, all white notes. When we get to F, all white notes except for the B flat, and D minor.
둘이 조건이 달라지나요?
All white notes except for the B. If I try a G, all white notes except for the F sharp. And then if I try the E minor, all white notes except for the F sharp. So this way you know that these two are connected. The easiest way to find it is if you start on a major, you drop 3 half notes, and if you start on a minor,
지금 매수 시세 얼마입니까?
Okay, so have a go with this, try
잘
out a
팔리는
couple of the
가게.
major skills and see if you can find the corresponding minor skills. And then in the next lesson, I'm going to teach you all about intervals. Hi guys, welcome to lesson 13 already of the PGM Piano Theory course. Today I'm going to be teaching you about intervals. Now if you're watching this, I hope you've watched all of the previous lessons. I've covered the name of all of the keys on the piano, whole tones and half tones, and also everything you need to know for now about scales. So if you don't know that yet, please go back. If you do know all of that, keep on watching and we'll be talking about intervals. So what is an interval? An interval basically shows you the distance between two notes. Okay? So for instance, when
그래서
playing
잘
these two
팔리는
notes, there's a
가격이
certain distance between them,
어떤가요?
and the interval will actually
매수 잘 팔리는 현재 금액 얼마입니까?
So let's start out with the C major scale right here, and we're going to be calling out the intervals. Now it's really important where a whole tone, for instance, if it's
4,200원.
it's moving two half tones up.
4,200.
Intervals, you're not going to say
4,200원이요.
there's a whole tone right here. You're going to say
아, 매수
this
팔리
is a
귀찮아.
second. Okay, so that's a little bit different. The way you count it is different. So with
잘
intervals,
팔리는
what you want to do is start on the tonic, which is the
얼마 생각 중이신지.
start on the C. And that note, the C, is already called 1. Okay, it's a first. Then if you move up to the D, that's the second.
아, 저희 매수는 많이 써가지고 매수 2,000원 넘게 있거든요.
Okay, but it's not just that single note, it's actually the distance between the C and the next one. Okay, so first, second,
아, 그러면은
third, and then
매수로
fourth,
같은데.
sixth, seventh, and 10th. Okay, you could also continue on 9, 10, etc. and even further. But for now, let's just keep it to 7. Okay, so there's two main things you have to understand. One, you have to start counting on the drum two times. And then go up first, second, third, fourth, etc. Okay? The second main thing to understand is that we're not counting distance. Because I'm doing this on a C major scale, you might get the impression that a second or a third or a fourth is simply the next wide key. Okay? And with the C major scale, that is actually the case. But with a lot of the other scales, it isn't. So let me show you what I mean. Okay, so first, then the second, that's one half tone in the middle. Third, there's 3 half tones in the middle. When I go to fourth, there's 4 half tones in the middle. So we go from 1 to 3 to 4. Then, if we go to fifth, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 half tones in the middle. So we go from 1 in the middle to 3 to 4 to 6, which is not a logical step per se. Okay, 8, 10, 11.
매수 판매하면 사실
Okay, this means that we're not just counting the distance between the notes in
아,
a
매수
visual,
얼마에 사시나요?
we're actually counting the distance in a scale. So it's definitely not the layout of the piano, it's a scale. And in order to show you what that means, let me play the F major scale.
아, 4,200이래요.
A first, second, third, fourth. Now, this
근데
is not
구매자가 4,200에 사는 것처럼 대부분이에요.
okay, because we have that B flat in it. Then, fifth, sixth. Okay, so it's not just about wide keys,
아,
it goes
그게
into black
문제라고
keys as well.
그랬지.
If we have a look at the A flat major scale, first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, and then so it's going from black to white, crisscrossing over the piano. So what's important to remember? First, second, third, etc. We're counting in a scale. We're not counting on the piano. We're counting in a musical scale. Let's do one more with the G.
아, 그렇죠.
First, second, third,
팔기도 사실은 매수도 그냥 사면 안 될까?
okay? So keep in mind you can only play the notes that are in a certain scale that you're playing at that moment. And then you count the distance from the ground, from the Okay, that's going to be the first, and then the next note in that scale, not the next note on the piano, but the next note in that scale is going to be the second and the next one. So all you need to remember from this lesson is that we're counting on the first note. That's where we start. We're not counting on the second one already. No, we're actually counting on the first note of that scale, and we're counting through the scale, not visually on the piano. In the next lesson, I'm going to be teaching you all there is to know about octaves. Hi guys, welcome to lesson 14 in the PGM Piano Theory course. Today I'm going to be teaching you about octaves. In the previous lesson I taught you about intervals, and if you haven't seen that yet, it's really a must before watching this lesson, so make sure to check that out. For now though, I wanted to talk to you about octaves. And even though you may not realize it yet, you already know what an octave is, because an octave is nothing more or less than an eighth. Okay, remember the intervals? First, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth. This is an octave. Why do we call it an octave? Because it's the same note as the ground note or as a tonic. Okay, you can see that it's two C's right here. That means that all of the notes have been in the middle, and therefore we're on a C again. However, it's not the same C, it's what we call an octave higher. Okay? So this is an eighth for an octave, and octaves are actually really nice to play around with. We're going to be playing a lot of octaves when we get into the chord section later in this theory course, but for now what's important for you to realize is that octaves are really easy to find because it's simply the same note twice. So if I would ask you to play a G sharp octave, you find a G sharp and another G sharp, and you've got your G sharp octave. D flat, F, B. It doesn't matter, you can find these octaves really easy. Another thing to realize about octaves is that the distance between the notes, on the white keys at least, is exactly the same. And then on the black keys, as I told you in the very first lesson of this course, it's going to be slightly smaller, about 3 or 4 millimeters, but it's also roughly the same. Therefore, once you learn how to play an octave in, for instance, your left hand, which we're going to be doing a lot in the chord section of this course, you'll be able to simply play octaves all the time just by keeping the distance between your pinky and your thumb exactly the same. So we're going to try that starting on the left hand. Play a C octave right here. Remember, this is the middle C, so play one octave lower. So play a C octave, and then simply keep your hand in the same position and move up to a D octave. To E octave, F octave, G octave, A octave, B octave, and C octave. Okay? Now if you're having trouble to play this, what I want you to keep in mind is that if you look at my thumb, it's actually placed on the side, so I'm playing with this part of my thumb. I'm not playing with the bottom part, okay? I'm playing with the side. So I twist my hand, I tilt my hand, and play with the side of the thumb. Same goes for the pinky. I'm not trying to play it like this, but I actually turn my hand and play with the side of my pinky. Therefore I can actually put a bend in my pinky, a bend in my thumb like that, and it will hit the note right here, and it will also steer clear, so it's automatic without doing it. Because if I play it flat, it would be like this, but I rotate my hand, so it can actually go like this, around the note. Yes? Like this. As you can see, the corners are not being played right here. So like this, corners are just missing those.
아이템 먼저 받을 수 있나요?
Cool. So let's give that another go.
유튜브나 아프리카나 트위치
And now,
치면 나오는
continue on with right. Okay, let's try this in
아이템을 맞출 기생으로 그래도 소개만 올라가고
right. The G G major scale. And it's right. Now, by all means, if you haven't been playing for a long time, don't worry, you don't have to go as fast as I'm doing. Just pause the video and try it a couple of times. Okay? This is not about learning how to play octaves, this is about the theory behind it. And I want you to mainly focus on getting the theory of playing the same note at the same time. Okay? It's not about whether you can actually play it or not. We'll get into that in a minute. Let's do one more, the A flat major scale.
이제 아이템을 맞춰야지 다음 길인데
Okay. Now you don't always have to play an octave by playing the notes at the same time. Okay, you can also go like this. Okay. Which is obviously a little bit hard. A nice thing to practice, if you want to practice playing octaves, is by playing them at the same time with both hands. So let's do it in the C major scale. And you can go back. Okay. You can also split your hands, so... Okay, so have some fun with that, play around and see if you're able to play these octaves. It's also really good to practice by just saying I want to play G octave, and then playing that, I want to play F sharp, B flat, B flat, G flat, whatever, and just try and play these octaves really quickly, because the better you'll get at that, the better it will be. But again, it's mainly about the theory for now. We'll get into actually playing those octaves. For now, it's just important for you to realize that we're talking about an 8, we're talking about the distance between these notes. You don't have to play them at the same time. Sometimes you will, sometimes you won't. But octave is simply the distance. And when I say you're going to drop it an octave, let's say we're playing right here, I'll say drop your left hand an octave, that simply means your left hand's going to skip all box. Remember those boxes? All the way down right there, dropping it an octave. Going up an octave, going down. Okay, so for now, head over to the next lesson and I will see you there. Hi guys, welcome to episode 15 of the BGM Piano Theory course. Today I'm going to be teaching you how to draw the circle of fifths. And that's a really cool thing. It's the last purely theoretical topic we're going to discuss in this course. And then after having taught you about the circle of fifths, we're going to be doing a little bit of really cool stuff. I'm actually playing the piano as well. I'm going to give you an introduction to chords, and then I'm going to teach you all of the ways you can use chords to make it easy to play the piano. So for now, I hope you watched all of the lessons before this one. It's not necessarily important that you did, but it's really good to follow the course chronologically, and I'm going to teach you how to draw that circle, and in the next couple of lessons I'm going to teach you why it's so useful to have that circle. So there's a couple of ways to do it. The first way is to simply copy it down, because it's up there already, and that's one way to do it, and to remember how it goes. Another way to do this is to actually use the piano to draw that circle. If you want to do that, please have a look above. You can see the C is in the middle, so we have a C right here. But what we're going to do is we're going to start on this C right here, and then make our way up the piano using fifths. Okay, so the first note you have to draw is a C. So let's start on the C right here, and we play fifths. So to a G, and then the next fifth is going to be the D.
카르마의 가이가 5,800원.
C, G, D. Okay, and the next fifth A, E, whoops, B, and then F. But if you remember correctly, from B to F, that's not a fifth. Okay, you have to go up to F sharp. Okay, because it's 7 half. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay? So C, G, D, A, E, B, F sharp. Okay? Now on the circle, this is either F sharp or G flat. and then we're going to continue on. But let me just drop down a little bit on the piano right here, because it doesn't matter where we play it, F sharp or G flat, and then we're going to continue on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's going to be D flat. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's A flat. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's E flat. B flat. F down here, and then the next one will be C again. You can start over. Okay. So, 2 ways to do it. Either remember the way the circle is laid out, or simply start on a C and start playing those fifths until you have your entire circle. Okay, so now that you have that circle of fifths, in the next couple of lessons I'm going to teach you exactly what to do. I will see you tomorrow when I'm going to explain you what to do with the circle. Hi guys, welcome to lesson 16, and in this lesson I'm going to teach you how to figure out how many sharps or flats a certain key signature has. Okay, so we have the circle of fifths above right here. If you don't know how to draw that yet, make sure to watch the previous lesson. But for now we have that circle of fifths, and I want you to draw another circle inside the circle. This. So we can see right below the C we have the 0, and then it's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And that's basically already indicating how many flats or sharps there are in a circle.
싸게 줬다고 하는 게 맞겠지, 지금 시세가 그러니까.
So let's start
어떻게
with
보면
C and
비싼
check
것도
the
있긴
image.
한데.
According to this circle,
어쨌든
C
조율이
should have
됐으니까
0
하는 건데.
sharps or flats. So C major.
바로 큐브 들어가고 해야 되나?
Yeah, there's
데미지가
just white
부족하면
keys,
큐브를 하는
and
게
none of them are flats or sharps.
그다음
So then if you have a look at G,
이 정도면 얼추 이제 숄더 맞추고 상의 하이 맞추면 될 것 같아.
there's one sharp, there's an F sharp, and as you can see in the circle, it also says 1, so that matches. D. There should be 2 sharps, the F sharp and the C sharp. And according to our circle, there are indeed 2 sharps in the D signature. Let's have a look at A. There should be 3, C sharp, F sharp, and G sharp. Okay? And indeed, according to this circle. Let's have a look at F sharp. Okay, there should be 6, F sharp, G sharp, A sharp, and the B is a regular note, and then C sharp, D sharp, and E sharp. Remember, in this case it's not F, but it's E sharp, and therefore we have 6 sharps.
솔직히 뭐 AD 힘 부호 때문에 지금 사실.
Okay, let's say it was G flat, we should have 6 flats.
템들이 쉽지가 않아. 이 점은 결국에 안 바꿔도
So we have G flat, A flat, B flat, and now this one.
데미지가 안 된다고 치면은 바꾸고 해야 될 것 같아. 내가 끼고 있던 무빨아야 돼.
C flat, D flat, E flat,
윗점이
F,
옵션 내가 더 좋네. 아니 에디도 별로
Okay,
차이가
let's have a look at
어떻게
E flat according to this
하긴
circle.
쌍내 정도
3
옵션이
flats.
있죠. 아 모르겠다.
Let's
아
see,
이거
E
5억
flat, A flat,
3천에서 씁니다.
right?
아
So
수동
that's
올라가고
correct.
있어.
And then F.
몇 만이야? 천만이지. 나
Okay,
천만이
just one
정도
flat.
줬을 때.
So that all makes sense.
1040만
So you can try any of these scales or key signatures as many times as you want, and every time you'll figure out that the circle is indicating how many flats and how many sharps there are in a certain key. Obviously, you can also, if it's a D flat, that will be the same as C sharp. If it's A flat, that will be the same as G sharp, and so on and so on. Okay, so you can actually mark it as that. Now, in the next lesson, I'm going to teach you how to use the circle to actually figure out which specific notes are in each skill. So you don't even need a piano. You can just draw a circle, and you can pinpoint exactly which notes are going to be in there for sharps. Hi guys, welcome to episode 17 of the PGM Piano Theory course. In this episode, I'm going to be teaching you how to use the circle of fifths in order to figure out how many flats and sharps there are in a certain key signature, and also which sharps or which flats there are specific. So what I want you to do is I want you to have a look at the circle and figure out the junction between the flats and the regular notes. Okay? So if you have a look at the circle, you will see that it's not at the top. You'll have to go a little bit to the left. And between B flat and F, that's actually when we go from G flat, D flat, A flat, E flat, B flat, which are all flats, to F, C, G, D, A. So that's a regular. So I want you to put a little line in between right there, because we're going to use that later. And now I want to show you how you can use that line in order to figure out how many sharps we have in the major scales. So I want to start with C, and as you can see, it has a 0, so there should be 0 sharps and 0 flats. Okay, let's check that. Yes, that's correct. 0 sharps and flats in the C majors. If we have a look at the G, according to the circle, there should be 1. So let's have a go. Yes, there is 1 indeed. 1 sharp. Okay, the F sharp. Now, if you have a look at that little line we just put up there, the first note on the right is an F. And that's no coincidence, it's the F sharp right here. Okay, let's see if we can figure out
아 망토 되게 빡세다. 가위 뚱짜리. 와 이거. 아 8대 0에 있네.
There should be 2 according to the circle, and there are F sharp and C sharp. If you have a look at the right to that line, you can see F sharp, C sharp. Okay, so the pattern is starting to emerge right here. For G we need 1 sharp, and it was the first one.
아 망토 너무 빡세 보인다.
2, and it was F and C. Okay, so probably if we're gonna try A, it should be F, C, and G.
와 망토 이렇게 빡세 보이지? 다른 거도 그렇고.
And it does. Look, C sharp, F sharp, and G sharp. You can find these 3 in the A major scale. So how did I figure that out? If I look at the circle, I see there should be 3 sharps.
아 망토 얼마일 것 같습니다.
And then I simply go to that line and count 3 notes: F, C, and G. So now there should be F sharp, C sharp. That. Okay. Then if I want to figure out E, I have to start on E, and according to the circle, there's 4 sharps. So I'm simply going to go to that line.
아니 이거 내가 팔 때 얼마 받았을
F, C, G, and D. Those are the 4 notes that should be sharp when I do the E major scale. So let's start here. And that's correct. E, F sharp, G sharp, A, C sharp, D sharp, E, F sharp, C sharp, D sharp, and D sharp can all be found in the E major scale. What about B? According to the circle, it should be 5. And according to my theory on the circle, it should be F, C, G, D, and A. So if we start here. That's correct. Okay, we have C sharp, D sharp, F sharp, G sharp, and A sharp. All the sharps we can have. Okay, so that's really cool. Oh, wait a minute. How can these be all of the sharps if for F sharp there should be 6? Let's use the circle. So I have to start with F sharp, and there's going to be 6 sharps. F, C, G, D, A, E. E sharp. Remember when we have an E right here? If you sharp it, we're going to be right here, E sharp. So in F sharp, that's going to be an E sharp. So let's figure that out. Okay, so we have F sharp, G sharp, A sharp, and then the B is a regular note, and then C sharp, D sharp, E sharp, and F sharp. Okay, so the only note that's not sharp is the B. Let's go back to the circle and count down 6 notes: F, C, G, D, A, E. Yeah, that's correct. The B is not mentioned, and that's the only one that doesn't carry a sharp. So that's really cool. This way you can figure out how many sharps there are in any of these C major scales on the right side of the circle. But I also want to figure out how many flats there are
일단
in the ones on the left side of the circle. Remember that
하이는 가윗이 없어가지고
내가
다시 팔 수가 없어가지고
E flat should have 3, etc. So what I want you to do is you have that little section, that little junction right here at the top between B flat and F.
I want you to make another one between F sharp and B. And we're going to use that for the flats and actually go counterclockwise. Okay? So we're going to start on F, and there should be one flat. You can clearly see it in the circle. Okay, the flat is B flat. Now if we have a look to the right, basically counterclockwise of the junction right there, you can see that the first note is a B, and again that's not a coincidence because it's the B flat.
그치. 일단은 아이템을 안 맞추면 다음 답이 없으니까.
So if we have a look at B flat,
미래를 위한 투자라고
on the top of the
생각하자.
circle, you can see there should be two flats in there. I want to use the circle to predict the flats. So again, I'm going to go counterclockwise, and we have B and E. So B and E should be a flat according to the circle of flats. Let's see if that actually is correct. B flat, C, D, E flat, F, G, A, B flat. Sounds pretty good to me. E flat and B flat.
두개 맞지?
Yes, that is of course correct. So now let's have a look at E flat. There should be three flats. B, E, and A. Okay? And indeed, we have E flat, A flat, and B flat. B, E, A. Now if we have a look at A flat major, there should be four flats in there, so count them up. B, E, A, D. So we start right here. Okay, four flats. B, E, A, and D. Then if we have a look at D flat, there should be five flats. B, E, A, D, and G. So basically all of the black notes should be played. All of these are in there. B flat, E flat, A flat, D flat, and G. Okay? And then for G flat, of course, that should be 6, as you can see, according to the circle. So count the way up. B, A, D, G, C. So C is going to be a C flat, where we're in for G flat.
Tony Parker
Okay?
went through a stretch in February he called the worst of his career. What is he doing differently in games
That is
like
how you
tonight
can
that are
use
allowing him
the
to play
circle
so
of
well,
flats to
penetrate
find
the net?
sharps or even flats in a certain skill, and also to identify exactly, basically be able to predict which ones they're going to be. So keep in mind, you draw a circle, you put in your numbers, and then you put in the dividing lines, and then you use your numbers to figure out how many flats or sharps there were in there, and then you can simply count clockwise for the sharps or counterclockwise for them. So in the next lesson I'm going to be teaching you how to use the circle of fifths to find major chords. So I want to invite you to watch that as well. Hi guys, welcome to lesson 18 in the BGM Piano Theory course. In this lesson I'm going to be teaching you how to use the circle of fifths to find all of the major chords. And this is a really cool feature of the circle. You can do so many things with it, but this is one of my favorite things you can do. So in the previous lessons I taught you how to draw the circle, how to use the circle to figure out how many flats and sharps are on the scale, which specific flats and sharps that are, and now we're here. So make sure you at least watch all of the lessons about the circle of fifths, so you know what I'm talking about.
먹튀한 거
If you've done so
걸렸으니까.
already, great, let's begin. So I'm going to be showing you how to use the circle to find those major chords, but first I might need to explain to you what a chord is. A chord is not that difficult, it's just a combination of 3, 4, 5 notes. Okay? And this is the one everybody knows, which is C major. C, E,
먹튀 정도는 해줘요.
okay? Now, a major chord is built up out of ground note, which is going to be the name of the
망토
chord.
시간 지나고 파시면 살 생각 있습니까? 제가 산 가격은
And then
200억인데
it's going to be a major third, which
그래도 가이드
if you remember
1이니까
is 4 half notes away.
한 160억 정도.
And then there's going to be a fifth, okay, which is going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
아,
7
네네.
half notes away.
오케이.
Okay? And
고맙습니다.
that's a major chord. Doesn't matter where you start.
50만 올리고
You start on A
58만
flat,
올리고
it's going to be 1, 2, 3,
85만 올리고 100만
4
딱 올리고
for the major third, and
나머지
then 1,
팔아야죠.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 for the fifth. And you've got
됐어.
A flat major. Okay? So basically, we're going to be focusing on the major chords.
그럼 나머지
C, D, E, F, G, A, and B.
견장하고 벨트인가?
Okay, and then we also have the sharp.
아 장갑 바꿔야 되나?
So it's very nice that I can find a chord like this by finding the major third and fifth. Right here.
아 뭐로 해줘야지. 아 무기는 제가 있어요.
I promise you.
무기는 제가 공포라서.
So we're actually going to do. So in order to use a circle, all you have to do is name out any chord. Doesn't matter which.
아 이거 해줘야죠.
Let's say
뭐로 해야지
C
다시
major.
카이저 모자 껴야지.
Once you name it, you know which note you have to loop to. Let's say C major, I have to loop at the C in the circle. Okay, it's that easy. So I'm going to be playing that already.
원래
So I've
모자
already got my
껴줘야지.
C, I only need 2 more. Now remember, this is the circle of fifths, and in a major chord there's going to be a fifth. So if I take a look to the right of the C, I can already find a fifth, which is going to be the G. Okay, so now I already have 2 notes of my chord.
아 그렇지
Okay?
그렇지.
And now in order to find the third in the middle,
아 그렇지 다시
that's a
돌아.
really
아 고맙습니다.
easy way to remember. I have to go 3 notes further than the
끼도
G
못 팔아요.
in the circle. So D, A, E, up. E is going to be in the third. Okay? So in order to find any major chord on the circle, you're going to
아 그냥
pull out a
손해보고 막
note,
살까?
say C, you're going to go 1 to the right and then 3 to the right, and you're done. Okay? C, 1 to the right, G, 3 to the right, E. And okay? Let's try with G. Let's try with G. So start on G.
어,
you
이런
made
거
it major
좋다.
third. 1, 2, 3, 4.
8월 20일이면 언제?
7. So we want to end up on G, B, D. Okay? Let's use the circle. Find G, play that, go 1 to the right, play D, and then 3 to the right, so a B. Okay? So now we can actually use this system in order to find any of the major chords. And please keep in mind that B flat, E flat, A flat, D
아, 내
flat,
것도 괜찮아.
E flat,
아,
and
별
we can
올리는 거
also
너무
use them
부담된다.
as sharps. So B flat could be A sharp, B flat could be D sharp, etc. etc. Okay? So let's call out any chord, doesn't matter which one. D flat, let's see D flat. Use the circle, go 1 clockwise.
85.
So after D flat we'll have A flat right here. And then from A flat we have to go 3 more. So we will end up on B flat F right here. This is going to be D flat major. Okay? Let's do B. So B, we go clockwise. So F sharp with G flat right here. And then 3 more, which is going to be
이걸 샀어야 됐는데.
E flat right here. Okay? So this is going to be B
내가
major.
검색해줄 때는
Now B major
이탈리아
doesn't have an E flat in it. It has a D sharp. Okay, it's the same note, but we
아
call
그냥
it
이거
different.
살까? 85.
And that's the one little flaw with the system on the circle of fifths. You don't necessarily know whether it's going to be a sharp
너무 급하게
or
사나요, 저? 그지?
but
아,
you know it's
21성,
gonna be
22성,
different.
22성을 사고 싶어.
Okay? So let's do one more B flat. We have to go to the one clockwise, so F.
그지?
3
그래도
more
21성
D.
이상은 삐져나고.
Right here, we have the B flat. Okay,
아, 이제
so
그럼
that's how
어떻게
you
나눈
can use
건가?
the circle of fifths to
한번
find
보러
all
가야겠다.
major chords really easily, really quickly. And in the next lesson, I'm going to teach you how to do the same,
일단은
but now
보통의
for
미국은
minor
나겠지.
chords. Hi guys, welcome to episode 19 already of the PGM Piano Theory course.
네네.
In this episode, I'm going to teach you how to use the circle of fifths in order to match major and minor
미국은 나겠지.
scales. Now you might
미국도 안
remember from
나면은
earlier in
어떻게
the
해야 되냐.
course that it's actually possible to match a major and a minor scale. And one of the
네네.
examples I gave you was the
숄더
C major scale. So if we have a look at that, C major, and all of the notes in the C major scale are wide notes. And then if we have a look at the A minor scale, we have the same. Okay, so also only wide notes. Therefore, the notes in the A minor scale are the same as the notes in the C major scale. It's not the same scale, don't get me wrong, but the notes are the same. So if you want to match a major and a minor scale using the piano, that's quite easy. As I told you, you're going to drop down 3 half notes,
데미지 나오죠.
and you'll end up right there.
안 나네.
And then you know that the
어떡하냐.
A minor scale has
많이
the
올려야
same
될 것
notes as the
같은데.
C major scale. Okay? If you don't play piano or you don't have a piano handy, it might be easy for you to use a circle of fifths
좀더
in order to
필요하다.
find that
that's
아직 안 된다.
okay. So all you have to do in order to
억지로
find the
데미지를
matching
올리면 안
skills
되잖아.
is you have a look at the skill you want to match to. So if you're starting on a major
아직 안
skill,
돼.
you want to start on the note of that skill, the ground note tonic, which is the C, and then you're gonna go clockwise. on the
나머지
circle of
바꾸면은 될 것
three
같아, 그지?
notes.
나머지 바꾸면 될
So
것
from
같아.
C you move to G, D, A, and then as we've seen before,
마이크
we end
나머지
up on
하나.
A minor. Okay, so if you want to do the same for G, and you want to figure out which minor scale will match, you go clockwise for 3 steps, so D, A, E, and therefore the E minor scale
아니지. 이것보다 더 약해야 돼.
will have the same notes as the G major scale.
네 개. 잘라야지.
Okay, and you can do this for any key, doesn't matter. You can go from D flat and then you'll end up
이제
with
다
D flat.
만나고
You
시작하면
can go
이제
from
그
F and you end
다음부터는
up with D, etc.
나머지
etc.
바꿔야지.
Now if you want to go from minor to major, then what you want to do is go counterclockwise for 3 steps. Of course, if we start on A, you go counterclockwise for 3 steps, we find the C. Okay, if we start on E flat, we go counterclockwise and we'll finish up on G flat. It's that easy. So this was the final lesson about circle of fifths, and now in the next lesson we're going to start with chords, and
아니,
that's
내
where
거
it's going to
좋아.
get really
제 거
interesting,
템 되게 깔끔해.
really fun, and if you follow all of these lessons, you're going to learn so much stuff about improvising, about playing songs in like 10 minutes flat, all that type of stuff. It's just really, really important to get a good grip on your chords. So let's start that right now.
싸가지고.
Hi guys, welcome to episode 20 of the PGM Piano Theory course. In the previous lessons we've been talking about a lot of stuff, skills, intervals, circle of fifths, whole notes, half notes, the name of the white keys, the name of the black keys, and now it's time for chords, my favorite subject, and this is really, really, really important stuff, guys. If you maybe skipped a couple of lessons in the previous parts, I can live with that, but this is the most important part I'm going to teach you in this course. Why? If you learn chords, and oh my god, I wish I did, like when I started to play the piano, like I wish I learned as much about it as I know now. If you learn how to play chords, you can play nearly any song right off the bat, but just simply looking at those chords. All of the easy lessons I have here on pgmpiano.com are based on chords only, and therefore once you know all of these chords, you could simply click on any of these easy lessons, have a really quick glance, and play that song in like 2 minutes, 3 minutes, maybe 5 minutes, okay? That's why it's so important to learn these chords. With the more difficult songs, almost all of them, especially pop songs, are based on chords. And when you know the chord structure, it's so much easier to play all of these things. Apart from that, if you play a lot of chords, your left and right hand will come really in sync. And I even have this problem now that if I play a chord, you can see that my right hand is moving and my left hand is moving as well, right? When I move my right hand into a chord, that left hand automatically jumps to the correct octave, and there's nothing I can do about it. So sometimes you have to play a different octave with your left hand when you play a certain chord with your right hand. I really have to force my left hand to go there, because I've done it so many times that whenever my right hand moves to a certain chord, my left hand just automatically follows suit. And there's really nothing I can do about it. So that's where you basically want to end up. Having said that, I know some people are intimidated by chords. It's really not that hard. I want you to think of a chord as a recipe. And a chord consists out of 3, 4, sometimes 5 notes. And all we're basically saying is, if you take a little bit of this note, and a little bit of that note, and a little bit of that note, and you put them together, you get this sound. And for instance, with this one, C major, which is the most commonly known one, what we say is if you play C, E, and G together, you get this sound, and this sound, this little harmony of sounds all blending together, that's what we call C major. Okay? You could also play like this. It's a different kind of sound, a different quality. We call that C minor. Okay? You don't need to remember that. I'm going to explain all of that in the next couple of lessons. But what's important to realize is that if I play E and G together, I'm missing that little sound of the C, and therefore it's not C major. Okay? It's just E and G together. Now, what's important to realize is that when you play chords, you don't necessarily have to play all of them together in this little box. You could also play the C right here, and then play the E and the G right here, and you still have C major. Okay? The only requirement for C major is that you play C, E, and G, and you don't even have to play them at the same time. You could go like this.
you're still playing the C major chord.
모르겠다.
Okay, so it's basically the same as with the scales, where we say you have to play these notes and
팔린
you're
게
allowed to play these notes.
전적이 있으니까 파일에
Still, it's the same with chords.
레전 21%에 추억이 별로고
Otherwise, we're gonna.
에디가 2.5줄인 것을 감안하여.
So on keyboard, a lot of people play chords in the left hand, and it's basically determining with the background music or whatever the thing is going on. I don't know too much about keyboards, to be honest, but it's basically determining that that music is in the correct chord, so it's matching with whatever you're playing in the right hand. On piano, for our purposes, we're going to be playing a lot of the chords in the right hand, and then we'll be accompanying it with octaves in the left hand. Okay, remember octaves playing the same note twice? So for instance, if I would play the C major chord, I would play a C octave with that, okay? G major, E minor, D, you know, and that left hand is going to play those octaves. So when you do that, you have quite of a cool sound already, you know? And all you're basically doing is playing 3 C's and then E and G.
모르겠다.
And you get a really nice sound. And you can play so many songs with this.
21%에 2.5.
Just playing these.
아파릴 가능성 매우 높다. 하지만
So for now, what we need to remember is the chord is a combination of notes. And in the next couple of lessons, I'm going to teach you exactly which combinations we need to what type of chord.
Okay? Keep in mind that you 에디가 2점이지만 이건 에디가
at the same place.
1.5줄이
You play them right here. So
감안하여
keep in mind that you don't have to play this order. You don't have to start on the C and then E and G. You could also play G, E,
팔리는 거랑.
C, and we still have the C major chord. Okay? That's all I want you to remember for now. And let's head on to the next lesson where I'm going to teach you all of the major chords. Hey guys, welcome to lesson 21 in the PGM Piano Theory course. Today I'm going to teach you all of the major chords. They're really important to know, so make sure you're going to use this lesson. In the previous lesson I gave you a brief introduction about chords, so I want you to watch that first if you haven't done so already. For now, remember, a chord is a combination of 3, 4 or 5 notes,
솔직히
and in the
45가
major chord family,
근데 지금 아이템이 왜 이렇게 비싼 거예요 도대체 이해할 수 없을 정도로 비싸네
What's really important to understand is that all of these chords,
아이템이 이해 안 될 정도로 되게 비싸
fifth, augmented, diminished, all of these type of chords we're going to be going through, it's basically a family. And in all of these families we have 12 chords. Look, we have 12 keys, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 in this little box right here. And for all of these keys, there's going to be a chord. So all of the families have 12 chords. The first family we're going to have a look at is the major chords. Now, in order to be in a family of chords, there's a couple of rules. So the rule might be there have to be 3 notes, and then they have to be a certain distance from each other. Okay? Now, all of the chords that match these rules are allowed in the family of major chords. And all of the chords that don't match these rules, I'm going to say, Luke, sorry mate, you had a good try, but you just don't get enough. You're going to have to look somewhere else. And there's another 11 chords waiting for you. So for the major chords, we have a rule. They have to be 3 notes. Okay? And what's really important with all of these chords in the next couple of lessons, this is really important, I can't stress this enough.
와 진짜 보조목이 파는 게 없어 세상에
on the left, down. Okay, otherwise you're gonna get in so much trouble. How do you do that? If it's a C major chord, you have to make sure that the C is on the left. So start here. Don't go looking for notes right here, because then it won't match. Okay, then it just won't work. So C right here, and we're
근데
going to be
팔린다는 게
walking
문제죠
up.
그러니까 그 시세가 유지가 되는 거란 말이죠
So for the major chords,
이번
the
달에
rule
입장
is going to be
답도 없었어
3 half notes in between, and then 2 half notes in between. Okay? So you can clearly see 3 half notes in between and 2 half notes in between. Start on the C, you could also see it like this. 1, 2, 3, 4 half notes away is the E, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 half notes away is the G. Okay?
특히 해적 캠포템이 다 비싸졌어 그죠? 해적 캠포만 다 비싸져가지고
So this rule will apply to all of the chords in the major chord.
모르겠다 비싸게 올려서
Doesn't matter which one you pick. So let's have a look at the next one, D. Now remember, start with the D at the bottom of the chord. So work your way up. D. 1, 2, 3 half notes in between. We'll find the next one right there, and then 1, 2 in between, and the next one. Okay, let me get my fingers in a more natural grip. So D, F sharp, and A is D major. That's right for E. E, 1, 2, 3 in between will be G sharp, and 1, 2 in between will be B. So E, G sharp, and B is going to be E major. Okay? F major,
너무 노영심이었나요?
G major, A, and B. Okay, have a look right here. 1, 2, 3 in the middle. 1, 2. So C, D, E, F, G, A, B. Back to C. Okay. Now you might be wondering, what about the sharps and the flats? Okay, well let's have a look. C sharp. 1, 2, 3 in between. F. 1, 2 in between. G sharp. Boom. There we have C sharp major. D sharp. Same kind of thing. 3 in between. 2 in between.
아이템 나머지
F
급한 대로
sharp.
나중에
3
채워
in between. 2 in between. You can apply
맞추면
this
얼추
rule to
5kg
all
날것
the
같고.
E flat. If it's a flat, doesn't matter. 1, 2, 3. G. 1, 2. B flat.
고른
Okay.
고맙습니다.
So this way you can find all of the major chords. And what I would suggest you do is actually practice to play them. So start here. C, D, E, F, G,
데미지 많이
A, B,
코스하고
C.
레벨링이
You
어떻게
can also do
되냐에
here C sharp, D
일단
sharp,
안
F
나오죠.
sharp, G sharp, A sharp, and the flats will be
변신할
exactly
때도
the same.
날라나.
Okay, so these are all of the major chords. Now in the next lesson I'm going to teach you how to figure out all of the minor chords, so make sure to have a look at that. Hi guys, welcome to episode 22 in the PGM Piano Theory course. In the previous 2 episodes we talked about chords in general and then also the major chords. So if you don't know how to find a major chord yet, I want you to go back to the previous lesson and learn that first before moving on to this one. If you have seen that already, this lesson is going to be really easy for you. So right now we'll be talking about minor chords, and the minor chords is just like the major chords, it's a family. There's a couple of requirements, and if you meet them you're allowed in, and if you don't, you have to go away and find yourself another family. I know, it's really tragic, but that's just the way it works in the world of music. So I want to focus on the C major chord first, as you remember that from the previous lesson, C, E and G. And now I want to show you what I have to do in order to make it minor. So in order to make it minor, I have to drop the middle note and the middle note only with half a note.
벨트 숄더
You hear how that's
장갑이
more
있다고.
sad or more... Like, this is really happy, like... A bit more sad. That's a minor. Okay? So how do we find out the minor? By dropping the middle note, half a note. So if we have F major right here, we can drop the middle note, half a note.
나 플레임 위저드에 태양의 여자 있는데.
Another way to look at it is basically, we used to have 3 in the middle and then 2. Well, for minor we're going to have 2 in the middle and
마이크 잘 안
then
들리니까.
3.
아이 잠시.
Okay? 1, 2 in the middle, 1, 2, 3. F minor, that was the same. 2 in the middle, and then 3. If we have a loop right here, F sharp minor, it's 2 in the middle, which is going to be hard to see right now, but 2 in the middle, and then 3. So that's the rule for minor chords. You have to be 3 notes, and if you start, again, remember to start on the ground note, right here, work your way that way, but if you start on the ground note, it's going to be 2 in the middle, and then 3, ending up right here on C minor. So let's run through all of them. C minor, D minor, E minor, F minor, G minor, A minor, and let me get my hand right, B minor. Okay, then for the sharps, it's C sharp minor, D sharp minor, F sharp minor, G sharp minor, and A sharp minor. And of course the flats are the same, D flat, B flat, G flat, A flat, B flat. Okay, what I want you to do is practice these minor chords and also practice the major chords right through each other. Okay, so you might grab a piece of paper and a pencil, put it in your phone, and just write down C, E, F, and then maybe do like G, M, which will be G minor, and then B flat, M, E flat, and just write all of them through each other, write like 20, and then just put that list on your piano and start to see if you can figure out all of these chords and play them. Okay, play them with your right hand, because we're going to be mainly playing it with the right hand, but if you want to, you can also practice them. So that's it for now. In the next lesson, we're really going to start playing, because we're going to teach you about chord progressions, and this is also one of the most important things to learn, so make sure to check that out. Hi guys, welcome to episode 23 already in the Pigeon Piano Theory course. Today I'm going to be teaching you about chord progressions. Now remember, in the previous 2 lessons I taught you major and minor chords, and we're going to be using a couple of them in this lesson, so I really hope you did your homework and practice them, because I'm not going to explain them again. You're going to have to know them by now. So let me quickly tell you what a chord progression is. A chord progression is basically nothing more or less than a little loop, and that loop usually consists out of 4 steps. Not always, but usually it is. Okay? Now a chord progression basically says, if we pick a chord, and then another chord, and then another chord, and then a final chord, and we play that again, then we're going to get a sequence, a progression, a loop, if you will. And I've put 4 chords above the piano right here, so you can peek a little bit if you want, and check out those notes if you forgot that. But I've put 4 chords up there, and what happens is, if we're going to play those 4 chords in a row, we're going to end up with a song. And most of the songs, most of the pop songs out there basically use a chord progression of 4 chords. Sometimes they use 2 chord progressions, and that's all. Like, that's the entire song. Let's have a look at the chord progression up there. We have F minor, A flat, E flat, and D flat. Okay, now if we play these in a row, you're gonna get this. Okay, and this is actually Hello by Adele. Basically, by playing these 4 chords, if I remember correctly, that's the entire song. That's all that basically happens. So what I want you to understand is that if you keep on looping this, you simply get a song. And that's what we call chord progression. Okay? So all you're basically doing is playing those 4 chords right after each other and turning that into a song. Therefore, if you know your chords and you have a look above the piano right now, you see those 4 chords. You see F minor, A flat, E flat, D flat. That's what you have to remember in order to play Hello by Adele. So I could accompany it with the left hand, playing F octave, A flat octave, E flat octave, and a C flat. For all of the chords, so you get this. Okay, so if you do that, if you match these, you're gonna get a song. And all you have to do is keep on playing that. Then later on in this course, if you learn about inversions, you can play it right here, so it actually sounds like a song. Okay? But you don't have to worry about that for now. I'm going to teach you that later. So what's important to remember, a chord progression is nothing more, nothing less than just a couple of chords being played right after each other, and you're going to loop that and play it again and play it again. Okay? It's also possible to play a chord twice and then another one. So let's say you play F minor twice. It makes it sound different, of course, but that's also a chord progression. It basically says play F twice and then move on to E flat and D flat. Okay? F minor, that is, of course. So, chord progression, just a little loop of chords being played after each other. Most of the pop songs have 1, 2, or 3 of these loops, and that's the entire song. And that's why it's so powerful if you learn how to play these chords. So make sure to check out that lesson, because it's really cool. It's going to be a little jazzy. Hi guys, welcome to lesson 24 in the PGM Piano Theory course. We've done major chords, we've done minor chords, we've done chord progressions in the previous episode. I know I went through that a little quick, but we're going to be talking a lot about that later on. So don't worry, I've got a little plan here and I know what I'm doing. For now, I want to teach you the major 7 chords, okay? The major 7 chords are a little bit different than the major chords. Why is that? Because we're going to play a 7th. Remember from the intervals that we have a 2nd, a 3rd, a 4th, a 5th, a 6th, and a 7th. Okay?
We're gonna put that 7 in here
너
in
이렇게
order to play the major 7
아 페인이지.
like this, okay? So again, as with the major and the minor chords, the major 7 chord is a family 12 chords, and they're a little bit nitpicky about who gets to be in the family and who doesn't. So in order to find a major 7 chord, what you need to do is find the major chord first. So let's say C major. Remember, 3 in the middle and then 2 half notes in the middle. And in order to find the 7, all you have to do is simply put another 3 notes in the middle before
진짜
playing that
아잉메
4th
빼고
note.
맞추기
Okay?
빡세긴 빡세네요.
So the
확실히
pattern
이렇게
is
내려놓.
3 in the middle, 2 in the middle,
아니
3 in the
지금
middle.
잘 봐요. 아니 내가 여기서 귀걸이 내가
Let's see if we can
갖고
find
있는
it
것만
for
계속
D.
뛰어 올라갈
So
거야.
start on D, 1, 2,
아
3 in
이거
the middle,
보세요. 정택만 빼도
sharp,
성공이
1,
90만
2 in
원
the middle,
나가.
A, and 1, 2, 3 in the middle,
귀걸이만 먹어도
C
80만 원이
sharp.
올라간다고.
Okay? So
Wow.
therefore it's really important to always look for 3 in the middle,
이것만 다 먹고
because
수국
if you're just
2,000
looking at those wide notes you might think second, third, fourth,
아잉메 이게 이렇게
fifth,
무섭습니다.
sixth, 7, and that's not correct, okay? It's not this, it's this one right here. Okay? For E major,
아
this
2,400
chord
간다.
right here,
역시 도핑 파리.
3 in the middle, 2 in the middle, and then another 3 in the middle, and look again, we're going up, okay, to D sharp.
아 이제
So we have
놀장품이하고
C,
이런 거 한번 사볼까?
D, E, and now F, right here.
놀장 도미
Okay?
귀걸이
So for F, 3 in the middle, 2 in the middle, 3 in the middle.
액세서리 다
And
들고
then
와야 되나
G.
이제.
Ooh, that doesn't sound right. Why doesn't it sound right? Because again, we're not just looking at those wide notes, we have to go up right there. Okay, because we have 3 in the middle, 2 and then 3. So what I want you to do is go through this and figure out all of the 12 chords that belong in the major 7 chord family, and then tomorrow I'm going to be teaching you how to find the minor 7 chords. Hi guys, welcome to episode 25 in the PGM Piano Theory course. If you're still watching as of lesson 1, congratulations, you've been through 24 lessons and you've learned a lot of stuff. If this is the first time you're watching, welcome here, welcome to drop in. I would recommend you to drop back a few lessons to the beginning of chords, so the main lesson about chords, major chords, minor chords, chord progressions, major 7 chords, and then end up here on minor 7 chords. So that's going to be the topic of today, minor 7 chords. If we have a look at what we learned yesterday, the major 7 chords, they consist of 4 notes
가에
instead of 3.
일자리를 살 줄
They
몰랐네.
start with a major
상상도
chord, and
못한
then we
일이야.
added that 7th by putting another 3 half notes in the middle. Okay? For a minor chord, we're obviously not going to start on a major chord, we're going to start on a minor chord. And if you remember the template, it's 2 half notes in the middle and then 3. Okay? So, in order to find the 7, simply add another 3 half notes, and then you're going to play that. Ooh, that doesn't sound right at all. Why does it not sound right? Because you shouldn't add another 3 half notes. Okay? Remember, it's 2 half
다른
notes,
짓을 많이
then
했나
3, and therefore we're going to add another 2 in the middle, ending up right here, and that sounds a lot better. Okay? So the template for a minor chord is 2 in the middle, 3 in the middle, 2 in the middle. Start here, put 2 in the middle, put 3 in the middle, and then another 2 in the middle, ending up right there. Okay? Let's try D minor right here. And as you can see, for D minor, we don't have to fiddle about with all of these black keys, it's just white keys, and there's a key in the middle right here. Now why is that? Because if we count 2, 3, and another 2, that's simply where we end up. Okay? E minor 7, 2 in the middle, 3, 2. F minor 7, 2, 3, 2. G minor 7, 2, 3, 2. Okay, A minor 7, 2, 3, 2. And now the big B minor 7, 2, 3, and 2. Okay, we can obviously do the same for the sharps. Let's have a go at F sharp. Put 2 in the middle, then 3. So right there, and then another 2,
and ending up right here. So F sharp minor. Let's try for B flat, 2 in the middle, 3 in the middle, and 2 in the middle. Okay, so right here, B flat minor 7. So now I want you to go ahead and figure them all out by yourself. Make sure to practice them. And then you can do something which is a bit annoying, but it's really good to do. And it's to practice the major, the minor, and the major 7 and minor 7 chords. So 48 chords. You can write a couple of them down. Just write some of them down, like 20, and then put them on your piano and try and find them all, and check them to make sure you got them correctly. Okay. Once you've done that, you're ready to move on to the next lesson. We're going to be talking about 5 chords.
Hi guys, welcome to lesson 26 already in the BGM Piano Theory course. Today we're going to be talking about 5 chords, and it's going to be a really nice day for you because they are so easy to play. Now I want to remind you that in the previous lessons we've been talking about major, minor, and major 7 and minor 7 chords, and it's quite important that you've got those down before we're getting into this one. Even though these are a little bit more easy, the other 4 families of chords are actually really important and really basic, and you're gonna need those a lot if you want to play songs. So make sure you got them down, and then you can add to your inventory with another 12 chords, 12 really easy chords to remember. So 5 chord, it's basically an octave, remember? The 8th
아 그럼요. 팔아주신 분이 현재 시가
is an octave, playing a C right here, and another C simply 1 octave higher. So in order to find the 5 chord, all you have to do is play that octave, and then find the 5th. Okay. Now make sure you start on the bottom.
그래서 저도 구매한 건
On the bottom chords.
한
We're
것도
gonna start on the bottom with chords. Simply count 7 half
시가
notes,
치고는 싸게 주셨어요.
and that 7th note is going to be your 5th. Okay?
시세라는 것은
So
변하는
your
거기
5 chord will be C,
옛날
G,
고정관념에
C.
박혀 있으면 아무것도 못 사죠.
Okay? C, G, C.
그럼요. 현재가
Basically, that note
나중에
is
제가
going to
또
be in the middle of
때문에
your octave. Not
시가가
exactly in the middle
말도
because we have 2 notes
싸질
here and
수도
3
있는
notes
거고.
right here, but it's about in the middle.
그때는
That's why it's so easy to find.
괜히 산다
Cool.
이렇게 후회도
Most of the time, well, not always, but most of the
일단은
time we're going to play them.
현재 시가 치고 싸게 샀다.
Remember that song we played before from the chord progression? Hello? It's me. Okay. If you wanted to make that a little bit more powerful, you could have played 5 chords in your left hand. So instead of simply the octave, you play that 5th along as well, you get this. You know, compared to this. Make it a bit more powerful. Okay.
아 이거
that's
제가
what
봐도
you usually
루트
play on the
너무 잘
left.
짰어요.
Sometimes you play
원전
them in the
콘도
right hand as well.
실수하다가.
Okay, same song, playing 5 chords. Okay, anyway, the 5 chords, very easy to find. You start on the tonic, find the 5th, and then you simply complete the octave. You're going to do F sharp, find the 5th, complete the octave. F, find the 5th, complete the octave. The only ones where you need to be really careful are B flat, because you need to go down here, go to one note, loop 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then also B, because you need to go up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, right there. Okay, so these 2 are a little bit tricky sometimes, and the rest of them are quite easy. So those are the 5 chords. Now in the next lesson I'm going to be teaching you how to play 7 chords. Okay? So a major 7, a minor 7, regular 7. Let's have a look at that.
Hi guys, welcome to episode 27 of the BGM Piano Theory course. Today I'm going to teach you how to play 7 chords,
Not to be confused with a major 7 chords or minor 7 chords. It's just 7 chords. One of them we call C7. We don't call them C major 7, C minor 7, let's use C7. And the pattern for these chords is start on your ground note, put 3 notes in between, put 2 half notes in between, and then another 2 to end up right there. Okay, quite cool chords if you ask me. Let's have a look at E. So start here, put 3 in the middle, put 2 in the middle, and then another 2 to end up right there. Okay? So basically what we're doing is we're playing a major chord and then putting 2 half notes and playing the next one. Major chord, 2 half tones, playing the next one. Okay? Major, 2 half, playing the next one. Major, 2 half, playing the next one. Okay? That's all we're doing right here. I know it's a bit of a short lesson, but these chords are actually really easy to find if you know all of your major chords. All you have to do is put in 2 half tones and you will find that last note. Remember, in order to be in the 7 family, in this case, you need to have 4 notes, and then they need to be 3 half tones in the middle, 2 and 2. And if you got that down, you're allowed in the 7 family. And then tomorrow, we're going to be talking about augmented chords. Hey guys, welcome to episode 28 already of the PGM Piano Theory course. In the previous couple of lessons we've been talking about chords, and in this lesson I'm going to teach you about augmented chords specifically. So we'll be doing augmented chords in this one and then diminished in the next one. And they kind of belong together in a way that they're both a little bit weird, and they can both kind of be used to go from one chord progression to another one, or from one key signature to another one. Even though I have to say, in the most songs that I teach, there's no augmented chords in there, neither diminished, but in some very rare cases it does occur. It's more common in like classical pieces than in, for instance, pop music. However, I felt that I needed to teach you these chords anyway, so we're going to be having a look at augmented chords right now. So in order to find an augmented chord, what you have to play is play a regular major chord. So let's say C major right here. And remember, you have 3 notes in between. And then the next one, and then 2 in between. Okay? Major, remember, this is minor. And now for augmented, what you're going to do is play that major. But the 3rd note, there's also going to be 3 in between. So you get this. Okay, so 3 in between and then 3 in between. So C augmented right here, D augmented right here, and you can already hear that they sound really weird. 3 in between, 3 in between. E, 3 in between, and then 3 in between. Okay, let's do A for instance, right here, 3 in between and 3 in between. Okay, maybe have a look at F sharp, right here, 3 in between and 3 in between. So you can go ahead and figure out all of the 12 augmented chords by yourself. Remember, it's 3 in between and then another 3 in between in order to find that chord. And I know I'm going over it quite quickly, but I don't want to show you all of these chords because I want you to actually figure them out on your own, because it will make it easier for you to remember them. Okay, so let me just show you E flat right here, and then we'll finish up. You have to figure out the rest of the chords by yourself. And if you have time, have a look at pgmpiano.com. There's over 350 lessons right there. For now, I'm gonna say goodbye and see you tomorrow when we'll be talking about diminished chords. Hi guys, welcome to lesson 29 in the PGM Piano Theory course. In the previous lesson, I've been showing you some of the augmented chords, and in this lesson, I'm going to be teaching you the diminished chords. So, as you remember, for the augmented chords, you have to play a major chord, and then you have 3 in between and then 2, but instead of having 2 in between at the end, you're going to have 3 in between, and it gives this really weird sound. Okay, these are the augmented chords. For the diminished chords, I want you to start on a C minor chord. Okay, so we have 2 in between and then 3. And then in order to go to diminished, instead of having 3 at the end, we're now going to have 2. Okay, so it'll be 2 and 2. Okay, let's have a look at D. Right here. 2 in between, 2 in between. Remember to always start on the name of the chord. Okay, play that with your thumb or at the bottom. Okay, at the left of the piano, and then play 2 and 2 in between in order to find the correct chord. Cool? So E with 2 and 2 in between. Let's have a look at F right here. 2 in between and 2 in between. Okay, I'm gonna skip G, A, and P because I want you to find them yourself, but let's continue on with C sharp diminished. Right here, 2 in between and 2 in between. Okay, I want you to find D sharp yourself, and then we'll continue on to F sharp. So major, minor,
diminished
이제
right here.
255 찍으면
Okay,
바로
and then
쉬면
let's do
넘어가서
B flat
먼지의
as
버닝
well.
10단계 한번 즐겨줘야지.
B flat diminished.
혼자 즐길 수 있는
Okay.
여유가 얼마나
So
되겠어.
please figure out G, A, and B, and D sharp and G sharp for yourself, and then you know all of the diminished chords. It's the same
252가
little
한
pattern,
10명
two in between,
되더라고요.
two in between. So in the next two lessons we'll be looking at sus2 and sus4 chords,
먼지의
and they are
버닝
really
10단계
cool
잠깐이라도
if
좀
you use them to
즐겨줘야 되지
make things a little bit more
않겠습니까? 리밍
interesting
가가지고.
when you're improvising.
이제
Sometimes they're being
리밍
played in the song
도착하는
originally
순간부터
already.
이제
And
버닝 다
yeah, they're really
날라가겠지.
cool chords.
또 나오네.
After those lessons, we're going to be going into how to play chord songs, and that's where the real magic will start to happen. So make sure to keep on watching. Tomorrow we'll be doing sus2, and then the day after sus. Hi guys, welcome to lesson 30 in the PGM Piano Theory course. If you're still watching, congratulations, you've already seen 29 lessons, and I think there's about another 29 to come, so we're about halfway there. In this lesson I want to teach you how to play sus2 chords. We've been doing major and minor a couple of lessons back, and if you haven't seen that, make sure to go back there to learn that first, but for now let's focus on these sus2. Okay, so what I want you to do right now is to play a C major chord, and if you're playing this, you've got it right. And I want you to have a look at how many notes are in between. You've got 3 half notes and then 2 half notes right here. Okay, so 3 and 2. Now as you know, that's always the case with major chords. Okay, doesn't matter where you play them, there's always going to be 3 in between and then 2. Now for the sus2 chord, what we're going to do is we're going to be moving that note in the middle. So basically the 5th will stay there. The C and the G. It's just going to be the middle note. And you're gonna move it 2 half notes down. Okay. What you end up with then is you have a situation with 1 half note in the middle and then 4. Okay, and it sounds like this. I really like them. I think it's a really cool sound. Okay, you can try that for D as well. So basically move it down 2 half notes. So the middle note, down 2 half notes, and you get this sound right here. Okay, so C sus2, and right here, D sus2. What you're basically doing is you're playing a second, okay, instead of that major third.
맞아요.
Okay.
아니
For
이게
E,
1등이
move it
아프잖아.
down
2등이
2 half
바이프잖아요.
notes. Now notice,
이걸로 인해서
with
그런지
C
모르겠는데
you're
저만
playing 2
느끼나요?
wide notes next to each other. With
해적
E you're playing 2
킴버튼만
wide
움직임이
notes
있어.
next to each other. But with E,
저만 느끼는
you're not going to be playing this. You're going to be playing the
그런
F sharp. Okay. Why is that?
여러분의
Because we
생각은
need to have a half note
나만
in
느끼는
between.
거야?
Okay, so from G sharp dropping
뭔가
1,
해적
2
킴버튼이
half notes.
전체적으로 말도 안 되게 지금
Like
비싸진 것 같아요.
Okay, F, G, A, and then B we have the same situation. Not here, not even here, but here. Okay, because we need to have 1 half note in the middle and then 1, 2, 3, 4 half notes in the middle. So here we go again. C, D, E, F, G, A, and then
근데 거품이라고
B right.
하기도 좀 그런
Okay,
게
let's do D sharp. So normally you would play it here, D sharp major. You're gonna drop that middle note, 2 half notes, 2 half tones. So right here. Here are
팔리니까
notes
이게
of
문제
sounds.
아닙니까?
I think they're
솔직히
really
말해서
cool.
안 팔리면 시세가
F sharp right here.
떨어지겠지만
1,
팔리니까
2,
그게
3,
문제야.
4 half notes in the middle and a half note in the middle.
그죠. 팔리니까 안
And
팔리면
maybe
문제가 안
let's do
생기는
B flat as
팔리니까
well.
이게
Right
시세로
here.
유지가
Half note in
되는
the middle right here. Okay. And then 4 in the middle right. So I want you to play all of them, all of the sus2 chords, and make sure to figure them out. I know I went over them pretty quickly, but in my opinion it's best if you figure out a lot of these chords on your own by just using that little trick. Half note in the middle, and then 4 half notes in the middle. I will see you tomorrow where we'll go over sus4 chords. Hi guys, welcome to lesson 31 of PGM Piano Theory course. In the previous lesson I talked to you about sus2 chords, and in this lesson I'll be teaching you the sus4 chords. So just as with the sus2, start on a C major, and with sus2 you're gonna go down 2 half notes. Okay, remember that? Now with sus4 you're gonna go up 1 half note. So the middle note is gonna go up
아
a half
그렇죠.
note.
판매자들은
Right here.
현재 시세에 맞게끔 팔고 싶은
Okay. Now this
사는
is really
사람들은
important
옛날
because
싼
when I'm
맛에
playing
사고
C
싶지.
major
맞지?
and then sus2
서로 교차
and then
관리하는 거죠.
sus4,
it
저도
may
팔 때는
actually,
그런
this is
사람이고
quite a
살
nice
때는
chord
또
progression.
옛날
It may actually appear that I'm just playing notes next to each other all the time. Okay? But you have to keep in mind
판매전은 옛날
that
지금
when
가격
I'm
비쌀
dropping
때고
the middle to sus2, I'm
사는
actually going down
사람들은 옛날
2
샀던
half
그
notes.
가격이지.
When I'm going up to sus4, I'm only going up 1 half. But anyway, we're ending up with the same kind of grip. For major we have 3 in the middle and then 2. For sus2 we have 1 in the middle and then 4. And for sus4 we're gonna have 4 in the middle and then 1. Okay, so it's basically the reverse of sus2. Okay, let's do it for D. So D right here, D sus2, and now D sus4. Okay, D sus4, we have 4 in the middle and then 1.
옛날에 3천억 차이였고 4천억으로 늘었어.
Let's go to E sus4 right here. 1, 2, 3, 4 in the middle and 1. I'll let you figure out F and G for yourself. Let's have a look at A and A sus4 right here. Okay, 4 in the middle and then
아니에요.
1. You can
이거는
do B by
열정적이
yourself
아니네.
and then let's do D flat. Okay, D flat major. And right here we have D flat sus4. Let's do G sharp. So from here to here, G sharp sus4. 4 in the middle. And then 1. Okay, so let's play a C in the left hand, just a single C, and then play C major, C sus2, C sus4, and then C major again in the right hand. Okay, like this. Okay, that's a cool little chord progression.
생각보다 잡다하시고 그래도 차이가 벌어지네. 보시는 바와 같이 저는
Go the other way around.
들어와서 비교적 1시간 정도 소모한다고 할 수 있겠지.
Okay, that's your first little chord progression.
그럼 이제 23시간
You can of course do this with any of the other chords. And then jump back to C.
PC방 차이가 있을 수도 있지만 하지만 이제 저희 부장님께서
And you can fool around a little bit and do anything you want. Okay? These were all of the chords I wanted to teach you. There's some more of them, but you will either find that in any of my easy lessons right here on YouTube, or when I'm going through the rest of the
불법이라서
videos.
쓰면 정지가
It doesn't really matter. You already know a lot of basic chords right now, and if there's new chords for you to learn, I will tell them to you at that moment. Hi guys, welcome to lesson 32 in the PGM Piano Theory course. I cannot believe we're here for already 32 lessons in. So if you're still watching, congratulations, you've made it to the actual part where we're going to be playing songs. So what I'm going to teach you as of now is how to play songs in what I call an easy way, but playing the chords that we've learned before and actually using that to play actual songs. Now in the beginning it's going to be quite easy, and then it will be more advanced later on. And in this lesson I'm going to teach you the basic chord setup that we're going to be using with octaves in the left hand and chords in the right hand. So in order to teach you that, I'm going to basically teach you how to play Hello by Adele, and I'm going to use those chords to teach you how we're actually playing chords. So if you have a look above the piano, you see F minor, A flat, E flat, and D flat major. Okay? And what I'm usually doing when I'm playing one of these easy lessons is the left hand is going to be playing octaves. Now if you're wondering which octave you have to play, it's actually really easy, because they're named out above the piano. We don't have to watch for minor or major. All we're going to do is take the name of the chord. So we have F, so you play F octave. Remember, playing two notes at the same time is an octave, so F octave. Okay. And then the next one is A flat, so you play an A flat octave. And then an E flat octave. And a D flat octave. Okay, so let's play them slowly.
The city wins, and we head back to Dallas, all even up.
Like this. Okay? Now this doesn't sound like hello that much, but if I use the correct rhythm,
Been a problem for the Thunder. Couple of times they've been down by double figures
it's a little
in the
better.
first quarter, two of the first 3 games. They've trailed in the first half by a large
Okay, you
margin
can
each
kind of
game
get
as
that idea.
Perkins gets on
Now,
the board first.
in the right hand we're going to be playing chords. We're not always playing two chords, but most of the time we are. So we have F minor, and then A flat, E flat,
그럴 때마다 저희
and
컴퓨터에서
then D flat. Okay, so let's play the right hand.
For the Dallas Mavericks, as Nowitzki ties the game up.
If that went a little bit too quick for you, F minor we have F, A flat and C. Then for A flat, you simply let go of the F and play the E flat on top. So A flat, C and E flat. Then E flat, G, B flat, and D flat. Okay, so
아 마이크 안 들려요. 아 마이크 테스트. 마이크 잘 들리십니까? 아 마이크 테스트.
and now you're going to put your left hand in there as well. And play them at the same time.
아 마이크 잘 안 들려요.
Okay. Now you might notice a couple of things. First of all, it could be tricky in order to match your left and right hand in the beginning. You're going to have to get used to that, but I promise you, it was really hard for me in the beginning as well, and now it's really easy. So you will actually get there, and you will make quite a progression right there. I don't even have to think about it anymore. I'm not saying that to brag. I'm just saying that because if I can, you definitely can. Okay, trust me on that one. So, playing an octave in the left hand and a chord in the right hand. Basically what we're doing then is playing the F, so the name of the chords for 3 times, and then adding these 2 notes on the top. Okay, we'll do the same right here.
But you look at where that catch was. It was 8 feet from the basket versus at the 3-point line.
Okay,
Good, strong
so
positioning
you
by
might be
Durant.
wondering,
Good
like,
entry pass by
I know it
Sublow.
kind of sounds like hello, but it doesn't sound exactly like it, ain't you right? Something isn't really matching up. Okay, so what we can do is use inversions. Okay, so instead of playing the chord right here, you may want to play it here. And that sounds a lot better. Okay, or maybe right there, depending on what you want to do. But I'm not going to teach you about inversions in this lesson. I'll start that tomorrow. It's going to be 3 consecutive lessons in a row, so make sure to watch through them right after each other if you can. For now, this is the basic setup. I'm going to be coming back to this like 100 million times, so if you didn't get it exactly, that's absolutely fine. Just keep in mind, octaves in the left hand, chords in the right hand, and you're going to have a lot of fun playing a lot of cool songs. Hi guys, welcome to lesson 33 in the PGM Piano Theory course, and in this lesson we're going to be talking about inversion. Now it's really important that you watch the previous lesson before watching this one, because in the previous lesson I'm teaching you the basic layout with octaves in the left hand, chords in the right hand, that we're going to be using for all of the other lessons. Okay, so lesson 32 is really important. Apart from that, I'm going to be teaching you root position in this one, then first inversion in the next one, second inversion in the one after that, and then third inversion after that. And I'm basically going to go through it as if it is one lesson, but I chopped it up into these 4 segments because of the different topics. Okay, but basically it's going to be one lesson, so you're going to have to watch straight through that in order to get it. So in this lesson I want to talk to you about root position chords. And you already know root position chords. We've only been doing root position chords for the entire time, but I just want to spend a little extra lesson on it. So when you play the name of the chord, in this case F minor, so you say F minor. So if you play the F on the bottom or on the left of the chord, we call that a root position chord. Okay, what it means is that you play it in the position root, the root position. Why is that? Because the name of the chord is on the left, and then the rest of the notes are going to be on the top. Okay, so this is the lowest note on the left, and then the next one is going to be on the right of that, and the next one is going to be on the right of that. And it doesn't matter whether you play 4, 3, or even 5 notes, that doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is that the root position is where the name of the chord is on the bottom. Okay? So let me show you a couple of root position chords. We have C major, C is on the bottom. D major, D is on the bottom. Okay, E minor, E is on the bottom. F major, F is on the bottom. G minor, G is on the bottom. A minor, A is on the bottom. Okay, so all of these are root position chords. If I play this, we have to figure out what kind of chord that is. So you might say A flat because I'm starting on an A flat. However, A flat major is this, A flat C and E flat. So it can't be A flat because I'm playing an F right here. It could be A flat minor. No, because that's this one right here. It's definitely not one of the diminished ones because look, there's a lot of notes in between, 3 right here and then 4 right there. It's neither a sus or a sus2, so that's really weird. Now why we're having trouble to find out the name of this chord, that is because it's not in root position. Okay. So if we have a look at the notes, we have A flat, C, and F. Remember, in a chord it doesn't matter where you play the notes, it just matters that you have the right set of notes. So A flat, C, F, I don't recognize that chord at all. C, F, A flat, we have 4 in the middle and then 2, I don't know what the heck that is as well. F, A flat, C, 2 and then, wait, it's F minor. Okay, so this chord is actually F minor, even though it doesn't start on an F. However, it's not F minor in root position. This is F minor in root position. This is F minor in root position. Why? Because the F is at the bottom. So when I play A flat C F, I'm not playing F in root position, and therefore it might be difficult for you in the beginning to recognize the chord because you have been playing root position chords only. Okay, so let's go straight through in the next lesson to first inversion chords, where you will start to figure out why this is happening. Hi guys, welcome to episode 34 of the PGM Piano Theory course. In the last 2 lessons I taught you the basic layout or the basic setup for piano chord songs, and then I taught you what a root position chord
이제
is.
좀 있으면은 이제 내년도 되면은 250번인가
For now, I'm directly continuing on where I left off in the previous lesson. So as I said, A flat, C and F is an F minor chord, but it's not in root position.
기가는 이제 한 220
Let's try out another one. This one right here. It sounds major, but G, B flat, E flat, we have 2 in the middle and then 4, so it can't be a regular major chord, right? So maybe B flat, E flat, G. See what I'm doing right here? I'm letting go of the G. So B flat, E flat, G. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 in the middle and then 2. That also doesn't have any error. So maybe I could move on. E flat, G, and B flat are the notes that we have. Oh wait, 3 in the middle right here and 2 right there. So this is actually E flat major. This chord right here. Okay? And this is also the chord I want to talk to you about, because this is not E flat major in root position as we know. In that case we would have to play here. Okay? But this is E flat major in first inversion. And that's what we're going to be talking about.
250까지 경험치 삭감될 것 같은 그런 느낌이죠.
So what does it mean? It's really not as hard as you might. Let's take it back a step. Root position means that the name of the chord is in the left. Okay. What we're going to do now is we're going to be moving notes from the bottom of the chord to the top, so from left to right. And with every step we take, we're going to call that an inversion. So you're going to start on root, and then you're going to put a note on the top of the chord, which will be the first step. Okay. And then after that we're going to be putting a note on the top, which will be second one. And then if you have 4 notes, there's another note left, so you can put that on the top and you have third. Okay. What does that look like? It looks like E flat, G, B.
아, 자석 표시 저는 제가 뽑아야 돼. 바로 사야 되니까.
So what do I need to do in order to get to the first inversion? I need to let go of the lowest note, so in this case the E flat, and put that on the top. Okay? There we go. It's called first inversion because it's the first step where you're going to end up. Because in order for it to be an E flat major, we have to have one of these 3 notes in there. But they don't have to be in this exact position. Okay, so the first possible option whilst walking up is the first inversion. And that's G, B, flat. Okay? Now you might say, cool, I got it. Let's hope that you got it. But now we still need to play all of these chords in the first inversion. Okay, that's going to take some time. So let's go through it. I want to start in C major, and then I want you to find the first inversion. So you go to the lowest note, the C, and add it to the top. Okay, so we have first inversion right here. Same for D. Let go of the lowest note, add it to the top. Okay. E.
작 안 하려고.
Let's add it first.
작 안
and then
하고
like
한
that.
마리만 쓰려고.
So Luke, now you can see what's actually happening. We're having
reflected in their attacking of the basket
4 notes.
and their
Okay,
defensive
but it's
energy.
still an E major
ability to
chord
make
because we have E, G sharp, and B. Okay, we have another E, but it's the same as this E basically. So let's go here. We have E major,
Inside pass,
first
Brendan
and
Haywood blocked for a foul.
F, G,
Kendrick Perkins, I
G,
believe he was supporting
A,
call it on Westbrook.
A, and B,
Russell Westbrook
B. Okay,
never got him.
I'm going through it quite quickly on
아,
purpose because I
생각해보니까
want
수능 더 많이
you
올려야
to take
되네.
some time and
아,
spend on it to figure it out yourself. So C sharp,
아, 생각해보니까
C
친구가
sharp,
날라가네.
D sharp, D sharp, F sharp, F sharp, G sharp, G sharp, and then A sharp, A sharp. Okay? So what we're going to do is a little test. I'm going to be calling out root position chords and first inversion chords right through each other, and I want you to actually find them. Okay? So the notes are not going to be raining down for now because you're going to need to find them yourself. We're going to start with an easy one, C major. Oh, by the way, we're just going to do the major chords.
얼마나
Okay? So
심볼
C
좀
major,
올라가면
major.
그래도 다
Let's start with an
메꿔주면.
easy one, C major in root position.
Brendan Haywood's a starting center.
If you play this, you're correct.
He's a starting center who's playing as a
Okay, how
backup
about
here.
D sharp
He
major
can
in
block
root
shots,
position?
일단
and
템을
he
빨리
can
사야
rebound.
되겠네.
At
How
an
about
elite
F
level.
in first inversion?
Ibaka and that much improved mid-range
Right here.
jumper.
Okay, so that's already a little bit more tricky. If you got it, congratulations. If not, take some time to get
Stojakovic off the dribble.
Okay.
Nice
How
move from Stojakovic.
about
Don't
F
see a lot of
sharp
that
in root position?
time of his career. See the versatility.
Right here. How about
Put the
G
ball on
in
the floor,
first
making a
inversion?
play.
Have a look at G in first inversion. Right here.
Westbrook.
Okay.
Oh,
How
nice
about
touch
D
off
in
the
first
glass.
상.
Okay.
They're still
How about
shooting an
C sharp in
incredible
root
percentage.
position?
73%. They hit their first 9.
How
Stojakovic again off
about
the
F
dribble.
minor in first inversion?
Going down memory lane.
I told you I was just going to do major
Stojakovic
chords,
turned
but
into Steve
I wanted
Nash.
to do minor chords as well.
And he,
Okay,
like
let's
Durant,
do
is better
2 more
to
minor
his
chords.
left
How about
than
E
his
minor
right.
in first
네.
inversion?
팀 맞추는 거 진짜 급한 상황이.
And maybe D sharp minor in first inversion?
이제 얼마 안 남았잖아요.
Against Sean Marion.
지금 원킬 안 나거든요.
Okay, so what I want you to do is to go through
세
them
개 맞춰주면
and
원킬
figure out if you can the major and the minor chords
아, 설마 안
in
나면
the root position and in the first inversion. You can play them right after each other. Go root,
설마 안 나면 어떡하냐.
first,
Stojakovic looking to post up
Root.
Westbrook.
first,
Steps back.
root,
Sefolosha nearly
first.
caught
So
that.
you can do it like that. You can also,
Nice
for
feed to
instance, do
Terry.
root and then first with the next
Outlet to
chord,
Durant.
root, first, root,
어, 네, 네이버 계정으로 테스트 방송
And
먹는
if you're Durant, but for now, we're going to go right through into the next lesson, which is going to be second inversion. Hi guys, welcome to lesson 35 in the PGM Piano Theory course.
제가
We're taking
테스트를
3 lessons. We did the basic setup of easy lessons, piano, basic
하지만 네이버
basically how to play a song using
And
chords.
that's a
and
LeBron
in
James
the
type
one
of
after
pass
that,
right
we did
there.
root position chords, and in the one after that, we did first inversion
Terry
chords.
looking.
And right now we're at second inversion. So if you haven't watched all of the other lessons that I just mentioned, so starting in lesson 32, go back to us and watch through all of them. Otherwise, you'll see them.
코스가 딱 맞춰지고.
Okay, so I hope that by now you've practiced the major and minor chords in the root position in the first
위에다가
inversion,
레벨
and now we
차일
can
때
continue on with the second inversion, so I can finally have a loop back at
Quiet because of the way Dallas
Okay,
played, but
so
it is an incredible
root position.
here in Oklahoma City.
First inversion means you let go of the bottom note and add it to the top. And now second inversion simply means again let go of the bottom note and add it to the top. Okay? Now you might wonder, Mark, what happens if I do a third inversion? Well, if you only have 3 notes, go back to root position again, leave the C's at the bottom.
Great move by
Cool?
Jason Kidd, but
So
we can
we
fall
have
in love with what
root
the
position,
are doing
first
on the
inversion,
offensive end right now, but they
second
are getting
inversion,
after it defensively. Great
root.
rotation,
Okay, let's
helping
do
one
that for all of
another.
the
They're
chords.
making life tough.
Root
for this
position,
Dallas Mavericks team early in this game.
first,
Durant turn around, that won't
second,
go. Perkins tipped
root.
it right to Westbrook.
Okay,
But
play
the
along
reason
with
they got the offensive
근데 누가
rebound
버닝
was
없다는
because
사람은
Durant
First.
있다는 사람은
double team
뭡니까?
second,
freed up the offensive board.
root,
나는
root,
Westbrook
first,
높지 않을 거라고
second,
생각.
shot going left,
왜냐면
throwing up right.
유저가
Okay.
없는
Thought he
게
got hit by Marion on
root,
the drive as he
first,
reached in.
그렇다고 막 90단계는 아닌 것 같아.
root,
Stojakovic pass deflected.
First,
Another deflection, another
second,
steal.
root, and
And Westbrook
root,
threw it behind Durant.
first, second,
Listen to what Scott Brooks huddled.
root. Okay, let's do the flat. So root, first, second, root.
Another deflection again, and Harden draws the foul. And started to go up in a shooting motion. With
그죠,
2:06
여러분
remaining,
생각도
so Harden will
비슷하지.
go to the line. Nowitzki will come back in with JJ Barea.
Okay,
있긴
I
있는데
know I went really
높진
quick.
않을 것
You can
같아.
actually rewind and
높지
now
않다.
all of the chords are
5단계는
in
높지
there,
않을 것
so
같아.
you can have a go
느낌
at that at your own pace.
5단계 안
You can also do the minor chords, that's absolutely fine, but the most important thing that I want you to get from this is that if you're playing a song, especially when I'm playing a song in any of the easy lessons, okay, because all the easy lessons are based on chords, and you see those chords above the piano and I'm playing this, and you're wondering like, that's like so weird because it's not an F minor
나도
chord.
그렇게
Yes it is, because look right here, there is the F minor, F, A,
해온
flat, and C.
느낌상 경험상
It's just that my right hand is in first inversion. Okay, that F got placed from the bottom on the top, and that's why it sounds different. Okay, that's what I want you to keep in mind, that for the chords with 3 notes, that we have 3 possible positions, root, first, and second. And that's only for as far as the notes are together. Okay, so they're all basically in one grip. If you would, for instance, play this, then they're not together anymore. Okay, so we have root, first inversion, second inversion. Okay, you start breaking up such a chord like this, for instance, like this, then we don't call it root first or second anymore. Basically. So that's it for now in this lesson. Please remember to give it a thumbs up if you liked it, and we're going to go straight through into the next lesson to talk about third inversions because they do actually exist. Hi guys, welcome to lesson 36 of BGM Piano Theory course. Ever since lesson 32 I've been talking a lot about chords and root position, first inversion, second inversions. If you haven't watched that yet, make sure to go back. For now we're going to be talking about chord inversion. So what's really important to understand is that if you have a regular chord with 3 notes, you have a root position,
다리가
first
있는
inversion,
지형이
second inversion,
근데
then third
레벨은
inversion,
1.5배
and that third inversion is not really an inversion, it's the same as the root position we were playing right there. Okay, so if you have 3 notes, you only have 2 inversions. You have root, first inversion, and the second inversion. And then after that we're back at root. If however you have 4 notes, you have basically 4 notes to move around. So therefore we have the first inversion right here. We have the second inversion right here. And we have the third inversion right here before being back. Okay, so root position, first inversion, second inversion, and then right here,
아 제가 책상을
third
진짜
inversion
바꿨잖아.
before
와,
back.
이게 훔쳐가졌어.
Okay, so that only happens when you have chords with 4 notes. It's basically the same principle as what we've done before. So if you want, you can figure that out for all of the chords that we discussed. So the major and the minor 7 chords. Have a look at that and see if you can find all of the inversions for that. Hi guys, welcome to lesson 37 of the BGM Piano Theory course. Now that you know all about inversions from lesson 33, 34, 35 and 36, in this lesson we're actually going to be using that knowledge to decipher the song Hello Del to see in what inversions we're actually playing that. So the first thing you need to understand is that when we're playing chords, it's not necessarily a good way or a bad way to play it. There's only different ways to sound. So, I could be playing Adele right here. Okay, but it doesn't really sound like the song, so I can actually change that a little bit until it does sound like it. So let's try root positions. It's a little bit better, okay. I think this one's the original, if I'm not mistaken. But you could also go here. Or do something else. It doesn't really matter, okay? The way I played it was like this.
Okay, as an example. So let's see if we can figure out what it was actually doing. So the chords, we already know the chords: F minor, A flat, E flat, and D flat. But if you don't know what chords they are, then it's still important that you can actually figure that out. So I started playing the right hand, because the left hand, that's all fine. We're talking just about the right hand. I started playing A flat, C, and F. Okay, so you might think again that's an A flat chord, but it's not. Even though we're starting on that A flat, it's not necessarily an A flat chord. Okay, once you figure that out, let go of the A flat, place it on the top. This really doesn't make any sense as well, so continue on, and now you see that we're actually playing an F minor. Once you've been doing this a lot, then you actually know all of the chords off by heart, so you will immediately know this F minor, you don't have to like calculate it like this, but that will take a little bit of time. So F minor, let's see, I have to go 2 inversions, so it's a second inversion, right? No, it's not, because I didn't start in the position. So what's actually happening, this F was stolen from the bottom right here, okay. And therefore it's the first inversion. If this is your position, this is the first inversion. So then I play this, which is C, E flat, A flat, and that's actually the first inversion of A flat, as you can see right here. Okay, and then I went here, which is B flat, E flat, G,
Mike, thank you very much. Coach
let's put the
Carlisle,
G
you
back,
knew the force with
so
which
right here,
Oklahoma City would
and now the
play.
E flat
How do
back
you
as
guys
well,
get things
and now
turned in
we're
your
going to
favor?
reposition. So this is actually the second
all things
inversion,
considered, being
okay,
down 9,
and then D flat is
things
exactly
can be
the
a lot
same
worse. We got to
right
quit
here.
turning it over, and we got to quit giving up second
Also
shots.
the second inversion. So we have F minor in first inversion, A flat in first inversion, and then E flat and D flat both in second inversion. Okay, so if I want to change the song or change the way the song sounds, I can change the inversions. I can go here,
아 유튜브에서는
I can change it to
아래
reposition.
부처님
It's the same chords, but it sounds different. Still the same chords, but different inversions. Okay, you could also go here.
Collison did an outstanding job denying Dirk Nowitzki the basketball. Nowitzki now 4 for 4 from the line. This play was designed
This is
for
sounding
Dirk Nowitzki,
pretty
but Collison
good.
does his work. When dribble
Maybe-
penetration occurs
maybe
now, there's
there, so-
breakdowns, and he's caught trying to get back to the body of Dirk Nowitzki. And gets a
So you can do all kind of stuff with these
Carlisle set
inversions.
up 16 the other night. He's one of the best post players in all of basketball.
And then continuing on. So anyway, you can do this for any song. If you cannot figure out which chord it is, simply keep on inverting until you get the correct chord, until you get the reposition, and then you can figure out what it is. Okay. In the beginning, this will take some time, but eventually you will actually start to recognize songs real quick. So for now, please give this video a thumbs up if you liked it. We're going to be continuing on with the next lesson, which is going to be lesson 38. And in that lesson, I'm going to be teaching you how you can use those chords in order to learn songs even quicker. Hi guys, welcome to lesson 38 on the PJ Piano Theory course. I started talking about chords in lesson 20, so if you haven't seen that one yet, then you have some catching up to do. But if you don't want to go through all these lessons, at least start on episode 32. That's where you have to start in order to understand what I'm talking about right here. So we've done inversions and reposition chords in the previous couple of lessons, and I've also shown you how you're going to play chords usually with the basic chord setup of playing octaves in the left hand and chords in the right hand. Remember that? So now again, it's an Adele song. I didn't even think about that, but I'm going to teach you how to play Someone Like You by Adele in the old way. So let's say you don't know anything about chords, I'm going to teach you how to play that. Okay, here we go. For the left hand, you have to play A and E together, then G sharp and E, F sharp, C sharp, F sharp, or F sharp and C sharp right here, and then D, A, D. Okay, as the right hand is A, C sharp, E, C sharp, and you keep on doing that for 4 times.
아 재밌었네.
Then you're going to
가려졌네.
play G sharp, C sharp, E sharp, also for 4 times. Then F sharp, C sharp, F sharp, and then A, D, F sharp, D. Okay, so by now you know how to play the song, right? The reason that is because right now you have to remember all of these notes separately, and it's such a lot of notes to remember. Okay? But the way I remember it is actually not by remembering the notes, but by remembering chords, which is groups of 3 notes, if you remember. And therefore, you only have to remember 4 things instead of 12. Yeah? So if we have a look at the right hand, for instance, I'm playing A, C sharp, E, C sharp, which is an A major chord. Okay? So all I have to do is remember A major. Then I'm playing G sharp, C sharp, and E, which is actually a C sharp minor chord. Okay? It's the second inversion, but it's a C sharp minor chord. So we have A, C sharp minor. Then we have F sharp 5, remember F sharp, C sharp and F sharp, so that's a 5 chord. And then right here, this is actually D major in the second inversion. Okay? So we have A, C sharp minor, F sharp 5 and D. And if you remember that, you already know the song. All you have to do is apply the pattern by playing the bottom note, then the middle, the top, and the middle, and keep on going back and forth. Okay, so start here, A, C sharp minor, F sharp 5, and then all that's left is D major. Okay, for the left hand, I'm basically playing an A chord as well, but I'm leaving out the C sharp. Then I'm playing a C sharp minor chord, but I'm leaving out the C sharp. Then I'm playing an F sharp 5 chord, but I'm leaving off the F sharp. And then I'm playing a D chord right here. Okay, adding a D and I'm letting out the F sharp. So I play it like this. Okay, so also when you know these chords, a lot easier to remember. A, C sharp minor, F sharp 5, but leave off the F sharp, and D5 basically. So you can imagine that by simply remembering the chords A, C sharp, minor, F sharp 5 and D, that like let's say 2 years from now, if you've been playing the song a couple of times and you don't know exactly how it's going, even if you play the chords in root position or with a regular octave in the left hand.
Nice fake off the glass. Score in so many ways.
Okay, so by just playing this, you can already hear that you're basically doing the good thing right here, and then right here. And then you might notice like this sounds really weird. So if you get to work on that a little bit, like that's not better, goes down. That actually sounds not too bad.
Oklahoma City shooting 65% from the field.
Okay, and then you get
nice pass from Dirk Nowitzki. And Haywood with some big minutes off the bench. He's got 6 points. Finishing at the rim.
And then you're there already, okay? Then you remember like, wasn't there some kind of pattern going on? So you try. That's not it. Ah, that's it. And simply by remembering these 4 chords, you can real easily get back to this song that you learned like 3, 4, 5 years ago. All you have to do is look at those chords, and within no time you'll be playing that song again, because it's so easy to remember these chords and figure it out. Okay. Anyway, I just want to show you that by using this chord structure, it's a lot easier to figure out how songs are being played, how to adapt them so they don't sound good. You can use your inversions to basically shift the chords to go from here to maybe a little bit lower and like a right here. And then shifting those chords around, and also if you have to do a little pattern like this one right here, instead of remembering all of these notes separately, by simply remembering the chords, it's a lot easier to remember those songs and play them quicker as well, because your hand is already used to a couple of these grips. Okay? So that's what I wanted to tell you in this lesson, not something specific. I just wanted to give you an idea of what you can do when you know all of these chords, and how it makes it easier for you to remember songs and eventually how to figure out songs by doing Hi guys, welcome to lesson 39 of the PGM Piano Theory course. If you're still watching, congratulations. I know there's a lot of lessons and I'm hoping that you're learning a lot. So, I just want to talk a little bit about exceptions on the basic chord piano setup that I've introduced to you. So, I want to have a look at G major right here. And what I taught you is that when you play G major, you're going to play G octave in the left hand. And that's true. I usually do that when playing these easy lessons or the chord lessons. However, you don't have to do it. It's also possible to, for instance, play a D octave in the left hand, okay, or a B octave. Basically, borrowing from the G, B, E notes right here, you could play either one of them, okay? Keep in mind, the chord is going to change a little bit because this is just G major. When you play it like this, we're going to call that G major slash D. Why? Because there's 3 Ds in there, okay? It's pretty dominant. So, G major slash B, and G major slash D. Okay? So that's possible. It's also possible to play, for instance, G and D in the left hand, basically 5th, and G, B, D in the right hand. And then you get a different sound as well than when you play this, okay? So that's also a possibility. It's also possible to borrow a note from here, so maybe you would play D, G, D, and G and B, and play the chord like this. In this case, I'm not playing a D in the right hand, but I am playing them in the left hand. Or like this, same kind of idea. I'm not playing it in the right hand. I could also do that with the B, for instance. Play it like this, okay? And you can clearly hear that's a different kind of sound. You could go there, which is quite cool. G, B, G, D. So we have G, B, and D, and therefore it's still G major. It's also possible, let's have a look at E minor, to play an octave in the left hand that's not in the chord, like this for instance. And it sounds really cool and jazzy, and why is that? Because we've actually changed the chord. Look, right now we have G, B, E in the right hand, and a C in the left hand. So if I remove that E and I place it here, I'm actually getting this chord. So by playing a different octave in the left hand, I could change the chord because I'm simply adding a note. Okay? Then it's also possible to play 5 chords in the left hand. So like this. What you're basically doing is playing a 5 chord, so you play that 5th. Okay? Makes it sound a little bit dark. I think this would be taken a bit too far, so you could stay here, right? So like that. So that's quite cool. As a change, sometimes I do that. I play a song, and then if I want to make it a little bit more crunchy, I'll put in that extra note in the middle. So there's a lot of different things you can do with the left hand, and sometimes if you play a note that's not in the chord, you can actually change or alter the chord in the right, and thereby altering the entire chord you're playing. Hi guys, welcome to lesson 40 in the PGM Piano Theory course. Today I want to talk to you about right hand chord patterns. Sounds difficult. Actually, it really isn't. It's really quite easy. And basically what you need to understand is that whenever you're playing chords, or like these easy songs that I'm basically teaching, you're going to play a pattern in the right hand. And the pattern might be, play all of the notes at once. Play all of the notes from the chords. So I have my A major chord right here, A, C sharp and E. The pattern might be, I'm going to play all of these notes at once. And then maybe the next chord, I'm going to play all of them at once, and then right here, and then right here. Okay, so there's a pattern. I could also play all of the chords twice. Or 4 times. But that's with 3 notes at once. I could also play 1 note at a time. So playing the same chords. And now all of a sudden it sounds pretty much like
Adele someone like you.
Sits down with 2 fouls. Free throw shooting, 13 attempts for Dallas.
Okay.
Only 2 for the Thunder, but they haven't had to go
Why?
to the
By
line.
simply
They've
applying
everything
a
down.
pattern.
I just realized
Okay,
that clip,
playing the bottom, middle, top, middle.
grandmother calls him Chandler.
Like
Did
that.
grandmother call you back, Gundy?
And
Not once, but my mom used my full name a lot. Jeffrey William
there's
Van
other
Gundy. That
patterns
was
as
when
well,
trouble
for
started.
instance, 2
Got in a
notes
lot
and
of
then
trouble.
1.
Oh yeah, the middle name came out, start running.
Like that.
Hiding under my bed.
Track the most recent NBA Facebook trends. Vote for your favorite players to help them become the social MVP only on
Or-
NBA.com/playoff pulse. Westbrook out, Cephalosha sets for 3. Won't
Taking
go.
the 2
Tip
outer
ball
notes
missed.
and then playing the
Off the
middle,
mark.
or the bottom,
And Chandler
and
the
the top,
rebound.
of course, which is a little bit less
Chandler's had some
common.
big rebounding games last
Okay,
2.
so for instance, playing the 2 notes and then 1, you do that
was
with
a really good
apologize.
find by penetration.
Nowitzki to Sean Marion. Lost it. Picked up by Chandler.
Okay, or
Nowitzki sets, fires, knocks it down. That was an ugly possession, but it ended in 2 points.
which is
Talking about a
simply
great
another pattern.
offensive
Top,
player.
bottom,
Dirk Nowitzki
middle,
is awfully
bottom.
tough to defend. Back in Oklahoma City, Dirk Nowitzki already with 16 points. He had 18 total in Game 3, although he did have 10 in the 4th quarter.
Okay, like that. But you have to keep in mind that whether you're playing the full quarter once,
It's a 5-point game. Durant shot won't go. Perkins tip misses.
like
Terry
this,
comes
or
up with
applying a pattern,
when
it's
they go
always
into
going to
that
be a pattern. Okay, when you play the full quarter once, that's just a pattern of
Durant
playing the
should
full
look for
quarter at
every
once.
chance to
There's
get
a
it
lot of
against
patterns,
Terry
like for
and
instance,
isolate him just like he
bottom,
just
middle,
did.
top.
Cephalosha,
And if
great
you, for instance,
defensive
put that
play,
here,
and he gets the benefit down the other end. Another steal for the Oklahoma City Thunder. Active hands here in the first half.
you get a beautiful song. But basically, you're just playing these basic chords
Nowitzki
right here,
leads in. He traveled.
applying a pattern,
10 turnovers.
etc. Okay, so keeping that in mind, if you learn the chords of a song, you can actually apply different patterns to get the result
see
you
the
want.
defense
Okay,
by the
can become
Thunder.
something
Active
like
hands, and then Westbrook on-point pass. Cephalosha able to finish. Gets rewarded because of his active hands, creating the turnover. Thunder.
okay.
on a
So
roll,
keep
and
that
it
in mind.
starts with
Different
their
patterns for the right hand, and yeah, have a go at that and see what you can come up with. So that's it. These are all of the right hand patterns I wanted to show you. There's tons and tons more. You will find them in the easy lessons. Hi guys, welcome to lesson 41 of the PGM Piano Theory course. In the previous lesson I talked to you about the right hand patterns, and right now I want to talk about the left hand patterns. Basically we're going to keep the right hand in a steady pattern and look at the left hand. So let's have a look at this chord progression.
He's so good at taking advantage of that. That's bad defense though by Russell Westbrook. You want to
The pattern right now for the left hand is to simply play octaves along with the chords in the right hand.
Gets on his hip.
Okay, would you agree?
Eliminates the contest. He's got 13 in the period.
Now the left hand can also go back and forth, like this.
Durant double team, kicks it out. Westbrook. Westbrook, the mid-range floater.
Okay, or it could simply go
Nowitzki the rebound. Dirk Nowitzki.
like that, which is playing the full
With a block,
octave,
but they call a foul.
and then a
He
single
runs down
note.
the other end.
I do that a lot.
Obviously not pleased as Nowitzki back to
So
the
have a
free
go
throw
at that.
line. That's Durant's first personal.
And when you're going back and forth, you can start on the top
Let's
one,
take a look.
or start on the bottom one, which sounds
Looked like
different.
Got it. Yeah, it looked like it's a good call.
Okay.
On
Then
the
of
other
course
hand, right now,
there
the
is
Dallas
tons and tons of
have
more
made
stuff
a
you can do with
decision.
the left hand.
They're
Like for
double teaming
instance,
Kevin Durant, forcing him to get rid of the basketball. If you're the other Thunder players, you got to put yourself in
which
position
would
to
sound
catch,
like this.
take a shot, and get rid of the basketball. But away from Durant, and then you have matchup problems with trying to rotate back.
Okay, and there's so much more stuff you can do in the left hand.
They
It's
don't have a lot
basically
of
the same
shooting
as in
on
the
the floor.
right, depending on what you want to play.
Cephalosha's not really a range shooter. Westbrook's more of a driver. Perkins not a perimeter shooter.
Minute 20 left. And foul ball on Terry.
A etc. That left hand can actually play a lot of different stuff, but that's not really a chord song, is it? That's not really an easy lesson. So yeah, the left hand does have a couple of patterns. The most important ones to remember are simply an octave, or playing an octave and a single note. Like that, or this one.
Perkins not looking to shoot. Now he does, drives in and lays it in. Boy, we've seen some interesting moves
Because
from
that one is occurring quite a lot as well. And another one that sometimes it's not really that
Those
common.
are plays that the Mavericks are willing to give up and give Perkins a lot of credit. Didn't settle and shoot the jump
Or
shot, put the
sometimes
ball
you
on
could
the
just be
floor,
playing
made
a chord.
Back to 5, under a minute remaining.
But that's also
Kid
quite
lobs it
rare.
in.
So now you know a couple of
Nicely by
patterns for the
Ibaka,
left
but
hand.
Kid
We will be
stays
seeing
with
a
the
lot
play
more
and
of
lays
them
it
in
in.
any of the easy lessons. You're going to see patterns in that left hand all the time.
Jason Kidd. He's
So
got 7
that's
points, 3
the
assists.
end of the PGM Piano Theory course. As I've told you
Pretty amazing
before,
what he's doing
there
now
is
at 38
another
years old
lesson
in his
in the
17th year in
description
the
box
league.
down below that will really get you started on how to play the piano. And it's
Westbrook
basically a guide
trying to get a
as to
little
how
fancy,
to
turned it
reach
over.
my lessons,
They have
how
10
to
turnovers
interpret
as
all
well.
the stuff that's on the screen,
Cephalosha, great
and
hustle,
also
and
just
the
a lot of
save.
tips about combining
Perkins
left and
down the
right
other end,
hand,
gathers,
all that kind of stuff. It's a
and a
really
foul.
useful lesson. If you haven't
Costly
watched it yet,
turnover for the
please
Mavericks.
have a look at that
As
right now.
Cephalosha's hustle
If you'd
setting
rather
up a
go
potential
straight into
three-point
learning a
play.
song, have a look at youtube.com/pgmpiano. You can find all of the lessons right there by clicking
again,
the
the vision of
videos
Kevin
tab.
Durant
Or if
sees
you'd rather
Kendrick
have
Perkins all by
an
himself.
alphabetical order of all the
Great job
lessons,
by
go
Perkins
to
gathering himself,
pgmpiano.com
taking
and
the
click
contact
all
from Dirk.
lessons
That's a bad
right
foul from
there.
Dirk Nowitzki.
I want
If
to
you're
thank
gonna
you so
foul in
much
that
for watching. It's
situation,
been a
don't
long
allow him
lesson.
to get
If
the
you're still
basket.
here, congratulations.
Nowitzki
You made
knows
it all the way till
Perkins
the end,
going to
and
the
now
line
you
for the
know a
possible
lot
three-point.
about playing piano.
Well, Perkins only averaging 5 points a game in the series, with 6 here in the first half. Chance to add it as Nowitzki picked up his first personal. It's only the 3rd free throw attempt by Oklahoma City. Brick there. Meanwhile, 17 attempts in the first half from the line for Dallas. Shot clock turned off, and Ibaka with a bad foul. Ibaka then has words for Nowitzki. It's not a smart play, putting this guy at the free throw line, who in the series is 43 for 44.
Just not a smart play at all. You don't want to try to do too much. Do your job. In that situation, if Dirk Nowitzki takes a tough jump shot with the clock dwindling down and you contest, you live with the results. But you don't give him 2 foul shots.
And that's his 3rd foul. He's actually played very well. 8 points, 6 rebounds, 2 block shots. And upset with himself as he picks up his 3rd. Nowitzki 7 for 7 from the line.
Are these fans kidding me? They're yelling at the ref on that call?
It's something to do.
They should be able to have a crowd technical for lack of basketball IQ. Because that was one of the more obvious fouls that have occurred in this game.
To close out the half right now, it looks like Scott Brooks wants to put the ball in the hands of James Harden and allow him to put the ball and make a play.
Nowitzki 17 points in the 2nd quarter, 22 for the game. Final seconds here of the half. Durant, the drive, gets hit in the head, and he'll go to the line.
Dallas did a good job of denying James Harden, and Kevin Durant gets the basketball. He doesn't want to screen and roll because he doesn't want to allow them to double team him. The correct play, puts the ball on the floor aggressively, creating the contact.
Well, you love Durant. He's 6 of 8 from the field, has not taken a three-pointer. He 0 for 8 from three-point range in game 3. He was 0 for 5 in game 2, so he'd missed 13 in a row. And he's been in attack mode right from the opening tip. Durant, a great free throw shooter. Stevenson, that'll count if it goes. And too strong, and that ends the first half. Kevin Durant with 14 points. Oklahoma City 58% shooting from the field.
But Dallas, in many ways, has to feel very good, especially after that initial onslaught. And Dirk Nowitzki's great second quarter. They're only down by 5. Right now, let's go to Doris with Russell Westbrook.
Russell, slow starts have plagued your team throughout the course of the playoffs. What were your intentions to start this basketball game?
Take the first bunch, man. I think we did a good job of coming out and getting to them defensively. We did a good job of that.
As impactful as your defense was, as high as your shooting percentage was, how concerned are you that the lead is just 5?
Well, not that concerned. I think we did a good job of, stopping them from, their first options. They got all their points from the line. I think we'll be all right.
Russell, thank you, Mike.
Dirk Nowitzki was brilliant in that second quarter. Well, absolutely. And you wonder why? I tell you why. The bottom line is he puts his time in. You're talking about practice, talking about his great shooting coach. These guys get together not just on game days, but when the lights aren't there, when nobody else is in the gym, he's putting the time in. 17 of the 22 in that second quarter. He's already outscored his output from game 3. A victory for the Dallas Mavericks, another one on the road. They're trying to win their 5th straight road game in these playoffs. Nowitzki short, defended well by Ibaka. As Ibaka had a very strong first half.
And again, you can't foul Nowitzki. You cannot put him to the line 9 times.
He might miss one of these days. Durant had a quick start. Again, an early 12-point lead for Oklahoma City. Ibaka back out, and they don't get it off in time.
A bad offensive trip for the Thunder. Took quite a while to get into it. And then Kevin Durant, I don't think he should get a pick and roll with Kendrick Perkins because they're not going to defend. They're going to force him to get rid of the basketball. He's better off clearing it out and trying to take his man one-on-one.
Stevenson looking, shot clock down to 7. And a three-pointer well short. Well, we talked about Oklahoma City, their three-point shooting, remember, from game 3. They really struggled, 1 for 17. They've only taken 3 as Durant's mid-range shot misfires. They've only taken 2, and they're 0 for 2. They haven't needed to go to the 3 the way they've shot the ball elsewhere. Cephalosha, another deflection, another steal. That's their 8th of the game. And Westbrook misses. Durant's follow won't go. Westbrook gets it back, draws the foul, and he'll shoot 2. Once again, defense leading to offense as we send it over to Doris Burton.
Mike, Rick Carlisle said we need to do 3 things in this half. 1, rebound better. 2, quit turning it over. He won't be pleased at that last possession. He said if we do those 2 things, Oklahoma City's shooting percentage will come down. Mike?
Well, Doris, they got out rebounded 19-11. They did turn the ball over 11 times, but Oklahoma City turned it over 10 times. With Carlisle again, we talked about this early in the season. One of the underrated coaches in the NBA. He's won wherever he's gone. Did a great job in Detroit, in Indiana, and now here in Dallas.
And another thing, Mike, he's the head of the Coaches Association, and he does an unbelievable job working for all coaches, trying to get them more benefits. He really has put in countless hours. So beyond just coaching, he's really an advocate for all coaches.
And a former teammate of mine, my rookie year, we picked him up midway through. The first game, he had 25 points. And we thought we had the second coming of Larry Bird, but an outstanding shooter and absolutely understands the game of basketball.
Perkins, feed inside, goes out of bounds. Well, when he was called up from the CBA. He was playing for the Albany Patroons. His roommate on the road for Albany, Scott Brooks. The 2 of them trying to get in the NBA. Brooks teases. He says, listen, I played him on the games. I played him in practice, yet he's the one that got called up to the NBA. He still sounds bitter about it.
Yeah, let it go, Scott. You're doing fine yourself.
Scott Brooks wound up playing 11 years in the NBA, plus that CBA appearance. 4-point game again. Dallas right there, despite the great shooting from Oklahoma City. Westbrook is fouled on his way to the basket. Brooks, who also was NBA Coach of the Year last year, he bounced all around. Philadelphia, Minnesota, Houston, Dallas, played for the Knicks 1 year, Cleveland, the Clippers.
He also played for the Fresno Flames of the WBL. He has had quite a journey in his basketball career. Durant tried to draw the foul. Marion didn't go for it. Chandler quickly gets it out to Marion. Three minutes gone by here in the third. Nowitzki, guarded by Ibaka, gets to the basket. Nothing quick about it, just takes his time and gets where he wants to go.
Poor help defense, though. Nowitzki starts right from the three-point line, reverses back on a spin, and still gets all the way to the rim.
Cephalosha, way off.
They have not had many good possessions in their half-court offense to start this second half.
Jason Kidd.
And there's no secret why. If you look at this Thunder lineup, the Dallas Mavericks defense is going to say Kevin Durant is not going to score. You've got to have guys on the floor that at least this Mavericks defense has got to pay attention to.
Westbrook looking, finds Ibaka. He's been hitting that shot tonight. Not that time, but he got fouled by Nowitzki. That's the second foul on Dirk Nowitzki.
Well, this is great offense by Nowitzki, but poor defense. That's the second dribble, third dribble, fourth dribble, and still no help on their best player. Inexcusable.
That's what, if you're defensively, that's what you want him to do, is put it on and do those spin moves, right?
And you're on the weak side defending Deshaun Stevenson. As soon as he turns his back to make that move, you should be running to his body, looking to strip the basketball instead of taking pictures like you're a cameraman. Here you see Cephalosha on the way. Attack as soon as he turns. You don't have to be connected to Deshaun Stevenson. Force Dirk Nowitzki to get rid of the basketball, and then you can get back to your man.
And Maynard did that in the first half, and they created a steal. Now, Nowitzki is better passing out of the spin than he used to be, but it's still what you have to do. And you have to do more than one thing. You have to be able to help and still recover if you want to win.
4-point Thunder lead as they try and even up this series at 2 games apiece. Westbrook went for the steal. Stevenson on the drive, way short, tipped by Chandler, and it should be Thunder ball. Kenny Maris says I didn't see it, nor did Danny Crawford, so they're going to jump it up. Tony Brothers now chatting with Crawford.
Actually, Deshaun Stevenson took a hit on that drive and laying down in some pain.
Made a nice move, just didn't finish.
I think he took a shot below the belt.
Yep.
How could you tell? You got some good eyes.
Kendrick Perkins.
I have glasses on.
Ouch. So they'll jump at center court. Any two can jump in this situation. How you like that? Tony Brothers looked at Crawford and Bauer. You guys see it? They didn't see it, so jump it up. Marion all over Durant, and they finally call it. They really needed to. Rick Carlisle didn't like it, but Marion was just draped all over him.
But give Marion credit. He's made the adjustment, being a little bit more physical, defending Kevin Durant. And then give Kevin Durant credit. Where we watched him in the past maybe run out to half court to get the basketball, he met force with force and got rewarded with the foul.
You know, that wasn't as blatant as I first thought. Durant did a good job trying to create the foul. Cephalosha, nice fake, one dribble, knocks it in.
But a great read by Russell Westbrook. Those are the type of plays that will take him from being a good point guard to a great one. He has everything you would want as far as being a playmaker. Now he's got to be a visionary and make those plays.
Nowitzki from the foul line. Well, that you expect. The other end, Cephalosha helping out with 8 points. You know, they need him occasionally to do some offensive things.
Absolutely. You cannot be an elite level team where guys don't have to be guarded.
Ibaka sets a screen on Durant. Kidd knocks it off Durant. And it should be Dallas ball. Jason Kidd, first 3 games of this series, 12 steals.
모두요. 안경이띠님
I'd much
별풍선
rather see
5개
Kevin Durant
상어는
come off that
영어로.
pick and roll as a scorer, but give
좋습니다.
Jason Kidd
이거
credit.
지금 원쟁컷
Comes up
나는
with the steal and
건가요?
then throws it off of the body
변신할
of
때가.
Kevin Durant.
네네.
Still looking for his first NBA championship. He played in 2 finals, both with New Jersey. His team 2 wins away from getting back to the finals.
오늘 왠지 등수 밀려날 것 같다.
Nowitzki catches
느낌이.
and got fouled. Cephalosha with the personal. Only the second team foul with 6:31 left here in the third.
What I love about Dirk Nowitzki tonight, he is playing with an absolute edge. He's not out there trying to make friends. He's out there with a mindset saying, I'm the baddest dude on the court, and nothing you can do about it.
Well, he's always had a toughness about him in terms of his competitiveness and not backing down. The knock early was he wasn't a good defensive player. He's not a great defensive player, but he's improved on that.
But you get the sense that the way he's playing, that he's sending a message. This is a huge game. You put this Thunder team down 3-1, and then you're talking about going to the final.
Durant, the rebound. He's got 6 boards. He had double-figure boards in Game 3 in the loss. Stevenson gets a little aggressive there. That's his third. They're in the penalty.
Kevin Durant is doing a much better job selling the contact rather than playing through it. So he's getting the whistle, and it's the right thing to do. Dirk Nowitzki has made a career out of it, and it has gotten better. If guys are going to play you physical, then don't just take it. Sell the contact, get the benefit of the whistle, and go to the line.
He was telling us earlier today that, opponents like to play him physical because he's so skinny. They just think he can't take it, and he's getting better at it. Again, the growth of this team, and especially of Durant. Last year in the playoffs, his first taste, that 6-round loss, 6-game loss in the first round to the Lakers. He did some good things, but up and down. You just see the progress of this young man and how hard he works. Really one of the special players in the game today. Catches, fires, hits a 3. He had missed 13 in a row over the last couple of games. Hadn't taken one tonight. Nails that one for an 8-point lead.
And a technical foul on Tyson Chandler, who got into it with Kendrick Perkins as well.
Oklahoma City up by 8 midway through the third. And again, Durant 18 points. He's 7 of 11 from the field. By the way, the Chandler technical is his 4th of the playoffs. He had one rescinded. Hits that one. And let's go to Doris with Kevin Durant's mom, Wanda Pratt.
Yes, Wanda, let's go back to the last series. Game 7, after your team closes out Memphis. Kevin completes his media duties and found you in the stands. What was that moment like for a mom?
I was really proud of him because ever since he was a little boy, and when he had aspirations of becoming a professional player, he always wanted to win the championship. And that game, he was one game closer. He was one game closer that game. So I was really proud of all their effort and how well he handled himself in the playoffs and how he dug down and just fought through it.
As often as people describe what an exceptional basketball player he is, they often also describe the kind of man he is. How proud are you of that?
More importantly, more than his basketball skills, more than how well he handles himself on the court, that he's becoming a fine young man is what I'm most proud of. And sometimes I'm just in awe that he's my son, and I'm just grateful to have a son like him.
You are, and he's a pleasure for us to be around. Wanda, thank you so much. Mike?
All right, Doris, she has every right to be so proud as Cephalosha tips it in. But he credits her. She was a postal worker. He says she showed him that he has to work for everything. He was the postal worker. His dad was a police officer. Boy, was he raised the right way. He is one of the hardest working players. I love the way Scotty Brooks describes Kevin Durant. He said his approach is that of a backup player. Nowitzki for 3. Too strong. Cephalosha the rebound. Westbrook pushing. Sidesteps. Nice feed. Collison the finish. And the Thunder back up by double figures.
Outstanding play in transition by Russell Westbrook. Beautiful find.
6 assists for Westbrook. Pass
pass inside to Terry. Terry's made a couple of difficult shots.
And what a find by Jason Kidd. Through the traffic, threading the needle.
Both point guards with 6 assists. Westbrook only had 11 assists through the first 3 games. Had more turnovers than assists.
This is where they got to get in their stuff quicker. It took them up to 10 seconds to start their offense.
Durant looked like he got hit. Instead, Kidd brings it back up. Sets again. Stojakovic back out. Somebody's going to get a 3-point attempt at Stojakovic, but he rushed it. Chandler right there on the follow, and the foul. Tyson Chandler with terrific board work, and it's a 7-point game.
Good rotation by Oklahoma City, but it leaves Chandler all alone on the board. Good tip in, good finish. And to go back to the steal that started that transition, Kevin Durant has tried his swing up through the defense 3 times tonight. He has not gotten rewarded yet. So if they're not going to give you that call, you got to go to something else. I think he was hit right there.
To me, that one is a foul. I thought he did an outstanding job not getting the call. Referees with the Jason Terry one, but that one was a foul. And I agree with you as far as the Thunder offensively. They had to do a better job of getting into their sets quicker. Westbrook spinning, blocked but fouled. Jason Kidd called for his first, and Westbrook to the line. Coach, here's what you're talking about, the swing move here. That's clearly a foul. Kevin Durant, instead of standing at the line shooting 3 foul shots, the Mavericks get it going in transition. Tyson Chandler gets a putback and the foul.
You know, and I'm going to go back on what I just said. So remix. Keep going to that move. That foul will be called. That was just missed.
Perkins sits down. Durant is over there talking to Tony Brothers. James Harden, Collison, Ibaka, Durant, and obviously Westbrook on the floor right now for Oklahoma City. 7-point game, 3.5 to play, third quarter. The Thunder trailed in their previous series 2-1 to Memphis. They trail in this one by the same, although they don't have home court advantage in this conference final. Stojakovic flips it up. Westbrook high for the rebound. Leading rebounder among all point guards in the NBA this season. Jason Kidd was second. Westbrook on the drive and draws the foul. And right back to the free throw line. Westbrook did not take a free throw in the first half. This will be his 5th and 6th of the third quarter.
And that defensive rebound by Russell Westbrook shows you why he can become such an elite point guard, because if his decision making continues to improve, he's got athletic abilities that allow him to do things that most point guards can't, which is rebound the ball and start the fast break instead of having to outlet the ball to him. I mean, that's an incredible play against Tyson Chandler's in there, and then he's able to push it.
Those are the type of plays that get you in trouble as a player, because you can't say to the coach, I can't go get it. Don't tease me. Those are the rebounds I expect to see you as a guard go get.
And he didn't have a defensive rebound in the first half.
He's averaging 5 a game in the playoffs, averaged just under 5 a game during the regular season. Terry tried to draw the foul. Chandler another rebound. Stojakovic back to Terry. That's a 2-pointer for Jason Terry. Terry in double figures with 11. Make that 13 for Terry. Durant to Ibaka. Try to get it inside to Collison. And that's 16 turnovers for Oklahoma City.
Keep feeding off each other's defensive energy. We're going to win this game on the defensive end.
Stojakovic comes off the screen. Westbrook again, high for the rebound. He's got an amazing athletic ability. He's got 6 boards, 6 assists, and 17 points.
And Durant shoved down Marion. Good defensive work from Sean Marion to draw that charge. 2 on Durant.
And another big-time rebound by Russell Westbrook. He's out jumping a 7-footer. He wants the basketball more than everybody else, and that's how you get it done. On the other end, if you're Kevin Durant, that's clearly an offensive foul. Do a better job of getting the basketball and force yourself to be fouled rather than committing it.
Kid gets it back. Good open look for 3. They're 5 of 16 from downtown. James Harden. Little fake inside to Ibaka. Again, what a nice entry pass. He just makes plays.
I would submit that should be on the next fundamentals. Did you see the way he sold the play and made the crisp pass?
Collison the block. Harden struggling a bit with his dribble. Rick Carlisle wanted to foul down the other end. There was plenty of contact there. Durant the drive, stripped by Terry, picked up by Chandler to Kidd. Good heads-up play from Terry. He had a couple of steals the other night as well. Nice bounce pass, and Marion fouled from behind. So free throws for Sean Marion, who had 18 points in Game 3. Quiet here in Game 4, scoring-wise, just 2. James Harden has picked up his 3rd foul.
Good job pushing the basketball in transition. And Peja Stojakovic, crisp pass, avoids the offensive foul, and Sean Marion tries to attack the rim and gets fouled.
The Maverick players are talking about after Game 3. Sean Marion played so well. They said after the first 2 games during a film session, the players really got on Marion and told him he wasn't aggressive enough. They needed you, as he likes to say, play like the Matrix. And they said Marion was upset. He got pretty mad at how hard his teammates came at him during the film session, but he responded in a big way. Tyson Chandler said, hey, we had to do it. We need him. And he handled the challenge the perfect way. He had a great Game 3.
I give him credit. He responded on both ends of the floor. Became a better defensive player and became a weapon on the offensive end.
Rick Carlisle said teams he played for, teams he's coached, the best ones police themselves. That's what Dallas did. Collison had perhaps blocked by Haywood. Either way, Mavericks the other way. J.J. Barea back in, as is Eric Maynard. Nowitzki, extra pass, wide open 3 for Terry, puts it in. Jason Terry makes it a 4-point game.
Pick and rolls. If you're gonna help, you gotta rotate and rotate quick. Extra effort plays because you're playing against a Dallas Mavericks team that has shooters spread all around the floor.
Terry 9 of his 16 in the 3rd. Harden to drive. Bounces it off Haywood. I think that should have been Oklahoma City ball. They say, though, after the deflection on Haywood, Harden touched it. But it's going to be Mavericks ball. Oklahoma City, 9 turnovers in this 3rd quarter. 19 for the game. Dallas only has 1 turnover in the 3rd quarter.
Going back with pick and rolls with Dirk Nowitzki. This is where they get great offense.
Nowitzki the fake. Back out Barea. Inside to Marion. Haywood on the follow. Brendan Haywood with some important minutes, and it's a 2-point game. Final seconds, and Marion got with the pump. And that's just not a smart foul. They're in the penalty with 2.5 remaining. So Durant will go to the line.
Durant was actually upset. He thought they made the call that he was out of bounds, so he was actually running the other way.
Hard to hear the whistle sometimes in this building. Durant 4 of 5 from the line tonight, 19 points. Oklahoma City led by as many as 12. That was in the opening minutes. They came out with a vengeance after their disappointing performance in Game 3. Went up by 12, hit their first 9 shots from the field. But this veteran Dallas team kept their poise. Final seconds, Barea.
Welcome back to Oklahoma City. Scott Brooks, you've dominated the rebounding, points in the paint, and fast break points. How is Dallas staying close?
Because they're a good team, and we have to continue to do that. We got to just stay with our assignments and make sure we get that foul shot and not let
하루
Dirk get
종일
going.
9 turnovers in the quarter. What are
6시간.
those a product of?
Well, we had too many turnovers in the first half, and
변함없이.
also the second half. We're playing in the crowd.
서로
We gotta have good
똑같은데,
spacing
그게
and attack the basket. Hopefully, we can draw some contact.
Thank you, Scott. Mike.
사람만 달라붙어 멘트가 똑같아.
Oklahoma City has not lost consecutive games in these playoffs yet. They're 5-0 after losses. As Terry's called for a foul. Regular season, they were the second best winning percentage games after losses. Only Chicago was better. This young team has always bounced back. They did it to start, but right now nursing a 4-point lead.
And they have to maintain their composure. Dallas is pushing on him hard right now. As Ibaka knocks it in, they've got to catch the ball where they want to. Start lower, create your lead. Do not get frustrated by the body contact.
Serge Ibaka having a big game. 14 points, 6 of 8 from the field. Barea flips it up, bangs it in. Pretty play from J.J. Barea.
Barea is making quality decisions off of pick and roll basketball. That time they didn't contain the dribble, turned the corner and made the play.
Barea had that great game 1. Also had a terrific game 4 against the Lakers. As foul away from the ball. Haywood called for his first.
And you see Eric Mena trying to chase over the body of Dirk Nowitzki. Barea turns the corner and just gets it over the contested hand of Ibaka.
By mistake, a defensive 3 seconds, not a foul call, so a one-shot technical. Lead back up to 5 here in the opening minute of the fourth. Ball deflected and stolen by Sean Marion. Nowitzki back to Terry. Terry from the corner. In and out. Durant the rebound. Harden, little pump fake. Inside to Collison. Trying to reverse, and he got whacked. Oh, Collison to the free throw line. Let's listen to a Scott Brooks huddle.
Guys, we had 9 turnovers in that quarter. Keep taking care of the basketball. Let's have 1 quarter of basketball. Hour of basketball. You gotta play harder, guys, for 12 minutes. 12 minutes. You got it in you? You got it?
He said, speaking of minutes, earlier today, he needs to find more minutes for this man. Nick Collison has been so good off the bench. Collison, the veteran of this team, been with them the longest. Kevin Durant said he's been like a big brother. Durant's first year was in Seattle before the team was moved to Oklahoma City. Collison getting some big minutes here in the playoffs that he has produced. Barea sets. Durant, his 8th rebound.
And I think that's the best way to defend J.J. Barea in pick and roll situations, especially with this shooting. Go underneath the screen and force him to be a shooter.
Harden once again. The left-hander banks it in. Timeout. Dallas a 9-point Oklahoma City lead.
I need that every time. Every time. I need defense every time.
Harden's so good to take the next step. The consistency, what they're looking for. He's made some superb plays here in game 4.
Well, there's a difference between being a bench player and an every night guy that you have to count on.
Terry, too strong. Fight for the rebound. Durant, he's rebounded well. 9.
Thunder got away with a bad defensive trip. Jason Terry winds up with a wide open jump shot, but could not knock it down.
Durant puts it up. Won't go. Barea looking to push. Barea inside trying to draw the contact. Oh, nice play. J.J. Barea with Ibaka. The shot blocker right on him.
If you're Serge Ibaka, you got to do a better job coming out to help because you're defending Brendan Haywood. The concern is not to defend him, but stop the basketball.
Maynard, Harden, Collison, Durant, and Ibaka. Ibaka jump shot, in and out. Number of these players, the group that closed out game 2, the victory in Dallas when the bench was terrific for Oklahoma City. Barea gets past Maynard. Blocked by Ibaka. His 3rd of the game.
And That's exactly what I'm talking about. Moving your help responsibility up further so that J.J. Barea doesn't have an opportunity to hit the floater over.
I like to call him Serge Ibaka here in Oklahoma City. He leads all players in the NBA playoffs in block shots. Maynard fires away, in and out. Ibaka the rebound and a new 24. He has played really well tonight.
I like what Kevin Durant is doing here. Everybody out of my way. I'm going to make a play.
Drives, gets knocked down, and a flagrant foul called on Haywood. As Durant went down hard. It was called a flagrant one on the floor. Danny Crawford immediately calling it. Haywood went up to block the shot. The follow-through is what constituted the flagrant. So he'll get two shots and they'll get possession of the ball.
여러분은 하얀 방에 갇히면 미칠 것 같습니까? 아니면 검은 방에 갇히면 미칠 것 같습니까?
Haywood picks up his second personal.
And I love the way that Kevin Durant didn't react to it. Took the foul, got up, shoot your foul shots, and keep on point.
And I loved how he waved everybody else off, too. Sometimes you've got to be demanding. And even though it's not his personality, he can grow into that more and more.
You know, we talk so much about what a fine young man he is, how humble he is, but he's got a competitive toughness to himself as well that's still developing.
No question. Listen, you don't score, you don't lead this league in scoring if you're not tough. Because you're going against the very best defenders, the very best coverages in the NBA.
Ibaka puts it up well short. And Barea another rebound.
But I like those shots by Ibaka. He's got to continue to be aggressive and confident. And good pass by Westbrook.
Westbrook, you see, back in the game. Barea, nice change of direction.
벌써 아이템이 팔렸어요? 뭐가 팔렸지?
And a loose ball foul on Harden.
뭐지? 5%밖에 안 했는데 벌써 팔렸다고? 뭐가 팔린 거지?
First team foul.
벌써
I like
팔렸다고?
Westbrook's defensive energy,
뭐 팔렸는지
rebounding energy in this half
1번
more than I did in the first half. He is really up and
2번
after it
모자,
and trying to
3번
impact the ball.
상의,
He was fourth in the league in steals in the regular season. Barea gets away from him, out to Kidd. Durant right up on him.
5번
Nowitzki drives down a lane, layup won't go.
원체의 느낌상
Ibaka
친구로
altered the
팔렸을 것
shot.
같은데 느낌이
Westbrook drives. Durant.
누구요? 야구님
For
후원
the rebound, Ibaka gets it back, puts it up, banks it in. Serge Ibaka with big plays, and the lead back up to 11.
원치가 알아보도록 하겠습니다.
Nowitzki against Collison. Barea.
스펌이니까요.
And he gets fouled. As Ibaka
Least
tried to go for the block, count the basket and one.
And give credit. On both ends of the floor, they've had an offensive and a defensive surge. It's been the Ibaka show. Persistent, pursuing the basketball. Big time finish right there, and the crowd loving his passion.
Another young, talented player, Serge Ibaka, just his second year. He's only 21 years old. We told the story so much last year from the Republic of Congo, third youngest of 18. Mom and dad both played for the country's national team. He started playing basketball at 7. He said he played every day. Was drafted back in 08. Played a year in Spain. Actually played a couple of years in Spain. Even 1 year after the draft. Pass inside Durant to finish.
And again, Russell Westbrook threads the needle. Had an option to throw the lob pass or put it on point. He's playing the point guard position right now.
7 assists for Westbrook.
원더러 포트.
Ball kicked by Durant.
포트 팔렸거든요.
So they'll inbound with 7:06 remaining.
에디 두 줄에 힘 10, 6에 40에 05초.
Well, a victory for Oklahoma City not only would tie the series, would guarantee that it will come back here, and this would not be the final game in this building. Nowitzki shot off the mark.
38개 걸렸네요. 옛날이었으면
22 points
30 정도 했었나
in the first half. Just 4 in the second half.
아이템이 비싸지긴 비싸졌어. 그지?
Westbrook. Ibaka not expecting the pass. Barea. Nowitzki. That won't go. Fight for the rebound. And Chandler runs into
시세가
Durant.
유지되는
Now
이유.
Chandler just
비싼데
made a kicking motion, but I think that was a kick in
매수
frustration
시세
mad at
떨어지는
himself for the
그런
foul. That
이유가
wasn't
됐을 때.
aimed at Durant.
두 번째로는
Coach, I know you love this. The way that
아무래도
Durant went after the basketball.
Absolutely. 50-50 ball. If you want to win, you'll be the first to the ball, the first on the floor, and the first in the air. And when your best players are willing to do that, you have a legit chance to win and win big.
That's their 14th foul, third on Chandler. Chandler and Durant have become friends. They played together at the World Championships this summer for the United States. Ibaka. Ball knocked loose. Durant picks it up, drives, lefty layup, in and out. Collison on the follow. 12-point lead with just over 6 to play. And a foul on Collison, over aggressive
앞에
on
문을
his
열어놔야 돼.
post defense. That's 3 on Collison. Only the third team foul against the Thunder. And we'll have a timeout. Just past the midway point of the fourth. Oklahoma City just 6 minutes away from tying the series. Standing ovation here at the Oklahoma City Arena. Kevin Durant having a huge game with 26 points, 12 rebounds. His team up by a dozen with 5:58 remaining. Game 3, it was Dallas that led wire to wire. Dallas has not led at all in this game. This equals the largest lead for the Thunder. Shot clock down to 5. Terry, tough shot, wanted to. Brody had some contact. Out to Kidd, wide open 3, and that won't go. Durant, another rebound, and a double foul. Serge Ibaka goes down. They're going to jump it at center court. I believe it's Ibaka and Chandler. That'll be 4 on Ibaka.
아,
3 on
가스지망생입니다.
Chandler thinking it should have been against Ibaka.
And I agree. When you face guard blockout like that, you're initiating the lockup. It's a good strategy, but I believe in that case, it was certainly Ibaka's foul.
Meanwhile, that's 5 on Ibaka and 4 on Chandler.
So there's a lot of things that Kendrick Perkins does well for this Thunder team. Rebound, defense, presence in the paint. But this is the absolute best lineup.
사랑했어요.
Barea. It's inside. Shot blocked again. Ibaka got a piece of it. That's 5 rejections for Serge Ibaka.
얼마나 있으면 난 외롭지 않네. 슛볼은
Durant.
If I'm Russell Westbrook, I'm looking for J.J. Barea off of that switch. Westbrook and James Harden.
Too strong on the 3. Mark Collison the rebound. Back to Durant. Bang! Largest lead of the night. He had a 9-block game earlier in the playoffs. He's got a 5-block game. Really become a tremendous defender. And again, a big part of that Jeff Green trade to Boston was getting more time for Harden and Ibaka. Nowitzki gets to Marion and a foul. With 4:49 remaining, a 15-point lead.
모두들 안 된다고.
You look at the different level of intensity that this Thunder team has played with tonight.
사건들.
At times went small with different lineups. But look at the rebounding numbers. 48 to 22. They've gotten the job done by gang rebounding and doing it collectively.
It's almost impossible to win with that kind of disparity. Meanwhile, Dirk Nowitzki in the first half, 22 points. He was 6 of 7 from the field, hit all 9 of his free throws. In the second half, he only has 4 points, 2 of 7, and he has not been to the free throw line.
And to go back to Mark's point, they've missed 35 shots tonight, and they've gotten 20 back. That's an unheard of offensive rebounding percentage.
Durant pass deflected by Marion. And it's still going to be Thunder ball.
마이크는 잘 들리십니까? 마이크 테스트,
much like
마이크
Dallas
테스트.
came out in Game 3, Oklahoma City just came out with more force. Rick Carlisle expected it. They weathered the early storm, but not here in the fourth quarter. Ibaka, rather one-hander. Nowitzki's foul.
마이크 잘 안 들리십니까?
Not smart play from
잠시만
Oklahoma City.
기다려보십시오.
So Nowitzki will go to the line for the first time in the second half. And you see the difference. They've obviously done a much better job. Lloyd Collison has really worked hard playing him. Ibaka as well. Meanwhile, that last foul was on James Harden. He's fouled out. But Harden played well. 7 points, 7 assists for Harden. This young man continues to grow. Seven rebounds, excuse me, not assists.
And this is going to put a strain on Oklahoma City's offense going down the stretch. You take away the playmaking and shooting ability of Harden.
And a rare miss from the line. He hit 10 straight tonight. Hit 39 straight earlier in the series. 12-point game, just under 4.5 remaining. Westbrook, the mid-range. Nowitzki falls down. Trying to force the pass in. That's only the second turnover for them in the second half.
If you're the Thunder right now, Russell Westbrook's got to continue to play solid and smart as a point guard. I like that last possession, but they can't turn the basketball over trying to finish up his Mavericks team.
Under 4 minutes remaining. Westbrook trying to dribble between too many defenders. And then after Kidd knocked it away, a foul against Oklahoma City. That's going to be 3 on Westbrook. Great steal from Jason Kidd.
Give Jason Kidd a lot of credit. He was beaten but got back into the picture. Active hands came up with the steal. That quickness and strength is still there with Kidd.
3 more steals for Kidd tonight.
So many people give up on a play. He got back into the picture and came up with the steal.
Well, this is the one thing Oklahoma City does not want. Stop, clock stop, free throws for Dallas.
I thought that was an outstanding call. I think the game has been officiated extremely well tonight.
Danny Crawford, Kenny Maurer, Tony Brothers.
Are you taking a coaching job, sir? You covering your bases? I'm just asking.
Like, so I can't compliment?
I agree with you. They've done an outstanding job.
How about you? You having a coaching job soon? Something you guys aren't telling me?
Gentlemen, we're his assistant. Heckle him.
10-point game. Still 3.5 remaining. Dallas still fighting back. Durant fires away. Not a great shot there. Terry the rebound.
But again, they want him to go to his right. They feel him going to his right, shooting the pull-up, not nearly as effective as when he goes left.
Terry kicks it out to Marion. Nowitzki. Still plenty of time on the shot clock. Pulls up. Puts it in. Dirk Nowitzki makes it an 8-point game, and Scott Brooks needs a timeout. A 7-0 run by Dallas, and they're still very much in this one. But how about this Thunder team? So young, and they've had a few games down 2-1 against Memphis, come back and they win on the road. Game 7 against Memphis, they get the victory. And here, down 2-1 and facing what would have been a precarious position going back to Dallas 3-1, and they're on the verge. But this one's not over yet.
Yeah, they're in a precarious position right now. Up 8 with 3:14. They got to figure out how are they going to score.
To me, the best way to run a play is to try to get Russell Westbrook and Kevin Durant in situations where there's airspace and there's also a mismatch.
Durant finds a corner. Cephalosha, nice fake. Back out to Durant, an open 3. Short Collison the rebound, a huge rebound. And gives him a new 24. Nick Collison with another big play. He's got a playoff high 12 points and 7 more rebounds. Westbrook pulls up, puts it in. Big bucket from Russell Westbrook. Credit Collison and the 20th offensive rebound for the Thunder tonight. Nowitzki right back with a three. 7-point game as we approach 2 minutes remaining. And Westbrook, Terry doesn't like the call. Jason Terry picks up the personal, and they are in the penalty. Westbrook, an excellent free throw shooter, will go to the line. The Carlisle not a fan of the call as well.
Nick Collison has done it all night long, attacking the offensive boards, keeping the ball alive, the extra possession, and it leads to this. Russell Westbrook, high pick and roll, gets to his spot, knocks down a shot.
And a rare miss. Again, this is the best free throw shooting team in the NBA during the regular season. And here in the playoffs, they're 19 of 24 tonight. They're going to have to make some more before they can secure this victory.
Russell Westbrook is an outstanding basketball player. When he learns how to play the point guard position, and it's not his fault because he never played it, he's going to be off the charts. Absolutely off the charts.
2 misses right there. Nowitzki on the drive. Nice fake. Puts it up. Puts it in. Oh, what a tough shot. It looked like he got hit as well. And it's a 5-point game. 34 now for Dirk Nowitzki. He was quiet there for a stretch in the second half. 8 points here in this fourth quarter. Durant has it poked away. Westbrook pulls up. Short. Rebound tipped and taken by Terry. Dallas still very much alive. Nowitzki spinning on Collison, turning, falling away. Oh, he puts it in. Dirk Nowitzki knocks it down. It's a 3-point game.
And Cephalosha is going to have to be ready to shoot the ball, and they're going to have to trust him. When they double team Durant or Westbrook, the open player, you got to live with that open shot.
A 14-2 run. Kidd almost with a steal. Durant stolen by Marion. Ahead to Terry. Terry on the drive. Puts it up. Won't go. Cephalosha the rebound. Great defense in transition. What a huge stop for Oklahoma City.
And what a great job by Cephalosha not to foul and use his length.
A 14-2 run. Anxious moments for the crowd. Durant back to Westbrook, pulls up, way short, rebound tipped, and a loose ball foul is going to go against Westbrook. They're in the penalty, so Dallas with a chance to cut it to 1. 4 fouls on Westbrook.
What a great defensive play by Cephalosha without fouling Jason Terry. Blocks the shot, keeps the ball alive. You're talking about cutting the lead to 1 if Terry makes that shot.
Sean Marion, an excellent free throw shooter despite kind of an awkward shooting motion. 82% for his career. Gets that one to go. It's a 2-point game. The Thunder led by as many as 15 with just under 5 minutes remaining.
And because of the foul at this end, Dallas has created a 2-for-1 type of situation.
How about the performance by Dirk Nowitzki?
Marion. Second one doesn't go. Durant the rebound, and the Thunder call timeout. It looked like Oklahoma City was all set to tie this series at 2 apiece. James Harden fouled out. Jeff, you said it. It's made a difference in their offensive flow. And Dallas went on a 15-2 run. Dirk Nowitzki getting hot. Was quiet in the third quarter, but 10 more big points here in the fourth, and it's a 2-point game.
This is well defended. Nick Collison. He's being left out there on an island. The shot fake, the step through, the one-legged fadeaway jump shot. You're talking degree of difficulty of 11 on a scale of 1 to 10. And this one is a 12. Again, the use of the shot fake. The contorted body.
He continues to do it in the fourth quarter, double figures in every fourth quarter so far in this series, including game 2 in the loss. Right now, Dallas trying to make an unbelievable comeback, down 15 with 4:50 to go. Right now, it's going to be Oklahoma City's ball. 38.6 seconds remaining. You see, Dallas has only one timeout remaining. The Thunder still with a couple. Neither team with a foul to give.
And I'm going to say this: we're underselling Dirk Nowitzki right now. What he's doing is legendary stuff. If he wasn't so quiet, if he was brand Nowitzki, he had a shoe and all this, we would be absolutely. This is a joke how good this man is.
We get to players like Nowitzki or Kobe Bryant or Tim Duncan. We almost start to take for granted their excellence night in and night out. And now he's doing it on the biggest stage in such a huge game. And you love the no fight in this poised veteran team. They could have easily said, all right, series is tied at 2. We have home court. We're going back home. That's not the mindset of this team. They've had too many playoff disappointments over the past couple of years.
To me, underselling is not putting a guy in the top 30 that's all time in the history of this game.
No, but we're like, oh, he's had 36. That's a great move. No, these shots are ridiculous.
I absolutely agree.
And look at those numbers in the series. Almost 32 a game, 55%. Another huge game here tonight.
I tell you what it's going to boil down to right now for the Oklahoma City Thunder. It's not Kevin Durant. The Dallas Mavericks are going to throw two guys on him and force somebody else to make a shot. If you're dressed in white right now on the floor, you should be ready to lock and load and shoot it confidently.
Durant, Ibaka, Westbrook, Sefolosha, and Collison on the floor.
And I wouldn't try to run the clock down either.
You see there'll be plenty of time for Dallas. Durant makes the drive. Cross court to Sefolosha. Sefolosha, the three. Short. Bounce won't go. Marion tips it to Terry. And Kidd will bring it up. Shot clock is turned off. Mavericks will not use their last timeout. In the hands of Nowitzki. Back to Kidd. Kidd pulls back. 7 seconds. Collison called for the foul as he grabbed Nowitzki. And Dirk Nowitzki with a chance to tie the game at the line with 6.4 remaining. See him grab him around the right wrist. That happens a lot.
고맙습니다.
If I'm Kevin Durant, I'm thinking, could you please give me that same exact call?
Now Nowitzki. So clutch at the line. 11 of 12 tonight. He's been phenomenal in these playoffs. Over 92% in this series alone.
But you can't assume. If you're Oklahoma City, you got to block out like this is a bad free throw shoot. Do not assume anything.
Remember, the Thunder still have 2 timeouts remaining, so even if he hits this to tie the game, they can advance the ball to the front court and plenty of time to set up a final play. And Dallas does not have a foul to give, as you see the ball boys cleaning up the sweat from the players falling.
A smart play by the ball boys in Oklahoma City. Ice Dirk Nowitzki.
37 points. 11 more here in the fourth. A chance to tie it. Clutch. Timeout Thunder. A 17-2 run in just over 4.5 minutes. Dirk Nowitzki and the Mavericks, trailing by 15 in the fourth, have tied the game.
And if you're Scott Brooks, you've got to ask yourself, am I going to keep Sefolosha on the court, or am I going to put in a Maynard or a Daquan Cook to spread the floor a little bit more?
Is it tough to put in a player who's been sitting for a long time like that?
No, not if that's your job. You're a professional shooter. Be ready.
I absolutely agree. But if I'm Scott Brooks, I'm spreading the floor and getting the ball into the hands of Russell Westbrook. With 6.5 seconds to go, I need him to catch the basketball. And here's where you do you. Put your head down and make a play attacking the rim.
The Thunder have led the entire game. They have never trailed and looked like they were comfortably in front here in the fourth. Have a chance to put that all behind them and tie the series with a bucket here. Sefolosha will inbound. Collison, Durant, Westbrook, and Ibaka in the game. Crowd on its feet. Westbrook gets it. Final seconds to Durant. Durant fires up, blocked by Marion. Kidd has it, calls time. Jason Kidd called a timeout. What a wise play from Kidd. It's their last timeout. Now, right now, there's 0.7 of a second remaining. We'll see if they put more time on the clock.
It actually looked like it was 1.7 when Kidd got the basketball. It'd be interesting to see what the decision will be.
And the key is that Kidd held the ball right away and called timeout. Let's see. Obviously not a good shot here. And Marion taking a chance blocking that. Oh, they're going to put some time back on. They should. You love the contesting of the shot, but taking a chance of committing a foul. What a great defensive play from Shawn Marion.
And if they would really like to have this possession back. You have 6.5 seconds left. You just don't want to be reduced to a heave.
But it's going to remain 0.7 of a second.
I'm surprised they didn't go and look at that time.
I don't know if they were allowed to on that, but I thought they were. You see here, clearly calls timeout with 1.2. Now, there's always 0.1 of a second or more in the reaction time. Timeout, official blows the whistle. Well, they can advance the ball. That's why Kidd's so smart. As soon as he caught it, he called time. Did not look to advance it. So now they can advance it on the timeout. You can certainly catch and shoot. Alley up to Marion, deflected by Ibaka, and we go to overtime. Game 4, an extra 5 minutes on the clock after an unbelievable comeback from Dirk Nowitzki and the Dallas Mavericks. What a spectacular comeback by the Dallas Mavericks. Now, for Oklahoma City, it can be very deflating, especially for a young team. You think you have the game, somehow you got to find your way, and they're without James Harden, who's fouled out.
And they've scored 2 points since James Harden has fouled out of the ball. You got to find a way to create some offense, because right now it's easy for the Dallas Mavericks because they're single coverage in Dirk Nowitzki, and defensively they're not allowing Kevin Durant to play one-on-one.
Dallas, of course, had the big comeback against the Lakers in that series at Staples Center. They performed so well on the road, 4 straight road wins. Now still with a chance to go up 3-1. Nowitzki on the drive. Collison fouled him. It won't go, and that's 5 fouls on Collison as we check in with Doris Burke.
Scott Brooks walked into his team's huddle and said to his young guys, listen, keep your spirits up. We are at home. We've got 5 minutes to play our best basketball and win this game, Mike.
Easy to say, tough for the players just to put it behind them, that's for sure. As Nowitzki gets another free throw.
Especially when you're fighting against experienced guys that have hunted before. They smell blood, and you didn't put them away when you had an opportunity.
Now that's what Kendrick Perkins was saying about this team, this veteran team. He said, hey, they have their eye on the prize. They know that their window is closing a bit for championship. They played like the desperate team down the stretch. Marion with some big plays defensively.
며칠 때 영암부를
Not a great shot there and get the rebound.
벌써 7개째가 6개입니다.
In the offense. Right now, the Mavericks are getting quality offense anytime they run pick and roll, and Dirk Nowitzki catching the basketball with a defender running at him.
Allison with the 5 fouls. Nowitzki finds Jason Terry. Terry back to Kidd. Kidd an open shot. That won't go. Rebound Durant. Durant with 15 rebounds tonight.
The tendency is to play slower, not faster. Right now, Oklahoma City has to play faster.
Cephalosha, jump shot. A 2-pointer for Cephalosha to tie the game.
Good, simple play by Durant, and that's what Cephalosha's got to do. He's got to be willing to take and then ultimately make those spot-up shots.
Terry, tough jump shot there. That misses. Collison tips it out of bounds. And a new 24 for Dallas. Collison, who played Nowitzki so well, and often some of the shots, as you guys pointed out, He played great defense. Nowitzki just hits unbelievable shots. Nowitzki up top to Terry. Terry the drive, trying to draw the foul. Sean Marion back to Terry. Jason Terry knocks it down. Westbrook calling out a play as the players run up alongside him. Still over 3 minutes remaining. In the overtime, you shoot the penalty on the fourth foul. Knocks out of bounds by Marion.
We have not given enough credit to Sean Marion and the defensive job that he has done in the last 2 ball games against Kevin Durant. Not that he has shut him down, but he has made him work for everything.
Westbrook, that's a 3. In and out, Chandler the rebound. Kidd on the drive, pulls back. Nowitzki trying to post up Collison. Drives past him. Tough shot. Won't go. Rebound tip. Westbrook tips it up in the air. Terry has it. It's a road race. Westbrook with the save to Cephalosha, but he stepped out of bounds. Great hustle from Westbrook, but it's Maverick ball with 2:31 remaining.
Great job of going after the basketball, but Jason Terry's the last guy to deflect it. So there was no need to try to save it inbound.
Nowitzki taking his time, falling away again. Excellent defense from Collison. Ball goes out of bounds. Thunder ball. Although Nowitzki thought he got hit. He's looking at Tony Brooks as he goes down the court.
That's great defense by Collins.
Great offense versus great defense. Those two have really battled under the 2-minute mark. Ibaka, another jump shot. Serge Ibaka ties the game. He's got 18.
If they're going to load their defense to Durant, everyone else has to be ready to shoot the ball.
Terry trying to get free. Cephalosha in pursuit. Terry on the drive. Keeps his dribble. Pulls up, jumper. Back of the rim, won't go. Tipped by Marion, misses. Ball still loose. Westbrook comes away.
But I want to see him push and play with numbers.
Marion right up on Durant. Durant tells Westbrook, you go on the other side. Crossover move, and he's fouled by Marion before the shot. That's just their first team foul, first in the last 2 minutes.
Here's what coach is talking about. They're going to double team Kevin Durant, keep 2 guys on him. Your Serge Ibaka, be ready to catch and shoot the basketball with confidence. We'll live with the results, but you shoot when you're open.
Timeout called. 1:15 remaining in overtime. And the Thunder will have 14 to shoot. Next foul on Dallas, because it'd be the second in the last 2 minutes, would put him on the penalty. And Serge Ibaka, big game, 18 points, 10 rebounds, and 5 block shots. It has been a fun series and an amazing game. Again, you expect Dallas not to give up. There's such poise, such maturity as they overcome the 15-point fourth quarter deficit. Then they take the early lead. Yet Oklahoma City, they're so young, yet they never seem to get really, truly rattled, Mark.
Well, give both of these teams a lot of credit. When you're talking about the ability to quit, taking a punch, certainly Oklahoma City responded when Dirk Nowitzki decided to put on a clinic, but give the Mavericks credit also because they climbed back into this game.
And Jeff, as you talked about, there's no question what Dallas' defensive mindset is right now. Do not let Kevin Durant beat them double team, so somebody else has got to be confident and step up.
And Ibaka and Collison are bigs who can make the 17-foot jump shot. Cephalosha's had a good night tonight. He's got to be ready to score the ball. It's going to come down to somebody else most likely being open, and they're going to have to take advantage of their opportunity.
Oklahoma City in their previous round against Memphis had 3 overtime victory. The Grizzlies seemed deflated in the extra period, but the Thunder have bounced back nicely and a chance to take the lead in overtime. If you're just tuning in, the Thunder led by 15 with just over 4.5 to go in the fourth quarter, on the verge of tying this conference final at 2 games apiece until that man went to work. The brilliance of Dirk Nowitzki And a 17-2 run to end the game, tying it and forcing this OT. His second 40-point game of this series at 48 in game one. Kidd is now on Durant on the switch. Durant drives, spins. Ball knocked away, stolen by Marion. Great double team. Two smart defenders. And that's the 26th Thunder turnover. Collison continues playing with the 5 fouls. Right up on Nowitzki. Nowitzki kicks it out in the corner. Kidd fakes, fires a three. It's good. Jason Kidd from downtown. They're going to review it, which would give Dallas a 3-point lead. His toe very close to the line. And immediately they go for the replay.
And this gives Oklahoma City basically a free timeout.
아, 네네. 군대 얘기하는 사람 그냥 다 블랙해주시고.
Clearly a three.
아, 비교하는 사람들하고 탑이제 언급하는 사람들. 아, 네네. 다 블랙해주십시오.
That's a little closer, but I think you're right, Mark.
Clearly a three. What Jason Kidd told us in the meeting just the other day, he said the difference is I realized I had to become a better shooter. Defensively, we always knew he was a prime-time defender. Big steal on Kevin Durant, but he is a knockdown, spot-up shooter. And we're talking about a guy that had no jump at all when he was young.
And you see that great defensive play. Clearly a clean swipe. His 4th steal of the game. He has 16 in these 4 games. 38 years old. And they officially rule it a 3. So it's a 3-point lead for Dallas with 40 seconds remaining. And now Scott Brooks will take a full timeout. His team down by 3, still plenty of time, and they certainly, Jeff, don't have to look for a 3-pointer here. There's lots of things can happen.
No, but what they do need to do is create a quality shot in the first 10 seconds of the shot clock, because you want to get a 2-for-1 situation right here. And again, I just think with Durant right now, there's going to be such a crowd around him that, as Mark said, Westbrook may have a better opportunity right now to create a more quality shot.
You see both teams with multiple timeouts. Dallas does not have a foul to give. Dirk Nowitzki, Mark, truly one of the great offensive players this game has ever seen. Another 40-point playoff performance. And again, James Harden going out really had a huge impact offensively on Oklahoma City and their flow. Westbrook deflected by Marion. 16 to shoot.
And I'd give the ball to Kevin Durant in his sweet spot, and somebody's going to get a wide open shot off it. Rather than create your own, play through the star, and you can step into a rhythm jump shot.
So another timeout from Scott
아,
Brooks.
경포를 써오면 안 되는데 받았는데.
네미도미레님 별풍선 1개 3원은 영어로 좋습니다.
Again, there's just not a lot of shooting or scoring on the
보스다
floor.
도셨나요?
They went under the pick and roll. Good job by Tyson Chandler and Kidd. Marion so long. It's just very difficult right now for them.
You cannot have a worse performance offensively than the Oklahoma City Thunder has had since James Harden fouled out. You have no clue what they're running offensively. It is awful basketball on this end.
Harden fouling out with about 4.5 remaining right when that 17-2 run began for the Dallas Mavericks. Westbrook on the catch, drives at Kidd. Running shot way off. Collison lost it, picked up by Kidd, and they've got a foul.
Not him, double him.
Nowitzki back to Kidd. And there's the foul on Jason Kidd with 17 seconds remaining. Especially had a foul because they had a foul to give. And now they've got a foul right away. That's only the first in the last 2 minutes. So Dallas will inbound. Oklahoma City, by the way, with one timeout remaining.
아이,
Throw back to
반갑습니다.
Terry.
어서
Smart
오십시오.
play. They've got to foul Terry. And there it is with
아,
13 seconds remaining.
매소금의 대리역성
Jason Terry will
대리PC
go to the
카톡
line.
NICHT
Another
634
excellent free throw shooter.
급조 아이템 판매는 카톡 MELT0404
Smart play running in the back. We
넥슨
saw that
캐시
in the
선물
Boston
지금
Knicks
네이버
series
조블페이를
earlier in the
검색해
playoffs.
주시고 래퍼 선물 지금 카톡 CAS의 시점은 4개입니다. 먼지님 보고 왔다고 많은 얘기 부탁드리며 많은 이용 부탁드리겠습니다. 고맙습니다.
Do what you want to do.
And now it's a two-possession game.
랭킹 관련 홈페이지를 참고해 주시고 자석뱃은 1개만 구매 예정입니다. 리부트 얘기는 언급을 하지 마시고 구두는 있으며 구두는 2명입니다.
Makes another one, 5-point game. Final timeout from Oklahoma City, and this building is stunned by the turn of events. All right, Oklahoma City will advance the ball on the timeout. Mark, what's the strategy?
You got to score the basketball. It's not about a 2 or 3, but you have to get a field goal attempt, and it's got to be quick because the clock is not your friend.
And you also have to think about, right after you score, to foul the right guy and find somebody that you can foul. That can't be away from the play foul, but you have to make sure that the right guys, the ball doesn't get in their hands. Easier said than done.
Exactly, and I think they need to go for a 3 here, and I'm not sure, you know, Durant's really the only, Daquan Cook's coming in, but they need a 3, and then like you said, Dallas is so smart. Jason Kidd's not going to inbound it unless it's to Terry or Nowitzki.
Harden fouling out late in the fourth. What a turnaround that was. Some of the fans heading for the exits. Very unusual here in Oklahoma City.
And Dallas takes Dirk Nowitzki out, puts in Deshaun Stevenson for defensive purposes.
Cephalosha to Durant. Durant makes his move, steps back, puts up the 3. Short, no good. Kidd the rebound. And Kidd is fouled with 7.2 remaining, and that will do it. A crushing defeat for the Young Thunder. A 15-point lead with 4.5 to play. Dallas ties it at the end of regulation and will now be 1 win away from the NBA Finals.
한 100만 정도 모아서 돌리는 게 낫겠지. 40만 애매하지.
This has been the biggest win
돌려볼까?
of this
갑자기
team
땡기네 윌리트.
since this team has been
느낌이
together.
좋아.
You're talking about an opportunity to go up 3-1 as opposed to 2-2. Everything going the Thunder way. This was a total team effort of getting back into
1%
this
올렸어.
game and taking
법지도 나왔어. 왠지 더 돌리면 안 될 것 같아. 느낌이 드는 거. 모아서 해야 되겠군.
Chance of OKC. This might be the last time they see this year's team. Dallas with a chance to clinch the series on their home floor on Wednesday night.
But there's no reason Oklahoma City can't go into Dallas and play a good game.
Oh, absolutely. They've already won their game, too.
Listen, their turnovers, I'm surprised they were as close as they were with the number of turnovers that they committed tonight.
아, 바이퍼 법지 있으면 좋아요. 왜 좋은가요?
Durant will bring it up.
바이퍼 법지 있으면 다이스 시간
Final
늘어나가지고.
seconds, Durant fires up the 3. That won't go. And the Dallas Mavericks have won their 5th straight game on the road and take a commanding 3-1 lead in this Western Conference Final. They're 9-1 in their last 10 games. Another great road victory for the veteran team, and as we said, a crushing defeat for the Oklahoma City Thunder. They led 99-84 with just a little under 5 minutes remaining, and the offense just stumbled. Certainly a lot of the credit goes to Dallas's defense. A lot of credit to Dirk Nowitzki's heroics once again. 40 points, second time he's hit the 40-point mark in the series.
3일째부터
Dirk, you
부조가
trailed
있었지.
this game for the vast majority of the evening, at times by a significant number. How does this group muster what's necessary to
패치할
take
때 안
this one?
왔다가
Well, we kept believing. I think
이제
finally we got
패치
some
이후에
rebounds. I
18시간
think that was
달렸고
killing us all night long. They got
근데
second chance
랭킹이
points, tip outs.
4등이었나요 제가?
And there in the last couple
1등의
minutes,
그림이
we got
그려지는
great
거예요.
stops.
그래서
Finally got some
부조를 쓰기
rebounds,
시작했죠.
and it really helped us our flow. They couldn't really guard us off the transition, and we needed to get some stops, and that was big down the stretch.
You're a humble man, I know, but Jeff Van Gundy called what you did tonight legendary.
글쎄요, 나중에 가봐야 알겠죠. 아직 어떻게 보면 초반이기도 하고 말레 플랜지 이제 11은 됐네.
Guys found me in my spots, and I was able to shoot over him some, so that was great. But a lot of credit to Jason Kidd. I mean, his defensive battle made the big three there in overtime that really put us over the top.
There was a time where the label on this team was soft. What does this kind of win do to that label?
Well, I think where we came through this playoffs, play hard. I think Tyson and Haywood added toughness in the paint for us, and they came really to play today. I thought Haywood played a phenomenal game after last game, and Tyson really was big down the stretch for us, contested shots. So those two big guys added a lot to our ball club, and we're happy with this win, but it's not over yet.
Appreciate it, Dirk. As usual, Mike, humble.
Unbelievable, Doris. This is a different Maverick team than we've seen in recent years. They're tough, they're gritty, they play defense, and they get wins on the road.
Welcome back to Conseco Fieldhouse. The starting lineups familiar by now, and the Laker lineup includes Kobe Bryant in the backcourt. Let's go to Ahmad Rashad.
All right, thanks, Bob. I just spoke with Kobe. He said that he's feeling fine, a little bit stiff, but I did notice during the warm-ups in the layup line, he did not shoot any layups. I asked him about that. He said, well, I did that on purpose because I'm saving it for the game. He shot all jump shots, said he's going to drive to the basket once the game starts. Let's go down to Jim Gray.
All right, thank you very much, Ahmad. I spoke to Larry Bird. He said he told his team that they shouldn't feel better about anything. He says we haven't accomplished anything yet. All we've done is bought ourselves another day. Now, this series has been relatively free of any of the trash talk. That was until the Pacers arrived in their locker room tonight, and they saw a quote on their board from Ron Harper. Ron Harper yesterday during practice here at Conseco said, while looking up on the roof laying down, it's a nice roof. Lots of interesting banners, but no championship banners. And they're not going to get one here either unless they steal one from some other team. Now, I spoke to Mark Jackson about that, and he says it's garbage. It's just absolute garbage. We don't need that for motivation. We're going to beat them without the quotes. Bob?
Jim, thanks. Doug, a quick thought before tip-off?
Well, I can't go the garbage. I'll go a little bit of strategy here. I talked to Rick Carlisle, the Indiana assistant, before the game. He said they're going to try to run a couple plays early. They have 2 plays scripted. Mark Jackson is going to play a screen roll. He's going to come off the screens. They're going to test Kobe's ankle early, so let's watch to see how he handles it.
The officials are Dick Pavetta, Steve Javy, and Ronnie Nunn. Mark Jackson on his former LA Clipper teammate Ron Harper, whose pass to Rice is broken up as Rice went up for the shot. And the Pacers take it.
부주부들은 아프리카에서 방송하십니다.
Dale Davis drives on Shaq, who swats it away.
링크가 따로 유튜브에는 준비되어 있습니다.
See, now Rick Smits has got to be able to post up against AC Green. If they're going to put Shaquille O'Neal on Dale Davis, Smits has got to get in the post, and he's got to score.
Reggie for 3.
The Pacers have not shot well from 3 this whole series. Could this be the night they break loose? That was a tough shot.
Reggie's got Harper. AC Green with the screen. Here's Kobe. And a 3-second violation is called on the Lakers. If anything, the Indiana crowd seems to be further energized by the Game 3 win. It's always loud here. In the early going, it's louder in Game 4 than it was in Game 3. Here's Smits going to work and scoring.
멋지는 보고 왔다고도 한마디
Rick Smits has really struggled in this series. 10 of 29. Big basket. Reggie with the 3s, followed up by Smits in the post. Good start for the Pacers.
bucking a couple of trends as Harper tries to turn the corner on Miller and then hands it to Shaq, and Smits goes up to contest him and fouls him.
That's a good foul, though, by Rick Smits. We've seen all these touch fouls, and you can see Larry Bird sort of smile with that. But here's Rick Smits now. Shaquille O'Neal has switched back to him. He goes across the lane. They've tried to open the game up early with him shooting inside, and he delivers. Now here is the play inside. The little penetration, and Smits comes over. That's a good foul. Don't give him the dunk. Make him make 2 free throws. He's missed 31 free throws the last 2 games.
He hits his first. Just for the heck of it, we figured out what he'd be averaging if he had made every free throw he's taken in this series. If he'd been perfect like Reggie Miller has been, he'd be averaging 51 points a game. On the other hand, if he made them all, they wouldn't foul him that often.
Well, I've always said that how Shaquille shoots them early in the game really dictates how you're going to play him and how you're going to use your fouls. The other day, he didn't shoot many in the first half, only 1 of 2, 2 of 11 in the second half.
He hits them both to start this one. The first 2 Pacer possessions bucking a couple of trends. Reggie had made only 3 of 15 threes before his first one, and Smits was only 10 of 29 from the field before he connected. Now he drives by Shaq and scores again.
Little dose of confidence here by Rick Smits. It looks like he's got a bloody nose out there. He's got some cotton up in his nose, so we don't know when that happened, but maybe that's helped him.
It was on the foul against Shaq. He caught a forearm in the face as he fouled O'Neal. Bryant with the double pump, and he's off. Davis, their best rebounder, pulls it down. Jackson on the drive. Reggie Miller gets it out to Davis. Still plenty of time on the shot clock. And the shot rattles out from the corner.
And Bob Kobe is not moving well at all. He is really favoring that foot.
Miller to the floor for the steal. Hands to Jackson.
When you're at home, it seems like you get all the hustle plays, all the energy.
It's Smits against Green. Before the shot, there's a whistle. AC Green commits his first.
Bob, keep your eye on Kobe. The last time defensively, he could not slide or push off that ankle. Mark Jackson went right around him.
Pass in the lane to Jalen Rose, who converts off the assist from Jackson.
Well, they got Reggie going. They got Rose going. Identical to Game 3. They have Smits going. A great sign here for the Pacers offensively.
And they lead it 9-2. O'Neal backing in on Davis. Out to Kobe. Off the dribble to the baseline. Slings it out to Rice, who hits the jumper plus the foul. A chance for a 4-point play.
Now that's what Kobe Bryant does. This is what they miss. He penetrates, breaks the defense down, it collapses, and he knows exactly where Glenn Rice is on the floor. Now that's a big basket here. If Glenn Rice hits that 3 and now follows it up with his free throw, a 4-point play. Those are the kind of things that get you actively involved and actually will stimulate you to play better defense.
Three-point play for Rice, who had only 3 points in Game 1 and only 7 in Game 3, with a 21-point outburst sandwiched in between. Smits again, this time against Shaq with the hook. He's 3 for 3. Ron Harper. Shaq on the offensive glass with the dunk.
What a powerful move. He just tipped the ball to himself. Dale Davis tried to keep him off the block, just not big enough. And then the powerful finish.
Kobe Bryant bumped Mark Jackson for Kobe's first foul.
One of the things the Pacers have done, they've done a pretty good job limiting offensive rebounds. The Pacers only giving up 11 offensive rebounds a game to one of the best rebounding teams in the league, the Lakers. And there's the strong finish by Shaquille O'Neal.
Here's Miller, who hit his first shot and had the second rattle out. Bouncing to Jackson, now Smits. 4 for 4.
You think confidence is not an amazing thing? Now, Rick Smith couldn't make a basket the first 3 games. Now he's got it locked in. Had to help Kobe in the post. Mark Jackson with the easy find.
Bryant hits over Jackson.
See, I think as the game goes on, if Kobe can get his ankle to loosen up, it appears already he's starting to feel much better about it than he did the first couple minutes, Bob.
Jalen Rose comes off the screen and pops the jumper.
2 good screens, actually. He got one from Dale Davis and then one from Rick Smith. It's interesting, but Indiana's screening much better at home than they did in Los Angeles. Execution much better.
AC Green on the move against Smits. Count it plus the foul.
Oh, that's a bad foul there because now you've got to take yourself out of the game. Rick Smits is doing so well. That's his 2nd foul. He's going to have to sit. He just can't move his feet laterally. It's not because he doesn't want to. His legs are tired. He's had some sore feet, sore knees. He's taken a pounding through his career. The mind is willing. The body just won't move over there, and that's a tough foul after getting off to a great start.
Larry Bird reluctantly removes him, although in Austin Crozier, he's bringing a guy off the bench who's been one of his stars in this series.
See what that does, though? That enables Shaquille to play strictly against Dale Davis. Crozier's against AC Green. Now, Shaquille will help in the lane against everything.
Davis screens for Miller. Rice fights through it. Reggie for 3. He had made only 3 3-pointers in the entire series. He's hit 2 in the first 5 minutes of this game. Here's Rice. And Crozier pulls in the rebound.
And he'll pull up and shoot a 3 if you don't cover him here.
Jackson on the move against Kobe. Threw it away beyond Crozier. Timeout with 6:40 to play in the first.
How can I hear you?
Well, Rick Smith really energized his crowd early. You see him spotting up and shooting the jump shot. Shaquille O'Neal's going to help. That shot will be there for him. And then Reggie Miller, Bob, as you talked about, 3 threes in the entire series. Steps back, hit his second of the game. They're off to a great start here as they lead by 5.
Cash, even more cash.
Yes, this graphic is
User
correct.
manual.
Rick Smith has gotten off to a great
that.
start, hitting
More
his
cash.
first 4 shots.
HDMI
You see
cable.
those 2 fouls as
It's
he
just
has to
all
sit on the
cash.
bench. Reports of
Wait,
this
I
is
get
that
it.
Shaquille
This
O'Neal
is all
has
the
to
money
play
I
him
saved
now.
shopping
You keep
online
him
with
occupied,
Honey
he
at over
burns energy.
30,000
Little
stores.
fake, he drives
At
the ball to
checkout,
the basket.
Honey searches for coupon
Well,
codes
fading little
and
jump hook
automatically
shot,
applies them to your
confidence
card.
soaring.
You don't have to do a thing.
Shaq helps
You
in the
just
lane,
save
pulls
money.
out the
Mark on my flattery, assault and battery. Cause we coming with that street mentality.
Joinhoney.com/.
Straight West Coast Rider Academy. Concrete, nigga, that's my reality.
We tend to bust on niggas that get mad at me.
Was it a bitch in the mix?
Well, it had to be.
Lying tricks told them dicks that I had a key. Hoes make the world harder than it have to be.
Yeah, that's right. I'm a small fucking ring, playing the wing, coke and hen, juice and gin. Same shit you was fucking with way back then. We keep it cracking from the acting to the jack and G'd up, C'd up, motherfucker, blaze the weed up. We all on deck, boys, so put your heat up. I stay on deck, so man, don't get wet. Look, my niggas. in hip-hop forwards, not why I gotten it. That was never my object, for someone to get killed. Why would I want to destroy something I helped build? It wasn't my intentions were good. I went through my whole career without ever mentioning it, and that was just out of respect for not running my mouth and talking about something that I knew nothing about. Plus Dre told me stay out, this just wasn't my beef, so I did. I just fell back, watching gritting my teeth while he's all over TV, down talking a man who literally saved my life. Like fuck it, I understand this is business, and this shit just isn't none of my business. But still knowing this shit, I love it any minute. Yes, I am fresh like damn. This nigga did it again. 100,000 on his neck, LA above the brim, inside the Lambo. Shotgun with Snoop. What would the motherfucking West Coast be without one grip up?
Full step is kind of just what you think. It's just two half steps. So you start on a note, and you want to go up a full step, you go up a half step, you go up another half step, and then you have your full step.
Are you ready to be heard? Learn music production online at the Los Angeles Recording School, a division of the Los Angeles.
Now, when you're looking for these, you don't really want to have to count out. You don't want to be thinking, half step every time. You want to see these right away. So what you're kind of looking for here is you just look in still shape where you have two notes with one note in between. Just kind of see that, in this case, against Davis. So right here, here's another whole step. Here's your one note in between.
He gets the ball in a painted area. He just really got to hope that he's going to miss it because
now the one weird spot is going to be like right in here, right in here, where you get this. Now, this is a whole step. So yeah, that's going to be it. If this helps you, if this worked for you, then let me know. Maybe like a comment or something like that on the video, or you can subscribe. If this works for people and this is helpful, then I'm probably going to make a lot more. If not, then I'm probably just going to put more StarCraft too. So let me know and I'll kind of decide what I want to do.
Hello everyone. Alright, exercise 59. This one's in 2-4, so we're going to be counting 2 We're going to be going between the and some notes up here. So don't expect that he's going to miss all these free throws again tonight.
He's 3 of 4 in this game. Tex Winter, the respected assistant coach with Phil Jackson on the Laker bench, puts it bluntly. He says Shaq is going to eventually have to revamp his entire free throw shooting. Otherwise, he'll always be around the 50% shooter at best.
Pause the video to look at it, or look at the copy that you purchase off my shop down below. Just go ahead. 1, 2,
And Steve Jeremy spots an illegal defense on the other end. First call against the Pacers.
Now, with Sam Perkins in the game, he gives him the three-point shot, and Shaq is going to guard. Austin Grocer is going against Robert Horry. And Phil Jackson has really challenged Robert Horry. He says, we've got to do a better job on Austin
size 60. This is another review. This one's in 6'8". C major. We've got some rests.
Quickly out to Fox. Now he's got it back.
Let's just run through it.
Jumper over Perkins.
Third
Hits the back iron and into the hands of Crozier. Jackson from Miller. Now Crozier to the lane. Surrounding. Finds Reggie. Baseline. That's what he does to try and draw this one. That time it worked.
You're 92% free throw shooter. You want to get that line as much as you possibly can. Remember, he's
Hello, friends.
free throws. He gets the foul on Jack here. He does a nice job pump faking. Reggie loves to kick those legs out. He gets sandwiched between Harper and Rick Fox. And he'll shoot some more free throws. So I feel like the way this is one of the things that will happen is
title.
and take a look at this.
Now
Bob.
I
You
want
got
to talk
1,
to you
2,
about
3,
some
4, 5, 6,
rules for slide
7 guys
preparation.
who
I'm
shoot
telling you the
80%
title.
or better.
Doesn't have to be up
You see
there.
there, Reggie Miller second
By reducing the number of words on the slide and allowing you to pay more attention to me than I mentioned it before, we have only one language classifier, and we can either use it to read stuff or to listen to the speaker. And so if we have too many words in the slide, focus people on the audience to read this stuff and not listen. Jim and I did an experiment a few years ago. He taught some students some web-based programming ideas. Half the information was on slides. He saved the other half. And then for control group, he reversed it.
Shaq rebounds and misses an easy one.
What did the subjects?
The Pacers up by 6.
What did the subjects remember best?
Sam Perkins. This is his shot. And on his 39th birthday, he hits his first three.
That's why you want a big guy on the floor who can shoot that Shaq has to play. Otherwise, he's back in the lane, and he creates so many problems for your defense. That's a big shot for Perkins.
One of the subjects said, I wish you hadn't talked so
O'Neal
much.
is
It was
only 1 for
distracting.
5 so far. Up to Kobe.
Well, last
Now
time was
Brian
eliminate
Shaw with
clutter.
the left hand, he banks it in.
Now here's some clutter. And we no reason even for those bullets.
On the inbound, the ball was loose
So too
and
many
touched
word
the
problems
glass.
as a consequence of a crime Microsoft has.
The Lakers are going to have it.
Careless turnover that time by the Indiana Pacers. They've got to take care of the basketball here. They're up 7 at the end of this period. About minute 46 to go. They want to close strong here. We know how important it is to win that first period.
Shirley, what do you think?
Kobe against Miller. Here's Ori for 3. And Miller claims the rebound.
Yeah, minimum maybe. Yeah, this is 40 or 50. I think it's about right. 35 is usually too small.
Reggie against Shaw, just pounding the dribble. Finally, he loses him, but overshoots the jumper into the arms of Crozier, who's going to come to the free throw line.
Austin Crozier is making some great hustle plays. This is a possession play. Reggie takes a bad shot here, and Austin Crozier just wants it just a little bit more. Now, Ford with this, he gets his offensive rebound. Being in the penalty, you go to the free throw line. You get yourself involved by getting to that free throw line and scoring.
Pretty clear that Reggie was intent on taking that shot against Shaw.
So here's what I recommended in the old days for dealing with for this kind of player.
See, I think it's going to be very interesting tonight as we see Larry Bird start to use his bench. Remember, Jalen Rose and Reggie Miller went almost the entire way the other night. I think he's going to realize in a game like tonight, so emotional, it's important for the Pacers to get out early so Larry Bird can use some substitutions, let Miller and Rose get a little bit of rest, Bob.
And to be the things that are remembered. Well, now we don't have pointers anymore.
Spots from McKee on him.
We got laser pointers. That's no wonder more people.
And as he backs in, Steve Javy says, hold on.
But here's what tends to happen.
This one's on Crozier, and he's got 2 now.
Picture, and I could become part of it by putting that laser beam right in the back of my head. And what do you see?
It sends Robert Horry to the free throw line.
And I have no eye contact.
A chance to bring his team to within 7.
I was sitting in school watching the time one day, and she said, you know what? We could all leave, and he wouldn't know.
Tomorrow at 3 Eastern on NBC, our coverage of the U.S. Open weekend, Pebble Beach, Tiger Woods no doubt the favorite in the field. That's Jim Furyk and Jasper Barnabas, plus Sergio Garcia, David Duval, Phil Mickelson, and many more. The U.S. Open, 4 days of coverage beginning tomorrow at 3 Eastern here on NBC. One of two for more. Miller with Shaw on it. Finds McKee, who swings it to Perkins. Inside to Crozier, who flies to the hoop for the slam.
What a great pass though by Perkins. He ball faked and got Ori chasing him. Then the one little extra pass, and Shaq could not get to Crozier. That was nice.
When they do that, it's easy to see that it's too heavy.
Jackson knocked it away from Ori, but they hit him with the foul. That's Mark's first.
When you can shoot the basketball, you've got to cover outside, and this is what Sam Perkins does. Your big guys don't like to cover. The little ball fake there, Ori tries to chase him off the shot. A little extra pass to Crozier, the emotion. For this young guy, this is the best I've seen him play consistently, but he's going to have to sit down right now with a little foul trouble.
Chris Mullen makes his appearance for the first time in this big house in a long time. Mullen has played only 4 minutes in this series. He didn't score. That was in game 1. Against the Lakers, he didn't appear in games 2 or 3. He didn't appear in all of the 6 games against the Nets in the conference final. This is one of the finest players of this generation.
36 seconds to go here. Now they got great three-point shooting on the floor. Indiana loves to come down and shoot a three here. Watch Perkins let them go here.
Perkins screening for Jackson. 10 on the shot clock. Jackson with that little floating jumper that rattles out. The rebound to McKee, who follows it in.
Great first quarter here by Indiana. They've got on the board, they've executed, they've hit their shots. They lead by 10. A positive sign here for Pacer fans.
Last 5 seconds. O'Neal is double teamed out to Shaw, who overshoots it by a mile. And the Pacers lead it 33-23 after 1. Looking to even the series in Game 4. You're watching the NBA Finals on NBC.
You see Kobe Bryant started, he played all 12 minutes, had a couple turnovers, has not shot the ball well. But what I see more as the game is going on here is not so much that his ankle's going down, but he's rusty. You can see he's a little off balance there. Goes inside, Mark Jackson takes it, can't quite finish here as he goes to the basket. And doesn't get into the rotation there defensively. You see him normally would come over and maybe try to block that shot. So what I see here is he's trying to work himself back into the game after being out. Looks like James is only playing 9 minutes. Let's go talk to about the shot.
All right, thanks. One of the things Kobe said, that's sort of a side effect of this ankle thing, is that in the last few days he has been getting round-the-clock treatment and has not slept because of the alternating different treatments that he's had. Instead, if there's anything else, he was a little tired coming into the game today, so he was a little concerned about that. That could be a factor also. Bob?
Ahmad, thanks. Kobe has shot 1 for 4, scored 2 points, couple of assists, couple of turnovers. Travis Best always comes in at the start of the second quarter. Scored 14 points in Game 3 after only 6 combined in the first 2 games in L.A. Eric McKee against Robert Horry with that little hook. They'll take it away. Foul on McKee, his first.
Now, Derek McKee's not a guy that you go primary offense to, but remember he got an offensive rebound and laid the ball in the basket. Larry Bird came right out of that quarter timeout and he said, we're going to post up McKee. Made a nice play, he's got the foul.
Fisherson for the Lakers will match up against Best.
That's been a great matchup.
Kobe Bryant, that's his second basket. He's 2 for 5 now.
Under control, his feet were balanced underneath him, ready to go square. That's what he's going to have to do right now as he works himself back into the game.
Yeah, that was pretty well. I wasn't scared, that was pretty well. I need some pick up some of these power.
Jumped out there. Reggie Miller was not expecting that, and he forced the turnover.
Poison.
The jump into the lane and the hook that's no good. It bounces to Fox though.
He's on down.
O'Neal is now 1 for 6 on the floor. He's been held to 5 at this point. Travis Best.
Great side. Travis Best goes quickly. He's a much better player. Derek Fisher's got him over dribbling on many occasions.
Oh, my merch died? What the fuck? I didn't
Nice
see
finish
it.
by Best.
O'Neal out of the
I guess he didn't make it to the
They
court.
swing it to Fox. Fisher's got it back. And he connects from the head of the key.
These two guys have been really playing well together. Fox has had a really at 10 assists in game 3. Had to lead the late in the game. But he's been great against Travis Best.
Best trying to break him down, throws up the floater and gets the roll. Well, he made 5 of 7 in game 3 and is in his first 2 in game 4.
Now, why could Best get to the basket? Because Shaquille is worried about Sam Perkins.
Fox penetrates, lays it in, and he'll come to the free throw line with a chance for a three-point play.
Freshman is they were inspired by some high school teacher who told them they could do it. I found in the senior faculty.
The foul was Sam Perkins first. You saw Glenn Rice cheering Rick Fox on in rather tepid fashion, actually. Fox has gotten a lot of Rice's minutes. Rice started this game by drilling a couple of jumpers, then picked up 2 quick fouls, and he's sitting for the moment.
Welcome back to Indianapolis. I'm Jim Gray. Pacers lead by 8 in the second quarter. You're looking at the lobby of this beautiful brand new field house. It's in its first year of operation here. The field house was designed and opened up this year. It's a retro type of feel in here. This is the lobby. It's designed to look a bit like a train station. And there are an awful lot of nice amenities and exhibits as you go through the arena here. There's an entire history of both college, high school, and professional basketball. Also an entire section devoted to the Indianapolis 500, including a car on display. The Pacer history, of course, and all the ABA memorabilia, the 3 titles in the 70s. There's a lot of interactive stations, shooting and dribbling. It's been called by many the best in the NBA. The Fieldhouse was designed with 5 other arenas in mind. However, the one that had the biggest influence was Butler University, where Hoosiers was filmed. It's just a great place to be, and it's hosting its first NBA Finals in its first year.
Jim Banks and Butler still plays these games on the road at the Fieldhouse. Rick Fox, who played high school basketball in Warsaw, completes the three-point play.
It's the same sort of stuff you would think of when you're, it's the same sort of ideas you would need if you're allocating aircraft to a flight schedule or trying to schedule a factory or something like that. But the example
Travis Best finds Reggie Miller coming off the screen. He gives it up to McKee, and McKee hits the reverse. They will not count the basket. They say the foul came before the shot. And you make a move as nice as that, they ought to give you the basket as a courtesy.
What I really like is what you're seeing here with the Indiana Pacers right now is a great ball movement and the up fake. Derek McKee thought he had a three-point play opportunity. Larry Bird not happy with that call. Derek McKee's had a basket taken away on offensive foul and one there taken away. Not in the action. Jalen Rose back in the game right now as Chris Mullen sits down. Jalen Rose got a little bit of a rest. More importantly, this is Mullen struggling defensively on Rick Fox.
Here's Reggie Miller with the catch and shoot. Rebound fought for and scooped up by Horton. Foul on the goal was O'Neal's second. Now in the paint, Corey beats turnaround. Rocket Morey, who struggled as the game has been much more effective against the Pacers.
Scored 6 points because Shaq is so concerned about leaving Perkins. That's why that 2-man action is so good there.
I believe that we are.
Nice pass from Bryant to the cutting Fox.
Good ball right now by the Lakers. Moving that basketball crisply, not just going through Shaq. You see Corey Touch and Fox are all involved right now. Good sign for the Lakers.
Here's Jalen Rose.
I'm missing so much.
O'Neal with a rebound. The Lakers trailed by as many as 2, now down by only 5.
And Kobe's starting to look a balanced edge there, but you can see he's starting to feel much better about his game.
O'Neal gets it deep, and they can't stop it. Kobe's second.
Reggie did a nice job here. Kobe's going to flash right into the paint, and he gets it deep. And Reggie just goes up the last minute. He pushes off. That's a good foul by Ronnie Nunn there. As Kobe Bryant got the advantage with his off arm.
All over the world. There hasn't been any progress before me in the past 30 years.
Rick Smith just back in. Here's his first touch since returning. Got up in the air and traveled. Had no one to throw it to, and he's called for steps.
Now, Rick Smith got off to a great start. Okay? Now he goes over and sits down, and he gets stiff. You know, he's got a lot of injuries. Leg, Achilles, knee. How long does it take him to get back into the flow? That was a very stiff play.
Perkins and Key out. Smits and Dale Davis back in. Kobe Bryant with the jumper, and LA has now made its last 6 shots from the floor.
You see how much better Kobe's moving? You're seeing more confidence now. He's played a little while. He's trusting that ankle.
Because they, in fact, know what you're doing. And they know absolutely his material and his presentation isn't there. So you need to get together with friends.
Looking to go to work again against Shaq to the left hand. He is 5 for 5.
He warmed up pretty quickly.
I guess so. At the other end, he knocks it away from O'Neal. And Best is able to save it. Morey, though, cuts in front of Smith and takes it back at the other end. Here's Fisher on the run. It'll be Indiana ball.
Larry Bird has to be very excited that Rick Smith has come in tonight and given him a lift offensively. The nice little up and under move, the left-handed move off the glass. And then he hustles back on the defensive end, something you don't normally see. Knocks the ball loose. Travis Bell comes over and picks it up, so 2 terrific plays there as Rick Smith has come off the bench.
San Diego, I was a member of the Radiant Science Board, and I was playing with a couple of my colleagues on the board, Dolores Ever, from the University of Colorado.
Take a look at the center matchup. Normally, Shaquille O'Neal's going to have the bigger numbers, but Rick Smith, 5 of 5, 10 points, but he got the rebound double. Shaq is always going to have the rebound. More importantly, look at the shot chart. Rick Smith does a nice job moving around, stepping out on the floor. Larry Bird really wants to have him continue to attack Shaq, try to get that ball inside. And Shaquille O'Neal, all point-blank shots right now, only 2 of 7.
What do you look for in the faculty candidate?
For the series coming into game 4, O'Neal was hitting 64% on his field goals. Woeful, of course, at the free throw line from the field, where he led the league this year, even higher than his regular season average. Here's Davis on the move, and there'll be a Laker foul.
Now you look at it and you say, why is Dale Davis bringing the ball up the floor? You know, I listened to Larry Bird earlier in the season. He said, you know what, I love it when teams come up and trap us. He said, I have a lot of confidence in Dale Davis being able to bring that ball up the floor, and if they don't stop him, be able to get all the way to the basket, where he can pull up and make the shot, where he can make the pass. So this is something they work on in practice, and Bird is very comfortable with.
Dale Davis, a career 50%
I gotta boost your volume.
who improved it to 69% this season.
You gotta boost.
There you go. I can hear you now.
Rattles out on it.
Yeah, so it's a ethereal shield.
Ooh.
What is Dodger?
What is Dodger? Too good.
He has played well as Davis misses his second free throw. This group that's in there right now must execute. They don't want to let this lead slip away.
Have you been on YouTube for a while?
Yes.
Here's Rice back on the floor.
I guess so, because when I logged on, so I was disconnected from the game, but then I instantly tried to log back in the game that I made.
Rice with 8 on the 24.
Vipers.
Morey with 4 seconds to shoot.
Alright,
Moves
I'm
up a
gonna take a
3
look.
that's no good. And Jalen Rose takes the rebound.
Or do we have something that's fundamentally different? Chimpanzees don't have.
Rose looking for help. Finding McKee.
I'm
Now
just like
Smith, who hasn't
interesting
missed
stuff.
one yet. His fadeaway is blocked by Shaquille.
He's not good
Out of
though.
bounds and touched pass by Indiana.
Hey.
Shaquille really has let him shoot that shot most of the game. That time he went up and discouraged him, got a piece of it, just sending a message like, I'm here now. You better start thinking about me a little bit.
So that's my stance.
Damn, I got a piece. I still thought
Robert Horry against Dale Davis. Bad shot. And Shaq couldn't control the offensive rebound. It's Indiana ball.
That ball went off the back.
Yeah, it's
He had his hands on. He was right underneath the basket to finish, but he just couldn't get the grip.
June Washington.
Indiana by 5. Down towards 5 minutes to play in the half. Smith looking to work on O'Neal again, and it looks like Shaq found him, and that will be number 3.
A level
Face of this game because he is forced to kill O'Neal
75.
down there on that block. They don't have another guy to
Tristan will level you up.
down there. When it's on Rick Smith,
Yeah,
they
probably
don't have to field goals more quickly now since O'Neal has picked up
Like a
fouls.
poor Tristan.
Maybe not.
Tristan James.
Oh, okay. No, really.
Whips the pass in the lane to Davis, and Fisher going for the steal, committed the foul.
Good. That's what I'm right. That was
It's kind of new.
The Pacers
almost poured it in, dude. Like,
over the limit with their next one.
General purpose framework.
See if they go right back into Rick Smith. So they're going
trying to catch the trap, and then
Best
I
turned
hit
the corner,
the teleport
but the
button.
foul is going to be on the Pacers.
Because once you've got the job,
Jalen Rose sets the leaky screen.
They're right next
Caught
to
him
each
with
other,
it.
See,
so
Derek
maybe I
Fisher
could.
is so good at that. When a guy starts to set a screen,
Maybe
he'll
not.
run right into it, and if it's moving along, he'll fall back, draw the contact, and then make the official make that call. Make the best
Make
of
it
it.
easier on the side.
I thought about this with the next
Shaq backs into the paint, turns against 2 defenders and slams it down.
See, Smith has got to stay away. He's got 2 fouls. He's going to pick up his third. So that's a good way to stay away from that foul, but this is what he can do right there.
Both McKee and Davis were up there
Soul Bear was
to follow home, and the basket is credited to Dale Davis.
Larry Bird has to be ecstatic right now, Bob, because he's getting ready
Wait, can I get my shadow pop?
to rest Reggie Miller and Jalen Rose.
Well, you died when I asked.
Kobe Bryant off with the jumper.
Alright.
Davis hands it to Bates.
So eventually,
Wow.
Smith had it knocked away, and Kobe Bryant takes it for LA.
if you thought about it for a second, she said,
Kobe with a great feed to O'Neal. A little wraparound backhand flip.
Well, they talk about defense when Kobe's out. That's what you miss. He's the only guy on the team that can create opportunities like that in the open floor. Not only that, but the defense. They're going to be called for the foul here on Jalen Rose.
Okay. There's an R up there.
No, it wasn't.
You can leave your chain in traffic and find your partner. Underneath the basket, and that's just a great wraparound pass and a powerful finish.
Bryant now has his third foul.
How could a rogue be so bold?
A different approach by Phil Jackson. The way Larry Bird decided to go. The third guy picked up their second. He got them out. Now Bryant is one of 2 games in, but after a while he might be first free throw, but now Harper returns and Kobe sits down. Shaq remains on the floor with the 3 fouls.
I think what we saw all season long was that Phil Jackson on the floor when he got fouled. For moments like this, that he would learn how to play without getting in foul. Let's see if he can stay away from that fourth. That's a foul on Rick Smith here. That's one of those fouls that's at disadvantage because he started to come over to set the screen.
Where's flag?
It's just bumping, so that's going to be his third
We
foul.
got it.
Did you pick it up?
No.
He never does.
Roach will be coming into the game. We'll have to watch here now what happens. 3:18 to go. The Lakers are down.
Gotta get my revenge on the king.
Smith is going to have to sit down with 2 fouls.
Especially considering how well Smith has been shooting the ball. Had he been able to remain in the game, they could have gone to him trying to get back
See how
into
many
the
thoughts
foul
this
trouble.
one has.
Now that possibility is gone for the moment.
Only
Yeah,
6. I don't have original time.
The NBA
Word.
He said flatly all along it would be 3 seasons and
Word
after.
led.
And so he's facing Phil Jackson in the finals, just as he faced Jackson's Bulls in the Eastern Conference Finals in his first
What a
season.
shitty
Remember, the
ring.
Pacers won every home game in that series, but still lost it in 7, as Jackson's team won all of its
Level
home
1
games
ice
as
was
well.
1991.
The visiting team never broke through in that series.
Grim World.
Even wins here in Game 3
Nice, nice.
might not be enough for the
Calling for it? No,
Neal,
yeah.
just before the shot clock would have expired, hits the jumper.
Power dribble going up, right arm close to the basket, and just sort of
Alright, let's see if do you have any long goals? I see one.
Robert Horry steps out and bumps him. Now watch and then he sees Horry, watch it, he's going to run right into him, and he's going to get the foul. You know why he did that? Because he knew they were over the limit on the next one. He gets to shoot 2 free throws. That's just being a smart player.
Let's see if this.
Miller hasn't scored since 3 minutes remaining in the first quarter.
Alright, next is a regular.
From the floor, he's 2 for 7 overall, but he still hasn't missed a free throw in the series.
Then I'll have then I need one more of that.
Since he got his third
And
foul, he's
then
actually shot the ball better.
And then I'll
Hit his last 3 shots. And Reggie
it's a
misses
lot,
a free throw. You hear the groans
but it's a
there.
catch.
I just need 2 more flawless and I got a perfect.
I'm there too. Oh, maybe you shouldn't have.
It could have been a 3-point play as it is.
Oh, Samuel is for like.
McKee's second foul.
The real question is, did you level up in Tristram?
Yeah.
Phew.
Barely though.
Just enough to pee around.
So, for the final slide, let me give you some examples.
Yeah, so one skull makes another flawless, and then I need one more flawless.
My Dragon Town attack rate is shit.
Nice piece of work from that
I think if you're Phil Jackson right now, we see Rick Fox trying to 3 fouls on Smith. But I think if you're Phil Jackson, you have to be very happy. You've sort of weathered this storm, this emotion. The Pacers got off to a great start. Ready to go.
Better than the one I had.
Drives baseline, flips up a hook after slipping by O'Neal. Now that's a grab from number 1, number 2.
Shaq has to stay away from his 4th foul. They sort of back off that play, and Coach was able
Oh, and you left Dreadford on the ground. Old Jesus. No, not a Jesus. Unless this is the line round.
He doesn't get the roll. Horry is there to try and
What, the Grimwar?
No, Dreadford.
very lucky here. This could have been his 4th foul over the back. Instead, they're going to give a 3-point play opportunity to the Lakers. But watch Shaquille here as he misses this shot.
You said something horrible.
Right there.
Grimwar.
Loose to Horry for a 3-point play.
Dark
You know what? Phil Jackson says, you know what? I better get Shaq out here. I am very lucky. That should have been Shaq's 4th foul. So Sally's going to come in here and finish this half.
Darky Horror.
Even worse. All of these lines.
Shaq out with 13 points
Real
and
question
7
is where's
rebounds.
that?
Make it 8. Along with a couple of blocks.
Genius.
Yeah, let's sell some more calls.
3-point play and a 1-point
I think
game.
bumping up to 2.5 is the safe option.
It might seem so.
Alright, so both.
Yeah, I sold both as well. I think I sold like 2 and 4. 2 of the 2, 5, and 4.
Here he goes, but he gives it up to Best for 3. It spins out, but it's still Pacer ball as the Lakers touch it last.
So right now I'm trying to keep the total to be like... You want a small one?
Say what?
I was just thinking.
For Indiana, 1:41 to play in the half.
Here's an example from my own.
Like when you give me shit.
Crozier,
that you don't want.
again into the traffic, and again he scores.
Well, he's got a really knack to score around that basket. He's not a big power forward, but he's quick, and he's crafty in there. He moves that ball around, takes away from the defensive player.
At least I have that down.
And McKee takes it away from Rice. They've got a 3-on-1 break, and Reggie Miller
And I feel now. I don't know.
Now that's a smart
Finally, the land of the count is no Azrael.
He's out of here.
You always want to set up your score. So you fake the ball away from McKee. See the nice steal there now. Best is going to be in the middle of the floor. You want to get your score.
Oh, 82 with the dragon.
Reggie and
Hey, circle, baby. Hopefully that's good.
want to think out there as a point guard. Put the ball in the hands of your scorers.
By the time you're done, people will
Whoa, damage. No! I'm gonna go through my points to heal.
He's already missed one free throw this game, speaking of misses. That's a full game of misses for him. Then he makes one this time.
We always talk about how you finish.
Holy motherfucker, this is an advantage. It's literally perfect for advantage.
Oh, shit. Should I switch? I did level.
But you can hold it.
Oh, shit.
It's Sally in its center. It's Fisher from the baseline who misses it.
Perfect.
Crozier with the rebound for Indiana. Inside a minute. Their lead had been trimmed to 1. Now they're back up by 5. Best turns the corner. Pops the jumper.
I'm getting correct, so good.
Ball still loose, and Best comes down
Not even gonna
at 5'11". Here's Crozier. Corner 3.
The only question now is, do I put another rune in my death match?
In your what?
My death match? The skull captain game?
Nice
Oh,
by Fisher.
I'm gonna figure out what
Both about the same side. Go inside and punish the defense. That was a strong move by Fisher.
Cold resist?
Shot clock and game clock virtually identical.
Well, I don't have any rune that gets cold. Maybe do I wait until we kill Cal?
2 seconds. Harper for 3 at the horn. And Crozier risked a goaltend.
Well, I want a cold resist rune or
On the other side of midcourt.
lightning resist.
Plays that time by Fisher. They were able to stay here within 3 points. Fisher makes a nice drive and scores. Then he forces the turnover. So Indiana
It has 10x SHR. I said chance to cast double rechargeable. 30 lightning resist from the other orc.
Does that have anything to do with picking it?
I'll drive room.
Rick, you were able to get some rest, as was John. Will that be beneficial so you won't be out of gas again before it shows tonight?
We got off to a big lead, but LA fought their way back
Whoa.
in. Hopefully the rest in the second quarter will help us down the court.
How do you take advantage of both Shaq and Kobe in foul trouble with 3?
Well, they're both smart players. They know how to stay out of foul trouble. And even though they have 3, we know they're 2 go-to players, so they'll be smart about it.
What will you say to Rick Smith? He has 3. He's been very effective. What will you say to him to keep him in the game here in the second half?
Well, really, Rick has to talk to him.
If I die, then I won't drop it.
There we go. Not letting them go. It's like, oh yeah, it's like 10 minutes. I heard this.
What if you die, though? That's not
No one's probably going on.
The Pacers led by as many as 10, but LA draws to within 3 at halftime. Stay tuned for How Storm, Isaiah Thomas, Bill Walton, Steve Jones, and Peter Vesey, who has an interview with Larry Bird on Net Zero at the half. You're watching the NBA Finals on NBC.
The fuck did you go to Darkwood?
Oh, they go real quick?
Yeah, we had a board.
Oh, yeah, good. I took my original... I guess we explore more. I'm bringing a blue lava.
Thank you very much, Ahmad. Well, Larry Bird told his team he's very pleased with the rebounding 20-17 second chance points. He's very happy with 12-5. He's very unhappy with the turnovers. Also, 7 unforced errors in the second quarter. He wants him to protect the ball, and he wants him to read where Shaq is. If he gets the ball up high, he doesn't want them doubled. He also told him, you're 24 minutes away from being back in this series with a great opportunity to win. Bob?
Got it.
Is that?
Thanks, and here we
Good
go.
one,
Second
Larry.
half.
Motherfucker. Yo.
It's still probably worse than my rare.
Rather cold since lobs to Smith. Smith slings it out to Jackson. Jackson to Jalen Rose. 4 seconds
Oh,
to
it's
shoot.
pretty
Rose
fucking
leans
good.
in and it comes up short.
It does look damaged in my rare though, but
6 points and 4
what is
assists in the first half.
the
He gives it up to
alternative?
Harper.
You're here.
Harper lost it on his way
Hell
to the
yeah.
hole. Kind of a juggling attempt at a shot, and it's into the hands of Jalen Rose. He pulls up and drills the jumper.
And what you're seeing immediately is Jalen Rose has got to get himself involved. Now, Rick Smith played very well. He had 10 points. Reggie Miller 13, but Jalen Rose only 6. And he really needs to to be a guy that gets 20-plus points in this team if they're going to win, Bob.
You saw something else on the stat line related to Kobe Bryant as he fires his jumper, and he's off with it.
Well, he has no free throw attempts, no rebounds. It tells you he's sort of staying out of congestion. There is the foul. That's going to be 4 on Kobe Bryant. So fouls already taking their toll right now. What will Phil Jackson do here? Will he come out and substitute? Will he bring in Rick Fox or Shaw, or he's going to let Kobe Bryant play with him?
She's in her now.
He's got 4. Let's see if you can post Mark Jackson up and go against him one more time. Maybe you can get the 5th. Right here it is. Somebody's got to help. Spitz will have the little jump shot.
And Kobe goes up and blocks it, but it winds up in the hands of Dale Davis, whose open jumper won't go.
You know what? I'm going to hear.
Bryant accelerating to the baseline and hitting the jumper.
It's an amazing gamble by Phil Jackson to leave Kobe out there. Now, a lot of it might be too. He's afraid that if he sits down there, he's just come out of halftime, and he sits a long time, maybe he'll really stiffen up.
Coming off the screen.
This could be better than I
Looking
thought.
for Smits. Smits into the lane, lost it high over Shaq, gets it back, and puts it in.
This is the most aggressive I've seen him, and I think a lot of it is the fact that he got some baskets to go down early, so his confidence is very high right now.
Played 2 minutes of the second half. Indiana by 5. Kobe Bryant cuts it to 3.
Kobe is starting to get back into the flow. I don't care how good you are, when you take time off with an injury, you don't get a chance to play. When you come back, you're going to be rusty.
The shot clock wasn't operating, and the officials call a halt to things.
You see Kobe here as he goes to the basket, and that's his left ankle that he has to plant when he's going that direction. He comes back, so it looks like he trusts it. This way he's going to plant that right foot. Hangs in the air. What a tough shot. It knocks down that jumper.
Pacers with 28
See if they go back to Jalen Rose.
He returns it to Mark Jackson for 3. It's just short. Rebound battle won by Shaq.
Kobe wants that ball in the post.
Let me immediately clarify things a bit by telling you a little bit about the difference of the University of Chicago's writing program. We're one of
doesn't take him long to get into the lane and hangs in the air with another beauty.
That's a bad sign for the Pacers. Now Kobe picks up his 4th foul.
Every
It
other
almost
school in the country,
excites him like now going to the basket, something we didn't see in that first half.
He's doubled his point
Got a
total in
soul
less than
room,
3 minutes. He's got a
what I
dozen
needed,
now.
my floor help, aka.
That worked like a perfect pass. It was a wild shot over the outstretched arm of Shaq, but Dale Davis was there to receive it and stuff it back home. Here's Harper all the way to the rack.
Mark Jackson just ran right beside him, and Harper just takes
All I want is more
The Lakers, who have never led, are again within one.
Alright, I think I'm an expert.
Jalen Rose.
You can, it's a nightmare.
Oh, yeah.
Finally has a chance to for the first time tonight.
I mean, okay, if you want to be a sneaky actor, you have to log out, log on to your advantages, look at the game list, find one that like you think you can sneak something in, then you type that name in on your assassin, drop the item in the game, rejoin on your source.
Alright,
yeah, that'll work.
Our graduate students struggle. The people with the real writing problems are the faculty. It just turns on its head the standard notion that writing is a basic skill. The standard notion in the U.S. and around the world is reading, writing, arithmetic. You're supposed to learn it in high school, or grammar school, high school, maybe a little bit of college. But if you have to learn it after that, there's something wrong with you, and therefore there's something remedial about programs like this.
Glenn Rice put himself in a position where he was going to have to perform, and he's doing it tonight. He pulls up and he hits the jump shot to give the Lakers a 2-point lead, and the bench is very excited about this. They've gotten off to a good start here right now. Larry Bird wants to calm his team down a little bit.
Let me tell you, you got a whole bunch of Oxford and Cambridge educated professionals or academics
Take a look
in the
at
room.
Kobe Bryant, and this
I
is
say,
all this quarter
you've
now.
brought
He
in
picks
this
up
guy
his
to
4th
help you.
foul.
Oh, no.
So what are the Pacers going to do?
And by
They're
the
going to try to
way,
post him to get his 5th.
Chicago.
Kobe goes up and blocks the shot. Then he hits the fading little jump shot. Now he drives left, pulls up, and the double clutch jump shot. More importantly, the little 1-foot
Other
roll
game
that
was
is
nightmare
strangled
too.
on the front. And
is not a
I dropped it. Yeah, oh, you didn't look at advantages.
It is overwhelmingly not a course in rules. I am not going to give you rules for writing. In fact, I'm going to spend a lot of time attacking the fact that you're training
Rose and Reggie are
I
combined 5 of
think that is
16.
very bad.
Yeah, I forgot.
Rule governed training is very useful for people who are saying this, who are turning out a lot of.
Maybe she has something extra to say.
Oh, you don't enter on advantages first.
Well, I'm saying if maybe you have a really no, this one's good, I think.
It's fine to have a rule. It's fine to say this is what it's going to look like. Here's what your sentences should look like. Get it out. That is not what you're doing. That is not the level of value.
Deals out to Harper and then Kobe again.
So
to
one
the
of the things that I'm
baseline,
going
up
to
to
be
the
saying
hoop.
to you is you
Doesn't get the roll, and it bounces to Rose.
Start thinking about reading. So here's the problem that experts have.
Smith's against AC Green, big height advantage, and he immediately goes to the hook.
That's when Indiana's good, when they play early offense. Now, Bob, one of the things to watch here, Mark Jackson, anytime he can switch up on Kobe, you feed them off the dribble. They're going to have to defend him better than that.
What it means is that you are writing about
O'Neal
a
is
subject
double
at
teamed,
which you have
and you could
expert
barely
knowledge.
hear it over the crowd, but there was a whistle for an
like
Indiana
high
foul.
school students who are using their writing to introduce themselves to something at a fairly basic level. You are operating at the most sophisticated level. When I work with faculty on this and other campus, I'm working with people who are, after all, on the
foul a
frontiers
moment
of
ago
knowledge.
was
They're
Dale
thinking
Davis's
stuff nobody's
second.
thought before. This is very hard stuff.
Rose on Rice, who shoots over him.
Here's what
It's
you're
short,
doing.
and Davis, one of the best
You are
rebounders in
thinking
the league,
about
takes
your
that one.
world in very difficult
Reggie
ways.
to the baseline.
This is a terrifically good thing.
Back up top
and
to
it's
Mark Jackson.
the source of most of the value of your
Reggie
work.
for three over Kobe.
Now, you are also
He's gone
writing
cold
about that work.
since the first quarter.
And this is
Kobe's
where
got
it
4
starts
fouls there for
problem
Reggie. You don't
solving.
want to settle up for that 3. Run
Unlike
that ball,
the
try to get some
journalist.
contact. Maybe get the 5th foul against
Almost
him.
surely, you are using your writing process.
Here's O'Neal out of the double to a wide open AC Green, but a whistle before the shot.
In other words, the thinking that you're
Back to
doing
Reggie
is
Miller.
at
He's
such a
missed
level
his
of
last 6
complexity.
shots.
You have to use writing to help yourself do your thinking. This is quite different from high school students. High school students told me, Larry, there are 2 different processes. First, there's the thinking process, and then there's the writing process. I had a teacher who said to me, you are not ready to write your first words to your
What happens is retaliation. A guy foul. There's a retaliation.
As you turn in the outline, you lose 3 things.
Foul, which is number 4.
Not a problem. First, I wrote the first
Miller to shoot the tee.
and I thought I was the only one.
Watch to see what
But everybody
happens here.
else,
They're going to call
when
the
they did this
personal
thinking
foul
just,
on Rick Smith. There's Smith in the lane. He's going to
till
step
they were
over and he
done,
cracks Harper there
and
with
then
an
their
elbow.
essay
And then
like
he
Athena burst from their
hits him on the
forehead
shoulder and they call the
onto the
technical. So that's
page.
the retaliation, the personal and
I
the
was trying to keep
technical.
a secret that I didn't
Not
work
the
that
penalty
way.
yet, so the Lakers
Nobody
have the
works that
sideline
way.
out.
It doesn't mean you don't have outlines or good idea. It doesn't mean you
Smith
don't
stays
take
on the
notes.
floor
Good
with the
idea.
4
It doesn't mean you
fouls.
don't have other
Harper
ways of
left alone
thinking,
for
but
3.
you are using your writing to help
Pops
yourself
out.
think.
Oh, this guy's dropped dude by now.
Don't do this
His
for
jumper
most
hits the
people.
side of the glass. Kobe takes it.
Wait, you said what?
Like
He's surrounded and fouled.
sitting down writing.
He dropped dude a timeout.
Now the Pacers must
Oh.
they're going to collapse.
Yeah, the other guy?
All 5 guys
Someone in the
go
game.
back
They
to
were
rebound.
talking.
Jalen
Like,
Rose has got a rebound. Reggie Miller's
Oh,
got a
he just
rebound.
graded him.
First half had 1
No,
steal.
I want
Reggie
you to
with 3.
is on my
But your guards
account.
have to go to the board if you're going to double team.
2, 4. Alright, I
Here's
just
You write
Rice.
this text,
AC
this
Green.
grant proposal, this
Actually, I'll leave
article,
this
this dissertation
And a 3-second
proposal, this
violation.
Well, that's third because AC Green had an open shot and he didn't shoot it. Jack went to the boards to rebound it, and that's what happens if you don't take the shot from Smith.
AC Green.
And the readers are going to look through that text, and if you've done your
Lost
job,
fewer
they're
than
going
half
to
the minutes in the game.
here's the problem.
Here's Jackson from the head of the key.
Actually
Hill
generated
is there to
text
take it.
on the horizontal
Pacer
axis,
lead is 1.
but whether it does its job
And AC
depends on the
Green
vertical
puts the
axis.
Lakers in front, and he'll be coming
Here's
to
the
the free throw
problem.
line.
Very
And the look
predictably,
of disgust on Larry Bird's face across the way
use
speaks
language
volumes.
in one set of patterns
Conversion
to do their
defense. When
thinking.
you get guys running,
but
you
those
got to
very
talk
same
and you got to
experts
pick
read
guys
with a
up.
different-
Nobody converses.
here's what
Here
happens.
comes Jalen
You
Rose.
have
Actually,
used
the
your text
offhand
as you
that
must
time
use it to
by
help
dude.
AC
yourself
Green
think,
as he takes the
but you're
ball
going
to
to
the
use
basket,
writing
walks
patterns
to
and
it, right
language
hand,
patterns
lays it in
and
the basket. And again,
readers
Jalen
read.
Rose
realized that 2 hours.
AC Green was on the Lakers team. He beat Larry Bird's Celtics in the finals in 1987.
Oh, never mind.
Misses the free throw.
I'm alive.
Last thing they're going to do is they're just going to
Dribble.
what happens before that? What leads up to that stuff? You're absolutely right. So let's talk a little bit about what leads up to it. You're writing like this, they're reading like this. What's the first thing that happens?
Look at the first half stats and talk about how Indiana shoots free throw.
This has never happened to you? Right, so they misunderstand. That's the second thing that happens. The second thing that happens is you interfere, they do not
But they've
understand.
taken the lead. Not for long, as the hook by Smits puts the Pacers in front. He had a 20-point game against the Knicks and 25
I'm going to put
against
that in the bucket
Philadelphia
and
earlier
stop.
in the playoffs. This is the first time he's done much of anything in the finals. He's got 16, and he's got the fans on their feet at the field house.
Has it never happened to you? You've never tried to read something that was clearly not written in the way you're trying to read it? I bet that in the last week you've read stuff that was not written in the way USC can read it. It's the first thing that happens to you. I'm going to put that in that doesn't understand bucket. I mean, I'm being...
Davis with the fake, brings it back out to Jackson. 5 seconds to shoot. Jalen Rose, Jackson open, big three, and he hits it. I told you, Kobe's helping out. So Mark Jackson is going to have that shot. He's just got to get it ready to knock it down. That's about the third one he's had this quarter. Riding a seesaw, and now it's Indiana's turn to lead. Third. Harper ties it. How about that? The left hand switches the lane and uses the glass. Jalen Rose uses the right hand.
When it's happening to you and the glass.
His off hand.
Why didn't you just stop?
And Indiana reclaims the lead at 70-68.
What do you suppose happens if
Anybody
they
who
don't
thought
need
coming
to
out of
lead?
LA that this wasn't a series was wrong.
Probably race. Forgive me for saying this. You have no idea.
Brian Shaw, who's played only 3 minutes tonight, is in for Harper. Here's Kobe Bryant against Reggie Miller. Kobe, left hand, banked it too hard. Shaquille O'Neal is there. The automatic finish. Once he got it that deep, plus the foul.
Your instincts tell you when the ball goes up to go to the boards. When you're guarding Shaq, you've got to turn and face guard. Now watch Dale Davis. He gets underneath, and Shaq just walks him underneath the basket. So what you have to do, Bob, you have to go try to beat him out on the floor, face guard him, and keep him away from the basket. Your instincts say, go rebound.
He's made 4 or 5 free throws tonight.
No,
Foul is Dale Davis' third, and the Lakers have a 1-point lead.
Rating it. Let's be a little more crude about it. They were paid. Oh my God! Academics get all freaked out when I talk about money. I said, guys, I got news for you. Your teachers paid your stuff because they were paid. What? Were your teachers reading your text to think about the world? That's not what they're paid to do. Why were your teachers reading your text? Why were people paying them to do it? To change the way they see the world? Oh,
Here's Glenn Rice against the clock. Trying to get it into Shaq, and they back it away.
Teachers,
here's Reggie
read
in the
text.
corner for Crozier. Crozier into the paint, slams into Horry, and the foul is on Crozier.
Horry's playing terrific basketball right now. I don't know what his correspondence is, but when he's in the game, he just gives them such a lift. He steps over here. He's a very, very good team defender. Now, Crozier has beat him individually, but he's a very good team defender.
And he has shown repeatedly that he's willing to take a hit in order to draw that charging foul. Here's Kobe driving past Miller.
That was quick. That was powerful to finish. And we've seen Kobe work himself into the game.
Oh my
Yeah, you know he's back.
Oh, it's only at 7. Still too loud.
I like the heavy.
Oh yeah, turn me down.
Get out of here.
Alright, sounds good. Or Alpha.
That's his first field goal since the first quarter. He's 3 for 10 in the game. Kobe can't answer. And there's a Laker foul on the rebound. And it's O'Neal's fourth.
Kobe has 4.
It was valuable for them.
Shaquille has 4. Sam Perkins is going to step into the game now. He's going to give a rest here. Probably Dale Davis.
Faculty sometimes look at me and say, oh, no, you're wrong. No, student writing is actually professionally valuable. I say, then did you publish it?
They also were able to find Perkins
didn't get
the outside jump shot. So let's see if they get Perkins.
Well, no, actually.
That outside jumper, Jack Hill.
Here's the problem you've got. Yeah, your writing needs to be clear. Your writing needs to be organized. The rules that govern this are not, but you think they are, in fact, they're not rules. Yes, your writing needs to be persuasive. This is way more important than this, but more than anything else, from now on, your writing needs to be
Volleyballs it to keep it alive. And then powers it down.
He just keeps kicking off the boards. You got great defensive position. It just overpowers you.
From the drama, but in my office, there's 2 chairs.
In LA by 3.
I have to press my desk, and there's 2 chairs over here. My chair,
Rozier
and
against
right
Morey.
next to the writer's chair.
And Robert Horry fouled him.
Shaquille O'Neal has not really been a primary offensive player, but he's getting all of his baskets here on offensive rebounds. This is what's really punishing the Pacers. This is his 9th rebound of the quarter.
17th of the game. Saturday, July 1st, on NBC at the home grass courts of the All-England Club, the world's most prestigious tennis championship, Wimbledon. American Pete Sampras looks for his record 7th Wimbledon title to become the all-time men's leader in Grand Slam singles wins with 13. Wimbledon coverage begins Saturday, July 1st on NBC.
This terrifies people because they make the mistake. Fortunately, I'm talking to surface on.
Now the Lakers here have called their open set with Shaquille O'Neal out of the game. They love to let Kobe isolate and play one-on-one. Let's see if he can do
what if my
this
ideas
against
just
Reggie.
aren't valuable? It's dopey. There's no such thing as value.
Kobe spinning into the paint. Another tough move.
That's the way they like to run. Kobe, one-on-one, they call it the open set. And they open it up. Shaquille O'Neal on the bench. There's no post
Can you
player in
imagine
there.
writing a text which one group of readers thinks is terrifically useful and another group of readers thinks is useless? Well, yeah. I gotta tell you. Sometimes PhDs come into my office and say, I really gotta get this article published. I want so much pressure to publish, And I say, okay, what journals are you going to submit it to? The other one says, what is that? Because they think it's weird. It needs to be organized. It needs to be persuasive. And those are just sort of in the thing itself. Or anybody can look at it. This is decide it's clear. It's completely wrong. This is what we practice. So how people think about their writing without thinking about reading
As a wrap out.
formal.
So the best he can do is bring them to within 2, just over half a minute to play in the third.
Not generic readers. God help you if you came up in a system with standardized tests where you had to write papers for a standardized reader, like on an AP test, an SAT
Rick Fox.
test. It's disaster.
That was a set play to get 2 for 1. Rick Fox hits the 3. Great execution. The last 2 possessions by the Lakers.
The Pacers haven't trailed by this much at any time in the game until now. They're down by 5. And Rick Fox on the foul.
Okay, turn to the first page, and here's what I want to do. Very quickly, I want to imagine that this is a group of, by the way, any biologists in the group? Wonderful, biologists have to read. This is a test about, it has to do with content, this is biology, and I don't want you to read about it, because I want you to be responding to the writing of it. So here's what I'm going to ask you to do. We're going to read 2 images intended for publication. We're going to decide which of these 2 we're going to publish. I'm going to read, you stay with me as I read. As a consequence consequence of the cost of sex, the theoretical probability of clonal and sexual coexistence is low. This is not sociology, this is biology. As a consequence of the cost of sex, the theoretical probability of clonal and sexual coexistence is low. Observation of coexistence in vertebrate taxa has been recorded. Within the frozen niche variation model, the relevant parameters the wider niche breadth of the sexual
It's going to be Bryant. That's pretty clear. Here it is. At the horn and short.
Switching of behaviors or researching child
The Lakers trail by 3 at the half. They lead by 3 after 3.
Kobe Bryant, a big third quarter, and all this occurred after he
as a
picked up
consequence
his
of the cost of sex, the theoretical probability of clonal and sexual coexistence is low. Generalized observation of coexistence in vertebrate taxa has been widely reported. Within the accepted model of frozen niche variation, coexistence is explained by difference in overall niche breadth. However, although the FMD model correctly predicts wider niche breadth for the subsegments of the clones, its predictions are inconsistent with recorded performances. The first study will examine whether the anomaly may be explained by the switching of behaviors of researchers tied to
Shaquille O'Neal. And interestingly enough now, as we go into this, Bob, this entire series, 0-7, Reggie does not have a field goal in the entire series in the fourth quarter. That's another time. 3-1 lead for the Lakers, the biggest fourth quarter right now in the Indiana Pacers season. Are they going to even the series, or are the Lakers going to go up 3-1?
Now, imagine if you're the writer of 1A, and you said to her, your work doesn't seem important.
Fourth quarter, fourth game. 12 minutes to decide it. Eric Fisher.
And he said, all right.
And now Robert Horry's jumper is good.
He has been so aggressive. He had 10 points in the first half on 3 of 6 shooting.
What is that writer
He stepped in, he's taken charges, he's had a couple of steals. No, Mark Jackson here starting fourth, not Travis Best.
Didn't understand. You're about to make a gigantic
Lakers by 5. Jalen Rose against Rick Fox.
What do you do when somebody says,
Might have been a 3-point play and popped out. He'll shoot some free throws.
And we see Glenn Rice is on the bench to start getting more good. Rick Fox is getting out. Will Jackson is much more comfortable with Rick Fox's defense. And we saw in our open, Bob, that even in the other game, that he's got the most minutes here in the fourth period. We're talking about Rick Fox.
why did the teacher want to
tonight? He is just confident in Fox and his defense, especially now they've been able to get a 4-point lead.
You guys don't know how to explain stuff. You explain stuff under the model of You have learned that what explaining is revealing to the world the inside of your head.
All 16 that the franchise has won.
No one cares about the inside.
Shaquille O'Neal, Robert Horry shooting the ball well at this Rick Fox.
Fisher dribbles out of the trap, finds Shaw. Here's O'Neal. He's got it back. The jump ball isn't there. He is there. The rebound for Indiana.
Yeah, I think if you're Indiana, you got to try to push the tempo right now. Don't get in too much of a half-court game. That benefits the Lakers. They want to play that tempo.
Miller comes off the screen, fumbles the dribble, gives it up to Perkins. Now he has it back. 6 seconds to shoot. Shaq is on Reggie. Jackson's all alone for three. O'Neal takes it. That could have tied the game and blown the roof off the place.
Reggie was isolated down the wing and Shaq. Reggie tried the ball past and gave the ball up.
And a chance as well to hit Shaq with another foul. Fox traveled on the play.
I'm really shocked. Shaq was playing him at the three-point line. He's going to pop out. He's going to get a switch. Shaq is going to be playing him right here. There's where you attack him. You can't let Shaq come out and play you there. Maybe you'll get a fifth foul.
How did you think that? And then I realized this is a horrible question. It's a teacher.
There's contact away from the ball.
Says,
Jackson
why
hit
do
the
you think
floor.
that? Because the teacher
It
wants
might
to
be
know
Fox
what.
again.
Who
If so,
that?
it's his fourth.
He said, oh my God, I'm doing the same thing. But now I don't say
Fouls
that.
as they start to
Why do you
mount. They
think
can't
that?
say enough
Say now.
that Indiana,
Why
if they
should I
have an
think
advantage, it's at the free throw line. How quickly can they get there in this period?
And guess what?
Team fouls before 2 minutes have gone by.
Which is interesting. Why does it?
The Pacers don't have any yet.
Why does it? Because why is it that I don't say,
Miller
okay,
trying to shake Shaw.
And does. There's his first field goal of the series in the fourth quarter. Will this be a jump start for his team? A one-point game.
Well, that's probably why it does this. That's not why it's supposed to.
Because there's a rule of Western academia. The Pacers can take the lead back. It's a rule that people have broken in the breach of Moon 10. The rule says nothing will be accepted. Jalen Rose. Rebound fought for McKee and Fisher walking a tightrope. And they're walking the other way. It's Laker ball. It changes your reading.
The smile you see on Larry Bird's face was this right here.
Because they're paid to care about writing.
Terrific defense by Brian Shaw.
In the world, in many cases, read to find out information. If you go to somebody on the quad and say, excuse me, if somebody stops on the quad and says, excuse me, can you tell me how to get to the library?
When we come back, Indiana will have the ball.
Okay, yeah, go over there and turn right and go. They don't say, oh, I doubt that.
Lakers lead by one. Larry Bird before the game, and he was talking about Reggie Miller's problems in the fourth quarter in this series. He said, I look for Reggie to elevate his game in the fourth quarter today. He's going to go after the ball. I thought he was fatigued in the last couple of games, and that was my fault. I should have had him out earlier and longer. We're going to get him a little break tonight, and he did get him that break in the first half. He says, we're not going to break our offense to get him shots, but he has to create something.
Kobe Bryant is in the game defending, so Bill Jackson feels him getting ready to go to Reggie, and he puts Kobe Bryant on him for the first time in the game.
Jalen Rose. Indiana back in front by one.
And Jalen Rose says, thank you. I've got about 4 of those shots tonight. I've done exactly what I wanted, and I just haven't finished.
No one because he's really wanted to play first, because the whole thing was just about seeing what's now. Start explaining. Time one.
Backing in on Perkins. Somebody fouled him.
You know the definition?
Indiana's going to win this game. They're going to have to do it on the strength of their two stars.
Back to Steve.
He didn't have a field goal. Either he only had 2 free throws. So they back by both of those guys here to start this quarter.
Do me a favor.
O'Neal has shot only 5 free throws tonight, but has made 4 of them.
Original.
You know,
how about this?
It's really amazing.
You think that
We can watch this guy and you see the series
in your brain
we can see him go
storing
through a game where it looks like he's never going to make it and come back into
People say to me,
another
oh, does that mean I'm here to do
exceptionally well.
well?
You know, it's mind-boggling from game to game how he varies with his free throw shooting.
In game 3, he hit 3 of 13. He's 6 of 7.
Games like he had against Portland, where he's got to make them all. Tonight, he's made all the one.
Ryan on Miller.
And right into the game now. He's going to get it up.
Okay, now we know.
Jack comes over to help. Here's Perkins for 3.
You're going to
Against the Pacers, the lead by 2. And the Lillard man on the field making a bigger play. With the offensive rebound. Maybe their toughest guy other than Dennis Davis. At just 5'11". He's on the glass and got it to Miller for the 3. Shaq, jump hook, short. Rebound to Perkins.
Indiana's got to look to push the ball. They do not want to play half court.
Reggie around Kobe. Deals it out to Rose. Touch pass to the side. Big smooth. Sam Perkins. Happy 39.
They sent it back and they said, you got to be kidding.
Reggie Miller
She said,
is
well, I'm
putting
going to get my
his
ticket
stamp
free
on
now.
this
They said,
quarter.
you got to be kidding.
It doesn't have to always be by scoring. He has 5 points, but more importantly, he is making plays.
Right.
The
And we still wish we didn't know
12-2 run.
what she said. Because we do not.
The Pacers are spreading the floor and using the three-point shot to miss, but look at Travis Best. He gets inside Kobe Bryant and kicks it out. Now Reggie Miller, 3 of 15 going into tonight's game for 3. He's now 3 of 5. Then he dribble penetrates and kicks it out to Sam Perkins, who buries the 3. We had talked about the 3. This is the best three-point shooting team in the NBA. Going into tonight's game, they were 33% from the three. Tonight, 6 of 13. Will this line be the difference that puts Jalen Rose excited? And you can see that three-point line and how it's spacing the game.
Built up over time. Anytime you find out something that
deficit into a 5-point lead. Fisher quickly back to O'Neal, and little Travis Best doing what he had to do. Just smacked him one and picked up the foul.
It's going to be a flagrant also. It's going to be 2 shots in the ball.
Well, maybe he didn't have to do that then.
These are people.
Right there, he goes up strong. Now look at Travis Best. I told you before about how Larry Bird said he might be the toughest guy on our team. Look at him throw his body in there and take that foul.
So Shaq will shoot 2, and the Lakers will then retain possession. 7 out of 8.
How do you figure?
Jekyll and Hyde out here.
Take a look here to see if he's got the knees bent.
Why on earth would these people get to say,
He's got the arms, he steps up and makes them both.
Get it. Big
He
problem.
said, you go figured here, as free throws could be vital here to the Lakers coming down the stretch because
These
you know
people
they're
get
not
to
going to
say,
allow Shaq to lay that ball in the basket.
After watching that foul like that, you said it before, but it really is a good thing that Shaquille O'Neal has a very gentle nature. Otherwise, he'd erupt now and then, and somebody would get hurt.
That's the way it
Feel
works.
bad.
You don't like it? That's the way it works.
Here's Shaq into the lane off balance.
So, they get to
And
say,
this could go against LA,
you're right.
and it's
That
5
is new.
O'Neal.
I didn't know how many people were in Israel, too.
Right there, Sam
But it doesn't
Perkins
count
took
as
one
long.
in the chest and went down.
Doesn't have any value to it.
Just wheels in here with that right shoulder, and you see him as he falls
Good news is
backwards.
this thing just does move through time.
Now,
Very
great
good news
matchup
is
right now,
found
Best and
it.
Fisher. Remember now, we talked about Best. He cannot over-dribble. Get the ball to Miller or to Jalen Rose. Let them make a
Unlike this
play.
model.
It's in Reggie's hands.
I like to think of academic conversations.
He swings it to Perkins. Perkins into the paint on the run. Didn't get the roll.
Everything is added up. It's
See,
always
Perkins
there.
not really a guy you can post up to go at Shaq to get his foul.
They go along for a while. They think things go out, and they
Shaq
say,
is
"Whoop,
taking a
that was
beating
dumb."
inside right now. He's going to earn
Don't
every
think
free
that
throw here
anymore.
to finish up.
They go along for a while, and they say, "Whoa, we were doing that. Don't do that
Inside
anymore."
here, Perkins doing his best to keep him out lane. He just hacks him
Still the
there.
problem assumed that everything
Jalen
was
Rose
right.
comes in, and like you said, Shaq is the kind of guy, a gentle guy. A lot of guys go up there and really get angry. Shaq just keeps playing.
With the jump hook off the glass.
But in order for us
And
to
the
do
Lakers
that,
draw to within
we have
1.
to be feeling
Meanwhile, Jackson keeps O'Neal on the floor with nearly 7 minutes remaining, and he's got 5 fouls.
Now, do you come in with Rick Smith and make Shaq play defense? That's a question that Bird's got to think about.
So,
Travis Best turns the corner, pulls up, and banks it in.
Me isn't going to do it. Original isn't going to do it. Because I talk to people and they say, you know, people don't think this is a guy, they're not publishing it. Well, somebody says they don't think it's important. So you know what they do? They say,
Has an answer.
this important study.
See, he has that little medium-range jump shot. We talk about it being a lost art at the NBA.
What is it about
Three and
me
all the
that
way to the
makes it
basket.
feel important?
He has that pull-up shot.
What is it? Tell me the words on the page.
Shaq's illegal to call it there. They were very fortunate.
Here's what I literally want you to do.
Basketball, that would have been an
I
illegal
want you to
defense.
literally, everybody in the
missed the
room, I want you
jumper.
to literally go through one read.
And the Lakers can take the
Circle
lead.
the words,
They do not.
specific words that are
Rose
making
rebounds,
it
Bryant Smith. Then kicks it
What's the
away.
first word you see?
Shaq
The
is there to
word.
scoop it up.
What's the first word you see that makes it valuable?
Now he has it in the paint. They can't stop him, and they foul him.
He bumps
Accepted
you,
is, but
and he
actually
rocks you back, and you're falling back, and you try to foul,
Accepted.
and all you can do is just reach up. Now watch how Sam Perkins gets
However,
brought back
next.
right there, and he tries to reach up and grab it.
Although,
We know that Shaquille O'Neal is just too strong. He's going to finish that. This guy
inconsistent.
just works every play down the floor. Questioning in is, how much is Sam Perkins working out their work as opposed to maybe Rick Smith being able to post it? Larry Bird's got a decision he has to make here.
Here's my first piece of advice to you that you can use to make your writing better slowly and definitely.
Only his second miss in 10 attempts at the strike tonight.
Taking articles in your field, print them out, we have a hard copy, go through and circle every word in the writing that is creating value
He's
for
on
the
it.
reader.
5 seconds to shoot. Reggie with the shake move and the drive, the reverse.
See, Shaq is out on That's why Curtis kept him out there. The lane is wide open, or he couldn't get there soon enough.
You'll see none, I will see 10.
O'Neal out of the double to Fisher. Good look at a three.
Trust your teammates. You're going to get double and triple team. Kick the ball out and trust that they can make big shots. Derek Fisher's playing great ball right now for the Lakers.
I know the code.
Who lead it by a basket.
Every community has its own code. Communities you're entering have their own code. A set of words that communicate sound.
On the shot. He has that knack of arcing it high. And with the 7-1 O'Neal coming out at it, the 5-7 bet had the right trajectory to score with it and tie the game at 95.
15 minutes a week for the rest of this year, which is doing two things. One is training yourself to look for the code of creating value. Making it again if you're smart. If you'll be writing down each of those words,
I'm just so impressed on how hard Shaq plays and how much he keeps his
so that when it's a week before something is done and you're doing one of your revisions, you're going to do what? You're going to do the same thing on your own work. And if you can't underline 10 words in the first 2 paragraphs, you're going to do what? You're going to go to the word list and you're going to stop them in. Sometimes.
The answer to that would be no. And for the first time in the series, he's come alive in the fourth, hitting all 4 of his shots in this period. Bryant almost turned it over. Fisher again for 3.
Looking at a shooting star. Got more than a couple of people going mad. I swear they're rooting hard. Tell them I'd be big in the game that she went up them breast implants. I said I'm moving too fast. Didn't even get it done. Now 20 I'm drinking my seat and get the rest of the If you had swag like mine, you know what's best of all. We are hating because you are shining like it's neon. Like kings of Leon.
Particular people in the community. I do not know these people. They're very unlikely to create value.
Shaq has 30, Reggie has 26. They've each scored 10 in the fourth.
Okay, so what is it about? There's 2 things going on here then. One of them has to go on with the community of readers. Tell me the words you underline that has to do with the community.
And finally, in the finals,
the word you underline is this. Which words have to do with widely accepted, recorded. Those are words that you use that there was a community of people who want to understand this. You don't have those words, you're not signaling any community. What are the other words do? Nonetheless, however, although
Davis leaning on O'Neal. He turns, goes up and misses, but tips in his own miss.
Even though he's 8 for 10 from the foul line tonight, you've got to take your chance and not let him make layups. You still have to make him make free throws, Bob.
here's what's going on. He has been told or taught or learned
Miller backs up for 3.
that in order to have persuasive, clear, organized pro,
if you want to be a hero,
you've
got to take hero shots.
That's a
sometimes called transition.
That is unbelievable. I watched it the whole time. They've got a partner on him now.
And if, and unless, and however, and although.
10 on the shot clock. Kobe Bryant spinning around Miller into the lane. O'Neal trying to finish it up. Hits the deck. The ball drops. They wave the basket off.
There's nothing to do. Fine.
Watch Reggie Miller right here, moving without the basketball. He's going to get a little back screen, and then he stops on a dime, comes off the screen. Perkins just moves just enough to free up Reggie. Back-to-back threes, and then Shaquille O'Neal is going to get the offensive rebound here. Go up strong, small foul. He's going to have to shoot 2 free throws.
Hey, community. I read your stuff. I thought about what you think.
It's a both to tie it. And
I never talked about before. Even though he was 8 for 10, a dunk is 100%.
Hey, reader, I've read your stuff. I know what you think. But, you know.
1-point game.
See, we look at the matchups right now. Robert Horry is playing Sam Perkins. Shaquille is on Dale Davis, so he's going to look for the shot block. So Reggie and Rose have to be very careful if they go to the basket.
Miller comes off the screen, returns it to Best. 8 on the shot clock. Best against Kobe, drives past him, deals out to Perkins. He'll let it go and miss it. Harper with a big rebound for the Lakers. Take the lead with a basket here.
He says, and he's been, and I understand it, I can't go to these editors and say
they go
they're
to
wrong.
O'Neal, and before he spins to the basket, Dale Davis wraps him up.
Every article
on Davis.
I'd say what a tough situation for Dale Davis. He's a terrific power forward. He made the All-Star team this year. Double-figure rebounder, does a great job in there. And he's in there right now just to bang against Shaquille O'Neal. We see Rick Smith. We have not seen him in this fourth period. We're going with a better defensive player and the three-point shooting of Perkins.
One way to put it is,
Lakers still trail by 1. The Tonight Show follows the broadcast of this game. After your
they
late
say to the people who are the dominant you know what? I've read all your stuff.
Can't tie it.
Now the Lakers only have 2 team fouls. But under 2 minutes, you'll only get 1 before you go into the penalty. So right now they might have to use a foul up in this last 2 minutes.
Now it's Harper on Miller. 7 on the shot clock. Reggie off the dribble.
But if you want to learn the
Swings it out to
code,
Best.
please look at the code.
Bumps off Bryant, pumps up a 3 just before the shot clock. And it was a 24-second violation.
Travis Best wanted to foul against Kobe Bryant. As he started to penetrate, he got bumped, and when he did, he lost his balance. Now watch this as he starts to go. Right there, he loses his balance. Never can gather himself, and Kobe gets a hand up just enough to bother him.
In fabulous ways.
The question is, do you keep going into Shaquille O'Neal now? He's missed 3 of his last 4 free throws, or do you let Kobe try to go against Rose now? Indiana has 5 fouls. The Pacers do not want to foul here and put Kobe on the line.
Kobe fires the jumper and gives LA the lead. 102 to 100, and even 20 for Kobe Bryant coming back off the sprained ankle.
That's where you miss him in a close game. You can go to him rather than just have to throw it into Shaq all the time.
You have to predict what they're going to foul when they say they're wrong. So you say to them, you're wrong about this.
Harper got up on Miller.
Say,
5 on the shot clock. Reggie fumbled it, throws it up with the left hand. A very difficult shot. He had his rhythm interrupted. And now with 1 minute and 10 seconds remaining, the Lakers have the lead of the ball.
Preliminary. I've read your first 2 pages. No, it's not
Deep to Shaq, an immediate wrap-up by Dale Davis. So they'll take their chances with him at the line. That's 5 on Davis.
Imagine if you go to them and say, wow, your work has been really great, and now here's something new.
We saw the game winner against Phoenix.
Here's what happens. People say to me, man, if I say that they've done something wrong,
and again, that's what you miss when you miss Kobe Bryant being out of the lineup. Go to there at the end of the game other than just throwing it to Shaq.
Hey, really smart people, I've done all your work, I've studied all your stuff, and I have something I want to add.
1:02 on the clock.
No, that's actually a really good answer. Right? What's the risk you run?
If Indiana takes a timeout here, or if they have their play, they'll try to flow right into it quickly.
I'd like to put my foot.
Rebound is tipped to Best. In this next minute, Indiana has to come through to have any realistic chance at their first NBA championship. Jalen Rose, short. Horry with a big rebound.
I don't know why Dale Davis fouled right there. There's still plenty of time. You're down 2. You take that foul on Robert Horry. If he makes 1, you're down 3. If he makes 2, you're down 4. You don't need to foul there. That's just losing sight of the clock. There's only 45 seconds left to go in this game.
Plus, they've lost Dale Davis as Austin Crozier checks back in.
Now, Jalen Rose is going to drive in. He gets a little bump, and again, there's Shaquille O'Neal. That's what happens when he does not have to play out on the perimeter and guard a shooter. He's playing Dale Davis around the basket. Now with Crozier in, he'll guard Perkins.
Notice that I did it inside the tone of the community. People say, why don't you teach people to have their own individual voice?
About even if he makes this free throw and it's a three-point game, you don't need a three unless it's absolutely wide open. You got two possessions here that you're going to have the basketball. You don't need a three unless it's just absolutely there for you.
1 of 2 for Robert Ory. Timeout Pacers. 44.8 on the clock. The Pacers' chance for the NBA title essentially on the line here. They've got 2 timeouts plus a 20 remaining. The Lakers 3 and the 20. The Lakers have a foul to give. The Pacers do not.
Now, Indiana wants to get a quick 2-for-1, and they've got probably about 10 seconds to so far that they can do that. But they want something driving to the basket. Now, remember, Shaquille O'Neal is playing Sam Perkins, and if he goes to the shot block and you kick out, you tie this thing to 3.
Miller trying to come off the screen. They find Perkins for 3. And he ties the game! Doug Collins called that big time.
All right. Sorry for the drama.
Miller all over Bryant. 10 on the shot clock. It's Robert Ory.
All right, page 2.
They look
Page
for Shaq
3,
to throw
sorry.
it away.
We're on page 2. There was no page 1. Let me just show you a couple of things quickly from this 2 paragraphs. The top paragraph, why people write essays.
We've got the basketball. You want to get a shot at
This is a caricature, I admit. This is a caricature to come from something trying to explain to high school students why people write
My
essays.
view was screened for a
And I
second.
just
They
want
were
to show
actually
you
trying to post right
how
step.
wrong
Oh,
this
in
is,
any
how
case,
dangerous.
they lost it. And the Pacers will have a chance to win it.
Actually use adopted without knowing.
Sam Perkins.
By definition, an essay is a structured, creative, written composition
Played in
dealing
the
with a
finals
specific
with the
subject more or
Lakers
less personal.
early in the 90s and with Seattle against the Bulls in
Something about
96.
readers and
He's never
something
won
about
the
values.
crown.
By
The games
definition,
in his NBA career are
anything you
down to a
write
precious few, and he just made one of the biggest shots
helping the
of his
reader
entire
understand
life.
better
Now, it's
something
important
you
now, the
understand.
Lakers have a foul to give, so the Pacers don't want to wind this down too low, to where if they take a foul, they can't get a shot.
Something meaningless is what it does. These are your
8 seconds. Travis Best. Shaq out on him. Best with the shot. It's way short. With 2.3 seconds on the clock.
all this other stuff, being structured, being creative, being written, dealing with subject. It's how you fulfill the function.
O'Neal had
And
Best
sometimes you do it to
7-1 on
find something
5-11. Best
what
backed
is
up and
needed
actually
in
had a
law-
good look. There was some space between him and
People
O'Neal.
write essays
The only
because it
problem
gives
is
them
when
an
you take that
opportunity to
shot, you don't
analyze
want to give the
ideas,
Lakers time to
situations,
call
and people
timeout and get a
observe
shot.
them.
Now you're going to see these
See how
switch.
this-
Shaquille
it's
O'Neal
all about the
holds
right.
his ground pretty well. He
why people
penetrates and
write
he pulls
essays so
back.
that they can
Quan-Bao
think.
shoots an air ball.
Okay,
Goes
I got no
forward
problem with
there. He did
somebody
not
writing
get
an
a foul
essay
going over the
because
top.
they want to
But
think.
now what you've done is you've
What I have a
taken
problem
an
with is they
opportunity
come
to
to
get
my
a
office and
game-winning
say, my
shot.
readers don't
And now
appreciate
the
it.
Lakers have called time, and they're going to have
Well,
a
why did you
chance to
write
win
it?
the
I
game.
just
So
like
that
to
was
think.
not good time management by the Pacers in that last possession.
They're not going to appreciate it. This is very
Games
different.
6 and 7
Many people make a case,
are in Los
and it's a very
Angeles to
important
have a
case.
true shot, not just to prolong the series,
Everybody
but to
ain't
win
got
it.
argument.
The Pacers have to win this game. If the Lakers go up 3-1, they can afford to lose Game 5 and have a 2-game
Preserve them indefinitely.
heading back
Very,
home.
very dangerous.
They'll play with all kinds of confidence, no
You see
pressure
how
on
that's
them come Friday night. But if the Pacers get closed out, they've got a best 2 out of 3, and even though the
Human
Lakers
mind is
have
not
the
a share of the philosophy department. Had a lot of trouble getting
The
this book.
pressure has dipped
He
considerably.
wrote this
They
book.
are the team
He
that
was working on it, kept working on it, working on it. He sent it to me. He was actually a student of mine in the first year. He used to write the CLA
closer
papers
that
and
post to not happen as it did in Game 7.
So now he sends me a 400-page book.
greater the
And he says,
pressure
oh,
on the
this is
Lakers.
cool. I'm going to get 800
That
pages
man,
of
Reggie
comments.
Miller, in that timeout, I'm sure he wanted that ball in his hands. When they ran that little screen roll, Shaquille switched. I don't think the Pacers expected him to switch, but it did. Best got trapped for the ball and ended up taking the shot.
I looked at myself and I said,
We'll have to see what happens
Jonathan,
here.
you're done.
I'm sure that they're going to try to get
He
something
said,
either to
but somebody's
Kobe
going to read
Bryant
this
so
in
we can
500
catch
years
him,
and I
maybe
want to wipe his face.
dribble, penetrate, and get a shot.
Rather than know you're gonna read it
2.3
in
seconds, you
500
can throw the ball twice and
The
get your shot. That's
function
plenty
of
of
your
time. The
writing
big thing is you got to get the ball in bounds.
conversation forward. The cannot do that if it's in the best.
Travis
The
Benz
function
just
is
had
to
some
move a
very big moments
conversation
in
forward.
games 3 and 4.
It's not to preserve
He had the ball in his
indefinitely.
hands.
Because
and a
guess
chance
what?
to tie
You
the
could do
series
some of this
moments
stuff.
ago.
Count on it. You're going to do
Didn't
some
get
of
a
this stuff
good
at some
shot.
point that gets left behind.
He had a decent look, but he was
Not a
off
bad thing.
balance, and his shot came up way short.
Ryan Shaw is in the game now. He's a three-point shooter. We know Rice is a three-point shooter. Kobe Bryant. I would expect them to try to run something to get Kobe Bryant the basketball.
Not only does it ensure brilliance of ideas, it also ensures the degree of permanence to the right.
They get a great look at throwing the ball out of bounds. They're choosing to sort of zone up the play.
Don't trigger it in. They look for Shaq. He makes the catch. He throws up a hook, and we are going to overtime.
It is a way for the writer to understand most clearly ideas and concepts. Horizontal axis, horizontal axis, horizontal axis. It's a way for the writer to participate in the world by sharing his beliefs. Is it a way for you to do writing a way for you to participate in the world? Yes. But not by sharing your feelings or your thoughts.
Indiana's got new life. As we go to overtime, you can almost feel the breath go out of all these people here as that shot
It's a way
goes
for
to
the
the
writer to
basket,
sharpen
understanding
thinking
just how big
organizations.
this game is for the Pacers.
How steep this is for its students.
With Dale Davis
There's a way
having
for the
fouled
writer
out,
to enjoy the
Ken
personal
Perkins
thrill and
and possibly
satisfaction
Smits, if he comes off the bench,
of
guards
communicating
Shaquille
his
O'Neal
own
for
personal
5 minutes of
ideas.
overtime, and of course
I will
Shaq
say
has
it
5
again,
fouls
the writing
himself,
is
so he's
not
got to be careful.
communicating
Smits, in fact,
anything about
comes
you.
out,
That's kind of sad.
partly because they're going to jump it up here, and he's 7'4".
Travis Best got ice on his shoulder. You know, he landed hard on that shoulder when he took the flagrant foul on Shaq. He really came down strong.
Right, communicating
But
your
as we
inner
start
thoughts
this
to lying.
overtime, Mark Jackson is in the game now, as Best
You don't
says.
understand the
We have to
function.
look at our
Sometimes,
matchups here now.
sometimes the function of something I say is to communicate my inner
He's
belief.
got to be able
I'm
to
on
make that
fire.
open shot.
And some says I literally had an FBI agent in my office.
The tip to the Lakers.
Truth? So sometimes I sort of have this, okay, I need to know about the inner part of you.
Robert Horry faked the three, moved in closer, and gives the Lakers the early lead in overtime.
Very confident shot. Again, Robert Horry playing very, very well. He did split the 2 free throws that would have given him a 4-point lead. Smith has been sitting there a long time. How effective can he be?
He's not going to hesitate, but Shaq poked it away from him.
Function of an academic piece is not to communicate your ideas, change the ideas. Now, sometimes you do that by
O'Neal driving on Smits.
No.
Horry is there to finish it up.
Got to rebound the basketball when you look out there right now. Smith is not a good rebounder for a big man, nor is Kosher. Jalen Rose, Reggie Miller, Mark Jackson must rebound. Second shot.
Miller off the screen. There's contact between Smits and Harper.
So,
and the foul is on Harper of the Lakers.
Welcome to the world, the new world.
Robert Horry has come out strong.
We may thus expect a thorough exteriorization of knowledge with respect to the known. At whatever point he or she may occupy the knowledge process. The old principle that the acquisition of knowledge is indissociable from the training of minds or even of individuals becoming obsolete. Or some of them more so. The relationship. Here's what he's talking about. When I was in school, and somebody said, oh, this professor.
Shaq has got to be very careful. He cannot commit a 6th foul, so Smith has got to take his time. There's no need to be in a hurry. Get the look that you
He
want.
said she knows more
18
about
points
this.
for Rick Smits in 18
Not
minutes
all
on the
in.
floor. Kobe
What
between
we're
two
trying to say here
defenders.
is that
And Mark Jackson's got to step in there and trap him and force him to kick that ball out to Ron Harper. The two guys that can beat you are Kobe and Shaq, not Harper.
We're talking about what they have, he or she has done in
Jalen
this
Rose.
exterior
Rice is
space.
on him. Rose spinning. Looking for
Now it's not how
Smits.
smart they
Winds
are,
up
how
in
much
Miller's
they know.
hands. Backs up
It's
for
what
three.
they've done in the space between.
The awareness of the shot clock. He looked up Bob, his eyes went to the target. What
Not to
a
reveal the
game.
interior of your head.
He's got
Change what's
32.
going on in the space between. Or however much you want to
And the
talk
Laker
about.
lead is 1, but they get it deep to Shaq, and this could be a three-point play.
See, they're running a little counteraction play here.
Between the suppliers and users of knowledge to the knowledge
And
they
Shaquille
supply
O'Neal is
needs.
getting great post
That is
position,
your
but Reggie
relationship to
Miller
your
now
knowledge.
watch his eyes.
is now
That ball is
tending
going to
and
go
will
loose.
increasingly
He looks up
tend
at the shot
to
clock,
assume the form
gets
already
behind that
taken by the
three-point line and
relationship
buries
of
it.
commodity
But
producers
Indiana's going to have to make
and
an
consumers
adjustment
of the
here.
commodities they
Shaquille
produce and
O'Neal's getting the
consume.
ball down there
That
because
is,
Smith is stepping out on that screen and cannot get back to
relationship
Shaquille
beyond
O'Neal. The
is the same.
Pacers have to
It's
talk
a
about this
relationship of a
defensively.
farmer with wheat.
He doesn't get the
minor
three-point play. Schmitz gets the rebound.
relationship.
Reggie Miller had made just 3 of 15
And I bet
threes.
many of you, that doesn't-
Coming into this game, he's made 6 of 8 from beyond the arc in Game 4.
they don't.
Rose against Rice.
All right, now let's get out of the stratosphere and get down to some nuts and
Shaw
bolts.
grabs the rebound.
That's a
The
loose
next few
ball foul
pages
on
just
Shaq. That'll be number
summarize what I've
6.
been
What a
talking about.
big play.
That's it.
Go to page 8. So now, I want to go back to the
Jackson,
difference
hands in his
between
pockets,
because,
staring at
if,
Steve
and
Javy
unless,
in
and
seeming disbelief.
we talk about words like
In
but,
Game 2,
although,
Kobe gets hurt, only plays
however,
9 minutes over the top there. As
inconsistent,
Shaq gets his
and
6th foul. But
anomalous.
remember, in Game 2, Kobe plays only 9 minutes. Shaq misses
These words
21 free throws,
are
and they
all
win the
serving
game.
the same
Now,
function
Shaquille
in this
O'Neal has
text.
fouled out. 2:33 to
These
go. You're
are
down 3.
transition words,
You
as he
have
rightly
got to
said,
find
or
a way
flow words.
to win this game if
These
you're
are
the
not.
Pacers.
The first time that
Anomalies
Shaq
and
has fouled out of a
errors,
game in this year's playoffs.
Can you see
Now in
what
comes
all
John
these have
Salem,
become?
36-year-old veteran,
Anomalous, inconsistent,
trying to
but
become the
however,
first player in
although.
NBA history to win title rings
These are
with
flow
3
words.
different teams.
These are not.
Pistons, Bulls, and now
What is
Lakers.
this list having?
He's going to go against Smith, and Smith is going to have inside position here. If they double him, I've got a 3.
He throws up the hook. He's got 20 points. And the Pacers are within 1.
Now you know that Kobe's going to take over the game. Be aware of Glenn Rice's three-point shooting, but Kobe is going to try to attack.
Shaking on Miller. And hitting a 2-point basket. He was just inside the line. The Laker lead is 3 again.
How about the boys? This young
Not
guy.
magic. I have no trouble at all if you want to use the word like
24 for Kobe. 18 of them after halftime. A whistle from Dick
Challenge,
Bavetta.
contradiction.
Kobe Bryant
Red
is
flag. We find the word
Reggie Miller, the
instability.
marquee matchup we talked about. Look at Reggie Miller spread him up. These two guys played one-on-one all summer in
one general way to
LA.
talk about
Kobe
it.
takes it
Not
between his legs. He pulls it back, hits the jumper, and then sort of gives it, take your time. Everything's cool. I'm not going to let us lose this
A lot of
game. The
people
poise
come out of
this
school
young guy who would only
as a
be
model for writing at the beginning of the text. It's basically the mode of explanation.
Foul was on
That
John
is,
Sally. Up
they
until
think that
now,
what you should do is give
he's
background
had as his
to
primary
something like
contribution guarding
definition
Shaq in practice all season.
and then move to something
He's
like
got
a
to try and
thesis.
stop Smith with Game 4 on
Notice
the
this is
line.
all very much
And he can't do it.
Question is, can Indiana get a stop?
starts by a
They
solid
got to get a stop here. Give themselves a chance to take the lead. If you don't, Kobe is going to work again.
solid foundation. It's a worthwhile ball generalization.
Here he is over Jackson. How good is this kid?
Now, Mark Jackson is in playing here, and you know defensively he is not a good defender. He messed up on Kobe on that play, but stepping up and shooting huge shots.
Out to Jackson. Pacers trail by 3. Here's Reggie Miller into the lane. Missed on the
You really
run.
don't want to do this.
And the foul is going to go against the Lakers.
Bad.
Miller goes to grab that towel before shooting free throws.
Kobe Bryant, once again, the ball is going to be in his hands. How much do you miss a guy when you don't have him? You miss him for this right here. Huge jump shots. And then Reggie Miller is going to penetrate. And let's see if the guy's heels are on the little dotted line. They are. That's why it's a block.
Outside that dotted circle, they likely would have been charged. Inside it with foot on it. The defender doesn't get that.
Sometimes you get the sense of, ever since
Again, it's a one-point game. The last 2 baskets made by Kobe Bryant barely missed being three-pointers.
I'm trying to get the ball out of his hands. I'd make somebody else take a shot right now. This guy thinks he's going to hit every shot. We know the Pacers don't like the double team.
of not knowing enough.
Driving now on Reggie. On the run. Smith comes over for the block.
Probably.
11 on the shot clock.
Ryan Shaw has been called the last 2 games. Somebody else has got to take a shot other than Rice or Kobe.
Rice. Air ball as the ball was knocked away.
Probably not the leading ball. Probably that's pretty good at first. Probably have some of the kids that play good school. They care about them. Right?
Looking for him. Finding him. Shaw gets up on it. Now Crozier screens. Ori on the switch. It's in Crozier's hands. He drives the lane, gives it to Smith, who's belted by Rice.
And first notice your only
When Rice is going to go in the air, Smith comes over to block the shot. Nobody there to block that Ryan Shaw. That shot goes in. Can't show you enough. You've got to get everybody back there to rebound.
Smith's shot on the foul shots. While Shaq has been moved in the line for the Lakers. Gets the bounce.
Right now, 28.1. If he makes it, it's going to be a 4-second differential. So if you choose not to foul, you better make sure you get that rebound and get a quick timeout because that's
however, inconsistent, although anomaly show the situation to be inconsistent, unstable.
As many good three-point shooters as the Pacers have, they might elect to foul. Maybe the Lakers make only one of two, and even if they make them both, you've got guys who can tie the game.
This model is a model of stability. This model is a model that says this thesis, solidity.
Shot clock at 12.
You don't want to foul now because you got one to give. They won't shoot free throws.
Something that we already know to be valid.
Shaw running one-hander. Followed in by Kobe Bryant.
Again, offensive rebounds.
The readers are actively searching for language of instability, inconsistency, and tension. So, this is a point I want to make. We're back to this interference pattern. People say, well, look, I just want to talk at this point about consistency. I want to show the continuity between what I'm saying and what comes before. That's what I want to do at this part of my text. What happens if the readers are looking at that moment of your text? What if they're looking to decide whether it's valuable by whether or not they have a problem? It's not neutral. They're looking for something that shows them inconsistency. You are giving them language of continuity. Interfering with their writing and reading process. They're slowing down. They're getting to
Now the Lakers always have the option of being able to foul and not let them get the three off. So we'll have to see what they choose to do here. You like to think
what they're looking for is value.
don't want to let a three get off of what's going to happen. Now you got to go play double overtime without Shaquille O'Neal. So this could change the way they want to play this last 5.9 seconds.
Okay.
Shaq fouled out with 2.5 left, and the Lakers up by 3. Even without it, they played the Pacers even. They still lead by 3. 5.9 seconds.
Which we call the language of Quan-Bao.
Jackson looking to throw it in. There's contact with Fox climbing all over Jalen Rose.
Now that is big because no time goes off.
You need to use code language to your readers to show them that the instability
I think that's going to be one shot in the ball. Watch here now. Fox with the foul.
Or conversely.
So with the ball not being inbounded, anybody's going to be able to shoot. So Reggie's going to shoot. It'll be one shot and the ball. What a mental mistake here by the Lakers. Now, if he makes the free throw, 2 times in a free throw.
Yeah, brilliant. The dance is synonymous.
That's almost automatic.
There's a little inconsistency in the work.
Reggie now with 35 points.
You want to know? Well,
and the Pacers ask for time because obviously what they're looking for now is much different than only a moment ago.
Much of it the inconsistency.
Phil Jackson has got to say, what are we doing, guys? Even though
or you can say
he didn't like the foul, you can't get locked up in a play like that. If you're Rick Fox, you can't let a guy lock you up. Now watch Jalen Rose come off here.
Different coded languages.
And you see Rick Fox and him make it locked up with each other.
See whether or not there's a pattern.
You got to call that. I mean, they're right on top of each other. The big thing is now it changes everything. Now it's a pattern. Again, now you cannot foul and take the 3 out of the game. So that whole thing changes with that little foul right there without the ball being in bounds.
Larry Bird was his assistant.
Get past page 9, page 10. This is just
mentioned prominently as a potential successor to Bird.
Just some explanations of some bad habits. Oh, yes, yes.
Phil Jackson can count on the council of 78-year-old Tex Winter, one of the most respected.
Oh, the literature review. Yeah.
Clemens, there's Winter. Clemens, also over there.
Okay, no, I'm happy to talk
Now, the one thing, if you're the Lakers,
talking about the lit review.
you want to be very careful. This is the best three-point shooting team in the NBA. We talked about it.
Literature review, I just did a terrible thing to the road.
Very careful here to what you want to do, and you don't want to give up a touch three-point play.
Let's talk about that. First of all, writing a lit review as a PhD student is one of the hardest things to do. It's incredible. Because you don't know who you're reading. Let's talk about a great teacher reading a lit review. What is the function of a lit review for the teacher who is not reading it to change her view about the world,
it was
but
for the
is reading
win
it
rather than the tie.
to judge you? What's the function of a lit review
tied the
for that reason?
Well, you know what? It sort of goes with
To
the
show
coach's
that you
mentality.
understood.
Larry Bird was
Right?
always a
That's
guy
perfectly
who
clear.
went for the win.
Is that its
He got his
function in a
man the
professional
shot.
test?
Reggie Miller had it squared up, and he just missed
Is that
it.
his function in
What a
professional
tremendous
test?
game, and more importantly, an
You
unbelievable
think the reading is to find out
overtime
whether
and
you
fourth
know
quarter by
stuff
Kobe
about
Bryant. Here is
everything?
the shot. Robert Horry
What's his
gets a
function
hand
in a
up. Off
professional
from
test?
Martin Angle looked like it
There's
was
several.
right
Which
on.
one?
Looked like it was about 6 inches.
What's the function of a lit
right
review
in
in
the center of the
professional test?
basket. The Lakers prevail. It's Kobe Bryant and Shaquille O'Neal.
You know misogyny? That's a real function. I got no problem with that.
28, 8 of them in overtime. Here he is with a
You know misogyny?
All right, thanks, Bob. Kobe, while Indiana kept talking about
Credibility
this
is a
being the most
function.
important game of the
Credibility is a
entire season,
function.
you guys were thinking the same thing in your locker room.
Well, in our mind, this is the championship. So we came out playing with effort. We knew they were going to come out with a lot of energy. We just wanted to keep it
There
close
you
and
go.
make a nice little
You know
run.
how to
Now,
you
going
see the
down the
difference?
stretch, Shaq goes
You see
down,
the difference?
all of a sudden he's got
Here's
up.
what
These are the kind of
professional
moments
good
that
lit
look
reviews are. Didn't include on the
No, that was my statement. This
Really
game
good
was more
professional
awful. Also, a lot more interesting than it was.
will use the lit
It was just
review
fun for me. You know, I laughed.
to enrich the
Just went out and
problem.
played relaxed as if I was in the backyard.
Now, tell me about the ankle injury.
Instead of saying, here's what a student
At halftime, you told me it was hurting you a lot.
In 1998, he said this. In 2000, he said this. In 2002, he said this. In 2005, he said this.
All right, let's go over to Jim Gray.
Professional lit
All
review
right,
says
thank you
what?
very much, Ahmad. 36
In
points for Shaquille O'Neal.
2001, he said this.
16 in the fourth quarter, then you fouled out.
But
Is this the type of game that you grew
2004,
up dreaming about?
he
Does
said
this throw you back to
something
the old
which
days,
was
overtime
smart.
and finals?
We realized
You know, we let one get away the other day, so you know, we came away with the punch down.
And then in 2005, he said this, which complicates the situation here, but even more complicated if we put that in
Shaq,
motion
you
with what he
missed
said back
31
in
free throws in
2008.
the last two games. Tonight you're 10
Now we
for
have
16.
players
Why were you so accurate tonight?
Whenever I put my mind to it,
Yeah, when you say I'm moving forward, yeah, you notice I'm not moving forward from a stability. But now, inside. Really good.
3-1 with this backbreaker. Candace underneath the back.
Not only is there a little tension there, there's a tension analysis as we go forward, because it suggests that not only were they wrong, we were wrong. As we
Jim
move
Jack had
forward,
4
based on their ideas.
Kobe on the bad ankle played 47 minutes, scored 28, including the basket that proved to be the game winner. Now the Pacers' last possession. Phil Jackson, who coached against Indiana so many times with Chicago. Remember at Game 4 of the Eastern Conference Finals here 2 years ago over at Market Square
Take a
Arena.
couple of
It was
examples,
a Reggie Miller basket
of this,
just before the buzzer
perfectly.
that tied that series at 2-2.
We can use
That's
these
what he was
examples
trying to
to
do
talk
here,
more
and
about-
Phil
more
Jackson
about
knew
interviews. Page
who it was
12.
going to be.
Here's an instance from Bill Sorrell, who was just a terrific writer. Ever since Herodotus, historians have written about events. Battles, alliances, scandals, conquests, conspiracies, revolts, royal successions, reforms, elections, religious revivals, assassinations, discoveries. Momentous events have always been the bread and butter of American history. Now, if you talk to some high school teachers and you say to them, what is he doing there? He'll say to you, oh, he's giving background. No, he's really not. When do we find out that he's not giving background? The next word is but. He's not giving background. He's building a problem. And the differences are enormous. So many faculty members will say to students, you know what, this paper really isn't working very well. This introduction doesn't work. And the student says, what do I need to do? And I'll say something like, well, you need to give me more background to it. Oh my God. When you say background to people, they usually say, okay, I guess I have to give more history of the subject or something. They don't mean that. They mean, I can't figure out why this matters. The background they need is a problem. But, despite the prominence of events in historical narratives, the event has rarely been scrutinized as a theoretical.
The defending champs, trailing and desperate.
Is it coded? It's undoubtedly instability.
Legacy.
I'm going to cut to something that's a little bit big. I'm going to put on the table. Later on in this handout, you're going to see a couple of pages on the difference between what we call gap and what we call carry. A lot of especially young athletes are very worried about telling these important people that they're wrong. Instead, they use the language that is, they say, we've studied this stuff for a long time, but we haven't looked at this. There's a gap in our knowledge. The truth is that sometimes works, but way more often than not, it does not.
The Spurs are back in Miami. They've alternated wins for 5 straight games, providing us with a series of extreme twists and turns. LeBron James and the Heat face an elimination. Then he led his team once again and forced a Game 7. Tony Parker and the Spurs can taste it, one win away from another title for San Antonio. The building is packed and we are ready to go. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to Game 6. Jeff Van Gundy, Mike Green on hand doors for season on the line for the Miami Heat. They're in a scenario they've already been once in the playoffs against Indiana, twice last year against Boston. All 3 times they emerged victorious, Jeff. All 3 times LeBron James was an unstoppable force in leading him to the win. But he has not been dominant so far in this series.
Only makes
what
sense
type of
in a
game does he
founded
need to have
model
for
of
Miami
knowledge.
tonight?
Well, by
Go back
his
to this
standards,
model.
he's been rather inefficient so far offensively.
What if we think
but
this
I
is
think
wrong?
it starts with setting a
And that
defensive
knowledge
tone, particularly in transition. Don't
It's
give
gonna
up
keep on being
any
infinite.
fast break bucket. Get the stance,
Now
guard
it
your man, and then as we've seen, he's
Look at
come
this
through big
Knowledge is
time
infinite,
when it
and
comes
he's
to
building a gap.
the
How many
numbers
gaps
that
are
he's produced.
For the Spurs, a difficult task tonight against a desperate Heat team. They'll need a performance similar
Not
to
saying
Game
gaps can
5.
never work. I'm saying gaps are
According to
very
you,
dangerous.
Jeff, one of the best offensive
Bill
performances
talking
we've
about
seen
a gap
from
here?
anyone all season.
When he says
Absolutely.
it's rarely,
They downsized with the insertion of Manu
that's
Ginobili
usually
in the
that's often
starting
called the
lineup.
gap.
They played with great
Gap.
offensive
Haven't done
energy and
something.
pace, and then they had terrific
gap.
balance with all of their stars
It's rarely
contributing
been
heavily.
scrutinized as a theoretical
Will we
concept.
crown a champion tonight?
Why is that a problem?
Or will the Heat keep their
And
hopes
for whom is that
of
a problem?
back-to-back titles alive?
Whom is it a
We're
problem if you
underway
say-
for Game 6.
Ever since Herodotus, historians have talked about events.
They split the first 2
But
games.
nobody's
of these
ever
finals here at
asked
the American
what
Airlines
they mean
Arena.
by that.
Spurs in that last-second victory in
Oh,
Game
that's a
1.
gap?
The Heat a blowout
Not for some
in
community.
Game 2.
Some communities are fun. It's a gigantic problem that the community is using categories that they do not understand.
Have been relatively close until the last game. The Spurs came out big as Duncan.
Some communities
Knocks it in off the glass.
It's a problem.
James guarding
We take it for
Ginobili.
granted that we understand some fundamental categories for our field. We don't even know what the hell it's
No
talking about.
lineup changes tonight. Ginobili obviously back in Jeff to start Game 6 after what he did in Game 5.
So what's he doing in the next sense? Traditional narrative historians who reveled in the contingency and particular events generally refuse on principle to engage in implicit theorizing.
Chalmers three-pointer
Backgrounds?
misses.
No.
Leonard the rebound. And the Spurs have been excellent on the road. In the postseason, 7-2. One loss here, one loss in Oakland against Golden State.
Talking about here.
Kawhi Leonard way off the fill of the rebound.
You people have a problem, narrative historians. Next sentence. Meanwhile, historical sociologists, along with minority historians determined the social sciences in order to escape the hegemony of political narrative, generally disdain the study of mere events and sought instead to discover general causal patterns underlying historical trends. What's he doing there?
And
after coming out on fire the first several games of these finals.
The two communities, we have problems.
And a goaltend.
Well, here's the value of shooting. James penetrates, Green gives up, and just like Green has been doing,
You want to know a very extended version of this? Reading it up to the side of people say to me, oh my God, I have this big problem writing in this to myself. Extremely difficult. People come to this purpose because we proclaim that we're going to do independent studies where we scorn for different disciplinary boundaries.
waited just enough time for the ball
I think
to
the problem we're going to have is the interdisciplinary work. Go ahead, put that some big people on it.
The seal,
not the rules, not the
the discard, and the layup.
I will shut up in 1 minute. So, page 13 summarizes the model of these problems. Let me just tell you what's left in the handout. Page 16. One of the best pieces of problem construction I've ever seen. Covers economists, writing a very long introduction that established layer upon layer upon layer problem. On page 17, they do something which I have never seen done before. See this chart to the graph at the bottom of page 17? You don't usually see charts in introduction, so they usually, what do you think your charts are for? To explain or to give evidence or something? You know what this chart is? It's raw. How cool is that? It's a problem. Right? Using a chart as a problem to something doesn't mean, wow. And by the way, watch this code. You'll see how they do this. Exponential, smart, page 20 talks about something that I've already mentioned, the danger of gap. Page 22 goes to gap and error. I look at Bill again, Bill's work on page 23. I said 1 more minute, but I'm going to take 2 more. The last thing I'll look at is this, I think, quite useful article on page 24 from John Patino, whom I've never met. But I think this is such a great example of cycling all the way back to where he started. The Revolution of Mexican Independence. First paragraph. The Hidalgo Revolt of 1810 marked the commencement of conflicts that brought independence to Mexico in 1920 and led to a series of revolutionary changes that endured for decades into the national era. As colonial rule ended the contested process. What is that? For anybody, they're going to say, oh, that's background. He's giving you a historical background, right? No, we're beginning the next paragraph. The interpretation just giving challenges an entrenched vision of Mexico.
Well, Wade attacks the closeout.
You know, this is really, John Patino was strong enough professionally that he could say, hey, all you people, you're all wrong. Now, he talks about the view that's wrong in the second paragraph. Look at the beginning of the first paragraph. This essay is so different in interpretation. Okay, so what he's done is, he first said, here's a view of history, and then he said, this challenges what all you people think. Now he says, in this essay, here's what I'm going to do. Here's what I want you to do.
And Kobe didn't try to close out.
This essay was first presented in a seminar organized by Eric Van Young at the University of California, San Diego. Look at the next page, page 25. Here's what I'm quite sure John Patino presented in that seminar at the University of California, San Diego. He presented this data, which he had spent quite a lot of time in Mexico generating. Current rancheros at Puerto de Nieto, 1820-1825. Rents in pesos. Level 2, native plot rentals at Puerto de Nieto, 1820-1825. You know, because in 1820 it was 60, and in 1821 it was 33, and in 1822 it was 30. This, I'm quite sure, is what he presented at the workshop. What do you suppose people thought of
the finals of runs. Game 1, I guess a mild run. Close early in the fourth. San Antonio finishes 15-5 run. Game 2 also in Miami. Close at the end of the third. And then just an onslaught. 33-5 for the Heat. As the series moved to San Antonio.
Discussion there helps to clarify the importance and the uncertainties of the issues for a team. More recently, several HAHR, that's the journal, readers asked that I make the larger significance of the case study more explicit. I mean, who the hell cares what happened in Puerto de Nieto? I mean, when you went down there, you got a grant, you looked through a lot of books, and you came up with a lot of numbers. Who cares? A final reader. That's what I love to say. You probably been working on this essay too. Final reader suggested
on that block, he's hurt Bosch. Starting middle, spinning back to the baseline for his right-hand jump hook. Bosch plays it better that time, forces him to take the fadeaway. But that's why he's one of the greatest of all time. He's got talent.
4 for 4 already. Wade, Parker left him. Duncan tried to green him, and Wade goes right at him for the dunk.
Nice adjustment by Miami. 2 buckets tonight early with Chalmers setting the
thinking process.
For first
It was probably 3 years into a final leader. Told him the problem was that. Where does that come in his article?
Pace is what San Antonio wants more than anything.
This process.
Pace. James kicks it out.
To the extent that you are embedded in making your writing handed to the reader, this process will very likely to interfere with their reading. The more you can, you gotta do this, guys. You gotta do this process to do your thinking. The more that you can learn how to alter for these people,
Leonard has 8 points
the more successful you're likely to be.
He has been fantastic. Right from the start in these finals, and he takes the elevator to the top floor.
This is what Greg Popovich is talking about. Run the floor, push the ball, and try and keep the pace up. A strong start for both teams.
I'm not kidding when I say I have
ESPN's presentation of the 2013 NBA Finals on ABC.
ABC will bring you Game 7 of the NBA Finals. If necessary, it'll be Thursday night. Tip off shortly after 9. Our coverage begins with the NBA Countdown.
But let me say, I'm the director of the writing program on campus. Welcome anyone who wants to come and talk to me about writing. If you send me an email and say, can we make an appointment, the answer will be yes. It may be a while.
Not even close.
I should warn you. Larry McInerney, my email is lmce@uchicago.
You're not going to believe this.
Sometimes I'm not in residence, sometimes I am, but it may be a couple of weeks before we can meet. So just warn you, sometimes people, if you say, Larry, can we meet? And I've got to send the paper at the end of the week. The answer is usually I can't do it, then I'll fine. But if you give me time, then we'll do it, and I will welcome it, because no one on campus is more than I appreciate.
Guarding LeBron James, he did an excellent job against him. Ball deflected by Leonard.
If anybody wants to hang around.
Excellent job in Game 5 in the second half against LeBron James. Gary Neal also in the game for Diaw drives down the lane, takes his time, and banks it in. LeBron James is hot. He thought Diaw pushed off. And a 4-point lead for San Antonio.
And a most unusual matchup. Boris Diaw, a little on the heavy side, a power forward, as James attacks and draws the contact. That matchup has been good for the Spurs. And Greg Popovich reminded us of how well Diaw played their star players.
That was the game in the regular season in Miami. So it's amazing how you can get.
Let me go ahead and get started. Please do finish eating. That way I'm confident that you're getting something of value out of this session. My name is Larry McInerney. Let me tell you a little bit about why I'm here and what we're going to talk about. And I hope I can be valuable to you. I'm the head of the writing program here at the University of Chicago. But what's probably more relevant to you is that I have a long-standing consulting practice, not only with other universities, but with a lot of professional firms, businesses, NGO, policy institutes, etc. Who hire me to come to work with people who are working for them, that they have hired mostly out of places like the University of Chicago, and they hire me in a desperate attempt to, it's going to sound overdramatic, to save their but sometimes not. I just had last month, I had I had somebody from a professional firm come and spend a week with me here in Chicago because he's about to get the job. The writing, what is so frustrating to everybody about this is that the writing is involved actually really simple. It's so much easier than a second people study. What I do is so easy. What you do is so hard. And it frustrates everybody, the people who are the best in the world at this hard stuff have trouble with what's actually pretty easy. So what I'm here to talk to you about is two levels. One is sort of a high level, explaining why it is that people who are really, really smart,
5 for 5.
faculty at the University of Chicago, really smart people, why do they have trouble writing? Why is that? I mean, it doesn't seem to be that hard. All right, give me a first contribution.
Great job.
Why is it? Why do I have a job? I think people who are really smart.
It'll have some trouble writing. It'll get you in and shoot it. Be here all night. Don't be in a rush.
That's beautiful. Say that. What do you mean? Can you elaborate a little bit?
That word pace has become his favorite word the past week. Bosch inside. Good defense from Diao to deflect it out of bounds.
I want to pull this a little more out. He says, you're not used to writing well. I can't agree. This is so important, and I agree so much, but I want to push it in a way that you probably don't agree. I would be willing to bet that over the course of your career, you've done a lot of writing. You've been in school for a long time.
Really struggled defensively in game 5.
I walk around with a t-shirt. Actually, I work out with a t-shirt that says graduate student because I'm still officially a graduate student. I would be if 15 years ago they hadn't realized that they needed to cut me off because I viewed the data results. You know, they need to get people finishing, and when you've got somebody who's been on the campus since 1977,
I would like to see it be more of an interpretation. Once the ball is let go, the contact after that can't be an offensive foul. But to me, that's a really good offensive play.
You've done enormous amounts of writing. You've done enormous amounts of writing. Why hasn't that prepared you to write now?
Ginobili rifles a pass down low. Batty is on Duncan. Mismatch there.
You've done enormous amounts of writing.
Tries to swat it away. Duncan rushes
How
the
is it
shot.
possible that you can walk out of this campus
still managed to put it in
and not write?
He's 6 for 6 from the field as Danny Green said to check in.
I'm gonna make it more extreme just to be controversial. You haven't been required to write at all. Not well. I'm obviously being intentionally provocative. You haven't done any writing that's real writing.
Allen back to James. Shot clock at 6 with ball fake from Chalmers.
that's the big picture difficulty we have.
And Mike, the roar you heard.
Today, I want to talk a little bit about the big picture, and then I want to talk about some very specific things so that we can spend some time working on specific techniques, specific, literally I have exercises in this handout, so that by the time you get to the wall, actually done some specific things that you can walk up tomorrow and do differently with your life. But I want to spend a moment on the big picture stuff. You've been writing and 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 writing.
But it ties the game.
But it's not real for a couple of reasons. This is the one I'm going to be most aggravating about. When I work with writers of almost all sorts, there's usually four characteristics of their writing that matter. They need their writing to be clear, organized, persuasive. The bottom two are not very interesting, real bit. The top one is valuable.
It's better to be lucky than good sometimes.
When you leave a student, whether you're a professor or working outside the academy,
he was lucky
the
that
most
time,
important thing about your writing is that it be valuable.
City,
and I would argue that not only have you not learned how to do this, you've learned habits that work against your ability to make your writing valuable.
There you see the Birdman, Chris Anderson. Jeff, your thoughts on him not playing the last couple of games? He played a huge role in them early in the playoffs and throughout the regular season.
Well, when Miami committed to going to the small ball lineup,
the jargony part I'm not worried about. One of the things I should tell you is that I spend a lot of time sort of not saying things that most people say. Most people say that if you're writing outside the academy, you shouldn't use jargon. That's just demonstrably false. It turns out there are certain ways that you use jargon that feel valuable to your readers, and certain ways you use it that destroys value. You need to learn how to use it in ways that feel valuable. To say just don't use it, that's just crazy. I mean, it's possible.
Deflection taken by Thiago Splitter. Also, Anderson has had problems with Tim Duncan in this series.
Yeah, he's not nearly the defender.
Here's the approach that I take to writing that it might be introduced at this moment.
He's not nearly the defender.
Most of you have been taught things about writing that are what we call text-based. That is, somebody's giving you advice about what your text should look like. They say something like, don't use jargon. Or they say something like, have a piece of sentence. Or they say something like, don't use passive verbs. All these are ridiculous things to say. But the point is, they make sense to you, and they shouldn't. Because they're rules about the text itself. That is, they're rules about what a text should look like. I think this is a fundamental misunderstanding of language. Anytime somebody tells you, let's give you advice about writing that's text-based, they say something like, keep your sentences short. I hope from now on in the back of your head, you say, for which readers and what purpose. Because we think no advice about writing makes any sense unless you clarified who's reading it and the function of the text. And you don't think that way. Somebody says to you, here's a good advice about writing. Don't have more than 6 sentences in a paragraph. You say, okay. We want you to say, that doesn't make, not that that's wrong, it doesn't make any sense, because you haven't told me which readers and what function.
I think that the defender slides.
Here's what we teach. We teach, our specialty at the University of Chicago is what we call expert writing. That is, we work with people who are experts in the way they think about the world. I work with biochemists, neurobiologists, anthropologists, historians, lawyers. They have one thing in common. They're experts in the way they think about the world. They deal with very complicated information, lots of subtleties, lots of nuance, lots of sophistication, lots of complexity, and they think at very high levels.
What a sequence by Boris Diaw defensively. The individual defense to start the possession, the block to end the possession.
Write and think at the same time. That is, they use their writing process to help themselves to think. You do this. While you're writing your stuff, you're still thinking of your ideas. To help yourself do your thinking, you have to do your writing. You have to do this because the stuff you're thinking about is too damn complicated. You just do it in your head. You should know that in classical rhetoric, that's an enormous mistake. I was taught in a classical model that says there are two separate functions. There's the thinking process and there's the writing process. To tell the story, I had a high school English teacher who said to me, Larry, there's two processes. There's thinking, there's writing. You're not ready to write until you're done thinking.
I thought we made a couple of defensive errors, I think, in the very beginning. But other than that, it's been a pretty even game.
I'm going to make sure that when we turn in every essay you turn into, you're going to turn in the outline
Back in again. Look at
that you use.
San Antonio. They shoot 61%, yet they trail
This is not a
by
problem.
2.
First, I wrote the paper. Then I wrote the outline. Because it was inconceivable to me that you could just think and then do the writing. Almost everybody's like me. They think and write and write and think and write and think. This is a very good thing. And you should make sure that nothing I do today interferes with this process. Because this is how you do your best. But in the real world, not in school, in the real world, when you're done with this, you will have created a text. You will send that text to your readers. In the real world, the function of that text. Mr. Paul Green is trying to get this up.
And he cans the jumper. It's the same action. The man guarding Green is trying to protect against the wall.
And whether or not it's valuable depends on whether or not the readers perceive that you have valiantly changed what they think.
Such a difficult coverage.
And what they do.
He is obliterating the final record for most threes. Battier misses that one. Ginobili the rebound.
That in your
has 26
three-pointers,
in these finals. Ginobili sets. And Ray Allen off the miss.
Is that what you're writing this for as a student?
Smart play.
When you wrote a paper, did you fail the paper if you didn't change what the teacher thought about the world?
Back up by 4.
Is that the test? Is that how you got an A, B, C, D, or F?
Miami makes.
I'm getting a lot of those. Like some people say, was it the test? Was it? All right, let's start in high school. When you're writing in high school, were you changing the way your teachers saw the world when you wrote those high school papers? How about college? Were you changing the way your instructors saw the world when you wrote those college papers? Every once in a while when somebody says, yeah, I had professors tell me that my work was so valuable. That was a lot. I mean, you know that. At least it was a lie in the sense that it didn't change what they thought. You know how I know it was a lie? Because if you had changed what they thought, they should have published it. Sometimes I have faculty say to me, oh, the student writing is very helpful. It's the only thing I really do. I learn a lot. Yeah. I say, then your student, right? Reading your student stuff is part of your thinking process. Yeah. I say, okay, then how often do you go find student papers to read when you don't have to? And what's the answer? Never.
I like how many actions they're putting
This made your writing valuable to them.
but he's got to come off those pick and rolls so
he
can score.
Ginobili was thinking score in game 5. Tried that time, but comes up short. He also looking to push on every opportunity. Shot was a little fake. And he does a good job drawing that foul on Splitter. His second.
I mean, I offend people with this, but let me tell you, here's what you did in school, and you're still doing it right now. You're writing a paper, a couple of pages, you're attaching a $100 bill to it, and you're handing it to your instructor and saying, here, we read this. You think that's not what's happening? Read it, seriously. You think that's not what's happening? This is what's happening. And people say, oh, it's so awful that we have to talk about it. Now, let's say you go outside being a student. I'm not just talking about beyond the academy. Let's say you want to be a professor and you write an article. Is that what's going to happen? Whether you're a professor or a consultant or any other kind of real-world operation, are you going to write something and hand $100 to your readers? Believe it. Is that what's going to happen? What's going to happen? Now, not only this, but it's more than that. What's going to happen?
Just so good at that. Feels a little contact.
You want to get paid.
Making Miami go side to side with their defense and then guard the
I won't pick on her. Do you want to get paid?
Nice play by Paul.
Anybody here want to get paid? Here's what you're saying now. You're saying, here, you can read this, but you got to pay me first. You can't read this until you pay me.
Miami
and I have to tell you, you have 16, 18, 20 years of not doing that.
Rhythm jumper. He can get these type of shots anytime he wants because of how San Antonio is playing him with a cushion.
The problem is that doesn't just leave you neutral.
Thanks for watching ESPN on ABC, home of the NBA
Why is it so hard
Finals.
for really smart people to write? Well, one of the reasons is they have 20 years
Fresh face of Tandy Green,
the
who's
habit
exploded on the
was
scene.
they weren't writing to people who were doing this. What were they writing to? What were your teachers doing when you sent them papers? Were they using your papers to change the way they saw the world?
And one of the reasons you have, how is he open? Because he's playing intelligent offense. As Battier has the responsibility of guarding Splitter
Very
on the
roughly
roll,
put.
you saw how
You have
Green
learned to
ran
write
corner to
in what
corner.
Wittgenstein
The
would
reason
call a form of
Battier
life
has been put on Green
in which your
is
readers
because of
were
Battier's
paid
defensive discipline. But this is just a very, very tough cover and a great read by Danny Green.
Your teachers read your stuff because they were paid to read it, to find out about
He certainly was on that shot.
Oh, he's handed in this. I'm going to read this. Why? Because somebody's paying to assess.
And connects a three-pointer for Neal. His three-point shooting has been overshadowed by Danny Green. He's over 50%
Whether you're
from
in the
downtown
academy
in the
or not,
finals.
nobody else ever going to be paid.
LeBron James on Tony Parker.
But
even with
because you guys are so successful, you are the best people in the world at student kind of writing.
Wade flips it
You're
up, trying to draw the foul
good
on
at
Green.
it.
Wade
Trouble
gets it
is
back,
that's
throws it
not
off.
what you do.
Wade yells at Joe Crawford, you better be careful. We have
As a
not heard
director of the writing
technical
program here
foul.
on campus, I often get asked about helping undergraduates make the transition from high school to college. We help them, it's not very difficult. Or I'm asked to help make undergraduate students make the transition from undergraduate to graduate school. We help them, it's not very difficult. What is really difficult is the transition from being in school to being out of school. Because this value suddenly dominates everything. When you have 20 years,
but because he bailed out with a circus shot, he didn't get the call.
So, that's the big picture. As I said, we're going to talk about some specifics, but those specifics in my mind only make any sense inside this larger problem of what I, from Wittgenstein call a form of life. Language is a different form of life. Language is a different activity. It's a different language from being in school. So I don't want to talk, we'll talk about text, but I only want to talk about it in terms of the language game of readers who need you to make your text valuable to them in their reading process. Because I'm claiming that's a different thing. All right, turn to the first page of your handout and let's get started looking at some specifics.
On the rim and finishes 8 for 8 for Tim Duncan.
So, on the first page, I've given you 3 instances of a text that's either by Roger Myerson or quickly by Roger Myerson.
So he knows he has a lot of room to work with.
Anybody else need a handout?
Plays catch with Chalmers. Shot clock at 6. Green.
Okay.
Fouling Bosch, trying to defend him in the
Roger Myerson, whom some of you very well may know personally. I should say I don't. really interesting writer. Here's 3 examples of his writing. One's from the Journal of Economic Theory. Number 2 is from the New York Times. And number 3 is from a journal called Journal of Conflict Resolution. Do me a favor, take a minute and just scan these quickly. You don't have to read them to figure out the content of it. Scan it and describe, tell me some of the things that somebody would say about the differences in the writing between these 3 cases. One that's definitely inside the academy, the Journal of Economic Theory. One that's definitely outside the academy, the New York Times. And one that's sort of in the middle, the Journal of Conflict Resolution. Take a quick look.
Anderson with the foul before the shot. Only the first team foul by him.
I thought Anderson had good position from Duncan, and then inexplicably got back around behind and allowed the easy post catch. There he gets around, good job, but then he gets back behind him. If you're Anderson, you got to stay in front.
Foul is going to go, I believe, against Anderson. Anderson and Duncan. Arm wrestling down low. As Steve Jabby said earlier, the block charge is the hardest to pull. Post play, boy, so difficult. Those two going at it. Anderson picks up another person. Back here in Miami, tip off shortly after 9. The NBA countdown starts things off at 8:30. Speaking of starting off, Tim Duncan, what an awesome first half.
16 points, 8 of 8 shooting, 4 rebounds.
All right, now let's say somebody asked you the question, how are these texts different? And I hope now, for the rest of your life, you have a little voice in the back of your head that says, well, let's talk about readers and function, but let's imagine that you're not talking about that, and they won't let you talk about that. They're just saying, how are these texts as texts different? Point to something that's different.
Crossover step.
That people would point out. Descriptive. All right, how so? Give me an example of being descriptive.
They clinched all their playoff series this year on the road. In LA against the Lakers, in Oakland against Golden State, and in Memphis in the sweep against the Grizzlies. Duncan finally misses, but Leonard the rebound and gets him a new 24.
Well,
he is a phenomenal rebounder in his position.
It's descriptive. Contrast that, would you say that 3 is not descriptive? Or 2. To put this in perspective, imagine you're talking about your stats. Is that not describing that?
16 points, 5 boards for Duncan. Miami's
So give me some other things that people would say, well, this is obviously different. The readers are different, for sure. I want to talk about that. Actually, the readers are in many ways quite similar. I want to talk about that. But I want to imagine what somebody who's just trying to describe the text.
Anderson's foul won't go. Tip right back out. And James this time makes sure he finishes.
Okay, so when I say something,
not alive for Miami.
I'm obviously scared you by saying, once say, oh my God, the first one has equations in it. You know, oh my God, that's obviously different. The first one has equations, the other ones don't use equations. Right, just to be textually simple. Right? Notice some other things textual about this. There are people who don't talk about things like describing. The sentences in the second one are shorter. Sentences are literally shorter. Just look. Look at the first paragraph of number 2. See how many sentences there are there? 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 sentences. How about the same length in number 1? How many sentences number 1 has?
The whistle was
2.
late.
How many sentences number 3 has?
The call was correct. It goes up into the air, and I stand corrected.
So here's what somebody's going to tell you when you go out to work in a place that's not the academy. They're going to say, oh my God, use short sentences. They will say that to you. Use short sentences. And they will point to this and say, look, use shorter sentences. They won't ask the question, why are they shorter sentences? What is it about the readers that makes it shorter sentences? What do you think it is about the readers of the New York Times that makes it a good idea to use shorter sentences? It is a good idea to use shorter sentences in general in the New York Times op-ed piece. Why? What is it about the readers of the New York Times? It makes sense. Shorter sentences. What's the value to a reader? What makes it valuable?
Anderson tries to save it and does as he dives into the first row.
Possibly, but that's probably not most people read.
His energy has been huge for this team throughout the
season. Say that? They say, oh yes, I read it.
Turnover on Miami. That's why he doesn't play huge minutes, because he plays
one thing is they may not be sitting at their desk reading it, they're reading it on the train, someplace and come moving and walking or something. So a shortage of longest is going to demand their attention for milliseconds longer. It's actually kind of awkward and that kind of. But the other thing is why they're dying to get down.
The Spurs have only taken 3 free throws to heat only 6. It has not been a series with high free throw attempts. 2 teams that play such good defense without fouling, Jeff.
Yeah, it's really both teams want to play fast.
And it's an interesting point. I wasn't thinking reading an op-ed piece and reading a
to push the
news hard news piece.
Misses. Sprint halftime report coming up. Bill Simmons, Jalen Rose, Michael Wilmot, and the great Magic Johnson.
Present analyze
the first half, lots to talk about.
And if you think that's not the case, talk to the other.
Interesting first half here in Game 6. Duncan 1 for 2. He's got 19
Why do people
points.
Watch television or listen to radio that have people we moan it all the time? Oh, why do people listen to these demagogic journalists who are just spouting their opinion? Why are they listening to Rush Limbaugh and Rachel Maddow? Why don't they just get objective journalism? Well, why don't they?
Yeah, one century. Oh, blocked for a foul. Beautiful bounce pass for Boris Diaw. Duncan right back to the line. 3rd foul on the Birdman.
Well, against the front, Boris Diaw is a
I have lots of colleagues who come to me, Roger, not one of them trying to get stuff published in the New York Times. First thing I say to them is, the answer I'm going to publish it because nobody's going to read it. And they say, but people are interested in this. Everybody's interested in Ukraine right now. Everybody's interested in this.
But that's a clean block up
boring.
Up top.
That's what George Carlin
said. Like they did it with them.
And the left arm around is Duncan knocks down that free throw.
But he gave them good, tough, competitive minutes.
See, this is the mistake in
first half points for Duncan.
because what I do for a living is not think about the relationship between the writer in the world or the text in the world. My job is to think about how readers read. You're thinking about content. I'm thinking about closer to somebody standing in the subway and the process that's actually going on in their cognitive processing.
For highlight. Right now, a 5-point game as we open the 4th. Cantor will check.
Cognitive processing to use this text to think about the world. And what happens when you interfere with the cognitive process? When the text makes it hard to do the process. To read it. And there's something about the text that makes it interfere with the reading process.
Anybody have anything else?
I ain't got nothing. The second thing is they don't understand. The third thing is they get annoyed. And the
I'm
fourth
not
thing is
much
they
for
stop.
giving inspirational addresses.
Well, let me tell you
And
what
I got all kinds of people
got 2
in
more
positions
quarters,
who say, well,
that's
that's not my
Bigger,
responsibility.
faster,
Isn't it their
stronger,
job to read?
more experienced.
When
In this
their
lifetime,
teachers,
you don't have to prove nothing to nobody except
been
yourself.
writing-
And you let it down to become a good fighter.
You gotta play tough off those boards.
Because if you're willing to go through all the battle you got to go through to get to where you want to get, who's got the right to stop you?
You believe in yourselves, you believe in your teammates. It won't matter what anyone else
is to
thinks.
make sure that
Believe in the
process
ball.
I want you to treat these like they're your babies.
That's what I demanded. And that's the way you're gonna do it. The inches we need are everywhere around us. What you say? I'm not crazy. I'm just thirsty because it's not what you do. How you do it? Well, that's good. We're gonna go nose to nose. They don't know.
Play the game. Play from your heart.
Kids have bigger swords you've ever seen.
Show yourself just exactly who you are.
Let's win this in for all the small schools who never had a chance to do it. You ready, team?
I'm ready for this my whole life. This is it. This is the shit. everything you want to do, and I believe that all of us are born with a purpose, that all of us have something that we are supposed to do. And that all of us have some goodness within us, and that goodness gives us a responsibility.
It's not the title that makes you, it's not the success that makes you. The character defines success, defines the team, and it starts right there. They're one of thousands of hours in the training room, in the labs, 5 a.m. runs, the training, when everyone else is sleeping. That's when it's won.
Let's say one version of it.
The Harvard champion is a light switch that's always on. It doesn't go on and off as well as watching. It's constant. It's how you look at something. The names attached to this one is saying do it right. The best of your ability every single time.
And the problem with some of y'all is you want somebody else to support your dream. It's yours. I don't owe you a dime. It's your dream. If you want it to happen, get your butt up and make it happen. If you want it to happen, rise and grind.
And if you want a thing bad enough to go out and fight, to work day and night, give up your time and peace and your sleep. If all that you dream and scheme is about it, and life seems useless and worthless without it, and if you gladly sweat for it and fret for it and plan for it, and lose all your terror of the opposition for it, and if you simply go after this thing that you want with all of your capacity, strength and sagacity, faith, hope, and confidence, and stern pertinacity, if neither cold poverty, famish, or gold, sickness, or pain, of body and brain can keep you away from the thing that you want.
Strive on to finish the work to bind up the nation's dream, to care for him who shall have borne the battle, and for his widow and
Now that's that thing called life, is that it is always changing. Sometimes you're up, sometimes you're down.
I can tell you that now. Be aware of that.
Well, the end of that whole
Things
thing
are not
is
going to work
peace
out
with
exactly
love,
right. For a time they will, sometimes. And that's when life is just playing the game.
But along the way, manipulating sentence so that other things have lesser stress.
I don't care how good you are, I don't care how talented you are, I don't care how much you work on yourself. There's some times when things aren't going to go right.
I'm trying to make.
They just are not going to go right. There are times when anything that can happen will happen.
My point is, you already know everything you need to know about English language technique. But you haven't been trained.
But during those down moments,
use that technique to
that's where the
create
growth
value.
takes place.
You know what you've been trained in?
That's where the work is. Anybody can feel good when they have their health, their bills are paid, they have happy relationships. Anybody can be positive then. Anybody can have a larger vision then. Anybody can have faith under those kinds of circumstances. See, but the real challenge of growth, mentally, emotionally, and spiritually, comes when you get knocked down.
And some of you in your life, the reason why you're not blowing up, the reason why you're not successful, you have not learned to pass. You think just because it's an opportunity, it's for you. It's not every opportunity is for you.
All of us have experienced some tragedy, and if we haven't, we will. And you can either let it destroy your life, or you can build upon it. You can permit it to let it hold you down, or you can decide, I'm not going to let that happen to me. I'm bigger than this. It's not going to be easy. When you want to change, it's not easy. It was in fact easy. Everybody can do it. But if you're serious, you'll go all out. It all falls down to the question and grow.
You're about to separate yourself from the pack. You're about to be over the top.
You want to begin to move into your own personal greatness. You've got to be willing to go against the tide. You've got to be willing to harness your will and say, in spite of this, I'm in control here. I'm not going to let this get me down. I'm not going to let this destroy me.
It's not your circumstances, it's your situation that determines if you're successful or not. I've been telling you, it's your mindset. It's the way you see it. It's the way you think it.
Somebody tell us the end of this stronger and better because of it. You have got to make a declaration that this is what you stand for. Standing up for peace of mind. You're standing up for health. You're standing up for your dream. You want it. And you're going to go all out to have it. Let it go and begin to focus on developing myself. And I say to you, you're going to have people to do things to you. Things are going to happen to you. And the most important thing to do is to harness your will and let it go. Move so you can grow. So you can get on with your life. It doesn't matter about what happens to you. What matters is, what are you going to do about it?
When you want something bad, you can't count the cost. Because if you count the cost and you see how much it costs, you might give up. So you got to go in knowing that I don't count the cost. I do as many push-ups as it takes, as many sit-ups as it takes, as many reps as it takes. I study as long as it takes. I pay whatever the price is. Why? Because if I start counting the cost, I might quit. I might give up. I might quit. Don't count the cost. You don't count the cost. You don't count how many reps it takes. You don't count it. You get to a point where you don't count it. Do whatever it takes to get whatever you want.
Don't stop. Stay busy. Work your plan. Continue to do those things that you know that work for you after you have evaluated yourself in the situation.
Once you face a decision and you go all in, and you say, I ain't quitting right here. I ain't giving up. I ain't giving this. I will do whatever it takes to be successful. And when you make that decision, when you look you in the mirror, when you tell yourself that, look, I'm through. I'll do whatever it takes. And that's the day begins to happen. Get about your past. Get what happened back in the day. Make the rest of your life the best of your life.
You know, writing these sentences. It has 7 words in it, including the fact that the verb is subject singular and the verb is plural. Like a basic rule, right? Nobody noticed?
There's no such rule.
For me, language is not rule following. It's controlling the reading process. It's understanding how readers read. That's you. And there's lots of times when a singular subject and a plural verb works better for readers. Orange is blue. Don't make sense to me because they're not rules, they're techniques. Language is a technique for reading. And if you're sitting there listening to text nothing about
stop looking for answers and other people and miracle somewhere down the old brick road and click the heels of your mind, you could have been free years ago. You can get your mind out. You can get your money out. You can get your family out. You can get your job out. You can get your career out. You can get your health out. You can get your prosperity out. You can get your mind out. No man in hell, no open phone to get you. No man in deception. No person to get you. Stop you from being free. You can get your mind out. Grab yourself by the hand and say, and when you go through life like that, something in you dies. You need to start asking yourself some questions. What do I really, really, truly want? Don't wait around for things to be just right. Don't wait for things to be perfect. Don't wait for the ideal situation. It will never be out.
One says, here's my paper back. Another says, here's what my paper is.
Today is opportunity pass. It might not be here next year. It might not be here the year after next. It might not be here the year after that. This is the only moment in time.
As opposed to saying, this paper is a
and what you will find that when you decide to act, when you decide to take life on, and let me warn you, it can be painful, but it will be uncomfortable, and that's where the growth is. Never be satisfied with yourself. Always know that as you invest the effort and time on you, that's the greatest ability that human beings have above animals. See, a dog can't be anything but a dog. Tree can't be anything but a tree. Human being, you've got unlimited potential. You can put effort on you, and by concentrating on you and developing you, you can transform your life wherever you are right now.
Slides can be compelling. Go to mintmobile.com.
You see how different that is? The opening tells us what question the paper will...
I'm sure you've heard the news about the government sending out rebates. Any single person that makes $99,000 or less is eligible for $1,200. And any married couple that makes $198,000 or less, well, they're eligible for $2,400. Well, this is great and all. Did you know that many people qualify to receive much larger checks from the government, but they have no idea if these checks are available. So most of the time, they never get the checks because they don't apply. And I'm not talking about the PPP or the CARES Act program. I'm talking about a little-known program that is not in the news. It's very easy to know about. Using that program, we built an amazing business, helping people get their checks from the government in exchange for a portion of what we recover. Here are some of the recent checks we've got from the government: $13,630.54, $19,904.50,
So when you know that, whatever you're seeking, it's also seeking you.
Of between 30 and 40% of the funds we recover from people. So we make a great living and we help people get their money back. Money they never would have known about or gotten without. And you can do this business too. If you want to learn how we got these checks and how you can too, click on the button below or the link in the description to tune into my free web class today. I'll give you all the details so you can decide if this business is for you. It's not difficult to do. You simply follow the formula and the government doesn't work. In fact, the few people I've shown this to are already having success. And you don't need to be an attorney to have a special license to do it. I'm an attorney. And when you get involved, I'll show you all the legal rules. In fact, I bet you already...
You don't need anybody to approve your dream. It was given to you. If they can't see it, it's because it wasn't given to them. It was given to you. You're going to get thrown to the ground again and again and again. But when you have determination, and you know that what you're doing is right, it gives you your life, it gives a special meaning and power to you. I refuse to be denied. And I'm going to go all out. I'm going to be relentless. I don't care how many no's I encounter. Doesn't matter how many failures I've made. Doesn't matter how many mistakes I've endured. Doesn't matter about my defeats. Doesn't matter about what I've done. Yes. Yes. Yes, I can.
Look at the very first one. What I'm saying at the beginning, that's not just, here's what this is about. Point me to a word. Good evening, my people. It says, this is not the
I understand how you are.
This is actually about
break but it's easier to watch break. It's easier to go keep breaking to put in the time, put in the energy to discipline yourself, to sacrifice the earth. So that's why you have been doing the same thing. You have the same job. You experience the same things in your life. Nothing has changed. It's out. Maybe you grew up in an average environment. You're average. Or you're an average person. You can find it more than you are.
That's the type of mindset that people are successful with. They sit there and feel sorry for everybody else. Yet they're not willing to go out and make shit happen.
Because this is not for everyone. This is not for the faint of heart. This is for people who have goals and dreams. They want to achieve. That's not something.
Everyone seems to think that this world, this government, somebody owes them something. Nobody owes you shit. If you want something, go out there and get it. Go out there and fucking take it. That's all there is to it.
You could be great if you just showed up. Stop playing. You deserve to see what your life is look like if you gave 120%. How do you stop now? You gotta run after your destiny. You gotta run after your destiny. You gotta run after your destiny. You gotta run after it. You gotta run. Because success is never an accident. And if you don't want it, it's because there are some people who want to do something with their life who will run. I didn't get it till I got to this age, but I'm gonna start running. I messed up junior high, but now I'm gonna start running. I messed up high school, but now I'm gonna start running.
Right after that, we had to stop.
It's more personal thing.
The Bible says the day you hear my voice, harden not your heart. When God gives you a chance, don't be cute.
Premium. Fights can be compelling.
Hey, medical doctor, you're treating this disease with this.
You might be taller than me, you might be bigger than me, you might be stronger than me, but I'm coming, and I'd rather die trying.
Getting out of the city.
I'd rather give a year. I'd rather put in work
with
and
space
fail.
for families to get away together.
The harder you work, the harder it is to
the vacation.
And that's in every aspect of life.
People get told, okay, when you go outside the academy, you should write as though you're writing for sixth graders.
Start acting like this is your last day on the planet. I deserve to see what my life would look like if I gave 150%. I would rather aim for the stars and not hit them than to not aim at all. I would rather go after it and not get it than not go after it at all. I'd rather try and fail than not try at all. I don't want to live with the idea, wonder what would have happened had I done more with my life. I'm gonna go for it, come hell or high water. I'm going after my destiny. You gotta run after your destiny. You can't run after your destiny. You can't walk after your destiny. You gotta run.
Why does he open with talking about what my prediction? The word procrastination. I told a young lady in Australia, I said, look, if I told you to be here tomorrow at 5 a.m., I'm going to give you $1 million. Where would you be? She said, I'll be right there at 4:59, ready to get that $2 million. I said, so really, there's no such thing as procrastination. What it is it's not important. It's not meaningful. It's not something that's urgent. It's something that's not urgent. You put it off. It's probably already raised, etc. But if it's not important, you're not going to make it a priority. So you have to find out how can you make it personal? How can you make it stick? When you can find that out, I'm going to get up early and get there early and do whatever it takes to make that goal a reality. So for me, no such thing as procrastination, there's such thing as it's not a priority. You said you were going to graduate this year. You were going to finish college this year. You said you were going to run a marathon, right? And you said I come out. All I'm doing is I'm saying, listen, I'm not telling you what to do. I'm not telling you this, that, this. I didn't tell you all year what you should do. But what I did tell you, don't talk about it, be about it. You should be tired, all right? You should be tired of talking about it. And you should be in a place where you want something about it, all right? Value in this one.
The reason why you have not become successful, the reason why you are not like a locomotive, the reason why you are not having success in your life is because every single day you got an excuse. I need you to do me a favor. I made my last excuse yesterday. My last reason. I came up with my last reason yesterday of why I can't do what I'm supposed to do. And so I need you to do me a huge favor. All your excuses, all your good reasons, everything,
everything that's keeping you from doing what you're supposed to do. I need you to put it behind you and say, yesterday was the last day for that foolishness. Yesterday was the last day to say, I don't have enough money to do this. I don't have enough money to do this. I don't have enough money to get it. I'm not smart enough, right? I don't write well enough. I don't sing well enough. That's why I didn't write my book, because I'm not on that level. That's just how I feel. That's just how I feel. Trying to reach the things that I can't see. I said, no more defeats. No more defeats, man. No more. I was tired of feeling defeat. I was tired of talking about what's going on and doing. I hated the feeling of somebody asking, yo, where's the book? I ain't got it. For trying to reach the things I was tired of getting beat. I was tired of getting beat. That's just how I feel. That's just how I feel. That's just how I feel. Trying to reach the things that I can't see. Still have time. Don't quit. Don't give up. Still have time. You can do it. You can make it happen. But you can't do it procrastinating. You can't do it talking about it, all right? So I just want to go back and recap because I want to make sure you hear what I'm saying. But I dare you, I double dare you to do exactly what you said you were going to do when the year started because it's not too late.
Yeah, but they're not just that. You're right. That's right.
Someone you're not, even when you think it's already gone, even when you're scared, never look back. You know what you need, you know where to go. Remember, it may not be go on until something beyond
How about this? Go to a movie the next time. And just sitting down in the movie theater and having the first 5 minutes of the movie and for the next hour,
beware those who seek constant crowds, for they are nothing alone. Beware the average man, the average woman. Beware their love is average. Seeks average. They will attempt to destroy anything that differs from their own. Not being able to create art, they will not understand art. They have to the clutches of mediocrity. Invent yourself, and then reinvent yourself. Change your tone and change your life. They can never catch you. Reinvigorate yourself and accept what is. But only on the terms that you have invented and reinvent. Self-help. Reinvent your life because you know it is your life and its history and the present belong with you.
Is that a bad thing?
Neither age nor loving friends can help you. All mankind could do, but man human. If and until the unforgiving, the 60-second word of distance running, yours is the earth and everything that's in it. All the others are a test of your endurance, of how much you really want to do it. And you will. Despite rejection and the worst of it. And it will be better than anything else you can imagine. If you're going to try, go all the way. This could mean losing girlfriends, wives, relatives, jobs, It could mean that you take 3 or 4 days. It could mean freedom about objects. It could mean jail. It could mean tyranny, mockery, isolation. You will be alone with the gods, and the nights will flame with fire. Do it. If you can keep your head on all about you, losing theirs and blaming it on you. If you can trust yourself when all in doubt you. If you can wait and not be tired by waiting. If you can force your heart and nerve and sinew to serve your turn long after they are gone. And so hold on when there is nothing to do except the will that says to them, Rage against them. Do not go gentle into that good number.
Are you hearing me? Some of you have been knocked out by life. The real challenge of growth, mentally, emotionally, and spiritually, comes when you get knocked out.
So what do you do when you fall down?
We can fight our way back into the light. Recycle your pain. Get something from it. You already in pain. Use it. Do something with it. Allow it to take you to the next level. Allow your pain to push you to greatness. Get up! Get up! Sometimes in life, you have to hit back. Everybody's trying to stop you. Everybody's trying to kill your dream. You're going to prove all of them wrong.
I don't care what the scoreboard says. We're going to be winners. So now you got to go out and show them that I'm a different creature. Now! Than I was 5 minutes ago.
This is your fight. Now go out there and take it. You know what you're worth. Now go out and get what you're worth. Again and again and again, the lights are cut off, but you're still looking at your dream, reviewing it every day and say to yourself, it's not over until I win. Make a declaration to yourself. I'm unstoppable. This will not get me down. Live your life now. Live your dreams now.
When you think about that, from the beginning, 1B signals to the leader, from the beginning, I have you in mind. And this is it's going to be that. So let me give you a more subtle example of that. If you turn the page 9.
We just don't have sight. Sight is for people who live in the present. We have vision. We're going to make it happen before it happens. You got to write, even if no one published your book, write, because that was given to you to do. Everything in you is telling you to stop, give up.
tomorrow wasn't promised, what would you give for today? Forget everything else. Forget everything else. What would you spend today?
It's possible you can live your dream. It's necessary that you have a plan of action, that you're resilient, that you stick to, and you work with the system, that you work with people, that you give support, and that you be there for them. You need to look at yourself in the mirror and say, why are you only giving 60? What's wrong with you?
God's bigger. That's why I'm blessed and unstoppable.
Right after that, we had Stop Production.
One sentence is still Philly had my God still lives. It's him be the glory.
So instead of an epic ad, I created
the way English works.
Mint Mobile, premium wireless for just $47. Crazy.
The first
right?
sentence is about
Why would you say slides can be compelling?
The second sentence about
Ooh, thank you,
gap
Spy.
between the 1%
What if the reader wants to think about the cat?
You see, it's not just money. You have to step back and look at the bigger picture.
So what do God chase the cat? Why is it not concise for them?
Being stuck at home in the city is no day at the beach. That's what a verbo is.
That's what I care about. That's what I value.
It's like a private vacation home with a shore. You don't have to go far to get away together. Book the home that makes the vacation with Verbo.
And they're all inside of us except that
First, I process it in a sentence about a dog.
we're taught to go to school,
And I
get a
don't care
job,
about the dog.
and get a the moment you take a paycheck, that's the money. So my rich dad never paid a job before dad, a government employee. You gotta pay people, you gotta pay people. My rich dad was not saying that the paycheck was bad, he was saying it was wrong to be a slave. So as an entrepreneur, the rich dad folded. He's trying to I don't need anybody to take care of me. If my government doesn't like me, move to other countries. So the entrepreneur is not so much the business. The entrepreneur is mindset and skill set.
Has to happen in your life. You will come to a point that you may feel that you are in a hopeless situation. You may come to a point in your life where you're at the end of a rope, and the only thing left to do is to climb up, because you only can do so much for so long. But make sure you're doing much more instead of doing less.
Turn up the page.
Most of us do that.
I'm going to read this out right.
Most of us don't use
underline the subject of the sentence. So, for example, in these two, several attempts have been made to discover the overall structural pattern in the book of Exodus. What's the subject of that sentence? Several attempts. Certainly it's found that the burgeoning interest in history for the Bible studies of the Bible comparison of these studies, however, shows the diversity
about talking on both intake and
Wish you never dated me. Lies, tell me lies, baby, tell me how you hate me.
I'd like you to underline the subjects as I go through here. Does the Book of Amos have an overall structural pattern? How should such a pattern be characterized? How does its presence or absence shape the text? So the subjects were the Book of Amos, such a pattern, its presence or absence. Recently, the Book of Amos has been considered to be divided into, blah, 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 this subject was.
I've been dancing on top of cars and stumbling out of bars.
The sections and their interrelations then reveal an essential structure, underline the sections and their interrelations. However, the nature or even the existence of an overall pattern is not clear. The subject is the nature or even the existence of an overall pattern. Next thing is the Book of Amos. the writing program at the University of Chicago is that anybody on this campus can send an email, make an appointment, and sit down and look at their work. So if any of this stuff is for any other reason, you want to website writing, send an email, we'll make an appointment.
People waiting. We'll give them a couple more minutes before we discuss the content. But why don't I go ahead and introduce myself first of all. My name is Kevin Hines. I'm Senior Editor and Content Manager at WordVice. We are an international editing firm. WordVice is based in South Korea. And just a little bit about our webinar. This is our first webinar. So bear with us. Technical issues. We wanted to do a webinar on something that was important to all researchers and all academics, and abstract is such an essential part of the publishing process and manuscript writing process. It's so important. We see a lot of abstracts when we edit papers. So what we wanted to do is prepare researchers to write these abstracts, especially beginning and you've never written or if you're a seasoned researcher and you want a tip on how to what exactly. So today we're going to the basics of the abstract, but also how to add keywords and how to sort of So why don't we begin? So in this webinar, here's a list of what we'll talk about. So if you come late or if you want to go back, we'll first talk about what an abstract is. We'll talk about abstract types. There are several different types of abstracts I want to introduce you to. Then we will look at a general checklist for writing abstracts, some things you should do whenever you write an abstract. And then we will look specifically at the sections of content that should be included in each abstract. So you can see here there's 5 sections of outline today. Next, we'll talk about how to draft your abstract and what to do after drafting. That's one of the hardest parts, right? Because even though your full paper written, it's a very difficult to change that from full content. Next, we'll talk about keywords and why those are important. And following that, we will talk about writing mistakes that you make and how to avoid those. And then we'll start with the Q&A section. But actually, I want you to be able to ask questions at any time. So you can see on the right hand side of the screen, there is a box that says Save Answers. So if you have any comments at that as well, because the first time we do the webinar, if there's some audio problems or anything like that, please tell me. Right? So you can interact that way. Please be aware there's a little bit of a lag with it, so bear with me. I'm going to stop every 10 or 15 minutes or so and see if there's any questions or I can answer those questions if they're related to the abstract. So let's start with the question, what is an abstract? You probably know what an abstract is, but let's talk about it anyway. It's a very concise summary of the most important information in the paper. And the reason why it must be concise is it acts as an index for the content that will be shown in database searches and give researchers a basic understanding of everything that your study does and what your study is. So, because of that, it should accomplish some very specific goals. First, it should succinctly summarize all of the important parts of the paper. It you think about the abstract as the mini paper. You know, it has everything in it for the researcher that the paper does. It's smushed together. Only the most important parts are in the section. It should seduce the reader to spend time reading your paper. That means it has to be compelling, it has to be interesting. I mean, a lot of scientists maybe don't think about that when they write, but it should, there's certain things you should do to make your language compelling. Because, as you see here, some researchers might even want to purchase an article, and how do they know whether to purchase it? And lastly, maybe most importantly, your abstract journal editor read and publish anything. So before we get into the exact manuscript details, let's look at two types: descriptive abstract and information. I just want to show you these two kinds because both are common, but the descriptive abstract is one that you won't really use for journal writing, but if you see it, I want you to be sure not to really copy it. It is about 1 to 3 sentences in length. It talks about the type of information that is found in the paper, a teaser of the It doesn't summarize any of the facts or the conclusions of the report. Whereas the informative abstract, which is what you will generally be writing for research journals or conferences, is usually 1 paragraph, 1 page in length, an average of 200 to 300 words, and vary depending on the paper. And what it does, as I said, is summarize every aspect of the motivation, purpose, problem, method, results, and conclusion. And it's much more complicated. So we're going to focus today on. So let's look at descriptive abstract. You've seen these many times, and usually on the end of the title page, where they basically say what the paper is. Quite a bit longer. This one, I think, is about 400 or 500 words, but it starts off basic purpose. So for the informative abstract, you should provide information from the body of the report, specifically key status. I've underlined that because you aren't going to be able to do that. So how do you decide what facts are more close to it? I'll show you, but generally you want to focus on those results, those measures, and conclusions towards your initial motivation. You don't want to do all of it. It should be about 10% of the way. That rule applies about 30 pages, and the abstract should be you should summarize the key information proportionally. This means that, for example, if 30% of your paper, the body of your paper, is the results section, then 30% of your abstract should also be the results section. If introduction is 10%, then purpose, problem. The whole idea of the abstract is to compress information into small space, but you still need to write in sentences. So the way to do that is to write your sentences with as much information as possible and omit unnecessary details. But don't omit the words that are important as the article you need it to produce an abstract abstract will never use definitions, will never define terms, and you don't include other background information unless there is an aim or a central part of it. You also don't want to cite any sources of reference. abstract is really to strip down all the important parts. Not about other people, only your life. You should include key statistical details. This means data, numbers, lots of quantitative information, not just qualitative. And you also don't want to discuss what the abstract is doing. This means don't use the subject. In this study, I'm going to talk about focus. We'll see what exactly you mean by that, but you can cut out a lot of language by not discussing the abstract doing other things first is structure. Structure in abstract is sort of like so you have introduction, method, discussion. The point of this is that you can have rapid comprehension. Everybody can read it, they can see immediately what the different parts are, where they are. Unstructured simply has no meaning. And the important thing about structured and unstructured is that some journals make the order structured. You always follow the articles. This is a basic rule. I don't really need to tell you this. I can't really give more information about this or that journal. It just comes down to doing your work. That's huge advice. Pieces from every journal. And I'm just going to stop for a minute. I see we have a question. Alright. That's Henry J. Materials. Two things. I'm going to post this webinar on YouTube, and if you signed up for the webinar, you are entitled to a PDF, and we might have another way to give you that PDF if you sign up for WordBites. But at any rate, the webinar will be on YouTube and video. Okay, so it's not just that. I hope that answers your question. So let's look at the structured abstract. You can see in the structured abstract there are each section has its own text. And you will also notice that the methods and results are significantly longer. Why are these sections longer? Because they're longer invitations, right? So because of that, you don't want to spend too much time on your introduction or conclusion. You want to save space for the results, especially, and for the methods, depending on how diverse your methods are. The unstructured abstract, you can see it's just one big paragraph. Words in green are just included those, so you can see where they're divided, but those words are not actually abstract. All guidelines. There's some further guidelines we should consider. Just a brief list. You can pause this later. Maximum or minimum word or character length might be an issue. Read those. Is your abstract descriptive, informative, structured, or structured? Remember that. Other style and formatting requirements. Audience. Audience is something you want to keep in mind when you are drafting your abstract because it's going to affect the language that you use and really what kind of journal you are targeting. Because some journals, the general public is a major audience, such as Nature or Popular Science or Science, whereas others are geared towards researchers in that specific field. So that can affect a little bit of the terms you use. When later I will show you kind of parallel abstracts. One is from PubMed, the actual research article that's published, and the other is my own. You'll see the difference detail in my work. And any other content or organization. Okay. without further ado, let's get into the section of the abstract of what we need to prove. So these are your purpose and motivation, problem statement, methods, results, and the so each section, as I mentioned, is compact. Only a single sentence, maximum 3 or 4 sentences. You don't have a lot of space. You want to think of the paragraph, or think of the abstract as one long cohesive paragraph. It goes together. It's not just separate sentences. So, as you can see here, the individual sections should naturally merge into one another to create a whole descriptive section. So how do you achieve that? Well, one way is to make sure that the issues you bring up in your purpose and motivation, that you also discuss those issues and you talk about the results. So you don't want to include results that don't connect to the purpose and motivation. So it's kind of like a story. In the beginning of the story, the problem that you have to face. The results, how you figure it out there. Conclusion, further implications, and future studies that you might need to do. So it's a bit like a story. Okay, so Part 1, Section 1 of the abstract, you must identify your purpose and motivation. One way to think about these sections, kind of brainstorming or free writing, is to ask yourself questions and then write answers to those questions. Those will go into your purpose. So the question is to ask, what made you decide to do this study for 5 years? What is the purpose of this study? Why would someone do your entire essay? Why should you need to make that clear right away. So what? Why is this information important? Why is this study important? Explain the implications for your field or for people in general. The first couple of lines should be this call to action letter, or it should explain the certain circumstances that make your study important. Your scientists, your field of scientists, and or the general population. Okay, so here's our first example that I mentioned from a published article, and it's called Estradio Contextual. I'm not sure about the length of the article, but as you can see, first of all, this purpose is one sentence, only 1 second, but is packed full of a lot of important terms and key words, etc. And what does it do? Well, it's the call to action, telling the reader why they should read it. So let's read it. Clinical studies demonstrate that estrogen replacement postmenopausal women enhance cognitive information. Already you have so many terms that they've clearly latched on what the background is. Clinical studies demonstrate that. So there's already this body of evidence that this study is going to investigate further. Right? It doesn't yet say what the study is going to do, but it talks about what's the background. That's another way of and then, even as a generalist reader, there's very striking terms, right? What the estrogen replacement as constant or neurodegeneration, Alzheimer's disease, and stroke, those are societal problems. So you've already brought in your purpose, you've already identified this as a very important problem in society. Okay, let's look at my purpose and motivation. It's quite a bit simpler, and that's one purpose, so that you can see you don't have to worry about the language, because depending on your level of specialization, your area, you might not be familiar with all these issues. You should be familiar with most of these. Okay. Rising incidence of rabies in domestic animals is an increasing concern in most remote cities and has long been topic. But first of all, this purpose purpose is abstract, right? Immediately discussing the background, motivation, and rising incidence of rating. That's clearly a problem. There's no need to say why this is a problem. Rabies is a deadly disease. And it has been linked to preschool. That means there's some precedent, or there's some evidence for this. So this is a motivation. This is where I'm going to jump off and locate my problem that I've studied. Okay. So, the next sentence, or second or third sentence, that was a lot of explanations for one sentence, but as you can tell, there's a lot there. You want to explain your problem. So here's some questions you can ask. What is your research trying to better understand, or what problems are you trying to solve? What is the scope of your study? Does it try to explain something general or specific? Usually your study is getting at something quite specific, but it can address a problem that is more general as well. So you actually want to move from the general to the specific. So you can identify what the major problem is and then talk about specific. What is the central claim or argument? You can put your problem statement in a form like this. Our study seeks to find. The primary objective of the study was to determine. So make it very clear. Use this language. You can actually, copy and paste this. You can use different verbs, right? Our study seeks to analyze. The primary objective of the study was to determine, was to uncover, was to compare. So whatever verb best captures what your study was doing, start that off, because the problem statement should be very clear. You can make it clear by using this kind of structured language. So here's our examples. This study assesses whether physiologic levels of estradiol prevent brain injury in an in vivo model of permanent focal ischemia. One sentence, the thesis, and it discusses exactly what the problem is, and it starts with, this study assesses, okay? It's clear. You will likely know what your problem statement is because you understand what a thesis is, and this is similar to your thesis. It shouldn't be copied from your thesis, but it's basically should capture the gist of your thesis. Okay, here's my example. The purpose of this study, we started out with this language. The purpose of this study, is to investigate, here's the term that's capturing what my study is doing. Investigate the connection between an urban center's proximity to jungles and wild squirrel populations and the incidence of wild and domestic animals. So I've identified the exact problem. So there's at least 2 parts of my problem, right? So we have a connection between these 2 things, the urban center's proximity to jungles and the incidence of rabies. Anyway, it's one sentence, and it has a structured beginning, and it's clear. Let's move on. So does anybody have any questions? So I can stop. I see there's about 100 of you watching, so feel free to ask a question, or if you want to ask about another writing issue, I'll try to address it later. So don't worry. Okay, so the third part of your abstract, you want to discuss your approach. This means your method. Here's some questions you can address in the method section. How did you conduct your research and solve or make progress on your problem? How means what tools did you use, right? What exactly did you do? If in your paper you reviewed the work of others, explain this here. I mentioned that you shouldn't talk about the work, the others' works in your abstract unless it was a central part of your study. So let's say that your study compared 2011 experiment or study by Thompson and compared it with another experiment by Reynolds. So Thompson and Reynolds are the 2 main components of your study, of course you have to bring them up in your abstract. But if you're using others' research just to bolster your research, don't put it in the abstract, right? Save it for the introduction and the literature review. But you should include what your model of analysis was, analytic models, simulation, double-blind study, case study. Here's where you can say what you used. What were the details of your process? What were the methods, type of study? Same thing, really. Your variables. You see a lot of information here, but as you saw before, it's very short. The methods section is the longest, but it's still 3 sentences. So you need to compress it. You need to choose the most important methods. What were the most important methods? What were the methods that you can trace back to your purpose, motivation, problem? Which methods help you solve the problem the most in yielding the most important results? Okay. Keep this information brief by including as much information as possible. So put as much detail into one segment. So there's a lot of data, a lot of detail. So let's look at the first one. Sprague daily rats were overactive. Okay, so we have the action, what happened, so this is one method. Then they were implanted. Okay, action 2, immediately or actually onset of the capsules that produce physiologically low or physiologically high 17 beta extremely 0. They have details. So we have first the action. They were overrectomized, they were implanted. Where were they implanted? Then you get details, right? Start from the bigger issue and then tell about the details. And they've done that here in one sentence. This is clever, using a semicolon. It helps you make a longer sentence without breaking it up by periods. It looks nicer, and you can actually shorten the word count that way using kind of a semicolon or a hyphen. Let's see. 1 week after ovariectomy, ischemia was induced. So how many methods have they put in? It seems like they haven't used that many. They've just talked about the most important ones, right? These two overall actions. It doesn't say how they're overactimized, using what tools or what specific methods. They've just talked about that as one method without going into detail. But they have talked about these capsules. Because perhaps this is an important part. It's radiol. I'm not even sure what that is exactly, but it's in the title of their paper as well, so it's clearly a central element they should include in their method. Okay? This example is quite a bit simpler. Using a cross-sectional analysis, right away I talked about my method. This study analyzed the incidence of rabies in Brazilian squirrels from 2007 to 2015 and measured these results against a similar study conducted in 2011. Okay, so I've identified, right away, I've identified my method of analysis, the cross-sectional analysis. I've identified what the timeline was, 2007 to 2015, for some details, and a similar study conducted in 2011. Now, if here this idea, this term similar study, if I had used this study as like the basis for my research, I might say what that study was against against Reynolds' 2011 study. But I've determined that this is not the most important information to include, so I have not included that in my abstract. Okay, next you want to summarize your results. This is going to probably be the longest part of your abstract. So answer these questions. What did your study yield in concrete terms? Trends, figures, correlations, phenomena? How did your results compare to your hypotheses? Was the study successful in yielding discernible results? Were there any were there any highly unexpected outcomes, or were they all largely predicted? So these are all just brainstorming questions, right? So not everyone's going to have highly expected outcomes. Not everyone's going to be able to talk about the success, but you can try to put the answers to these questions into one sentence. And you'll see there's not, each sentence isn't being answered by a long, each question is not being answered by a very long sentence, it's being combined into one. Like so. So just first, let's look at what this results section looks like. What's the first thing you observe? Well, to me, I can tell it's the longest so far. It's about 3 or 4 sentences. It starts with a sentence that is very general. Estradiol pretreatment significantly reduced overall response volume. Right? So what is the term significantly? It's a qualitative term. It's not a number, and it's not comparative. It is comparative here, but it doesn't give you the details. But then this author puts in parentheses what that means. What's the comparative details, right? So they use a lot of data, not only in methods, but also in the results. You can use specific data. You don't want to lay out all your tables in your table information in the results because that'd be overwhelming. Like nobody would want to read all your results in the abstract. So let's continue. This protective effect was regionally specific to the cortex. No protection was observed in the striatum. Okay, so some more details about where it was important. So here we basically have one result that was significantly reduced overall volume and where it was located. That's only one result. Keep going. Baseline and ischemic regional CBF did not differ between oil and estradiol pretreated rats. So that is result number 2. And at the end, there's kind of a conclusive conclusion about what these results will do. Acute estradiol treatment did not protect against ischemic injury. Now, I don't have enough knowledge as a non-specialist to be able to see if that is sort of a summary of other results, but it seems to me that it's not. It's more a comment about these results. It's modifying it. So that's why it's important. So it seems that this, at the very most, this results section only has 2 or maybe 3 results. That's important. That means you don't want to use all your results in your results section. Just choose the most important results. And as we mentioned, the important results are the ones that go back to your problem in your purpose memorization. So you can see here the first word in the results section, the first term is estradiol pretreatment. That was the title of the study itself. So that is obviously a central focus. The results should also be focused on that. Okay, my example, urban population density proximity to Brazilian squirrel habitats were the factors contributing most to the spreading of rabies to domestic animals. So this immediately answers the problem that I initially set out. If we could go back and see that. Actually, let's go back and look what my exact problem was. Here it was. The purpose of this study is to investigate the connection between an urban center's proximity to jungles with wild squirrel populations and the incidence of rabies. So my most important result is obviously going to answer that question. And going back, I think that we have done that. Yes, urban population density proximity to squirrels were the factors contributing most. So that's the overall result. And then I go into some details. Those urban areas with a population of over 300,000 and within 10 kilometers of dense jungle experienced incidences in rabies outbreaks among dogs and cats, threefold of other measures. So you can start with that overarching result and then discuss the details. Let me go and see if there's questions. Okay, so we see something like F, I need materials. Should I leave my email address? Initially, we talked about giving materials to those who register, but if you would like to register with WordVice, we can give you the PDF. We'll leave that in the description, okay? So afterwards, when we post a video on YouTube, we will leave the description for you to register for our webinar, and then you can get future notifications for future webinars and the PDF for this specific webinar as well. And Serom Hong asked, what if I suggest a better analysis method by introducing novel variables for previous works? Should I mention these works and compare in methods or results? I would say that in your abstract, you are not going to actually mention better analysis methods unless this is the focus of your study, is trying to come up with better analysis of novel variables for previous works. If that is the onus of your problem, that's what your work is focused on, then you can do that in abstract. As far as you asked, should I mention these works and compare in methods or results? Definitely in your discussion section. If you didn't actually use the analysis that you performed in your study, but you have for it, then your discussion section and your conclusion is where you can talk about further methods that may be useful. Right? The methods that you use are only the ones that were instrumental in your study, or that someone else influenced your study with. That makes sense. Okay. So you can also hint to those methods, those different ideas that you would have in the method section. You can say a further discussion of possible variables is written about or is alluded to in the discussion section. So you can talk about how later in your paper those will be further addressed. But don't go into details and don't talk about them in the abstract. Okay? So the last thing you want to do in your abstract is to state your conclusion. Here's some questions. What is the exact impact on my field, on the wider world? So the conclusion is like anytime you write an essay, there's a conclusion, and it's sometimes a summary of everything you've written before, or it's novel, like a novel statement that adds something that kind of makes the reader think and see why you're studying. What other studies might yield further solutions to similar problems? This is where Serom Hong, sorry if I pronounced your name wrong, you ask a question about other studies. You can also talk about other methods. Other variables, right? What variables might yield, and it's very difficult to think of an example off the top of my head, but for example, if in this study you used a longitudinal analysis and then another study you used cross-sectional analysis, you might say that, well, if we were to use a cross-sectional analysis in this further study, we could yield these results. And so we should design a study based on those methods. But that's something for the conclusion, right? It's like something to think about for later studies. Is there information needed to expand knowledge? So this is missing information we can discuss. Will these results shake up the scientific world? Will they change how people see your area? Probably not, but you see the idea. You want to make it sort of appear as interesting as you can without lying, exaggerating. All right, so here's one conclusion from our PubMed article. Our finding that estradiol-free treatment reduces injury demonstrates that physiologic levels of estradiol can protect against neurodegeneration. This is in if we compare it to our motivation, this is basically confirming what the evidence, what the past evidence has shown, right? That Stradio can protect against degeneration. It answers the question. And this conclusion doesn't really bring up other studies or anything like that, which is okay. You don't need to discuss future studies within the abstract. It's more important to do that in the conclusion of your paper. But again, one sentence, very strong, sort of fits the explanation. Okay, here's my example. The study answers a fundamental question regarding the correlation between proximity to Brazilian small populations and the transmission of rabies to pets. Now, in retrospect, I think perhaps I wrote this a bit too long. And how could I change that? I would say that it's too long because it's kind of repeating the information and the language of the problem. Because the problem was the fundamental question regarding the correlation. So you could just say, this study confirms the correlation between the proximity to the sport. You can shorten your abstract by writing that. So instead of answering the fundamental question, this study confirms previous studies, previous experiments, analyses regarding the correlation between proximity and so on. And I've introduced this idea of future studies. Further studies are needed to establish any causal relationship and assess potential. And again, in retrospect, that if I don't have a lot of room in my abstract, a lot of word space, like a word count, I might not include that. So it's not essential. It might be more bigger implications, such as this study will show how rabies can be prevented. This study can lead to causal theories that can show how rabies might be prevented in the future in Brazil. So that would make the reader more interested in your study as well. Okay, so let's stop. Does anybody have any more questions? Okay. Yuan asks, do you think about including possible mutations or issues of your research in the abstract? I noticed some of the scholars do and some don't. Okay, you, as I mentioned earlier, when discussing the problems, you can, or sorry, the introduction, you're sort of setting the limitations, not explicitly, but by saying what your study is focused on. I wouldn't say that there's much room for discussing what it doesn't focus on, or what the scope, where the scope is limited, unless in your particular area it's maybe a back and forth argument between two theories, and then it's sort of understood that this study is not going to solve the question between these two theories. You can definitely write a lot more about that in your introduction and in your discussion. You can set the limitations. When you discuss the implications, you can also discuss the limitations. Maybe some scholars do write that, but I noticed that, well, the shorter the paper, the shorter the abstract, and there's not a lot of room for discussing external theories or limitations or implications that are more speculative and fall outside of what your study actually was engaged. Okay, let's continue. So how to draft your abstract. This is some sort of practical tips, and I'm sorry my head is in the way of the left, but you'll see it on the right here. So once you've written your paper, you want to draft your abstract, do it from scratch. So the first step is to perform a content analysis on your paper. This is basically just asking those questions that we asked in each of the sections that we discussed, and writing those answers in a bulleted list. You don't have to write them in complete sentences, a good way is to just write phrases. So this is basically brainstorming with the information you have. It's like taking the content and seeing which pieces are important. And at first, when you make the list, you can just put in all of the answers to your questions. So let's see what this looks like in our purpose and motivation section. So here's an important question. Why is this study important? What is its purpose? Here's what I might write in my list about squirrels. Rising rabies rates in pets in remote cities, okay? So this is something that is motivating my study. Apparent connections between squirrels and rabies. That seems important. Health crisis. So I don't know if I explicitly mentioned that in my abstract, but these are the answers that first come to mind or that I see as motivating. So a good way to come up with this from scratch is to do the analysis of you can find the answers to the questions in your introduction, right? So you've already written your introduction of the body of the paper. So content is going to be located in your introduction. You're just asking the question to put it in your abstract. Okay. Notice that I'm going on a little long, so let's do this more quickly. Write each section in complete sentences, 2 to 3 sentences per section. So you can change those bullets from phrases or words into complete sentences. So the motivation for this study is the rising rates of rabies in pets in remote Brazilian cities. This mysterious increase in cases has caused the public health crisis. Some words misspellings here. It hasn't been edited yet. There seems to be a connection between squirrels and rabies. So I've put my ideas into sentences. I don't care about squishing it together yet. It's just bulleted points that you saw here. So what you should do next is remove those unnecessary words from the sentences and combine them. So the words in red here are those that I've decided I don't really need. And I shortened it down to quite a bit shorter. It's one sentence now. A long sentence, as we talked about, a long sentence, okay? But one compact long sentence. So my final purpose, motivation, I'll read it again for some of you who weren't here. Rising incidence of rabies in domestic animals is an increasing health concern in many remote Brazilian cities and has long been linked to tree squirrels. What have I gotten rid of? I've gotten rid of this language. The motivation for this study is not necessary. You can do that in the problem section where you say our study analyzes. But don't do that in other sections. It's a waste of space. This mysterious increase in cases. Why is the word mysterious necessary? It's not. Get rid of it. It doesn't really help. Increase in cases, I changed to rising incidents. Rising incidences. And there has been long been an apparent connection. That's just a long way to write, has long been linked to tree squirrels, right? So after I've written the sentences out together, then I can start to cut them down. Don't try to make everything perfect the first time. So you're drafting, you're just thinking and writing. This is a very important process, and you can take your time and write as much as you need. Alright, so next you want to combine them into a single paragraph. When all questions have been written into sentences, combine those questions into a single paragraph. This means, all of the sections, all of the questions you've asked through all the sections, you're going to put them into a paragraph. If it is unstructured, if it's structured, then of course you can divide it. Check the word count by highlighting the paragraph. If you're over your target word count, look at methods and results, because that's where you're usually going to have too many words. It could be in other sections too, but start with your methods and results. That's where you might have written a bit too much. Okay, let's let's jump down here. Results included in the abstract should be those directly addressed, that directly address the research question listed in your motivation and purpose section. This is about the 4th time I say it, but it is a really good way to check if your results are appropriate and important. You want to see if those results address your question, answer your question. Okay? So if they do, they're good. They're the ones you want to include. If they don't at all, then take those out of your abstract. Okay, here's a good way to revise your results if they're too long. Put the results in the bullet points first when you start out, when you're doing your content analysis. So here's all my results. Like, there's some of them are important, some of them aren't. Urban population density proximity, squirrel habitats played the greatest role in spreading rabies. Okay, red-eyed squirrels made up the greatest populations in northern Brazil. Is that important? I don't know. Urban areas with population of over 300,000. So we have population density and distance. Seems pretty important to answering my question, my problem. Dogs were 3 times more susceptible to rabies than cats. That's a very interesting result, but I don't know if that's really answers, my problem that I set out. Less than 35% of rural areas were equipped with rabies vaccines. That seems important too. That may be something I want to discuss in the conclusion, or maybe perhaps only in the body, because it's an important detail that could show why or how rabies rates could be lowered. So here's the results that I cut out, right? I cut out the ones in red. Red-eyed squirrels, not important enough for the abstract. Dogs being 3 times more susceptible. So this is you just should see how I've gone through this process. That's the important thing. So I had 5 results. I cut it down to 2 results. That's how you get your most important results. So what to do after completing your first draft? You should never see your first draft and think, oh, I'm finished with my abstract. Well, it can always be made better. Trust me. As an editor, I've seen hundreds and hundreds of abstracts, and we can always make them better. The problem is that most editors cannot really, they're not all scientists in your area of specialization, so we can really only focus on sentence level. What you can do is you can complete your basic revisions. You can shorten the sentences as much as you can using those tricks, those methods I just showed you. You should receive feedback from a peer if you have any friends or peers that you're working with, and ask them to check your abstract. They're familiar with the work that you're doing. Definitely use them all the time. Or if you have an English friend who's a scientist, I know there's a lot of ESL non-native speakers watching this, so it's you use them first just to as a filter, especially if they're scientists. And consider using professional editing tools. That's where WordVice essay review come in. We actually have a service that is fairly new in English, but essay review page, we've had it for some time, I believe. We will look at your paper many times so that it's prepared for journal publications over the course of many months. So if you need to change your abstract or your cover letter or your manuscript in any way, you can give it to us and we'll look at it and we'll edit it again. So you can keep changing it. So we have that service, so please check us out if you need those editing skills, editing services. Let's talk about choosing keywords just a little bit. Keywords are important for database searches. So you can see here, most journals require 4 to 8 keywords or phrases to facilitate online searches. I see a couple questions. I'm going to answer them in 1 second after I finish this page here. You can use Google Scholar or another database to see what terms are most common in your field. If allowed, use essential terms from your title, abstract, and main text. The reason I wrote if allowed is some journals do not allow you to repeat the content of your title in the keywords. But find out if they do use them, because the researchers will be able to find them significantly easier if you're allowed to use those. Okay. Determine which key terms are popular yet closely related in searches. So there's some terms we'll see in the next screen. They might be, if you think back to the Estradiol PubMed article that we were looking at, some keywords are estradiol, right? That's in the title, and then menopause. Menopause is a keyword because it's related to postmenopausal issues. Alzheimer's is a keyword because it's a kind of neurodegeneration. So these are keywords that researchers would search for and be interested in. Avoid extremely common or extremely esoteric terms. Right? Common would be like, one of your keywords is chemistry, or I don't know, biology, or aging. Too common, it's not going to be useful. Esoteric would be extremely specific to your field. You could do that if you only want those researchers to find your work. But you probably want more people to cite your work, so more researchers seeing your work, better. To do that, you should remember your target.
A tire striper and your new driver's seat.
Journal
Get up to $90 back by mail on
their target. Always check it out. Let me address Hyun-Yoon's question first. So she asked, for the abstract science papers, I'm wondering if providing some specific results. Yes. If you missed it earlier on, we talked about results and methods and how. Let me read the rest of it. Due to the word limit, some people think describing the main results compressively, but without numbers might be better. I think this depends on the importance of the result, because if you notice in the sample that we looked at, it described the term, it qualified the term comparatively large. It said like this A is comparatively more effective or larger than B, and then it just had one, very briefly, sort of like 4 or 5 sets of comparative numerals. It was actually comparing the data. So I think if it's brief, that's okay. I would say like don't write lots of data. Just maybe you can use it to qualify quantify. Say quantify one part of it. Don't overuse it. Again, you may just look at examples from the journals that you're submitting to, because some journals maybe they never use numerals, they never use numbers from those. Perhaps if they don't, then I would say don't use it in your abstract for that journal. So you need to use the journal, be specific to the journal, kind of at every time you say. Okay, that answers your question. Okay, so here let's focus down here on the keywords. Alright, let's actually look at some type. Estradiol protects against ischemic injury. We've read this entire abstract by now, so we should be familiar with it. Keywords are estrogen, neuroprotection, that's a related term. I don't think that was actually a term that was mentioned. Cerebral ischemia. Well, we have cranial cortex, isolated disruption. Okay, I can't remember exactly. Anyway, cerebral ischemia is not a term that was by itself in the abstract, but it's related. It's stroke, okay, very bigger search term. Plasticity, that's related to neurodegeneration and using estradiol and menopause. So they have a combination of very exact terms and very
Who's taking you home? Loving you so. The way I used to love you, oh, I don't wanna know.
Visit your local Toyota dealer today.
The more I drink, the more I think about you. No, I can't take it. Maybe every place I go reminds me of you. Do you think of me? How we used to be? Is it better now that I'm not around? My friends are acting strange. Don't bring up your name. Are you happy now? Are you happy now? I don't wanna know, no. Who's taking you home? Oh, love you so. The way I used to love you, no, I don't wanna know, no. Who's taking you home? Oh, love you so. The way I used to love you, oh, I don't wanna know. Every time I go out, yeah, hear it from this one, hear it from that one, that you got someone new. What you gonna do? I see but don't believe it. See it in my head, 'cause you're my man, maybe it's just a thought. Do you think of me? So you gotta do it, baby, now. Gotta come to the monster, I don't wanna know, no.
I think he best day. I don't know.
Taking you home, love you so. The way I used to love you, oh, I don't wanna know. No more please stop, no more hashtag boot up screenshots. No more trying to make me jealous on your birthday. You know just how I made you better on your birthday. Do we like this? Do we really like this? Do we lay it down for you? Cause you do it like this. Matter of fact, never mind when I let the past be. Maybe he's right now, but your body's still I don't wanna know, no. Who's taking you home? Love you so. The way I used to love you, no, I don't wanna know, who's taking you home? Love you so. You gotta die. The way I used to love you, oh, I don't wanna know. Gotta come to the monster in your head and take you fly, Phoenix fly. It's time for a new empire. Don't bury your teammates and tear down the city. I ain't worried about nothing. You're sitting pretty impatient, girl, I know you gotta put them in hours, baby, make it harder. You're sitting pick after picture, girl, give me fire. You know I'm always on the night shift, and you can't stand these nights alone. Yeah, you don't need no explanation, just baby, I'm the boss at home. I ain't gotta go to work.
Issue, it's
Let's make it feel like a black day, turn a bed into an ocean. We don't need nobody, I just need your body. Nothing but sheets in between us, ain't no getting up early. You know I'm always on the night shift, and you can stand these nights alone. Yeah, you don't need no explanation, 'cause baby, I'm the boss at home. I ain't gotta go to work.
Could be because of time.
But I gotta put in work. I ain't gotta go to work. Let your body do the work. So all you gotta do isn't the best place place to find a lover, so the bar is where I go. Me and my friends at the table doing shots, drinking fast, and then we talk slow. Over the side of the conversation with just me, trust me, I'll give it a chance. Now I'm in my hands, then the man on the jukebox, and then we start to dance.
Yes, we're live again. Okay. Sorry about that. This is our first webinar, as I explained, and these things happen. So we're lucky that we made it as far as we did. And for those of you watching, just continue. I'm going to answer your question. Okay. Do you have any more questions about the content? If you do, let's ask them now. I can give you some more tips, but do's and don'ts. Let's talk about do's and don'ts. So here's some things you should do. Write your abstract after completing the paper. So some people want to write their title and their abstract first because they see it as the first part of their chronological first, but don't do that. And some reasons for that are that writing it last will ensure that it's complete and consistent with the findings. So if there's something that changes the paper, you want to make sure that your abstract has keep your content in order. So both the questions and answers should be organized in a standard and familiar way, the way that you talked about. Remember that write the abstract from scratch. Why would you write it from scratch? Well, one reason is that the abstract itself you're not just taking sentences from the body and pasting it into the abstract. And one reason for that is that you don't want to accidentally plagiarize yourself or plagiarize something that you cited. And by just copying and pasting, you run into risk. And also, it's not interesting. You can actually tell if someone is copying and pasting because, as you can see, the density of your abstract is much denser than your paper. You can tell. You should not do this. Don't use acronyms or abbreviations. Explain these terms in the introduction. That's what the introduction is for. You can try to use full words if you want. One way, if you feel you have to use an abbreviation,
Maybe I know that I'm wrong. Maybe I know you won't. Maybe you
For paper.
I need a girl like you, girls like you, love fun, yeah, me too. I want another girl, I need a girl like you, girl like you, so I ain't gonna die today, make it out like you, gotta turn my lungs up in your head and tell me what's like, I feel the sky, it's time for a new empire, go bury your secrets and set down the ceiling, I need a girl like you, yeah. And now you're playing with matches, come out of the ashes underneath you. A million voices in the They say, oh my God, I see the way you shine. Take your hand, but there's a place in both in mine. You know you stopped me dead when I was passing by. And now I beg to see you dance just one more time. Ooh, I see you every time. And oh my, I like your style. You make me wanna cry. And now I beg to see you dance just one more time. So I say, dance for me, dance for me, dance for me, oh. Ever seen anybody do the things you do before? They say, move for me, move for me, move for me, yeah. When you're done, I'll make you do it all again. I said, oh my God, I see you walking by. Take my hand, my dears, and look me in my eyes. Just like a monkey, I've been dancing my whole life. You just beg to see me dance just one more time. Ooh, I see you every time. And oh my, I like your style. You make me wanna cry. And now I beg to see you dance just one more time. So I say, dance for me, dance for me, dance for me, oh, oh. Never seen anybody do the things you do before. They say, move for me, move for me, move for me, yeah. When you're done, I'll make you do it all again. They say, dance for me, dance for me, dance for me, oh, oh. I've never seen anybody do the things you do before. They say, move for me, move for me, move for me, yeah. When you're done, I'll make you do it all again.
Right, go to tutorial 1 and we get to the source, okay?
They say, dance for me, dance for me, dance for me, oh, oh, oh. I've never seen anybody do the things you do before. They say, move for me, move for me, move for me, yeah. When you're done, I'll make you do it all again. They say, dance for me, dance for me, dance for me, oh, oh. I've never seen anybody do the things you do before. It's time for a new empire. Where there's a will, there's a way, gotta see. And every night there's a so magical. And if there's love in this life, there's no obstacle that can't be defeated. For every tired and fearful and vulnerable, in every loss, all the bones of a miracle. For every dreamer, a dream we're unstoppable. Something to believe in. Once the lamp was broken, Tuesday I was through with open. Wednesday my empty arms were open. Thursday waiting for love, waiting for love. Dying for the stars each Friday. I'm burning like a fire going wild on Saturday. Guess I won't be coming to church on Sunday. I'll be waiting for love, waiting for love to come around. Go bury your secrets and set down the ceiling.
saves and control S. And to run this, there's a little green button up here, say run main.jack, straight like that. And you can see that down here, a little thing popped up called cancel. We print to the screen and you can now, the efficient way for the first round application, very simple. And that is how we're setting up a new class. And anyway, like right now, we have to set this up. That's what we're going to spend other side of the game. We have to one print another one, one print another one.
You're one of a kind, irreplaceable. How did I get so blind and so cynical? If there's a love in this life, we're unstoppable. Now we can't be. So you got it Tuesday I was broken. Wednesday my empty arms were open. Thursday waiting for love, waiting for love. It's Friday, I'm burning like a fire wild on Saturday. Guess I won't be coming to church on Sunday. I'll be waiting for love to come around.
These numbers, as long as it's at the end, but our purpose, we're not going to do that. We're very much the spaces and special characters. So both of these numbers are validated. So now we're going to make another big hello. That's valid because we don't have any spaces, we don't have any special characters, and there's no number. Okay? An invalid variable name would be something like hello me. Okay? This whole thing as a variable name is invalid because it contains space. Now if I try to put a percent sign like this, or I try to put like an asterisk, that is not a valid variable name. So when you raise other characters, you can end with an underscore, you can start with an underscore if you want to. You're not going to do mistakes. Typically when you create a variable, if you want to make the name be like 2 words, the way you do it is you type like hello, and then you do a capital, and then the next one, or you do an underscore, represent a space, and then the next one. Okay, so that's not a valid variable, it's not super important right now. So I'm going to create my first variable int hello. It's going to be equal to, just putting it aside, whatever integer I want. So this is going to say 5, and then remember in Java, whenever we use a line, so it's saying my integer hello world is equal to 5, you determine it with a semicolon. So there we go, and you see the int, our variable name is now highlighted in yellow, and there's no issues. So the hello just says it's very, is never used. So even if we create a variable, the variable hello world now points to the integer 5. So, to print this to you, I'm simply going to print out the value of the world. So we say system.out, and so what we're going to do is we say, okay, so hello underscore world, that's our variable name, that variable is 5, so we put this, we should be printing 5. The way this works is, okay, hello world, let's see what hello world is, that's here, hello world, I want to programming, the way things work is, unless you otherwise specify, we're going to be reading from top to bottom and left to right. Just the way you read it, right? So we first read this line, system.out, hello world, and then we create hello world. So here, we don't know what hello world is. So if we try to do this, you can see it warns me there's an error, because nothing on this error, let's proceed anyways. You can see that down here we get a bunch of red text, and it says, hello world cannot be resolved into a variable, because we haven't yet declared that. You have to make sure whenever we're referencing or using variables that we first have to do somewhere above, or like the line range. So there you go, very variable hello world. Now let's create different variables and talk about what these in case it was specified means it's into a region. Pretty much different. So it seems like with something like this, it's actually hard to do that. It was called Now, why these are important is based on value and meaning type of doing things that are both like these is true and it fits into other ways to So that's really important. So another value type that we have is called chart. Now chart is an interpret. Okay? So this is a little bit interesting. Chart C. When we create a character, there's 2 ways to do it. You can do it or we can do it by the syllable. So if I'm just putting this syllable, one letter, then it's over that's still a value type. Now we have to be careful because charts can only be one word. I'll try to like 0 3, so red type is down to down, it's because no one else. Now I just want to show you another order that we put the main difference this line and this line. string. This is another bar type. It's a different kind of bar type. It's a separate bar type for the string. And then if you kick a lot of it, it's actually a SPR. This kind of string. So jars, joints, and strings. Strings can contain anything. 6, 7, 3, underscore, that's the really valid string. You can put any character as well as on inside of it. Same thing with the character right now. More complex stuff. This string is highlighted with the color. These four dot types I talked about up top here are known as primitive and primitive, that means that what that stands for is not changing. Okay, so we're talking about primitive outputs and not really that important. Just know that these ones are not primitive and this one is SPR, sub9, and so on. Now, last thing I want to show you with variables is that we can actually make variables equal to other variables. We can add variables, we get subtract variables. That's what we're going to do a lot in the next video. I want to just quickly introduce. So, for example, I'll create a new say, let's just call it example. I want this integer to equal to none. Okay? I don't want to take 9. Now we'll do the same another operator, we can do multiplication of this. Places where multiplication and multiplication go together, we get to get 1960. To combine, we can use /. Now, I'm not going to do that right now because that is actually but that's how you do it. So there are 4 things, right? These work just with the math in terms of bracket, and so on. Across the scale, as you go from so you can do something like x times y times 7. So first the operator is x multiplied by y, and then you go to subtract 7. Wake me up when it's multiplied by 7. And I'm wiser number 2. All this time I was finding myself, and wake me up when it's all
But we're Empires Plus, where the ones learn everything you do.
It's nice in this idea, it tells you those things, like, a lot of times you don't really see that thing. Now, I'm looking at those things like typecasting, we're going to talk about this a lot more, but I'm going to show you very quickly. We're going to try to back okay, so we're going to do something like x divided by 1. I want to show that I'm getting this. Rather than converting things like
base on the moon, we're going to have send people to Mars, and make life multiplanetary. I think this day heralds a new age of space exploration. That's what it's all about. I do think what this heralds really is fundamentally a new era in space flight, a new era in space exploration, where we're going to go to the moon, we're going to have a base on the moon, we're going to have send people to Mars, and make life multiplanetary. I think this day heralds a new age of space exploration. That's what it's all about. I do think what this heralds really is fundamentally a new era in space flight, a new era in space exploration, where we're going to go to the moon, we're going to have a base on the moon, we're going to have send people to Mars, and make life multiplanetary. And I think this day heralds a new age of space exploration. That's what it's all about. I do think what this heralds really is fundamentally a new era in space flight, a new era in space exploration, where we're going to go to the moon, we're going to have a base on the moon, we're going to send people to Mars, and make life multiplanetary. And I think this day heralds a new age of space exploration. That's what it's all about. I do think what this heralds really is fundamentally a new era in space flight, a new era in space exploration, where we're going to go to the moon, we're going to have a base on the moon, we're going to send people to Mars, and make life multiplanetary. And I think this day heralds a new age of space exploration. That's what it's all about.
Tell me what you wanna do. I know I can treat you better than he can. And any girl like you deserves a gentleman. Tell me why are we wasting time? I know you're wasting time when you should be with me instead. I know I can treat you better than he can. Better than he can. Kiss me aside, take my hand, we'll be fine. Promise I won't let you go. Just know that you don't have to do this alone. Promise I'll never let you go. I know I can treat you better than he can. And any girl you deserve that. Gentleman, tell me why are we wasting time on all your wasted crime when you should be with me instead. I know I can treat you better than he can. Better than he can. Better than he can. I'ma pick a side, and I'ma take pride. I will decide my fate. Better than you can. If you try to shake me up, better on the ground is where I stand. Never give up, that was always
always get the string. So always say a C there next, and always turn into a string. And that's because a string can be anything. Anything we type in here is fine to be a string. So remember, a string is something with a double quotation marks. So if I type true, although yeah, we know it's a weird it's a quotation mark, so it's really a string. If I type 1, that's a string. If I type 1.6, it's a string. Anything can be converted into a string pretty much. So that works fine. Once we have a string, you can then convert it into so I'm taking what we're going to do now is we're going to attempt to get this value to type. So our data now, we need to put something that goes to C. You can't just say it's a C. You have to do such a good way. So what we need to do is actually do type parse int, okay? And then inside of the class, so parse int, we're going to put C. And what this is allows you to do is to int. Because just highlight this, remember, it actually do this is we say parse the string argument as a sign decimal integer. You create a string as you make this with it. So first argument is t minus, okay? So it can tell you exactly what this does. It tells you what this does. It's just class. The thing is, so we're going to do next is we still run into the same issue because now if I type something below, we still get crap because how we can convert from to int, or just really just check if the value is integer. I'm going to show you the next one is how we can actually do that. This shit is and error catching. This is the way for it. No, you don't need to. Chaining conditions together, which will see the and how you can use your boolean variables to do certain X is 6, Y is 7, and Z is 10. Now I'm going to create a boolean and we'll just set that over. So what we'll do is we'll compare X and Y and Z using some different comparison methods. So now the first one is greater than, less than, equal to, greater than, equal to, less than, equal to, not equal to. Now I know something is off, but this is simply going to state whether something is greater than the other thing. This is less than the other thing, that's way off. Okay. This is equal to, so the double equal sign is different than the single equal sign. Double equal sign
and they'll beat if they don't use their phone. Beaten to death at times. These are helpless children who are locked up like
so greater than equal to, less than equal to, again, locked on. And show so I show you because I just remember that I have to forget to do this. 2 slashes and gathers is stands for comment, and comment is simply something that the computer is going to do. So you just That is We're offering that is two straight up lines.